Quinn hummed in excitement, his eyes darting between the cryptic riddle on his left and the third-year Hogwarts arithmancy textbook on his right. It was a pure coincidence, but as he worked on his arithmancy assignment, something in the book caught his eye. The page detailed the symbolism of the number 6. According to arithmancy, 6 represented completeness. It was also a perfect number, a rarity in mathematics, where the sum of its divisors, excluding itself, equaled the number. Divisors of 6, 6, equals 1, 2, and 3. Sum of divisors equals 1 plus 2 plus 3 is equal to 6. Ancient Greek arithmancy master Euclid had discovered the first 4 perfect numbers, 6, 28, 496, and 8128. Given that Hogwarts didn't have floors reaching double digits, Quinn cross-referenced this with Friar's latest riddle. His conclusion was clear. Stage in the riddle referred to the 6th floor of the castle. The stage of completeness. The 6th floor, Quinn muttered. He groaned, slouching in his chair. Great, now I have to scour the entire damn floor just to find the entrance. Sliding the riddle paper in front of him, he reread it. Unlike the previous riddle, which had provided a general introduction to the cursed vaults, this one was focused entirely on the second vault.
What does Oil of Green Revenge mean? He mused.
Sitting in his office, Quinn absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the desk, the rhythmic ticking of the clock filling the silence. His fingers drummed against the wooden surface, gradually picking up a beat. Soon, his palm joined in, the sound growing louder as his head bobbed to the impromptu rhythm.
Slap. Quinn smacked his forehead.
What the hell am I doing? He scolded himself. He shot up from his chair and began pacing, racking his brain for a connection. Time slipped by as he experimented with different approaches, doing a handstand, lying on the floor, meditating in lotus position, even closing his eyes in deep concentration. Nothing worked. Eventually, his gaze landed on a non-magical painting hanging on his office wall. Unlike Hogwarts' enchanted portraits, this one was still, its appeal lying in its simplicity and muted color palette. Colors are amazing, Quinn murmured, his eyes reflecting the hues of the oil painting. He tilted his head, rewinding through his thoughts.
Wait a minute.
His eyes darted to the riddle on his desk, then back to the painting. He repeated the motion twice before the realization hit him.
Oil. Painting. Portrait.
Magical portrait. A wide grin spread across his face. Friar, you brilliant fat monk. The pieces fell into place. Without hesitation, Quinn grabbed his Hogwarts robe. His desk tidied itself, and the riddle page flew into his hand. Pocketing it, he strode out of his office, grinning. Oh yeah, I'm feeling it now. There's no point in being a genius if you can't have a little fun. The 6th floor of Hogwarts, like every other level of the castle, was vast and grand, lined with twisting corridors and rooms that had remained sealed for centuries. Hogwarts was so enormous that many of its chambers had never been needed. Ghosts and portraits were among the castle's most charming features. Its magical aura attracted spirits, while its deep historical significance led many former residents to commission their portraits to be housed within its walls. Maybe I'll do the same when I'm old, sickly, and dead, Quinn thought as he reached the 6th floor. Spotting the first portrait, he approached.
What's your name?
The man in the frame twirled his mustache. Tatum Blakesley is my name. Mustache is my game. Quinn dismissed him instantly.
Tate's homestead?
No, that's nowhere near Green Revenge. Moving to the next portrait, he tried again.
And you?
Lady Ebba Horney. Fortress, that doesn't match either. One by one, he questioned each portrait, searching for a connection to Green Revenge. After dozens of attempts, Quinn groaned. This is taking too long. Time to speed things up. He inhaled deeply, focused his magic, and activated his unique ability. Opening his mouth, he uttered a silent command. To every portrait within sight, his voice rang clear. Everyone tell me your names. A ripple of movement surged through the frames. Portraits from all around the 6th floor traveled between paintings to see what was happening. Dozens, no hundreds, of painted figures peered at him. Quinn shrugged in amusement. All right, more than I expected. Let's go all at once. Closing his eyes, he activated a clemency, preparing his mind for the incoming flood of information. Then, the wave of names hit him.
Bonifacius Tegula. Eustorgius Nerva.
Rodecan Nolani. Sidonius Dorso.
Roswitha Bong.
Cineric Harlow. Vindictus Viridian. Quinn's mind latched onto the last name. His mental processing accelerated, breaking the words into their roots. Vindictus, from Latin vindicta, meaning revenge. Viridian, from Latin viridis, meaning green. Green Revenge. His eyes snapped open. I found it. Looking over the sea of portrait inhabitants, he asked, Who among you is Vindictus Viridian?
A woman stepped forward.
Quinn blinked in confusion. You're Vindictus Viridian?
She shook her head. No, Mr. Viridian left.
He dislikes noise, so when everyone started talking, he slipped away.
Quinn clicked his tongue.
Where can I find him? Another portrait responded hesitantly. We don't know. Mr. Viridian doesn't like being disturbed. Quinn surveyed the silent crowd, noting their unease. Vindictus Viridian must have been an important figure.
All right, you've been helpful.
Go back to your frames. He gave them a small nod before walking away, lost in thought. Who is Vindictus Viridian? Delving into his memories, he searched for any mention of the name. After a moment, recognition sparked. Professor Vindictus Viridian. Potioneer, author, and former Hogwarts headmaster from the early 18th century. He was famous for his book Curses and Countercurses, Bewitch Your Friends and Befuddle Your Enemies with the Latest Revenges, a text still widely read by students.
Quinn exhaled. He's on the 6th floor.
I just need to find him. After what felt like hours of searching, Quinn finally stood before the grand portrait of Vindictus Viridian, who sat reading a book. Quinn exhaled in frustration.
Damn, you were hard to find.
Vindictus peered over his book. You're the one who was shouting names.
What do you want?
Quinn smirked, eyeing the large frame that covered an entire door.
I want in.
The room of rewards is off limits to students.
Says who? Says me.
Quinn grinned, pulling out his trump card. He whispered the password, Summa Premium. Vindictus stiffened, eyes narrowing. Without another word, the door creaked open. Quinn chuckled as he stepped inside.
Thanks, old man.
Vindictus merely glared, watching as the young wizard disappeared into the legendary room of rewards. The Halloween feast at Hogwarts was always a grand affair. The Great Hall was transformed with eerie decorations. Floating pumpkin heads drifted beneath the enchanted ceiling, while spectral bats flitted through the dimmed light. The ambience was subtly altered, making the familiar space feel fresh and exhilarating. Engraved goblets bore intricate pumpkin designs, and the usual dining utensils were replaced by bubbling cauldrons filled with delectable treats. As was his tradition, Quinn wore a pointed hat for the occasion, complemented by a pumpkin anbat lapel pin on his robes. He had also dipped into his chocolate reserves, distributing sweets to every Ravenclaw he encountered in the common room. Unbeknownst to him, his generosity had earned him a nickname among his peers, Chocolate West. His tendency to randomly conjure chocolate for his housemates, even before Halloween, had solidified the title. Quinn wiped his hands and turned to Eddie with a mischievous grin. What Halloween candy is never on time for the party? Eddie furrowed his brows before shrugging.
No clue.
Chocolate, Quinn announced with a triumphant chuckle. Eddie gave him a deadpan stare. That was terrible. Quinn pursed his lips before placing something in Eddie's hand. Eddie examined it, expecting chocolate but instead finding a candy cane.
A candy cane? Eddie arched a brow. Quinn's grin widened.
The chocolate is late. Eddie gawked at him before sputtering. Did you plan that?
Nope, it just came to me. Genius, right? No, Eddie deadpanned.
Both friends rose from their seats, making their way toward the exit. Quinn threw an arm around Eddie's shoulder and playfully poked his cheek. Come on, admit it, I got you.
Nope, you didn't. Did too. Did not. Did too. Did too. Did not.
The pair walked together among the throng of students heading to their common rooms. Quinn intended to part ways at the 5th floor to visit the room of requirement. But then the flow of students slowed to a halt, and whispers spread through the crowd. Then, clear as day, a chilling voice echoed through the corridor. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. Quinn froze, recognizing the all-too-familiar voice of Draco Malfoy. His years of observing the boy's spats with Harry Potter had ingrained it in his memory. Eddie felt Quinn's arm slip from his shoulder as his friend stepped away.
Hey, where are you going? He called after him. Quinn. But Quinn didn't respond.
He wove through the crowd, his fingers twitching as he subtly used magic to clear a path. Finally, he reached the front, and saw the infamous sight described in both books and cinematic adaptations. Blood-red letters shimmered in the dim torchlight, scrawled across the stone wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. His gaze flickered to the lifeless form of Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, hanging stiffly by her tail from a torch bracket. Her unblinking eyes were wide with horror. Is she dead? He wondered before his eyes landed on the puddle of water beneath her. No, there's a chance she's still alive. The scene mirrored canon events exactly, meaning she was likely petrified, not dead. He shifted his focus to the students nearby. The Golden Quartet, Harry, Ron, Ivy and Hermione, stood frozen in the corridor, surrounded by an eerie silence. The crowd had gone deathly still. Then, breaking the hush, Argus Filch shouldered his way through the throng. His eyes locked onto the cat, and he let out an anguished wail.
My cat! My cat!
What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked, his face contorted with fury as he whirled toward Harry. You've murdered my cat.
You've killed her.
I'll kill you.
Argus.
The commanding voice of Albus Dumbledore cut through the commotion. The headmaster, flanked by Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Lily Potter, strode onto the scene. In moments, Dumbledore detached Mrs. Norris from her perch and directed Filch and the Golden Quartet to follow him to an office, Lockhart's, as it was the closest. The crowd parted, allowing them to pass. Lockhart, looking far too pleased, trailed behind the professors. Quinn exhaled in relief. Everything was unfolding as it should. That meant the diary Horcrux was still within Hogwarts, and the basilisk's fate remained unchanged, likely to meet its demise at Harry's hands. But Quinn failed to notice one crucial detail. Someone had seen his reaction. Ivy Potter, standing among the Golden Quartet, had caught a glimpse of Quinn's face. And what she saw made her uneasy. Unlike the horrified expression surrounding him, Quinn had looked relieved. Recognition. Familiarity. Even a hint of satisfaction as he observed the bloody writing on the wall and the hanging cat. A sliver of suspicion lodged itself in Ivy's mind as her mother led her away. Unbeknownst to Quinn, fate had just placed a new obstacle in his path. The knowledge that the basilisk was active within Hogwarts was both reassuring and alarming. On the one hand, it meant events were progressing as expected. There would be no unforeseen deviations that could unleash chaos later. On the other hand, he was now cohabiting with the deadliest snake in existence. Quinn sat in the room of requirement, contemplating his next steps. Avoiding the basilisk was his top priority. He harbored no illusions about fighting it. If it were blind, maybe I'd take my chances, he mused, tapping his fingers against the armrest of his conjured chair. There were only two truly safe locations in Hogwarts, the room of requirement and the icy vault. Basilisks, like all snakes, despised the cold. Not even Voldemort could force it into freezing temperatures. I don't know who's possessed by the diary Horcrux yet. That's a problem. If it were Ginny Weasley, he could simply steal the diary and hide it in the room of lost things. But another part of him believed he might be safe for another reason. He was pure blood. Tom Riddle, obsessed with his Slytherin heritage, had only ever targeted Muggleborns. For once in his life, Quinn's blood status might actually work in his favor. The irony wasn't lost on him. Quinn exhaled, staring at the floor, lost in thought about the danger ahead.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
The room of requirements has always provided its user with what they desired. Today, too, the person who called out to the room got what they sought from the magical room. On a very long table sat long strips of paper with symbols written on them in black ink. There were hundreds of these strips, each long strip of paper representing a plank of symbols that Quinn copied from the Room of Rewards. He arranged them in the order of time. The plank which held the oldest binders went first, followed by the planks which had binders that came after them. This arrangement was the one that made the most sense to Quinn because he did not know what the symbols meant. They weren't alphabets from any traditional language that Quinn knew. The symbols were made from figures with angles, triangles, with at most one dot per symbol. This is a cipher, was the conclusion that Quinn came up with. The symbols weren't random, and Quinn could see the pattern and repetition in the symbols. There are 25 distinct symbols. One less than the English alphabet? Is there a missing letter in the code? Noted Quinn, his hand holding his chin in thought. Within a blink of his eyes, 25 symbols in red appeared in front of Quinn, floating in midair. These were all the unique symbols present in the cipher. Using illusions instead of writing the symbols down was redundant, as Quinn needed to maintain his magic while focusing on deciphering the cipher, but he did it for a reason. Last year, Quinn had noticed that he was spending too much time in the icy vault. He did nothing but try to get into the vault and spent a lot of time doing it. The time that could have been better managed by him to focus on other areas of magic. So to avoid that problem this year, Quinn had decided that while he focused on the vault, he was going to make sure not to let his other magical studies fall behind. Practicing illusion magic was just one example of Quinn making sure that he didn't spend all of his time on the vault. Quinn stared at the 25 symbols for a while before deciding the next step of action. Alright, let's apply the usual substitution cipher techniques. He clapped his hand and rubbed them rapidly as he roamed his eyes over the multiple strips of paper and symbol. Quinn judged the cipher as a substitution cipher. A substitution cipher was a way to encrypt data by replacing the plain text with ciphertext. In Quinn's case, the ciphertext were symbols, but they could be anything from letters, numbers, arcane symbols, lines, and dots, or weird alien squiggles. For example, Caesar cipher was a way to encrypt information using substitution. The key to the Caesar cipher was to involve a simple shift to the alphabet. The following represents a Caesar cipher with a shift of 3 places. Plain text, abdivkijkum naprstuvoxes. Ciphertext, zizabdivkijkum naprstuvu. In the above example, A was ciphered by shifting 3 places to the left and getting X, so when you wanted to write A in your ciphered text, you would write it as X. And, thus began long hours of rational and logical reasoning and study of ciphertext. Quinn was not experienced with ciphers and was the first time he was working on something like this. It took days over days of grind to work on the ciphered text that might give him the vault's location. While working on the ciphertext, Quinn learned a lot about substitution ciphers and how to decode/decipher this type of cipher. There were techniques, tips, and methods that went into decoding substitution ciphers. The first step to solving a substitution cipher was to look for single-letter words because they were almost definitely A or I. By having a guess on the singular-lettered words, Quinn could have a solid estimate on 2 letters. Another technique was to count the frequency of the cipher symbols that appeared in the text. In the English language, or more specifically, an English text, some letters appeared more than others. According to the statistics, E, T, A, O, I, N, S, H, R, D, L, U were the most appearing letters, with E appearing the most and the frequency decreasing as we moved on to the right. A technique that might have worked was to look for apostrophes as T, D, M, LL, or re typically followed them. But, there were no apostrophes in the text, so that went out of the window. This did make Quinn realize contractions like can't were written in their expanded form of cannot. From here on out, things got tough as Quinn had to search for repeating letter patterns. They were common repeating letter groups such as TH, SH, RE, CH, TR, ING, ION, and ENT. With time, he started on trying to decipher 2-, 3-, and 4-letter words. 2-letter words almost always had 1 vowel and 1 consonant. The 5 most common 2-letter words, in order of frequency, were of, to, in, is, and it. The 5 most common 3-letter words, in order of frequency, were the, and, for, was, and his. The most common 4-letter word was that. An encrypted term with the pattern #__# was likely to be that. However, the pattern #__# also represented 30 other words, so Quinn had a lot of combinations to work on. Quinn also scanned for double letters. They're most likely to be LL, followed in frequency by E, SS, OO, and TT. Decrypting a cipher with hand took time, but slowly and surely, Quinn began making increasingly accurate guesses. Typical word fragments start to reveal themselves, though Quinn had to start over quite a few times because he guessed wrong. Scene break. Quinn sat in the history of magic class, his head resting on his palm. Professor Cuthbert Binns droned about various goblin rebellions and giant wars to bored, sleeping students. The ghosts' lessons were regarded as some of the most boring at Hogwarts, leading many students to not paying attention in his classes. The reason Quinn didn't listen in Binns' lecture was that the ghosts spoke in straight facts. Those facts were all stated in the books, and Quinn felt that reading the Hogwarts text was sufficient for the history of magic classroom. Plus, Quinn knew more about the history of magic because he had read about said history from the perspective of various communities. He was playing with his pen, his mind lost in thought about the cipher. He had hit a bit of a snag with his decoding of the ciphertext. There were only 25 symbols in the cipher, but Quinn's initial assumption that the plain text was in English, and there were 26 letters in the English alphabet. Quinn knew the plain text was in English because he had been getting solid results in the form of proper words and coherent sentences, but there were sizable gaps in the text where Quinn couldn't make sense of the terms. The legible parts and paragraphs didn't help Quinn to the vault's location or its content. From what Quinn had deciphered, the text was religious sermons from a group known as the Order of Solomon's Temple. He felt a shake from his side and snapped out of his thought to look at the side. "Yeah, what is it?" he asked, looking at Marcus, who sat to his right side. "You should seriously join Muggle studies. Professor Potter is genuinely fun. Her class is on its way to becoming my favorite," whispered Marcus. "If you ask Professor Flitwick, he might allow you to add another subject to your schedule." "I am not joining. I already all too much on my plate," Quinn whispered back. He had no interest in joining the Muggle studies, no matter how fun Lily Potter's classes were. "Really?" He smiled and continued, "Let me tell you something fun that Professor Potter told us in her class today. Maybe that will motivate you to join the class." Quinn gave him a go on, chin jut, and Marcus began. "Did you know scribes used interchangeably I and J to express the sound of both the vowel and the consonant? It wasn't until 1524 when Gian Giorgio Tricino, an Italian Renaissance grammarian known as the father of the letter J, distinguished between the two sounds by creating the letter J." Quinn's eye almost popped out from their sockets when he heard the juicy piece of information from Marcus's mouth. J didn't exist, he thought. Holy shit, this makes so much sense. There were only 25 before J, of course, now it all fits together. Quinn stilled for a second before another thought occurred to him. He looked at his hands and thought, maybe I have plot armor, because this timing was definitely plot armor, plot armor. He turned to Marcus and hugged the dude. "Belby, you magnificent ball of sunshine. If you have any problem, come to me. I will fix it for you free of cost. Next time someone calls you something mean, holler me, and I will beat the crap out of them. Okay, responded Marcus. He felt weirded out because he saw Quinn's eyes pop out before he looked at his hands and chuckled strangely. Not to mention he wasn't expecting the hug from Quinn. He untangled himself from Quinn before beaming. Then will you join Muggle studies? Huh, no way. Why would I do that? Said Quinn, as he swung his legs under the desk. How about you join care of magical creature? Marcus made a face. No way. Those creatures are gross. Yeah, but it is fun when you get to look at others squeak in fear or groan when touching something that you eloquently called as gross, laughed Quinn. Yeah, that is always so much fun. You are weird, was Marcus to the point reaction. Scene break. After Marcus told Quinn that J didn't exist before, Quinn ran to the room of requirements and entered the room. Inside, he unpacked a regular-sized version of the entire ciphertext and applied J and I to the text, and finally, he had the full deciphered text that Quinn thought was the correct interpretation. Yes? Let's do this, said Quinn, and red English lettering floated from the paper. Illusion magic did its job as the English plain text of the ciphertext floated just above the page. The deciphered full text was from the Order of Solomon's Temple's sermons about religion, and just as he expected, there was nothing about the vault in the text. He pounded on the table and yelled, "What in the world is this? Are you telling me that all of this was for nothing?" The illusion of the deciphered text flickered away because of the bout of anger. Quinn angrily paced in the room before stomping his way to the table with the text. No, there must be something in here. I just have to look closer. Taking a deep breath, Quinn focused all his attention on the deciphered cipher that reappeared as an illusion. His eyes roamed all over the English text, looking for anything that would stand out. Maybe, there is something hidden in here, mumbled Quinn. He hunched over the table, and with his hands supporting his body, he concentrated, and seemingly random words turned from red to blue. The blue words would string together to form sentences before going back, and another set of words would turn blue and form another sentence. The process repeated repeatedly, the speed of formation of blue sentences sped up, and the words flashed faster with Quinn's pupils moving over every word. Then there was a sharp intake of air before Quinn stood straight as another set of blue words floated above the red words before the red words disappeared like sand in the wind, leaving behind a string of blue words. Under the seal, the antechamber of sin would be revealed. The first words of the lines in the Fibonacci sequence, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 1, under, 2, the, 3, seal, 5, the, 8, antechamber, 13, of, 21, sin, 34, wood, 55, b, 89, revealed. I know what to do, said Quinn. His stone-gray eyes glowed as he stared at those words. Quinn immediately moved. He wanted to see the results of his work. Scene break. Quinn walked to the portrait Venditas and looked at the man in the painting. Venditas Viridian stared at Quinn from his painting and noticed the smug child was here again. Password, he asked like he usually did. Insolubili Muro, came the immediate reply. The immediate answer surprised the portrait and, finally, noticed that the child wasn't smiling his smug smirk. Today, the child was serious. A determined and focused look on his face as he stared forward. Portrait Venditas opened the door to the room of reward, and the child marched inside, not giving him a second look. Inside the room of rewards, Quinn walked straight to the center of the room. This is the seal, isn't it? Quinn said as he squatted on the floor and touched the Hogwarts seal on the floor of the room of rewards. An H in the middle with a lion, badger, eagle, and snake around it. Quinn traced his finger on the motto of the school. Draco dormiens nunquam titilantes. Never tickle a sleeping dragon, he muttered before pumping magic into the seal. When Quinn had first checked the room, he had investigated the entire room for any extrinsic charms or wards, but nothing popped out, which meant that either there was nothing in the room, or the charms and wards were hidden beyond Quinn's capabilities. Now, if he had deciphered the ciphertext correctly and was right about the Fibonacci sequence, then the seal should react to his magic. Quinn could feel his magic being absorbed into the Hogwarts seal, but there was nothing triggered. His eyes caught the Hogwarts motto and took a chance. Aperio. It was Latin for open, reveal, uncover, and in this case, unseal. There was a slight rumble as Quinn noticed that every word on the seal changed into the cipher symbols, showing that he was correct about his interpretation of the cipher. The faint rumble stopped, and the circular seal disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a dark opening on the floor. Huh, no chilling cold. Always a good sign, spoke Quinn as he stared inside the pitch-black darkness. He raised his hand over the opening as an orb of light appeared in his hand. Quinn uncurled his hand and let the orb of light fall into the opening. He craned his neck and watched as the light illuminated a long circular tunnel going deep below the room. The orb finally contacted the ground, and Quinn judged it was around 20 feet deep. All right, that is pretty doable, nodded Quinn as he stood up and looked near the entrance for a metallic disc to conjure into existence. The metal disc moved to the top of the opening before Quinn stepped onto the disc. Beginning descent, Quinn spoke to himself. The disc started to sink with Quinn standing upon it. He took a deep breath when his body sank into the opening, and he could no longer see the shelves. Slowly, the disc traveled down, Quinn making sure that there was no incident on his way down. Finally, Quinn exited the tunnel and was inside the antechamber, or as he thought, the vault. He didn't step down from the disc and focused his magic, and instantly 20-something white orbs of light illuminated into life. He waved his hand, sending them in every direction. The orbs reached the ends of the room, revealing a sizable room, the same size as that of an average Hogwarts classroom, which could comfortably hold 40-50 people with plenty of space for every occupant. The problem was that the room was bare. There was nothing in the room, and the floor, ceiling, and walls were also plain with nothing to look at. Did someone already cleared out this one, was Quinn's thought. Maybe someone found this vault without getting to know about it from the ghosts. Quinn sighed as he stepped down from the disc as it disappeared behind him. He walked around the room, his fingers gliding over the smooth walls. Quinn sent his magic into the walls, but nothing happened. The walls didn't absorb his magic or show any changes. Man, this one is really weird. Maybe I should go ask Friar for another CL dash. Thud. In the plain room, Quinn collapsed without any warning. With him fainting, the orbs of light around the room extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. The opening tunnel was the only source of faint light. For a moment, there was no movement in the antechamber. Then the smooth walls of the heptagonal antechamber transformed to show 7 rune circles, one on each wall. Each one glowed in a different light: violet, green, orange, blue, yellow, pink, and red. The centers of the 7 individual runic circles brightly glowed before they shot 7 sharp beams towards Quinn, covering his body in a harsh array of mixed light. The process was swift, with the beams only appearing for less than a minute before everything in the room returned to normal, leaving behind the unconscious body of Quinn West. The feeling of the side of his face squished against the cold and dusty floor was not the feeling you wanted when waking up, but it was the one that Quinn felt when he groggily opened his eyes. He coughed, dislocating the dust and at the same time inhaling said dust into his mouth. Quinn immediately sat up but felt a dizzy spell hit him. His ears rang with a continuous buzzing, and the world around him was unstable and out of focus. The thought of conjuring a mouthful of water to clean his mouth was out of his mind as he struggled to properly assess his situation. The ringing in his ears and the blurry vision didn't help as Quinn tried to stand up, almost falling back to the floor in his effort. When he stood up, Quinn wavered to his sides, like a drunk with alcohol impairing his balance. Quinn grabbed his head because a headache assaulted him, making the ringing in his ears much more annoying. All the volatility in his body finally caught up to Quinn, and he stumbled forward, falling to the ground, his hands and forearms supporting his body from making complete contact with the floor. He cried out a mighty groan of pain as he turned to lay down on his back. Coincidentally, all his wobbling trying to walk caused him to fall just under the tunnel to this room, the sole source of dim light that fell from the room of rewards above. Under the circle of light, Quinn's chest moved up and down as he stared at the light. Slowly, his mental faculties returned to him, the ringing in his ears subsided, and the world returned to focus. The fading headache finally allowed Quinn to think where he was. The second vault, croaked Quinn, his voice cracking because of a dried-out throat. Quinn couldn't recall anything about how he had fallen unconscious. All he could remember was walking in the room, and then he woke up with a nasty case of disorientation. The time between was just like sleep. I was so careful this time, thought Quinn. He hadn't taken any hasty steps while exploring the vault. He didn't even dare to step off the metal disc before he was sure that there was no trap in the chamber. But, it still happened, damn it, it still happened. Quinn laughed derisively. His light chuckles amplified in the quiet room before falling back into the consuming silence. Closing his eyes, Quinn decided to check the condition of his body. Several healing-grade diagnostic charms flowed through his body, giving back their result to Quinn. He couldn't find anything wrong with his body except a concussion. He guessed he hit his head on the floor on his fall. Nothing Madame Pomfrey can't fix, groaned Quinn. What time is it? Quinn took out his pocket watch from his robes and saw that there was only an hour before the curfew. He never stayed in the room of rewards after curfew because Portrait Vinditus was an ex-headmaster, and Quinn didn't want the portrait to snitch on him being out after curfew. Quinn sat up from his laying position and sighed, time to get out of here. He pulled himself up to his feet and looked behind him at the dark vault chamber before raising both his hands to shoot out cords of light of the Cezanne pull spell. A cord each shot out of Quinn's hands and attached themselves to the tunnel near its entrance. With a sigh, the spell pulled him up the tunnel. When he got out, Quinn saw the Hogwarts seal reappear on the place, hiding the tunnel, returning the room to its usual appearance, leaving no clue that there was a tunnel underneath the floor. Quinn vanished the dust on his clothes and walked to the exit. He pushed the door open and stepped out to nod a greeting towards Portrait Vinditus, but said nothing and directly left. He made his way to the hospital wing, walking carefully as he still didn't have complete control over his coordination and felt a little nauseous. Madame Pomfrey, called out Quinn, plopping his butt down on one of the chairs, rubbing his temple to alleviate the headache that had returned. The matron turned towards the voice to see Quinn sitting in a chair and was about to turn him away because it was already late, but then she saw the pale look on Quinn, with him showing a pained expression. She switched to her healer mode and hurried to the patient. What happened to you? She pulled out her wand and started to cast spells on Quinn, getting a full diagnostics. I think it is a concussion, responded Quinn. He said nothing else as Poppy Pomfrey was a professional, and he didn't need to tell about the spells he cast on himself. She just cast more spells than I cast, so she probably already knows. The matron finally stated her diagnostic results. You have a concussion, and your magic core is surprisingly drained. What were you doing? She walked away, and when she came back, She had a potion vial in her hand. "Down this," ordered the matron, putting the vial in Quinn's face. He took it without a complaint and gulped the awful-tasting potion in a single gulp. "Yuck," said Quinn, sticking out his tongue in disgust. "Don't be a baby," chided the medi-healer. "How are you feeling?" Quinn exhaled a heavy sigh as he felt the potion doing its work. He already felt so much better. "It is working." He looked up at Madame Pomfrey and saw the question in her eyes. "I overpracticed and fainted on the floor." It surprised Quinn when Pomfrey told him about the depleted magical core. He hadn't checked on his magical core when he was in the vault chamber. "I didn't use much magic inside the vault. What the hell inside happened while I was out?" wondered Quinn. At least the last time he knew what happened, but this time he had no idea what took place. Pomfrey sighed before offering, "Do you want to sleep here today?" Quinn shook his head and rejected the kind offer. "No, it is all right. I would like to sleep in my own bed." He had no problem sleeping in the hospital wing, but this year, Quinn felt more comfortable inside the dorm because of the basilisk. She stared at Quinn for a moment before saying, "All right, but come back here if you feel off about something." Quinn put his hands on his knees, propping himself up. The exhaustion was finally settling in. "I will, thank you, Madame Pomfrey." Poppy Pomfrey saw of Quinn, looking at the tired back of the boy who was usually full of energy. Scene break. The first thing Quinn did when he reached his dormitory room was to take a warm shower. He stayed under the shower tiredly thinking about the events today. Unlike the last vault, this vault was a complete mystery. There was nothing of note in the underground chamber. Or, there is something in that vault, but it is beyond my level. Something had happened to Quinn inside that vault, which meant there definitely was something inside that vault. His sudden unconsciousness and depleted magical core were solid proof of a type of magic in there. Quinn got out of the shower, deep in thought. The next course of action was different. "I need to visit the vault chamber once again tomorrow," decided Quinn. As soon as Quinn decided to visit the second vault, a momentary flash of soft blue light illuminated a spot on Quinn's nape. The moment the blue appeared on his nape, his eyes blurred for a split second before Quinn spoke. "Maybe, I will go sometime later. I don't have to hurry about the vault." "Yes, that sounds great. Slow and steady wins the race." He yawned and looked towards his bed. "I am exhausted. Oh, the bed looks really comfortable. I should go to sleep." He walked towards his bed and laid down on it. "Yeah, this feels great. He curled up and made himself comfortable. With a smile on his face, he closed his eyes and sunk into a pleasant sleep. Another blue flash flickered on Quinn's nape before it faded away, leaving behind a sleeping Quinn. Scene break. The entire school gathered on the Quidditch pitch at 11 o'clock on a Saturday. A game was scheduled between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Quidditch in Hogwarts was a big deal, with almost all of the student population gathering in the stands to watch the game. The games were such a big deal that the stadium had seats for outsiders to watch the game. Plus, this game was between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the most bitter rivalry in the history of Hogwarts. Quinn sat in the commentator's seat, a smile gracing his face. Flitwick had asked him to volunteer for the commentator's job, and he had readily accepted the request without even thinking about it. He turned to look at McGonagall and asked, "Can I start?" McGonagall looked at her wristwatch and then looked at the stadium seats and nodded. "Yes, the majority of the seats are filled. I think it is all right to start." Quinn grinned and turned to the microphone and turned it on. "Ahem, mic check. Pop pop popsicles, ice icicles, testing, 1, 2, 3, ba dum tss." Quinn watched as his words turned heads all over the stands, and he grinned. "All right, I can see many heads turning, which means the microphone is working. We are live." He turned to face McGonagall and waggled his eyebrows. The Transfiguration professor just stared at Quinn, but her stern expression spoke loudly. Quinn turned back to the microphone and started. "Good morning, Hogwarts." He grabbed the microphone and continued. "Welcome to Hogwarts Quidditch. I am Quinn West and will be your commentator for the exciting game today. Before we start, this commentary was brought to you by the A.I.D consultation service. Are you a Hogwarts student? Are you facing a problem? Come to our office on the 5th floor, and we will sort you out. A.I.D is always happy and ready to help." He could feel McGonagall's eyes boring into his eyes, but Quinn continued nevertheless. Quinn looked up at the sky and commented. "Today seems to be a muggy sort of day with a hint of thunder in the sky, so there are chances it might rain during the game. Rainy day games aren't good because of low visibility. Let's hope that it doesn't rain." He took the chance to give a shout out. "My good friend Luna Lovegood hung Japanese Terubozo dolls that are believed to ward off rain. The game today is an exciting one with the long-standing rivalry between the houses of Gryffindor and Slytherin. The two houses have pitted against each other on the field of Quidditch for centuries, vying for supremacy in the sport beloved by all of Hogwarts. The two teams entered the pitch, and Quinn veered the attention towards the players. The two teams have entered the pitch. Slytherin in green and Gryffindor in red. Both teams look like they are rearing to start the game. This game is going to be an exciting one with the Slytherin team riding on Nimbus 2001, the fastest professional brooms on the market. The 7 players each have a Nimbus 2001. Courtesy of Lucius Malfoy, but we can all say that it would have been better if he donated that money to upgrade the brooms that students use in flying classes. I am sure Madame Hooch would have been glad to work with some updated equipment, and Madame Pomfrey wouldn't have to grimace every time she looks at the brooms the students currently use. Believe me, it horrifies her that students ride on those arcane brooms. There were a lot of eyes from the stands. Old brooms didn't inspire motivation in anyone. Alright, Slytherin is led by their captain Marcus Flint. This year, they have the new Seeker, the second year, Draco Malfoy. I won't say that this came to me as a surprise, if you know what I mean. Of course, you all know what I mean. Quinn stared at the Slytherin team and remarked, an all-male team, huh. Well, that is boring. Let's move on. A pink light flashed on Quinn's nape as he grinned. Let's move on to the Gryffindor team. Now, the Gryffindor team is much more interesting. We have the three chasers, Alicia Spinnet, Angelina Johnson, and Katie Bell. Now, this is something we can work with. Mr. West. McGonagall's shout transmitted into the stands. All right, can I get a heck yeah from the crowd? And Quinn did get a chant of heck yeah. A lot of boys yelled out their heck yeahs quite freely, appreciating Quinn's effort. Moving on, Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood leads the team with tenacity and hard work. Sources say that he is a ferocious slave driver that lives for Quidditch. I have also heard that he has Professor McGonagall's permission and approval to be rough with the teammates. The back of Quinn's neck shone red as he proceeded. I guess Professor McGonagall's last game as a Gryffindor student against Slytherin, in which she crashed and burned into the stands, still haunts her dream. I would pay serious money for that memory. Ouch. Who shot me with a pinching hex? Laughter boomed across the stands, with Quinn's commentary entertaining everybody. Quinn rubbed his bum while glaring at McGonagall before returning to the microphone. Next, we have the twins. The Weasley twins rank number 1 on the Hogwarts twins rankings. I personally like the Poddle twins more because they are really diametrically opposite to each other. Returning to the Weasley twins, they have the best coordination as a beater duo, but at the same time, they also have the highest number of fouls of sending the bludger into the stands. So everyone, please look out for stray bludgers coming out for your heads. Finally, we have the Gryffindor Seeker, Harry Potter. The second, or maybe the third most famous Potter in the castle. It depends on who you ask, but all of us know that Professor Potter is the number Potter in the castle, said Quinn while a pink light flashed on his nape. Now, Harry Potter rides a Nimbus 2000, which is the predecessor to the Slytherin House's Nimbus 2001. The key difference between 2000 and 2001 is the top speed. 2001 outspeeds 2000 by a tiny margin. But other than that, both versions have the same top acceleration, handling, turning radius, and braking capabilities. But, top speed can be a crucial factor for professional level players, but here, versions 2000 and 2001 wouldn't be distinguishable on a performance basis. He looked at the Slytherin team and commented, but, all 7 members of the Slytherin team equipped Nimbus 2001 will give them a great advantage. A yellow light flashed on Quinn's nape as he continued, damn, I should have opened a betting tab for the game. The money I could have earned. Maybe, next time. Mr. West, betting has no place in the honorable sport of Quidditch, berated McGonagall from his back. How about if I give good odds to the professors? How much are you talking, Dash? I mean, no, it is not allowed. Alright, you know where to find me if you want to get in on the action. The game was about to start as Madame Hooch descended on the pitch on her broom, and the two teams lined in front of each other. At Novel bin at. A roar of cheers overflowed the stadium. Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff were anxious to see Slytherin beaten, but the Slytherins in the crowd made their boos and hisses heard, too. Madame Hooch, the Quidditch teacher, asked Flint and Wood to shake hands, which they did, giving each other threatening stares and gripping rather harder than was necessary. The game began when the 14 players and 1 referee rose up the leaden sky. Quinn also started his in-game commentary. Harry Potter has taken the high sky, higher than the rest of the other players, a standard strategy for snitch hunting. At that very moment, a heavy black bludger came pelting toward Harry, who avoided it with a very slim margin. The crowd sucked in their breaths at the close call. Oh boy, that was a close call. That Boldger was about to give Potter an intense love hug. George Weasley streaks towards the bludger, but what is this? The bludger avoids him and once again rushes towards Potter. Oh, what a close call, that bludger almost took out Potter's head. Seeing this, Quinn thought that Dobby was also part of this timeline, as the rogue bludger that was continuously targeting Harry Potter was charmed by Dobby to do so. But, while Quinn was in deep thought, a blue light appeared on his nape, and suddenly Quinn dropped his line of thought about Dobby. I will think about Dobby later. This game is much more fun than thinking about Dobby. Looks like the Gryffindor team has called a timeout. Maybe it is to discuss the bludger that is particularly matey towards their seeker. Quinn continued to diligently provide commentary. Quinn looked at the sky and spoke, looks like the weather is not on our side. It has started to rain. Please, make sure to cover yourself to avoid getting wet and risk catching a cold. The Gryffindor team ended their timeout without stopping the match to check out the bludger and continued the game in the increasingly pouring rain. And, the moment the game continued, the bludger whistled towards Harry Potter like a homing missile. Harry flew expertly, avoiding the bludger narrowly every time. Finally, Harry had spotted the golden snitch, but while he caught it, the bludger rammed into his shoulder hard. Quinn winced, thinking about the shattered bones. Oh boy, that will surely hurt a lot later. Wait. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. The Golden Seeker has caught the golden snitch. The game is over. Gryffindor, against the clear equipment deficit, has defeated Slytherin and has clinched the victory from their mouths. Oliver Wood and his team have done it. Gryffindor is victorious. Another flash of blue graced his nape, and Quinn lost all his energy. He sat down on his seat and felt a little tired from all the talking he did. This was more tiring than I thought, said Quinn, not knowing that something was happening to him. Quinn stood in his workshop, working on a new piece of equipment. He had worked hard to get this piece of equipment and had kind of risked his life while obtaining it. In front of him sat a thin black rectangular case on a table in his workshop. He gazed at the black case, and it unlocked with a click. The case's lid rose up and moved aside, revealing behind a thin golden cylinder with a 4 mm diameter and a length of 12 centimeters. The thin golden cylinder was the same cylinder that super chilled using the cold energy from absolute zero. Quinn didn't touch the box or the gold cylinder because they were intensely cold. He glanced at the spot on the table beyond the black case, and there sat a hexagonal metal cylinder with a conical tip on one end. In simpler words, it was in the shape of a pencil. The metallic pencil rose from the table and flew into Quinn's hand. The metallic pencil was made from vanadium and steel alloy. He moved the metallic pencil closer to his face and saw the faint runic markings all over the pencil's surface. He turned it to the non-conical side to reveal a cylindrical hole in the pencil. This was the place where the chilled gold cylinder was going to fit. The metallic pencil was a runic tool that used a super-chilled magic conductor as its core to channel magic into the runes etched into the metal. The metallic pencil floated in his hand, and his other hand veered his hand towards the gold cylinder and used his magic to lift it off the case. Quinn could feel his magic react to the cold, and it was slightly more difficult to control, but to Quinn, it was nothing as he had operated his magic on a super-chilled block of ice for months. The hexagonal metallic pencil and the gold cylindrical core lined with each other, and with a move of magic, the gold cylindrical core slipped inside the metallic pencil. The opening immediately closed when the gold cylinder was fully inserted into the metal. Quinn gently channeled magic into the metallic pencil, and immediately, all the runic markings on the surface glowed with white, and the tip of the metallic pencil also turned white. Excellent, grinned Quinn. The back of his nape shone in violet color. Quinn felt extremely proud of the magical tool floating over his hands. He genuinely thought that this was the best thing that came out of this room in the entire 1000-year history of Hogwarts. All right, let's go and test this out, Quinn spoke and cleared out the black case from the table and brought out a thin circular metal disc of the size of a coaster. Placing the thin metallic disc on the table, Quinn stuck it to the table with a sticking charm. Okay, testing the new concentrated magic engraving tool for shallow rune engraving, commented Quinn while he put on his leather apron, leather gloves, and safety goggles. Quinn's metallic pencil engraving tool floated above the metal disc, and with a thrum of Quinn's magic, the rune marking light up in white, and the tip shone brighter than any rune on the metal. The metal engraver lowered down to the metal disc, and the white tip contacted the metal. There was a trill as Quinn used magic to draw runes on the metal disc, carefully sliding the glowing tip over the disc to mark runes over the metal. The glow on the runes and tip changed as Quinn dynamically altered the flow of magic as per the requirement. It took a few minutes before the entire surface of the metal disc was marked with very shallow runes. The runes on the engraver dimmed as Quinn stopped supplying magic to the gold core inside the metal body. Quinn vanished the fumes created because of the engraving before pulling the engraver closer to him. He released the gold core from the body and observed its condition after a session of rune engraving. At this rate, it will last for another, maybe 10 sessions before I need to recharge the cold energy from absolute zero, noted Quinn as he attentively examined the thin gold cylindrical core. The core floated to the side and took its place back inside the black case as Quinn moved towards the engraved metal disc. Shallow engravings of less than a millimeter, equals 0.9 mm, depth covered the entire metal surface. Oh yeah, now this is precision art, Quinn admired the runic marking engraved by the rune engraver. The results were as stunning as Quinn expected. Runes were all about the material used and the shape of the runes that were drawn. The more accurate the constructs, the better the runes would perform their tasks. Before today, Quinn had been using transmutation to engrave runes on solid surfaces like wood and metals, but there was a slight problem with that method, and it was precision. Quinn could successfully mark runes into the solids, but they were not the best engravings as Quinn struggled with dimensions. He couldn't make engravings that had a depth of less than 2 to 3 millimeters, with transmutation because that level of precision was out of his current mastery level. Some runes needed to be of depths less than that amount, and unless Quinn could improve his mastery, those runes would work, but not as effectively as Quinn wanted them to. But, with the rune engraver, Quinn could overcome the problem until he could improve his mastery over transmutation. He picked up the metal disc into a wooden frame and fitted a glass dome over the wooden frame to cover the metal disc. Quinn set everything in their place with sticking charms. Quinn looked up at the ceiling chandelier, and all the candles extinguished with a gust of wind. The room went dark with no light source. Light from the table bathed the room with white as Quinn's newly engraved metallic disc performed its function. It was a rune cluster that produced an orb of light above the metal disc, providing light like a standard light bulb. Quinn looked around and finally saw how everything in his workshop looked like in white light instead of the yellow light of the candles. Yeah, white light is better than yellow light. Much better. Quinn picked up the magical light bulb and moved around the room to shine a light on everything. 3 more for the workshop and 2 for the office would be enough. He stared at the magical light bulb with a proud smile on his face. The violet on his nape bloomed and thrummed with activity. Scene break. Colin Creevy had been attacked and was now lying in the hospital wing as though dead. Such news had spread through the entire school. The air was suddenly thick with rumor and suspicion. The first years were now moving around the castle in tight-knit groups, as though scared they would be attacked if they ventured forth alone. Before, Mrs. Norris was petrified, so no one really cared about the event as the victim was a cat, but this time the victim was a student, and with the rumor mill, the teenage minds believed whatever was fed to them. And, amongst all this tension, the school announced an event that excited all students in Hogwarts. Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus stood in front of the notice board in front of the entrance hall. A small knot of people stood with them, who were similarly reading a piece of parchment pinned on the board. "They're starting a dueling club," said Marcus. "First meeting tonight? I wouldn't mind dueling lessons, they might come in handy one of these days." "What, you reckon Slytherin's monster can duel?" joked Eddie, but he, too, read the sign with interest. "Could be useful," Quinn said to Eddie and Marcus as they walked to the Great Hall for dinner. "At the very least, it would be fun. Let's drop by tonight." Eddie and Marcus were all for it. So, at 9 o'clock that evening, three pals hurried back to the Great Hall. The long dining tables had vanished, and a circular stage had in the middle of the hall, lit by thousands of candles floating overhead. The ceiling was velvety black once more, and most of the school seemed to be packed beneath it, all carrying their wands and looking excited. It surprised Quinn to see a circular stage instead of the long straight one like in the series. "I wonder who will be teaching us," said Marcus as they edged into the chattering crowd. "It will be Flitwick, of course. He was a dueling champion. Who better than him?" replied Eddie. Quinn grinned as he nudged them to look at the stage. "At least one of you is right," Quinn spoke, but it surprised him as well because Phileas Flitwick accompanied Gilderoy Lockhart instead of Snape in the canon Snape and Lockhart pairing. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called, gather round, can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Flitwick, said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you, youngsters, to worry. You'll still have your charms master when I'm through with him, never fear. Flitwick's lip was curled into an almost feral smile in response. Quinn cackled and repeatedly slapped Eddie on his shoulder. Lockhart is an idiot. Eddie and Marcus actually felt second-hand embarrassment because of Lockhart. Lockhart and Flitwick turned to face each other and bowed, at least, Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Flitwick simply nodded. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. "As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position," Lockhart told the silent crowd. "On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will aim to kill, of course. 1, 2, 3 dash." Both of them swung their wands above their heads and pointed them at their opponent. Flitwick cried, "Stupefy." There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light, and the next second, Lockhart crumpled into a heap on the floor. Quinn could see Malfoy and his gang of Slytherin cheered. Many girls gasped and squealed their fingers. Flitwick turned to look at the crowd of students and spoke, "Looks like Professor Lockhart would be out of commission for a while, so I will be taking over this lesson." Flitwick swung his wand, and Lockhart's clothes tugged upward and dragged him off the stage to a corner of the Great Hall. "The charm I used was a stunning charm, as you saw. It stunned Professor Lockhart unconscious. Now, I think you saw sufficient demonstration. Does anyone like to volunteer?" Flitwick turned around to look at the entire crowd and didn't see any hands rising. Maybe it was because they just saw Flitwick stun Lockhart or because no one wanted to go first. At novel bin at. Quinn also looked around to see if anyone would volunteer when he felt his shoulders being grabbed. He looked to his sides to see Eddie and Marcus smiling, and then they pushed him forward. "Whoa, you gormless little pieces of naffers," cursed Quinn as he stumbled to the front of the crowd. Flitwick's eyes shined as he excitedly clapped in bony hands. "Looks like Mr. West wants to take part. Excellent, 10 points to Ravenclaw. Come on up." Quinn sighed before shaking his head with a smile. He removed his robes and turned back to throw them at Eddie. "You two better not come up there because I will make your lives miserable." Glaring at his two friends as they stuck out their tongues at him. The crowd cheered when Quinn removed his robes and climbed up onto the stage while loosening his necktie. He raised his hand to the crowd with a chill smile on his face. "Now, who will be the other one?" Flitwick twirled around his spot. "Students, don't be shy, and please step up." Quinn was absent-mindedly playing with his fake wand when he heard the Slytherin cheer up. He turned in their direction to find a Slytherin student climb upstairs to the stage. "Miles Bletchley, 4th year." Quinn tilted his head as he identified the Slytherin student. "Slytherin Quidditch team, a mean-spirited individual who lacked good sportsmanship. He takes enjoyment in mocking others and likes to play rough." Did he come up because he thinks he can win this fight? The red light took root on his nape as Quinn felt disrespected. He could see the slight smirk on Miles Bletchley's face, which made Quinn feel angry. Flitwick grinned in delight as he motioned his two participants to face each other. "Face your partners," called Flitwick, back on the platform. "And bow." Neither of the two duelers bowed to each other and just stared at the other. Bletchley smirked at Quinn, while Quinn didn't smile or anything and just stared back. "Wands at the ready," shouted Flitwick. When I count to 3, cast your charms to disarm your opponents only to disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3, go. Quinn didn't bother raising his wand high and just stared at Bletchley. On the other hand, Bletchley moved immediately and cast a curse, and it was not the disarming charm. Furnunculus. The Furnunculus curse caused the target to erupt in painful boils/pimples. If you had mastery over the curse, then the boils could be pretty painful and continuously ooze with pus. A gold flash of spell light zapped toward Quinn, who simply sidestepped to avoid the curse. Bletchley clicked his tongue and cast one more curse. Calvario, a dark curse that removed all hair from the curse's victim. Quinn ducked and let the spell pass him. Alright, if this is how he wants to play, thought Quinn and walked towards Bletchley. Bletchley frowned and cursed another charm. Locomotor Mortis. A curse that is used to bind the legs of the victim together. Quinn hopped to let the curse hit the floor. Bletchley growled as he saw a mocking grin on Quinn's face. Stupefy. Bletchley roared in frustration. A jet of red coursed through the air aimed right at Quinn's face. Quinn tilted his head with a smirk, and the red jet whistled past him. Bletchley stood stunned at yet another dodge and was startled when he saw Quinn running towards him. He raised his wand and tried to cast a charm, but in his agitated state, he wasn't able to decide on a spell. Quinn stopped right in front of Bletchley, winked at his opponent, and snatched Bletchley's wand straight from his hand and chucked it over his head into the crowd. Ah, nice try. Those were some serious nasty curses, you know? If one of those hit me, that would have been bad. Quinn tapped Bletchley's face with the back of his hand. Better luck next time. The red glow on his nape turned violet as he turned his back to Bletchley and pumped his hand in the air. That's how you do it. The crowd, which was silent while watching the duel, erupted in cheers and applauses for Quinn. To watch a person dodging every spell and win without using magic in the manner Quinn did was exciting to see. Quinn put his fake wand on the side of his neck, and it amplified his voice for all to hear. Alright, who is next? Let's get this party started. Flitwick, who was watching from the side, just beamed and walked off the stage. He was surprised that Quinn didn't cast a single spell, but he was amused by the effortless dodging. Looking at the crowd's mood, he decided it would be a waste to remove Quinn from the stage. No time was wasted as one of the Weasley twins stepped on the stage and the Gryffindor students cheered for him. Take the bird brain down. Gryffindor rules. Quinn spread his arms and smiled towards the Weasley twin. Before we start, which one are you? The Weasley laughed before speaking. I am Fred, or maybe I am George. Or, maybe I am Forge or neither of them and am Gred. Quinn nodded with a tilt and laughed. True. What is in a name? Let's start, shall we? Both nodded and readied their wands. From below the stage, Flitwick counted them off. 1, 2, 3, go. This time Quinn moved first and swiftly took a step forward while kneeling down on one knee to shoot a conjured rope towards Fred/George's legs. The sudden spell took the twin by surprise, and the rope wrapped around his legs, sealing any movement from his lower body and also messing up his balance. Quinn grinned and waved his wand. Suddenly, the rope around Fred/George's legs rose up into the air with its captive in the tow. Whoa, shouted Fred/George as he found himself being lifted into the air, upside down at that. Quinn let the Weasley hang in the air for a bit before levitating the rope so that Fred/George moved towards the Gryffindor crowd and lowered him close to the ground before releasing the rope spell, letting Weasley fall onto the floor. Everyone, including a lot of Gryffindor students, cheered for Quinn at yet another win. The victor raised both his hands and prompting the crowd to cheer more loudly. Quinn laughed in delight as he bathed in the cheers. The violet on his nape deepened in color and turned vivid and dark. Inside his body, Quinn's magic sang with power and vibrated with activity. Quinn felt his magic's presence much clearer than ever before. He closed his eyes and felt his connection with his magic deepen in real time. The feeling was exhilarating, lifting his already good mood even better. This feels so good. The patch of violet on Quinn's nape had gained another level of depth as Quinn felt the change in his magic. Not for a second did the thought of why his magic was reacting the way it did cross Quinn's mind. His mind was too distracted by the stimulation his magic was providing right now. Quinn's magic was changing. The change in his magic brought immense pleasure and delight to Quinn as he found his mood uplifted and a skip accompanying his step. Quinn looked around the crowd to see if anyone wanted to be his next opponent. And his eyes met with those of Tracy. He smiled and beckoned his Slytherin friend with his hands. The gesture surprised the brunette Slytherin as she shook her head side to side, but Quinn relayed everything would be okay with his eyes, and it was okay to come up. Tracy hesitated if she wanted to go up to the stage, and after some thinking, decided to go up. She stepped forward and directly climbed the steps to the stage. There was a lot of booing from the other three houses because of Tracy's status as a Slytherin. The harsh boos affected Tracy, and she did her best not to show that it affected her. But if you looked closely, you could see the slight slump in her gait. Ignore the other, and let's have some fun, Tracy. It startled Tracy to hear Quinn's voice so close to her. It was like that he was directly whispering into her ear, but when she looked up, Quinn was standing a distance from her, showing a comforting smile, and when their eyes met, Quinn gave her a quick wink. You called me Tracy, she spoke in utter surprise. After an entire year of Mrs. Davis and Davis, she finally heard Quinn call her by her given name. Tracy's words made Quinn realize he had called the girl by her first name, and it was quite a surprise to himself as well. Tracy saw Quinn's lips move and once again heard his voice like he was standing right beside her. Yes, I did. It looks like I will be calling you by Tracy from now on. You are the first one, you know? The first one I called by their first name. Ha ha ha, be honored, little girl. Tracy's eyes sparkled with delight at being first, and she couldn't feel any negativity from the boos of the crowd. She took out her wand with confidence and aimed it at Quinn, following Quinn's lead. Remember, cast a disarming spell, Expelliarmus. Tracy nodded, hearing Quinn's explanation, directly delivered to her ears and no one else's. 1, 2, 3, go. The second Flitwick yelled go. Tracy moved first and cast a disarming spell. Expelliarmus. An impulse of scarlet magic burst out of her wand and buzzed towards Quinn. Quinn also pointed his fake wand and whispered Expelliarmus in the likely event anyone was listening and countered with his own scarlet burst of spell light. The two spells made contact in between the two casters and cancelled each other out. Quinn grinned and again cast a disarming spell towards Tracy. Tracy, who now was feeling confident, and countered with her own disarming spell. The crowd oohed and ahed when they saw the two spells collided with each other. Once again, they cancelled each other, giving the crowd the show they wanted. Tracy was back in her element and showed her taking charge personality and shot a stream of disarming spell light which hurled towards Quinn. Now we are taking, laughed Quinn as he shot out a stream of the same spell towards Tracy's. The two red jets of magic met in the middle, colliding with each other, fighting for dominance. It entranced the younger students when they saw the continuous jets of magic meeting each other. Tracy held her wands with both her hands when she felt Quinn's magic overpowering her and tried to channel magic into her wand, trying to push back. But, the struggle was futile as Quinn's magic continued to overpower hers, and Quinn's spell light moved closer and closer to hers. The Slytherin students in the crowd cheered for their representative. Quinn had humiliated the last one, but she stood steadfast against Quinn, which had redeemed the House of Slytherin. Quinn calmly smiled as he inserted a burst of magic into the spell and overpowered Tracy's magic in one fell swoop, forcing Tracy's hand open and driving her wand out it, disarming her in the process. The wand wheeled in the air before it landed in Quinn's hand, who caught it with a cheeky smile on his face. I won, he laughed, walking towards Tracy, handing her the wand back. Good duel. Tracy held her wand back in her hands and grinned her usual bubbly smile. Good duel. Great, he smiled before turning to look at Flitwick and gestured that he was done for today. Flitwick picked up the gesture and climbed up to the stage while Quinn and Tracy took the other set of steps to get down. Tracy and Quinn parted their ways, and Tracy ran to Daphne and got looks of approval from many Slytherin students. Are you okay? Asked Daphne, worried about her friend. He didn't overdo it, did he? Tracy swayed on her spot with her hands behind her back and grinned a boastful smile. He called me Tracy. At novel bin at. Daphne tilted her head in confusion and asked, what? Quinn called me Tracy, she repeated, waiting for the news to sink in her friend's pretty head. What else would he call Dash? Daphne began speaking, but mid-sentence realization struck her, and she stopped. He called you Tracy. Tracy giggled and bumped Daphne's shoulder with hers. He said I was the first one he called by their first name. He. The blonde turned her blue eyes to look at the Ravenclaw in question and saw him putting his robes back on, laughing with his friends and housemates. She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked back to see Tracy gazing at her with an encouraging expression. Don't worry, he will call you by your given name soon. Daphne stared at her best friend and spoke in a flat voice. I couldn't care less. Tracy waggled her eyebrows, opting not to say anything, but gave a sure you do look to her best friend. Scene break. It was like someone pasted a permanent smile on Quinn's face, causing him to beam like the happiest person in the world. He was experiencing something like a euphoric high. The change in his magic was becoming more pronounced to Quinn when he took a moment to feel it and could sense the enchanting feel of his magic under his control better than ever. He just wanted to let his magic loose and cast a massive freeze wave in the Great Hall or transfiguring the floor to change the terrain of the hall. Anything would do as long as it would allow him to flex his magical capabilities, but he held back and looked at the stage, watching the duels. His interest deepened when he saw Harry Potter climb up the stage with a swagger in his step and confidence in his gait. The boy who lived looked comfortable on the big stage and under the gaze of the majority of the student population. Harry walked near the Slytherin side and pointed at Draco, hooking his index finger to beckon his enemy/rival to come up to the stage to duel him. You won't be a no-show like that last time, would you, Malfoy? Because last year was an utter disappointment. Let's have the duel you so much wanted, said the boy who lived, speaking so that everyone could hear him. Draco's face heated up with anger as he growled, Potter. The blonde Malfoy stepped onto the stage, stepping up to face Harry Potter in a duel. Both second-year students faced each other on the circular stage and looked at each other with their chins raised slightly, not bothering to bow to each other. Flitwick looked side to side at Harry and Draco and didn't bother telling them to use disarming spells. From the looks the two gave each other, it didn't look like they would listen to him. The half-goblin wasn't actually worried about the spells the two would use against each other. If they got injured, that would only serve as a lesson to them that the spells were dangerous. 1, 2, 3, go. Harry swung his wand high, but Malfoy had already started on 2. His spell hit Harry so hard that Harry felt as though someone had hit him over the head with a saucepan. He stumbled, but everything still seemed to work, and wasting no more time, Harry pointed his wand straight at Malfoy and shouted, Rictusempra. A jet of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he doubled up, wheezing with laughter. Harry had hit him with a tickling charm, and he could barely move for laughing. Malfoy pointed his wand at Harry's knees, choked. Tarrant Legra. And the next second, Harry's legs jerked around out of his control in a kind of quickstep. It was the spell that made a target's legs spasm wildly out of control, making it appear as though they were dancing. Harry was startled but cast a finite on his knees, stopping them from spasming. Draco, on the other side, did the same to make himself stop laughing. Below the stage, Quinn, with his arms crossed, observed the duel and thought, I would have obliterated both of them together multiple times by now. Serpensortia, bellowed Draco, and Quinn watched as the end of Draco's wand exploded with light as a long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor between them, and raised itself, ready to strike. It is happening, thought Quinn, stepping a step forward while everybody stepped back in fear. Harry brandished his wand at the snake, and there was a loud bang. The snake was pushed back with force. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight toward Justin Finch-Fletchley, who was standing a bit too close to the stage and raised itself again, fangs exposed, poised to strike. Quinn wasn't looking at the snake of Justin Finch-Fletchley and trained his eyes on Harry Potter. Quinn's eyes opened a fraction when he saw Harry walk towards the snake. A green shade bloomed on Quinn's nape as he heard the boy who lived hiss as the snake and saw miraculously, inexplicably, the snake slumped to the floor, docile as a thick, black garden hose, its eyes now on Harry. Parseltongue, the language of serpents, spoke Quinn, not knowing that everyone around him heard him. Quinn's words brought them out of their fear and set a fire of murmurs across the students. Everybody had one thought in their heads, is Harry Potter, the heir of Slytherin? Quinn didn't have thoughts like that. He just stared at Harry with an envious gaze. Harry Potter had a magical ability that he didn't have. The ability to communicate and command another species to a degree was always a plus point. It was an uncommon skill and was known to be an almost exclusively hereditary trait. Quinn was jealous that he did not have the ability to speak Parseltongue. Neither did he know if it was possible to learn Parseltongue. He had heard the lore that Dumbledore could speak it, but Quinn wasn't sure if it was true. He had been to India, and the Parselmouths there told him it was something you were born with. The green patch deepened with Quinn's emotions, planting its roots in Quinn, but it stopped when Quinn heard a screech from the snake that burned into the nothingness from a spell from Flitwick. The charms professor had lost the excited smile he had on his face and had an urgent look on his face and a suspicious look in his eyes as he looked at Harry. Suddenly, Ivy ran up to the stage and pulled on Harry's robes, dragging her twin off the stage. Ron Weasley shoved the students aside, making way for the golden squat so that they could leave the Great Hall and the suspicious eyes that bore into the back of Harry. Scene break. Quinn groaned as he woke up in the morning and sat in his bed. He didn't want to get up from his bed and contemplated skipping his morning run. Yesterday, he had gotten excited about his new magical improvement and had run an obstacle course full of moving targets and dummies placed around an irregular terrain. He had run laps around the course while shooting magic-heavy spells while running, jumping, and doing all kinds of physical exertion. He rolled in his bed for a while before noticing something. The sleepy boy looked towards his legs and felt something peculiar. He lifted his sheet to what was inside. There was a tent standing in his pant. Quinn watched it with an intrigued look on his face. Quinn stared at the tent and the tent, well, didn't stare back, but stayed tent-like. A pink hue developed on Quinn's nape as he looked at the tent, and thoughts appeared in his mind. Minute changes took place and Quinn's magic happened as the pink shade stayed on Quinn's nape. All right, Quinn smiled, hopped off his bed, and walked to the bathroom. He looked at his right hand and smirked. I am counting on you, buddy. Let's go and have a good time. Scene break. For the next few days, the major topic of conversation in Hogwarts was how Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin, and he was out for all Muggleborns in the castle. Sitting in the library, Quinn could hear the conversation of a group of the Hufflepuff who should have been in herbology classes. But because of the heavy snow outside, they cancelled the classes. He could see that their heads were close together, and they were having what looked like an absorbing conversation. So anyway, a stout boy was saying, I told Justin to hide up in our dormitory. I mean to say, if Potter's marked him down as his next victim, it's best if he keeps a low profile for a while. Of course, Justin has been waiting for something like this to happen ever since he let it slip to Potter that he was a Muggle-born. That's not the kind of thing you band about with Slytherin's heir on the loose, is it? You definitely think it is Potter, then, Ernie, said a girl with blonde pigtails, anxiously. Hannah, said the stout boy solemnly, he is a Parselmouth. Everyone knows that is the mark of a dark wizard. Have you ever heard of a decent one who could talk to snakes? They called Slytherin himself Serpent Tongue. There was some heavy murmuring at this, and Ernie went on, remember what was written on the wall? Enemies of the heir, beware. Potter had some sort of run-in with Filch. Next thing we know, Filch's cats attacked. That first year, Creevy was annoying Potter at the Quidditch match, taking pictures of him while lying in the mud. Next thing we know, Creevy's been attacked. Does this mean that Potter would go after Professor Potter? Said Hannah Abbott uncertainly. She is a Muggleborn as well. A pitiful look appeared on her face. Professor Potter seems so nice. Now, she will become his target. Ernie lowered his voice mysteriously. The Hufflepuffs bent closer and Quinn balanced his chair on its back 2 legs to get nearer so that he could catch Ernie's words. No one knows how he survived that attack by you-know-who. I mean to say, he was only a baby when it happened. He should have been blasted into smithereens. Only a powerful dark wizard could have survived a curse like that. He dropped his voice until it was barely more than a whisper and said, "That probably is why you know who wanted to kill him in the first place. Didn't want another Dark Lord competing with him. I wonder what other things Potter's been hiding." Then suddenly, the person in question barged in and slapped his hands on the question and leaned on it as he peered at the group of Hufflepuffs. "All right, dumb tweaks. I am looking for Finch Fletchley, where is he?" The Hufflepuffs' worst fears had clearly been confirmed. They all looked fearfully at Ernie. "What do you want with him?" asked Ernie in a quavering voice. "He has been running his trap about me being the heir of Slytherin," Harry sneered and continued. "I need to get it inside his head that I was just trying to help him." Ernie bit his white lips and then, taking a deep breath, said, "We were all there. We saw what happened." "Then you all saw that the bloody snake backed off when I spoke to it." Harry made hissing noises at the group and continued. "Or, are you guy blind as well?" "All I saw," said Ernie stubbornly, though he was trembling as he spoke, "was you speaking Parseltongue and chasing the snake toward Justin." "I didn't chase it at him," Harry said, his voice shaking with anger. "It didn't even touch him." "It was a very near miss," said Ernie. "And in case you're getting ideas," he added hastily, "I might tell you that you can trace my family back through 9 generations of witches and warlocks, and my blood's as pure as anyone's, so dash." Harry kicked the leg of the table and yelled, "I don't give rat's ass about what sort of blood you have got. Ugh." He turned on his heel and stormed out of the library, earning himself a reproving glare from Madame Pants, who was polishing the gilded cover of a large spell book. "Oh boy, he made it much worse," thought Quinn looking at the Hufflepuff group. "Look how scared they are." He hissed at them for Merlin's sake. He shook his head and sighed, "This Harry Potter isn't good at damage control. Boy, this is going to blow up, goody." A smirk surfaced on Quinn's face as a grin appeared on his neck, deepening by the second, changing Quinn's magic. "You are an idiot," yelled Ivy, glaring at her brother, who was looking away from her. "You hissed at people in the library. Everybody there heard you hissing." She tore a handful of grass from the ground and threw it at him. "What were you thinking?" "I wasn't thinking, all right," barked Harry, cleaning the blades of grass from his clothes. "They were being stupid, so I just did it to scare them." "They are already plenty scared of you," scoffed Hermione, looking at the Black Lake in the distance. The castle had become a little too stuffy for Harry, so the gang decided to take a walk, spending their time outside, away from the eyes of everyone in the castle. "I don't understand what is wrong with everyone," Ron chimed in, lying in the grass. "Harry isn't the heir of Slytherin. I am sure that it is that git, Malfoy. Just look at him, he hates Muggle and Muggleborns." "And, if he had held his tongue for a few more days," said Ivy, pointing at Harry, "then the polyjuice potion would have allowed us to get some information. Do you know how difficult it is to move around the castle with eyes following you everywhere?" From the looks of it, Ivy was more worried about this situation than Harry. While the girl twin was pulling her hair in frustration, the boy twin was silently brooding. Harry decided he needed some time alone, away from Ivy's occasional glares and Hermione's quips. He stood up from his spot, ready to leave. "Now, where are you going?" asked Ivy. "I just need some time alone," replied Harry, brushing his clothes. "Don't follow me." Ivy tried to stop him, but Harry ignored his sister and walked away from his friends, deciding to return to the castle. This wasn't how he wanted his second year to go. Last year, he had spent worrying about Snape and how he was trying to steal Philosopher's Stone, but in the end, it turned out it wasn't Snape, but Voldemort stuck to the back of his defense against dark arts, Quirrell. An entire year of his scar hurting, occasional headaches, and burning pains were stressful for him. Not to mention he had almost lost his sister to a troll. She would disagree. Thinking about his second year, Harry had hoped to be free of situations like these and hoped that it would be a carefree year with no extraordinary events, but it wasn't in his luck. Even before his year started, Harry had met with an oddity, a house elf by the name of Dobby, who warned him not to go to Hogwarts this year, talking about a danger that awaited him, but Harry had ignored the elf's ramblings and thought little about them. At the start of the year, he and Ron had been blocked from entering platform 9 3/4. They had flown to Hogwarts in Ron's father's car, which, in foresight, was an idiotic decision. A decision that had almost gotten him expelled. Harry's mum had scolded him for hours and had been angry with him for a couple of weeks. Even his usual chill dad had been furious at Harry because multiple muggles had noticed the car flying in the sky. Not to mention that the Whomping Willow had almost killed them by crushing the car while they were inside it. He and Ron got dirty looks from Professor Sprout because of the damage to the tree by the car. His new defense against dark arts didn't turn out like he imagined and taught them nothing and just made them recreate the scenes from his books and had them write poems about him and his achievements. His detentions with Lockhart were a menial work of replying to fan letters and listening to him ramble on how to get famous and earn fame. Then came the whole Chamber of Secret debacle with the heir of Slytherin. Harry was determined the heir, as many people suspected him of being the heir and petrified Filch's cat. He and his friends were sure that Draco was the heir of Slytherin from the way he enjoyed looking at the bloody message and his very public despise of Muggles and Muggleborns. Hermione had come up with the plan to use the polyjuice potion to infiltrate the Slytherin house and gain some information, but in the time required to brew the potion, Colin Creevey had also been petrified. And, he had found that the murderous bludger during the Quidditch game was Dobby the house elf's doing so that Harry would get injured and go back home. Harry has almost strangled the scrawny elf in anger. Above that, Harry had been hearing some disturbing voices about killing, blood, ripping, and all kinds of creepy dialogues. He had tried to share this with his friends, but it seemed no one else could hear the voices. Just when he thought that the year couldn't get worse, he, and the rest of the school, found that he was a Parselmouth and could speak the language of the serpentine creatures, something that was widely associated with dark wizards. From that situation, Justin Finch-Fletchley had freaked out when he had tried to help him by asking the snake to leave Justin alone. The fallout was Justin being a Scarday cat, and the entire school had made up their minds that he was the heir of Slytherin. Bloody Fletchley, cursed Harry, stamping his feet as he walked. If I get my hands on him, he is looking for an ass-whooping. Harry stamped up the stairs and turned along another corridor, which was particularly dark. A strong, icy draft that was blowing through a loose window pane had extinguished the torches. He was halfway down the passage when he tripped headlong over something lying on the floor. He turned to squint at what he had fallen over and felt as though his stomach had dissolved. Justin Finch-Fletchley was lying on the floor, rigid and cold, a look of shock frozen on his face, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. And that wasn't all. Next to him was another figure, the strangest sight Harry had ever seen. It was nearly headless Nick, no longer pearly white and transparent, but black and smoky, floating immobile and horizontal, 6 inches off the floor. His head was half off, and his face wore an expression of shock identical to Justin's. Harry got to his feet, his breathing fast and shallow, his heart doing a kind of drum roll against his ribs. When he said he was going to get his hands on Justin, he meant nothing like this. He looked wildly up and down the deserted corridor and saw a line of spiders scuttling as fast as they could away from the bodies. The only sounds were the muffled voices of teachers from the classes on either side. I could run, and no one would ever know I had been here, Harry thought, but he couldn't just leave them lying here. He had to get help. Would anyone believe he had nothing to do with this? As he stood there, panicking, a door right next to him opened with a bang. Peeves the poltergeist came shooting out. Why, it's Potty wee Potter, cackled Peeves, knocking Harry's glasses askew as he bounced past him. What's Potter up to? Why is Potter lurking dash? Peeves stopped, halfway through a mid-air somersault. Upside down, the ghost spotted Justin and nearly headless Nick. He flipped the right way up, filled his lungs, and before Harry could stop him, screamed. Attack! Attack! Another attack! No mortal or ghost is safe. Run for your lives. Attack! Crash, crash, crash. Door after door flew open along the corridor, and people flooded out. For several long minutes, there was a scene of such confusion that Justin was in danger of being squashed, and people kept standing in nearly headless Nick. Harry found himself pinned against the wall as the teachers shouted for quiet. Professor McGonagall came running, followed by her own class, one of whom still had black and white striped hair. She used her wand to set off a loud bang, which restored silence and ordered everyone back into their classes. No sooner had the scene cleared somewhat than Ernie the Hufflepuff arrived, panting, on the scene. Caught in the act. Ernie yelled, his face stark white, pointing his finger dramatically at Harry. Peeves was bobbing overhead, now grinning wickedly, surveying the scene. Peeves always loved chaos. As the teachers bent over Justin and nearly headless Nick, examining them, Peeves broke into song. Oh, Potter, you rotter, oh, what have you done? You're killing off students, you think it's good fun dash. That's enough, Peeves, barked Professor McGonagall, and Peeves zoomed away backward, with his tongue out at Harry. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinistra of the astronomy department carried Justin up to the hospital wing, but nobody seemed to know what to do for nearly headless Nick. In the end, Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan out of thin air, which she gave to Ernie with instructions to waft nearly headless Nick up the stairs. This Ernie did, fanning Nick along with like a silent black hovercraft. This left Harry and Professor McGonagall alone together. This way, Potter, she said. Professor, said Harry at once, I swear I didn't dash. This is out of my hands, Potter, replied Professor McGonagall curtly. They marched in silence around a corner, and she stopped before a large and exceptionally ugly stone gargoyle. I am screwed, Harry thought as he stared at the gargoyle. So, screwed. Scene break. Hogwarts hadn't changed in the years he had studied here in his day. The castle was the same as ever, a magical and majestic building standing for a millennium. The professors and students had changed, but that changed nothing in the ambience of the mystical castle of Hogwarts. Children's chatter, portraits passing their time, the specters floating around the corridors, and house elves hurrying around doing their work. Everything was the same as the time he had studied and stayed here. In the night's cover, he roamed in the spacious corridors, feeling the cool breeze caressing his face. He had been walking around Hogwarts ever since he had got here. It was his home. After all, it was the only place that accepted him, provided him shelter and the means to be different than others like he always meant to be. Being sorted into the Slytherin house was a nod to his ancestor Salazar Slytherin. The proof that the blood in his veins was of a noble lineage, a genealogy of the highest order. He saw it as the sign that he was meant to great things and destined to stand above others. Due to his exceptional acting abilities, he could convince virtually all the Hogwarts staff and instructors that this facade was his true personality. The sole exception to this was Dumbledore, who, though not necessarily suspicious of him, never forgetting about his misdeeds or his unsettling behavior during their first meeting. In turn, he realized that he had been careless in showing Dumbledore his true character upon their first meeting and never attempted to win him over as he had with his other instructors. In time, he came to fear and despise Dumbledore. The old goat was too much of a hindrance to him. But, now he was here, and Dumbledore had no idea that it was all his doing. Gazing down, he admired the green trims on the clothing, fitting to his status as a member of House Slytherin. The greatest of the four, the noblest of them, and the one who knew what was best for the wizarding world. He made his way to the gloomiest, most depressing bathroom he had ever set foot in. Under a large, cracked, and spotted mirror were a row of chipped sinks. The floor was damp and reflected the dull light given off by the stubs of a few candles, burning low in their holders. The wooden doors to the stalls were flaking and scratched, and one of them was dangling off its hinges. Looking around, he saw that the girl wasn't there, maybe occupying another bathroom in the castle. It was better this way. He didn't want the girl to stare at him every time he visited here. It got bothersome quickly. He walked to one of the unassuming sinks in the tattered bathroom and looked at one of the copper taps with a small snake engraved on it. A smile made it on his face at the sight of the little snake. "Open," he said. Except that the words weren't in English, a strange hissing had escaped him, and at once, the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and spun. Next second, the sink moved. The sink, in fact, sank, right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. He lowered himself slowly into the pipe, then let go. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. He could see more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as broad as his, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward, and knew that he was falling deeper below the school than even the dungeons. At the end of the pipe's end, he jumped and expertly landed on the damp floor of a dark stone tunnel large enough to stand in. Lumos, he chanted the incantation, and his wand's tip lit up with white. Walking on the tunnel's wet floor made loud slapping noise against the water, and the light from the wand cast shadows on the soaking walls that looked monstrous in the wand light. The tunnel was quiet as a graveyard at night, and the only sound was the occasional crunch made when he stepped on the bones of small animals like rats littered around the floor. The wand light shone the path after a dark bend and shed light over a gigantic snakeskin of a vivid, poisonous green, lying curled and empty across the tunnel floor. The creature that had shed it must have been 20 feet long at least. He smiled as he glided his hand against the snakeskin, feeling its texture as he walked beside the humongous shedding. And then, at last, as he crept around yet another bend, he saw a solid wall ahead on which two entwined serpents were carved, their eyes set with great, glinting emeralds. "Open," came the words in a low, faint hiss. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, the halves slid smoothly out of sight. Inside stood at the end of a very long, dimly lit chamber. Towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the odd, greenish gloom that filled the place. Every footstep echoed loudly off the shadowy walls as the hollow eye sockets of the stone snakes seemed to be following him. Then, as he drew level with the last pair of pillars, a statue high as the chamber itself loomed into view, standing against the back wall. He had to crane his neck to look up into the giant face above. It was ancient and monkeyish, with a long, thin beard that fell almost to the bottom of the wizard's sweeping stone robes, where two enormous grey feet stood on the smooth chamber floor. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four," he hissed and watched as the giant stone face moved, mouth opening, wider and wider, to make a huge black hole. And something was stirring inside the statue's mouth. Something was slithering up from its depths. "Come out," he smiled as he watched the enormous body hit the stone floor of the chamber. A serpent uncoiled itself from Slytherin's mouth. He stared at the titanic serpent as it stared back at him. If he had been anyone else, he would have been dead with a single look from the King of Serpents. But because he spoke in the language of snakes, Parseltongue, the basilisk didn't kill him with a gaze that could kill with a single glance. A translucent third eyelid covered its acid yellow eyes, blocking the innate magic that resided in the basilisk's eyes. The translucent eyelids were part of basilisk's biology, present there in case the snake didn't want to use its killing gaze. "You did well. Another mudblood down. Just like the great Slytherin wanted," he hissed at the snake. "More, kill, rip, blood." The basilisk hissed in reply. The basilisk was a dreadful and dangerous beast. A horrifying monster with dark green scales. That creature was a violent and bloodthirsty beast of titanic size. After being put to sleep inside the chamber for centuries, it wanted nothing but to get out and rampage. "More will come," he laughed. "As soon as I gain a body, we will reap lives of those who are inferior and unworthy." He laughed loudly and proclaimed, "Soon, I, Tom Marvolo Riddle, will return to this world as Lord Voldemort and take my rightful place as the ruler of wizardkind and beyond." But before that, Riddle took out a diary from his robes and spoke, "I want to know more about Harry Potter, the boy who lived. I want to know how a one-year-old babe took down my future." Riddle planned to get the diary to the boy, wanting to find more about him and what he possessed to defeat the Dark Lord. The basilisk hissed something that made Riddle chuckle in reply. "Yes, he will be quite fun to play with." He looked at the basilisk and recalled, "He has a mudblood girl in his entourage, we should go for her next." The basilisk hissed in horrid glee, thrashing its tail in delight. A boy and basilisk stood in a dreary chamber, planning to go after their next victim. "Oh boy, you have been eating a lot these past few weeks, haven't you?" asked Eddie as he looked to his side. "If you didn't eat with proper table manners, you would be indistinguishable from Marcus." Quinn ate another piece of sausage before speaking. "I have been feeling starved these past few weeks." He swallowed a mouthful of fries and continued, "It is like there is a bottomless pit in my stomach." I am here to tell you something, my friend. You can eat and eat and eat, but nothing will ever fill that void, spoke Marcus from across the table. You want a slice of banoffee pie? I feel you, brother, said Quinn, pointing his fork at Marcus, and, yes, I will take 2 slices. My sweet tooth is tingling. Quinn food moaned as he ate some of the banoffee pie that Marcus passed on to him. An orange hue developed on his nape as Quinn indulged himself in the delicious food. Maybe I should live in the kitchen with the house elves, thought Quinn as he nodded towards Marcus while pointing towards the dessert. This is damn good. The last few weeks had been brilliant for and to Quinn. He had found himself enjoying his student life, feeling that he was on cloud 7 all the time. He always had a skip in his step, a smile on his face, and joy in his words. He felt nothing could pull him down to earth. Quinn was sure that if the number of times he had broken into songs were stringed together, they would be enough for an entire script of a musical play. His magic had been improving every day at a visible rate, and Quinn couldn't be more excited than seeing his connection with his magic improve every other day. It was like he had been wearing weights all his life, and now they were removed. Casting spells was becoming easier, and his magic responded to him faster and smoother like never before. If his magic before the improvement was him pulling water out of well, and he had to work to mold his magic into spells, then right now, his magic was waiting for him to give a single command, and it would spring out with no effort. His magic was a servant waiting to fulfill his every whim. No adversity could make him feel helpless and hopeless. Spending time in Room of Requirement to destroy things was becoming his new hobby. If someone stumbled upon the Room of Requirements during Quinn's occupancy, they would have a heart attack by the sheer amount of destructive and dark magic remnants in the room. The pure exhilaration Quinn felt when he exerted his magic to annihilate everything in his way, a feeling beyond words. It made him feel powerful beyond measure. He felt empowered, it made him feel like he could do anything, and nothing was outside his capabilities. Quinn finished his meal, patting his belly in culinary satisfaction, and tap-danced his way outside the great hall. When Quinn turned a bend, a stone-faced blonde greeted him, scaring the shit out of him. Bloody hell. Quinn jumped back in shock as he stared at Daphne Greengrass standing there with her arms crossed. Hello, said Tracy, revealing herself from behind Daphne with a grin on her face and twinkled in her eye. She covered her mouth in laughter and commented, that was wicked fun. Yeah, it was wicked scary. You almost scared the soul out of my body. Quinn patted his heart and asked, what is it? Tracy stepped forward and asked, we were wondering if you would help us with a spell. We have been having some problems with the cast. Quinn quirked his brow and spoke, sure, I can help. What is the spell? It is the Suzanne Pull spell, replied Daphne. Her face was twisted in frustration and irritation. The spell had been giving her and Tracy a lot of problems. No matter how much they tried, the magic refused to operate properly. Quinn's eyes shined in joy. Oh boy, carpe retractum? The Suzanne Pull. He clapped his hands. Do you know it is one of my favorite spells? So, you will help us? Asked Daphne, surprising Quinn with her forwardness. She usually let Tracy do the talking, but right now, she was taking the lead. The truth was that Daphne didn't like things she couldn't figure out, and this spell had been giving her problems longer than she anticipated. All right, I will help out, said Quinn. I am free today, so do you want to start after classes? Yes, replied both the girls in unison. Perfect, then it is decided, smiled Quinn. We will meet after classes. Scene break. Daphne and Tracy entered the classroom in which the three had decided to meet and practice. There they saw Quinn sitting there on a stool. It looked like he hadn't noticed the 2 Slytherin girls enter the room. He was sitting there with a dazed look on his face, looking into the distance with a blank look on his face. Daphne and Tracy stilled for a moment and stared at Quinn with mild surprise. In the time they had known Quinn, they had never seen him like this, doing nothing and zoning out while sitting in a chair. Every time they had seen Quinn, he was doing something. Quinn would always have something to do, like read a book, or scribble or draw on a paper, or talking to someone, but never in their time had these two seen Quinn doing, well, nothing. Then there was the look in his eyes. The Quinn they knew always had a focused look in his eyes, like he was always thinking and on point, and the depth in his stone-grey orbs reflected the knowledge held in them. The current shallow and dazed was out of place for Quinn. And finally, the thing that stood out was Quinn's posture. No matter what the time, Quinn always sat with his back straight and shoulders back, but the Quinn in front of them had a slouch in his posture, his back was curved, and shoulders hunched slightly. It was so unusual that Daphne and Tracy felt worried for Quinn, seeing him so different from his usual self. There was a feeling of conflict rising inside them. There was a stark difference between this version of Quinn and the image of Quinn they had in their mind. Tracy stepped forward and carefully voiced, "Hey Quinn, are you alright?" Her words seemed to snap Quinn out of his daze as he turned his face to the duo. The two girls saw focus return to Quinn's eyes as he stood up from his stool, recognition flashing in his eyes. A smile bloomed on his face as he greeted them. "Good evening, you two. Now that you are here, let's get started." Daphne and Tracy stared at Quinn with another bout of shock at the sudden change in energy. Just a moment ago, Quinn looked like he could sit on his stool doing nothing but stare at the wall for hours, but the next second, he was on his feet, full of rigor and ready to get the practice session started. "Hey Quinn, are you sure you are all right?" asked Tracy, still worried about her friend. "We can do this another day if you aren't feeling well." Quinn turned his body towards them, a confused expression clear on his face, like he wasn't sure what Tracy was talking about. What do you mean? He chuckled. There is nothing wrong with me. In fact, I can't be feeling any better. Quinn clapped his hands and showed a confused wrinkle in his brows. Come on, let's get moving, or do you not want to learn? Tracy looked at Daphne and asked her best friend what to do with her eyes. Daphne turned to look at Quinn, who was peering at them with a confused look on his face, his hands raised, asking them what was happening. Daphne also felt a little worried about Quinn, but looking at him now, he looked normal. Let's start, said Daphne, announcing her decision to the other two in the room. That is the spirit, grinned Quinn. Okay, stand here. Yeah, side by side like that. Excellent. Daphne and Tracy stood side by side, standing close to one of the classroom's walls, and took out their wands at ready. Quinn, who had walked to the stool he was sitting at before, looked back and saw the two girls with their wands out. He waved his hands and spoke, all right, let's sheath the wands for just a minute or two. He picked up 2 ropes from the corner and walked to the girls, handing them each a rope. Quinn smiled when he saw the confused look on their faces. The Seize Pull spell produces a magical, retractable cord of light that could be used to pull objects towards the caster, or, if the target was fixed in place, to pull the caster towards the target. He pulled out his fake wand, and the ropes uncurled into straight lines, another swing, and 2 iron weights transfigured on the ends of the ropes. The irons had substantial weight but weren't heavy enough for the girls to have difficulty pulling. So, you are going to be pulling when you Seize Pull spell, so it would be good if you know what does it feel like to pull something. He raised his hands when Daphne was about to speak. I know you know what it is like to pull things, but do it now so it is fresh in your mind. He walked between the 2 ropes and continued, I am making you pull these weights because if you do it now, you would remember it more vividly than ever before. Your brain knows that I am making you do it for the spell, so it would remember the sensation much more clearly. Now, pull on those ropes and get a clear feeling. He gestured towards the rope before stepping to the side. Go. The 2 girls looked skeptical at the exercise but did it anyway, putting both of their hands on the rope and then pulling at the iron weights. Let me ask you a question, spoke Quinn, gaining their attention. When you learn a spell, do you understand it better when you learn the mechanics behind it? When the professor explains what the spell is actually doing, does it help? Of course, that is obvious, replied Tracy, pulling on the rope. Quinn nodded and explained, understanding and comprehension are an essential part of the magic. If you understand what you are doing, things get a lot easier, much simpler. He raised his fake wand and pointed it at his other open palm, and a miniature version of Quinn in ice appeared on his palm. Knowing means having control over what you are doing, and control in lack of better words is good. He walked in between the 2 girls and faced the same way they did. The Seize Pull spell is a retractable cord, so while you won't be pulling and your magic would be doing the work for you. Quinn raised his fake wand and shot out a red-yellow cord of light at the opposing wall. The end of the cord attached itself to the wall, sticking to the surface. Daphne and Tracy looked at the end attached to the wall to Quinn, who put his hand on the cord, and their eyes widened when they saw the cord detached from the wand tip and rest in Quinn's hand. How are you doing that? Exclaimed Daphne. You can't detach the cord from the wand. That should break the spell. If you know what you are doing. If you understand the mechanics, Quinn cracked a smile, you will have control over what you are doing. He pulled on the cord, and girls could see it taut because of the pull. Now, that was enough. Quinn waved his fake wand, the weights vanished, and the ropes curled up. Let's see you girls try it. He took a step back, giving space to the girl. Carpe retractum is the incantation, and the wand movement is in the shape of V. Now, off you go. The 2 girls readied their wands, pointed them at the wall, and cast. Carpe retractum. 2 flimsy cords of light shot out of their wands, darting towards the wall, but fell down to the floor before reaching it. The 2 turned back to look at Quinn, and the older Ravenclaw just said, both of you have to be more aggressive, provide more magic, and if I am right, you guys should focus more on the wall. The spell would conjure the cord for you, you need to want the cord to go to the wall. Here, look at this, said Quinn stepping forward and pointing his fake wand at the stool. A thick cord of light shot out of his wand and wrapped around the bar stool in the distance. See, I made the cord wrap around the bar stool. It usually sticks, but because I wanted it to wrap around the target. You have to be clear about what you are doing. He gestured to them to try again. The 2 girls raised their wands, and as Quinn instructed, they focused more on the wall. Both wanted their cords to stick to the wall in front of them. Carpe retractum. 2 cords of light exploded out of their wands and darted towards the wall. Both cords reached the wall and stuck to the surface. Daphne's cord was faster than Tracy's and struck the wall first. Excellent, well done, congratulated Quinn, but, hold it, don't stop the spell. He stepped forward, walking halfway to the opposing wall. H flicked both the cord to check them the tangibility and pulled on them to see the adhesive quality at the end. He nodded before turning to them. All right, everything seems good. Tracy, you have to work on getting the cord faster to the target, but you're stuck more firmly to the wall. He turned to Daphne and remarked, Daphne, you had a great launch, but you need to work on the tangibility of your cord. It looks like it would snap if there is too much weight at the end. Scene break. Quinn met with Daphne and Tracy a couple more times to walk them through the spell. Today, we are going to pull on stuff, Quinn said, standing in front of the 2 girls. Did you 2 practice in your own time? We did, the girls replied. All right, then let's move on. He pointed to the 2 bar stools and said, aim at the bar stools and pull them towards you. Wands at ready. he instructed while stepping out of the way, "Go nuts." Red-yellow cords of light darted to the bar stools and adhered to the wood. The girls had enough practice with the spell and could stick the cords to the target with outstanding success. Quinn silently watched from the side, observing them cast the magic, trying to pull the bar stool towards them, but their efforts were giving irregular success at best. "You guys are pulling your arms back to pull. Don't do that," spoke Quinn as he stepped forward and pointed at their arms. "The magic is a retractable cord. You don't have to physically pull on the cord, you have to retract it." Quinn put his hand and took out a standard yellow retractable tape measure, showing it to the girls. It was one of the things that resided in Quinn's robes. "Take this for an example." He pulled the metallic tape measure out of its casing. "Now, observe," he continued and released the tape, and the girls watched as the yellow metal strip rushed back inside the casing. "It is something like this," said Quinn, "this what you call retractable. You need to suck in the magical cord back into your wand." He walked to their front and grinned mischievously. Taking out his fake wand, he pointed it at Tracy and shot out the cord of Cezanne pull spell. The cord wrapped around her. Tracy let out a surprised yelp before she screamed when she was pulled towards Quinn, who caught her with his arms and spun her around in circles, while Tracy laughed in fun with little fear mixed in. Quinn widely grinned as he put Tracy down, who walked unsteadily because of the dizziness and walked like a drunk person. Daphne shifted her gaze from Tracy to Quinn and saw the grin, and her eyes widened in realization. "Oh no, you don't dash," but she was late as Quinn had already shot a Cezanne pull cord towards her. She let out a similarly startled yelp when she was pulled towards Quinn. Unlike Tracy, she wasn't spun around circles and was held close to Quinn. He took her waist with his hands, holding her close to him. When she looked up towards Quinn's face, she saw a smile different from Quinn's usual smile. She saw Quinn raise his hand and tuck a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. "If you weren't a second year, I would have invited you out to Hogsmeade," she heard Quinn speak. "What a pity." He pulled her closer for a second before letting her go and moving to Tracy, helping her stand up. She had sat down because of the dizziness. Daphne Greengrass stood in a distracted daze, thinking about what had just happened. She didn't know what to make of the interaction she just had with Quinn. One thing was for sure, she wouldn't be forgetting about this for a long time. After 5 lessons in 2 weeks, Quinn trained Daphne and Tracy in the Cezanne pull to the point that they could pull it off every single time flawlessly. Their original flimsy cords had thickened to something respectable, and they could pull anything with reasonable weight towards them without breaking a sweat. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Ivy Potter were planning an infiltration operation into the Slytherin house common room by employing the miraculous polyjuice potion. The potion allowed a person to change their appearance to someone else's, and all it took was a strand of their hair. The 4 Gryffindor stood in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, gathered around the stall that issued thick black smoke while Hermione stirred the cauldron full of bubbling, glutinous potion. "Does everyone have the hairs of their targets?" asked Hermione. When the other 3 nodded, Hermione continued, "Good, now we need to separate the potion into the 4 glasses and add the hairs." While Hermione poured the polyjuice potion into goblets, Ivy spoke up. "I sneaked these spare robes out of the laundry," throwing a sack on the floor. "We will need robes with Slytherin trims, so wear these before exiting here." The 4 of them stared into the cauldron. Close up, the potion looked like thick, dark mud, bubbling sluggishly. "I'm sure I've done everything right," said Hermione, nervously rereading the splotched page of Mist Potent Potions. "It looks like the book says it should. Once we've drunk it, we'll have exactly an hour before we change back into ourselves." Hermione handed the goblets to her 3 friends and instructed, "Add your hairs to the goblets." The 4 added the hair into the bubbling goblets and watched as the potion hissed loudly like a boiling kettle and frothed madly. Harry Potter added Gregory Goyle's hair strand into his potion and watched as it turned into khaki color. Ron Weasley added Vincent Crabbe's hair strand into his goblet and the potion frothed before turning a dark, murky brown. Hermione Granger dropped a strand of hair from Tracy Davis into hers and it turned into a lilac color. At last, Ivy Potter inserted a blonde strand from the head of Daphne Greengrass and watched as an icy blue color spread through the potion. "Now, get into the stalls and down them," said Ivy. "Don't drink them out here and change before drinking because your clothes won't fit." "Good call," commented Ron, picking a set of clothes from the sack, and the others followed. Careful not to spill a drop of their polyjuice potion, the Golden Squad slipped into their individual stalls. "Ready," called out Harry. "Ready," came Ron's, Hermione's, and Ivy's reply. 1, 2, 3 pinching their noses, the 4 chugged down their potion in 2 to 3 gulps. There were groans and grunts from all 4 people before there was silence, followed by gasps of shock, and finally, the rustling of clothes could be heard at the end. 3 people came out at the same time and looked at each other with a stunned expression. "This is unbelievable," said Ron, approaching the mirror and prodding Crabbe's flat nose. "Unbelievable." His voice was exactly the same as Crabbe's, and it surprised Ron a lot. "This is wicked and jarring at the same time," Goyle's low rasp of a voice issued from Harry's mouth. The 2 transformed boys turned their heads to look at Ivy, who had altered into Daphne Greengrass, watching herself in a broken mirror with a complicated expression on her face. Harry, Goyle, and Ron, Crabbe, watched with wide eyes as Ivy, Daphne, exhaled before an expressionless look took its place on Daphne Greengrass's face. "Wow," exclaimed Ron, "she looks exactly like her." If Ron didn't know that the girl in front of her was Ivy, he would have bet his entire pocket money on Daphne Greengrass standing in front of him. Harry silently watched his sister put on the same expression as Daphne. He could understand the complicated look before the expressionless face. His twin sister and Daphne Greengrass did have a complicated relationship. "Are you sure that Greengrass and Davis won't walk in on us?" asked Harry. While Harry and Ron had put Crabbe and Goyle to sleep with mild sleeping potions, Tracy and Daphne were still awake and in the castle. Ivy stared at Daphne's face in the mirror for a while before replying. At this time, Tracy and Daphne are in the library doing their homework. Those two follow this schedule without fail. She paused before continuing. She is quite methodical about it. She sighed before speaking. "We have plenty of time before those two will return to the Slytherin common room, so we don't have to worry about them." Harry nodded before noticing that Hermione wasn't out of her stall. "Hermione, come on, we need to go," he called out while banging on Hermione's door. A high-pitched voice answered him. I don't think I'm going to come after all. You go on without me." "Hermione, we know Tracy Davis differs greatly from you, but no one's going to know it's you dash." "No, really, I don't think I'll come." "You three hurry up, you are wasting time dash," said Hermione in a weirdly high-pitched voice. Harry looked at Ron, bewildered. "That looks more like Goyle," said Ron. "That's how he looks every time a teacher asks him a question." "Hermione, are you okay?" asked Ivy through the door. "Fine, I'm fine. Go on," came Hermione's response. Ivy looked at her watch. 5 of their precious 60 minutes had already passed. "We will meet you back here, all right," she said. And so Harry, Goyle, Ron, Crabbe, and Ivy, Daphne, were off to the Slytherin house common room. Scene break. Harry, Goyle, and Ron, Crabbe, walked ahead while Ivy, Daphne, walked a distance behind them because Daphne Greengrass wouldn't hang out, much less walk with the dumb duo of Slytherin. The three went down the marble staircase. All they needed now was a Slytherin that they could follow to the Slytherin common room, but there was nobody around. "Any ideas?" muttered Harry. Harry and Ron didn't know where the Slytherin common room was located in the dungeons. "The Slytherins always come up to breakfast from over there," said Ron, nodding at the entrance to the dungeons. The words had barely left his mouth when a boy with black hair emerged from the entrance. "Excuse me," said Ron, hurrying up to her. "We've forgotten the way to our common room." Ivy, Daphne, who just turned the bend, looked at the duo and frowned. What in the world are those two doing? She heard the last part of the sentence and had the urge to slap her forehead and then beat the two with a beater's bat. They didn't know the location of Slytherin common room, thought Ivy. Of course, they didn't. Ugh, these idiots. The Ravenclaw boy looked at them with interest and chuckled. "I beg your pardon." He pointed at his tie and trims on his robes. "Our common room? I'm a Ravenclaw. You guys must be really dumb." The Ravenclaw boy laughed till tears were coming out of his eyes. He looked them straight in their eyes and said, "Don't get lost, all right?" Ivy felt embarrassed at her twin brother and their friend, not only because they jumped into the plan without knowing the first part and because the person who was laughing at them was the one person who she didn't want them to be embarrassed in front of. The Ravenclaw with black hair had stone-gray eyes, and there was only one Ravenclaw with those features. "Quinn West," groaned Ivy. She watched as Harry and Ron hurried down the stone steps into the darkness, their footsteps echoing particularly loudly as Crabbe's and Goyle's huge feet hit the floor. Quinn chuckled as he watched the two climb down to the dungeon and turned back to see Daphne standing there, and his eyes flashed. "Greengrass," he waved and smiled. "Fancy meeting you here." Ivy, Daphne, froze when she saw Quinn walked towards her but quickly gathered herself and spoke in a Daphne-esque fashion. "Quinn. Where is Tracy?" asked Quinn, looking behind her. "You two are usually together." "She is in the library." "She was behind on her homework," replied Ivy. Daphne. "Oh, is that so?" said Quinn. He thought of something and looked worried. Is it because of the Duro transfiguration spell? Did she spend too much time practicing the spell? Quinn sounded apologetic and continued, "We have been practicing it a lot together. Maybe we should pull back a little." Ivy, who didn't know about what Quinn was speaking, just nodded. "How about you?" asked Quinn. "Are you comfortable transfiguring various materials into stone?" "Of course," spoke Ivy, imitating Daphne. "It wasn't that difficult after I understood it." She replied such that even though her expression remained unchanged, her voice portrayed pride. Quinn smiled and then seemed to recall something. "Before I forget. I got the thing that you wanted." He put his hands in his robes, and the thing that came out was his wand. Ivy's, Daphne's, eyes widened as she felt ropes conjure around her and tightened around her body. The ropes pulled her back, and she was slammed against the wall. The next second, the wall behind her transfigured into a liquid form, covered her entire body, and hardened to trap her inside. "What are you doing?" shrieked Ivy, Daphne, looking angry and furious. "You are not Daphne Greengrass." Quinn looked at her. She felt his eyes were looking right through her. "So, who are you?" "At novel bin at. "What bloody nonsense are you talking about?" she screamed, feeling panic bubbling inside her. Quinn peered at her and said, "You see, when I called you Greengrass, you didn't show any reaction." Ivy felt confused at the statement, but Quinn cleared it for her. "Recently, I switched the way I address her. I call her Daphne now," Quinn explained. She would roll her eyes at the start, but now she doesn't even bat an eye. With her personality, she would definitely quip at me reverting back to her family name. "Next, we never practiced the Duro spell, so that gave you away," said. That was the second strike. Ivy was the full force of panic and couldn't think of anything to speak or rebuke. And, the last strike is this. Quinn raised his hand to reveal a wand in his hand. This isn't Daphne's wand. Ivy's eyes almost popped out, and she nearly screamed at Quinn to return her wand back. When did he take it from me? Thought Ivy. So, you clearly not Daphne Greengrass. Which prompts the question, if you are not Daphne, then who are you? Quinn spoke as he looked at the wand in his hand. A sound came out of him as he narrowed his eyes and then looked up at Daphne look-alike. You know, now that I remember. There was a break-in in Professor Snape's potion ingredient storage. Now that I see you in the form of Daphne, the stolen ingredients were of the polyjuice potion, weren't they? A wide smirk formed on his face as he said, Professor Snape would be delighted if he found who stole his things. Ivy, in the form of Daphne, paled. The charges on her would be stealing from a professor, impersonating another student without their permission, intent to infiltrate another house's common room. This could very well end up in expulsion. She could clearly imagine how her mother and father would feel if this got out. But it seemed that her capturer wasn't done as he dropped another bombshell on her. Plus, I am now sure that Crabbe and Goyle I just saw now weren't the real one, said Quinn. Those two are dumb, but not enough to forget the location of a place they have been living in for 1.5 years. He stared into her eyes and raised the wand. So, Ms. Ivy Potter, tell me what should I do with you? Ivy was beyond the point of shock and panic, and a strange clarity filled her. How did you know it is me? Quinn pointed at her wand. I remember this wand. I remember it from the dueling club. He pointed at his temple and smirked. You see, I have an excellent memory. He raised his hand to point in behind towards the dungeon entrance. I am willing to bet good money that those two were Harry Potter and Ronald Weasley. His smirk widened. Now, imagine what would happen if I alert Professor Snape that 2 Gryffindors are inside the Slytherin common room. After the flying car incident, this would definitely kick those two out of the school. Ivy was once again back to feeling massive panic. Her father had faced a lot of criticism because of Harry's action at the start of the year. James Potter was an Auror, and one of their responsibilities was to maintain the international statute of secrecy. It did not look good when one of his children was caught breaking the same code that could reveal the existence of magic to the world. I am willing to forget all of this if you owe me a huge favor. He tapped her nose before continuing. I am willing to spare your brother's reputation by letting all of this go. He is already suffering because of the whole air of Slytherin, and if he gets expelled, no matter what the reason, people would believe they sacked him for all the petrifications. Ivy was sure that she was about to die from shock. Harry's reputation was already at rock bottom because of the ridiculous rumor. She was sure that if the situation was given time, then Harry's reputation would improve. But right now, it would ruin Harry Potter, and in turn Potter family's reputation. Quinn stood straighter and spoke in a deeper voice. So, what is your decision, Potter Princess? Ivy gulped before nodding. She had no choice but to agree. All right, I will do whatever you want. So don't reveal any of this. Quinn hummed with a bright smile before turning stern. Don't try to refuse this later because it will not go the way you want to. Do you understand? Ivy nodded with a hard expression. Say that you understand. I understand, she spat out. Good, said Quinn, and the wall went back to normal, and the ropes restraining her also loosened before vanishing. Quinn patted her cheek before saying, now, go hide until the effects of the potion wear off. Daphne is my friend, and I don't want a lookalike roaming around. He pointed at the wall behind her. Your wand is right there. When Ivy looked back, she saw her wand stuck to the wall. It will come off in half a minute, said Quinn. Now, while it was good profiting off you, I am busy person, so I would take my leave. Quinn softly smiled before walking away, leaving Ivy stunned, looking between Quinn's retreating and her wand stuck to the wall. Her thoughts were that this operation went nothing like she was expecting. Hers and Hermione's plan had been dismantled within minutes. They had thought that it would be a fairly straightforward plan for them to get the information from Draco, but the plan had failed before it even started. Hermione, for some reason, didn't come with them. Quinn West had caught her, restrained her, and had revealed her identity. Plus, he had forced her into being under his debt. She didn't know how Ron and Harry were doing without her to guide them. Those two fools didn't even know the location of the Slytherin common room. Quinn West came in like a cool breeze and left like a terrifying typhoon. She would later find out that even though Harry and Ron had successfully gained entry to the Slytherin common room and had talked to Draco Malfoy, it turned out that Malfoy wasn't the one to open the Chamber of Secret. So, they were back to square one. And not to mention the accident Hermione had with the polyjuice potion and had gained a tail. When Ivy Potter found all of this, she, without an ounce of doubt and hesitation, classified this mission as a big fat failure. Scene break. Harry Potter heavily sighed as he walked toward the bathroom. He wasn't in a great mood. The entire school was literally against him and considered him the next Dark Lord. Everyone blamed him for the petrification of the Muggle-born students. And because of it, he was being avoided like the plague. Before, everyone would become noisy when he entered, but now, they would quiet down and avert their eyes so that they wouldn't catch his eyes. There were select few people he could spend time with, and now one of them was stuck in the hospital wing because she added the wrong hair into her polyjuice potion. Harry and Hermione quarreled a lot, but Harry seriously considered her to be one of his closest friends because of all the help she was last year. And, people who faced a troll and deadly obstacles together were bound to develop some camaraderie. This year was the same. Hermione was the one to come up with the Polyjuice plan despite her love of rules and authority, showing that she treasured their friendship. His twin sister as well was acting weird and looked stressed about something since the whole Polyjuice plan. She didn't join them inside the Slytherin common room because someone stopped her, she didn't specify who. When he asked what was wrong, she said that nothing was wrong and she was just stressed about Hermione and the Chamber of Secrets, but Harry could tell that there was something else. He stopped push when she started to get irritated and had left the matter alone. Finally, Ron was well. Ron. While he laughed at Hermione's furry appearance, Harry could tell that his best friend was worried about their friend. Harry, somewhere in his heart, blamed himself for dragging them in all this mess, and now all of them were stressed and worried. While Harry was brooding about his depressing thoughts, collided with someone and yelled, "Hey, watch it, man." But the other person didn't even look at him or say sorry and just ran off. "Jerk," muttered Harry, and when he turned to walk, his foot kicked something. He looked down to see a small thin book with a shabby black cover. Harry picked it up and turned back to return it, but the person had already run off and out of his sight. Lowering his eyes to examine the thin book, Harry saw at once that it was a diary, and the faded year on the cover told him it was 50 years old. He opened it, and on the first page of the diary, Harry could barely read out the name T.M. Riddle written in smudged ink. When he turned the pages, and there were no words written on the pages. In the quiet and eerie corridor stood the lone figure of Harry Potter, staring at the black diary clutched in his hand with an unblinking gaze. It was a rare moment of peace in the last few months as Quinn laid in the cool grass looking up at the sky. The past few months had been a roller coaster for Quinn. His magic has been going through rapid change, not only in quantity but also in control. There were many types of magic that Quinn didn't think were possible for him for a couple of years were now within his grasps. His magic did his bidding with no complaints, and almost every day, dummies and targets of the room and requirements would get annihilated into smithereens. The restricted section of Hogwarts library had also proven to be helpful. The thing about the room of requirement was that it had been hidden for so long that nobody knew how it operated, and as such, no one knew how to add books to it. The books and tomes in the room of requirement's knowledge base were extremely old. The books were from the founder's time, and as far as Quinn could tell, they weren't updated from that time, which meant that the room of requirement was missing out on a millennium's worth of advancements in magic. The room of requirements had a lot of knowledge that would be classified as lost knowledge. Lost knowledge was the knowledge about fields of magic lost to the magical civilization with time, but the thing about that lost magical knowledge from room of requirements was that a lot of it was too complex for Quinn. While Quinn's magical prowesses grew at an unprecedented rate, his knowledge about magic didn't experience a similar boost. He was still building his magical knowledge step by step. So, the restricted section of Hogwarts library came in as resourceful because Hogwarts did a decent job at supplementing their library with new books throughout the ages. Quinn did notice that even though there was a lot of information about magic that could be hazardous if not handled or properly understood, there was nothing too crazy in the library. Dumbledore moderating the books in the library was one of Quinn's theories. Another theory was that Hogwarts was a school for children who came here to learn to control their magic. Those children might not need books that delved into high-level complexities about magic. As such, the Hogwarts administration never thought of buying books above a certain level. The magical world and not just magical Britain didn't have a university system for higher education. Instead, it followed an apprentice system to gain higher knowledge about magic. You could buy high-level magic knowledge for the right price, but most people only did it when they gained a master to apprentice under because magic grew more and more dangerous as you dove deeper into its mysteries. Researching esoteric magic without guidance could be fatal, and as such, people needed some form of teaching to get started. The restricted section of Hogwarts library had some fascinating books and tomes. Quinn had been quite busy greedily researching knowledge that would supplement what he already knew. In Quinn's eyes, Lockhart had finally done something worthwhile with his life by signing the permission note to the restricted section for him. Between studying, having fun, and enjoying himself, Quinn had been quite busy. Today, he found himself free from everything, lying down in the grass looking at the white clouds slowly floating in the sky. He felt as free as the clouds he was gazing at. Quinn didn't feel angry when he looked at Lockhart's stupid face. He didn't feel elated when he received the weekly sales report of Lockhart goods. His daily run didn't leave him so tired that he wanted to sleep the entire day. He didn't randomly make his way to the kitchen to stuff his face with food. Last night's dueling lesson didn't inspire superiority inside Quinn. His eyes didn't immediately follow a group of older girls when they walked by, looking all nice. And he didn't feel the weekly bout of jealousy at Madame Hooch's excellent broom riding skill. But, even with his calm, Quinn didn't question his behavior this entire school year. He didn't even think that something was wrong with his behavior. To him, his year had been like a fun roller coaster, but nothing wrong. At novel bin at. It was a peaceful day, and while Quinn enjoyed the time he was having for the past few months, he enjoyed this calm and quiet day. Quinn peacefully smiled and spoke without looking to his side. "So, how have you been finding Hogwarts?" he asked his companion, who laid in the grass with him, similarly looking at the clouds, or at least he thought she was. "It is fun, but I think Nargles took some of my belongings," said the girl beside him. "They are known to be quite the naughty thieves." Quinn's eyes narrowed, and he felt a bout of anger climb up into his mind. While she thought Nargles were stealing her stuff, Quinn knew better. "Do you want me to help?" he offered, a nasty grin forming on his face. If you leave it up to me, then Nargles would return your stuff and never, ever, and I mean it, never will they steal your stuff ever again. One word from her, and he would tear those shitheads apart, enjoying every single moment of the process. Luna Lovegood turned her head to face him and spoke, "No, it is fine. The Nargles will return my stuff. They might be naughty, but they won't go overboard." Quinn pursed his lips and took a deep breath to curb his anger, imagining it draining into the vast ground below him. "All right, but if the Nargles ever disturb you too much, tell it to me." Quinn spoke seriously. "I will take care of them." "Aha, I will call you," spoke Luna, raising her hand towards the sky as if trying to grab the clouds in her grasp. The anger finally left him, and Quinn closed his eyes, feeling the ground below him. He channeled magic into the ground around him and focused on the grass below and around him. It was a unique sensation of his magic covering thousands of blades of grass, filling them with energy, providing them with another source of vitality other than the sunlight from the glorious sun, the giver of life. "Feels good," thought Quinn, a calm bliss spreading through his body and mind. He tapped into his magic core, and more ground was saturated with his magic. Quinn's magic did nothing to the ground or the grass. He didn't make his magic do anything. He was just extending his magic, nothing more or nothing less. But, in a few years, there would be a few trees growing here in the same spot, a holly tree, the tree of luck, a rowan tree, the wizard's tree, and an alder tree, the fairy's favorite tree. The relaxed boy didn't know that last night, the stars in the night sky had aligned in a special arrangement, providing him ease against the condition he was facing. A condition he knew nothing about or even knew that he had said condition. It was just the calm before the storm. Scene break. Ivy Potter looked outside the window in her dorm room. She shared the dorm room with Parvati Patil, Lavender Brown, and Hermione Granger. The presence of the four girls divided the room into four different styles. Parvati's section was all girly and a little messy. Lavender's section was similarly girly pink but a lot cleaner than her best friend's. Hermione's side was filled with books and faintly smelled of parchment and ink. Her part of the room was practical. She had textbooks but didn't have as much as Hermione. Her room was neater than Lavender's but less than Hermione's. She also possessed things that a normal teenage girl would have but didn't go overboard like Parvati. Distinct from her roommates, Ivy had many pictures of her friends and family on her side's walls and table. Many happy memories were captured in the framed photos, all of them magically charmed to move, showing the happiness of the moments. The redhead's mind was filled with thoughts about the past few months. Ever since the day she and her friends have drunk polyjuice potion to get some answers, things had gone downhill. She was caught and blackmailed into owing an enormous debt to a guy she didn't want to owe anything at all. Ivy had felt helpless when he took her wand, even without her knowing, and trapped her inside a wall. Hermione had mixed Tracy Davis's pet cat's hair into her polyjuice potion, and it caused a reaction, turning her into a furry cat girl. Ivy's best friend had to spend a lot of time in the hospital wing, hiding from others. Her brother had found a diary with the initials TM Riddle. Ron had led them to the trophy room to show that the guy was a head boy and won an award from the school for his meritorious services. The same diary had given them a clue about the Chamber of Secrets. It turned out Tom Riddle had gotten the award because he caught the person who opened the Chamber of Secret 50 years ago. Shockingly, it was someone she knew. Rubius Hagrid, the gamekeeper at Hogwarts, and one of her dear friends had opened the Chamber of Secrets when he was attending Hogwarts. But, ever since getting the diary, Harry had gotten quiet and talked little to anybody and spent a lot of time alone. He wrote in the diary a lot, apparently talking to Tom Riddle's diary was her brother's newest obsession. But that all changed when Harry lost the diary and became irritable, taking out his anger on random people in Gryffindor. He looked for the diary a lot but couldn't find anything. Eventually, he stopped looking for the diary, and his behavior improved, but he still acted as the world owed him money. Just when Ivy thought things were improving, another attack happened, and they found a Muggleborn Ravenclaw girl petrified in one of the bathrooms, lying on the floor. She was found the next day after a search when she didn't show up for any classes. Then things took another dip for the worse because the minister came for Hagrid and took him away because of all the petrifications. On top of all that, Malfoy and the Board of Governors suspended Dumbledore from his position as the headmaster. Then her brother and Ron did something stupid and went into the Forbidden Forest and almost got killed by Hagrid's deadly human flesh-loving pet, Aragog the Acromantula. An acromantula was a giant magical species of spider. They were spiders the size of cart horses, 8-eyed, 8-legged, black, hairy, and gigantic. Ivy, hearing her name broke her away from her thoughts, and when she looked back, she saw her best friend, a worried look on her face. "Yes?" asked Ivy, turning her body to face Hermione. "What is happening? You have been looking stressed in the last few days," asked Hermione, moving closer and sitting on Ivy's bed. Ivy looked down at her hands, contemplating something before looking up at Hermione and saying, I think I know who opened the Chamber of Secrets." Ivy carefully spoke, thinking about her every word. "I am not completely sure, but I think I know the identity of heir of Slytherin." Hermione's eyes widened to the size of golf balls, and her brows disappeared up her hairline. "Who is it?" Ivy gulped before saying, "I think it is Quinn West." Hermione's wide eyes immediately turned into a frown. "Ivy, I know you don't like him, but you can't just blame Dash." Ivy grabbed Hermione's hand and cut Hermione off. "I am not saying this because I don't like him. I have some reasons behind the accusation." "And what are they?" Ivy looked uncomfortable for a second before steeling herself and revealing the thing she had kept a secret. The day we used the polyjuice potion, do you remember how I said I didn't make it to the Slytherin common room because I got caught up in something? Hermione nodded, not knowing where this was going. Well, West was the one who caught me, said Ivy and watched Hermione gasp. Everybody knew that Quinn West was Daphne Greengrass's friend. If Ivy met Quinn while she was transformed into Daphne, then Ivy confirmed her doubts. He immediately recognized me and then trapped me. Ivy gritted her teeth and continued. He trapped me in a dim wall and took away my wand after a simple exchange of words. Hermione could see the anger and frustration in Ivy's eyes as she continued. It was like he already knew I wasn't Daphne even before we talked. Every sentence he spoke was a test to see if I was Daphne. Ivy told Hermione about their conversation before Ivy was trapped. How did he know I wasn't Daphne with a single look? He then somehow deduced that Crabbe and Goyle were Ron and Harry. It made me think, what if heir of Slytherin could tell if a student was from Slytherin house or not? Ivy put down her theory. West saw us and immediately could tell we weren't Slytherin students and were just imposters. He blackmailed me into owing him a favor in exchange for not talking about the incident. Ivy heavily exhaled before saying, I agreed. Hermione squeezed her friend's hand and said, Ivy, I am sorry you had to go through that. She paused for a moment before continuing, but this is just a theory. Ivy shook her head and shifted in her spot. I know, but let me tell you about Mrs. Norris' petrification. Ivy explained what she saw that day. The look of recognition in Quinn's eyes and the relief while he saw the scene. It was like he already knew this was about to happen. Who else but the heir of Slytherin, the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets, would know about the attack? Hermione was about to say that this was still not enough and just Ivy's dislike for Quinn West clouding her judgment, but Ivy raised her hand and continued. Do you know West is famous for staying outside after curfew, said Ivy, elaborating on her reasoning. I asked around, and everybody in the Ravenclaw house knows that West stays outside after curfew. He only comes back later late in the night. She grabbed Hermione's shoulders and continued. He did it the entire last year, and from what I heard, he did it every day, and not once was he caught. Her voice raised as she continued. What if West was looking for the Chamber of Secrets the entire last year and found it? He didn't get caught because no one knew the chamber's location, and he stayed inside. And this year, he released Slytherin's monster. Ivy licked her lips and looked Hermione in the eye, and, I don't know how this adds up but do you remember about West's ring? Hermione frowned before nodding. Yes, the gold ring, what about it? He didn't have it last year, and he started wearing it this year. Ivy thought about the gold ring, which caught her attention every time she looked at Quinn West. What if the ring controls the Slytherin's monster? Listening to Ivy listing off points against Quinn West did make her believe her friends, at least somewhat. I don't know, Ivy, said Hermione. There are too many what ifs in there. I know. That is why I think that we should go to West's A.D office, said Ivy. He spends a lot of time in there. Maybe there is something in there. We may find something there that connects him to the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione bit on her lower lip, thinking about the petrified students. She didn't want any more to get petrified, so if they could find a lead, that would stop this. All right, I will go with you. She stood up and said, come on, we should tell the boys. Ivy grabbed her arm and stopped Hermione. No, we can't do that. The boys would be reckless and maybe even jump West without thinking. We should do this alone. Hermione needed no more convincing. Agreed. Let's do this alone. All right, when should we do this? We would need the third-year schedule for Ravenclaw. Hermione thought out loud. After that, we would need to find an hour when he has a class, and we don't, so we would have time to get in his office and exit without him knowing. Ivy felt relieved when Hermione started to build a plan. Hermione taking the lead to help her friends was normal, and currently, Ivy was craving normal. It was decided. Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger were going to break into the A.D office owned and operated by Quinn West. Eddie and Quinn headed towards the History of Magic classroom to attend another history lecture by Cuthbert Binns, the Professor Ghost of Hogwarts. What are we going to study? Asked Quinn. I stopped listening to him months ago. Today we are going to learn about one of the goblin leaders, answered Eddie. Trying to remember topics for today's lecture, I can't recall the name. It was something followed by a weapon. That brought a chuckled out Quinn. Isn't that most of them? Why does Hogwarts let Professor Binns teach after his death? Wondered Eddie. He clearly had an obsession with goblins. I mean, look at his classes. He rushes through anything that isn't goblin related and spends most of his time on the goblin rebellions. Quinn thought about the reasoning and could only come up with reasoning. Hogwarts is a school. Professors are its employees, so maybe they keep letting Binns teach because they don't need to pay him. A ghost doesn't have the use of money. Plus, as far as I know, no law states that ghosts need to be paid. Quinn nodded as he looked at Eddie. Yeah, I guess that is it. So, money is the reason, huh? Eddie held his chin with his hand. Never thought about that. Maybe you are right. Quinn bumped Eddie with his shoulder and spoke. Maybe before we graduate from Hogwarts, we would exorcise Professor Binns and save the future generation from boredom incarnate. Eddie wagged his finger in disagreement. And, take away the 1 hour of practically free time from them? I don't think so. Maybe you are right, laughed Quinn. After a while, everything Binns speaks turns into white background noise. Exactly. Eddie and Quinn laughed as they entered the History of Magic classroom. Scene break. Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger walked at a fair distance away from Quinn West, following him, tailing their prime suspect. Both girls watched Quinn and his friend laughing and joking around like it was any other day. Ivy grabbed Hermione's arms when they reached the corridor with the History of Magic classroom and hurriedly whispered, "As soon as the class starts, we are going to run to the A.I.D classroom." Hermione nodded and hid behind a pillar, waiting for the class to start so that they could sneak into the A.I.D classroom turned office. "Do you know what is behind the glass wall in there?" asked Hermione as they waited. Ivy shook her and replied, "I tried to ask around, but nobody knows what is behind the glass. Everybody has only ever seen the office part." Both she and Hermione had only been to the A.I.D office once, but they clearly remembered the glass wall. The glass was heavily frosted, so not much visible through the wall panel. "Maybe we would find something in there," said Ivy. "There was a door built into the wall, so we know there is something in there." She was anxious about what they were about to do. The Polyjuice plan didn't cause her this much anxiety because they knew Draco was an idiot. But Quinn West? He was an entirely different ballgame. Quinn West was a smart person. Ivy could still remember the first time he had warned them about the stone's defenses or when he refused to admit that he had been in the chambers, even though he clearly knew what was inside. When he caught her, Quinn West exactly knew what he was doing. His words and demeanor reflected his end goal, and that was to bring her under his debt, which he succeeded in doing without breaking a beat. There always had been a sense of mystery around Quinn West, and today would be the day she would remove the curtain of the mystery away from him. "Ivy, let's go," she heard Hermione speak. "The class has started." Hermione's words snapped Ivy out of her thoughts. She looked at the empty corridor and could hear the faint sound of Bin droning about goblins and one of the early rebellions. "Let's go." Scene break. Eddie and Quinn sat side by side, a deck of mini cards spread on the table in front of them. The cards were regularly sized, but Quinn had shrunk them to fit on the somewhat narrow table. The two boys played the game: concentration, matching pairs, match, match up, memory, Pelmanism, Shinkei Sojaku, Pexaso, or anything you wanted to call the game. The game was simple. All the cards were laid face down on the table, and 2 cards were flipped face up over each turn. The object of the game is to turn over pairs of matching cards. "You know you never win this game," whispered Quinn, "yet you still challenge me to this every so often. Why is that? You do know that we can play something else instead." He had his cheek resting on his palm, with his elbow on the table, looking like a standard laid-back fellow. "One day, I will win against you," said Eddie, flipping over 2 similar cards, gaining a point for himself, "and when that day comes, victory will be that much sweeter. Oh, Merlin, it will be glorious, and you will rue the day." A low scoff came from Quinn before he spoke. "The only way you can beat me at this to drug me till I am doozy and then challenge me." He turned a pair of similar cards and gained a point, followed by another identical pair, gaining yet another point for himself. "Yeah, that is my last option. My plan Z is to speak," spoke Eddie as he hovered his hand over the cards, deciding which one to flip. "If I don't win till we are in our 7th year, I am going to hand you the dessert you like with tons of potion mixed in and then challenge you to a game." Quinn stared at his friend with stunned silence. "That won't be a genuine victory, you know. So, it is your fault. Who told you to be so good at this game?" Scene break. Ivy and Hermione reached the west corner corridor of the 5th floor. This hallway was where the A.I.D office lived, right on the main corridor, so it was easy to find. The 2 girls stood in front of the door to the classroom turned office. They stared at it for a few seconds before Hermione took action. She took out her wand and pointed it at the door lock. Alohomora. The whisper of the incantation left her mouth accompanied by an invisible spell light to the door lock. Hermione's eye twitched when the door didn't unlock. She turned to Ivy and spoke. "He has charmed it against the unlocking spell." She bit her lower lip, just like Professor Flitwick did in the stone's defenses. "I thought he might do that." So, the redhead put her hands in her robe pocket and revealed a key in her head. "I swiped the key from Filch's key hoop. He has keys to all the rooms in the castle." The redhead, green-eyed Potter looked proud as she inserted the key into the lock hole and turned it to unlock the door. There was a click before the lock released the door from its bindings. She held the doorknob and looked at Hermione before pushing the door to enter inside. Scene break. Inside the History of Magic classroom, Quinn inhaled a deep breath and sat up straight in his chair, his eye wide open as he stared straight ahead. The ward on the front door of his office triggered itself. Someone had just opened the front door and entered his office. It was a simple sensory ward used on doors and entrances that warned the caster if someone opened the door and entered. The ward was simple to cast and had a simple yet elegant function, plus the ward had an added hidden ability which made it moderately problematic to detect. Of course, it did have its disadvantages. The ward once found was easy to dismantle or bypass without the caster's knowledge. But that didn't matter right now because, with a flash of red on his nape, Quinn felt anger building inside him as someone had just broken into his office. Quinn didn't know who it was, but that didn't matter. He hadn't done anything to warrant a spot check from the professors if the intruder was a faculty member. They had no proper justification for going through his stuff. This was the better scenario because he couldn't do anything drastic against the professors. But, if it was not a faculty member, which meant it was a student, and if the intruder was indeed a student, then they didn't know what was good for them. Cause there was a f-ing storm going to rain down on their bloody heads. The red on Quinn's deepened as he thought about the intruder in his office. "I have to know who it is," fumed Quinn. He needed to get out of here. Neither the office nor the workshop had currently any defenses set up that stopped people from going in if they really tried to break in. He had removed the shock on the doorknob because he was afraid that someone would get shocked while he was not in the office and it might get the professors involved. Even though the A.I.D cards clearly stated if he has in or out of the office, the reality wasn't so ideal and people still showed up when he was not in. And, around a month ago, he was feeling especially sleepy while he working in the workshop, so he just left for the night by locking the door. Ever since then there had been no magical defenses on the workshop door. Plus, this was a first, no one actually tried to break into his workshop since the time he opened shop, so he might have been lax on security. Even though there was nothing in the workshop other than some files, he still wanted to go there right now. He looked to his side at Eddie and whispered, "I am not feeling well. I am going to the hospital wing." "Now?" asked Eddie as they were in the middle of a class. Quinn nodded as he packed his book bag and spoke, "Yeah, I am going right now. See you later." He stood up and directly spoke to Binns. "Professor Binns, I am not feeling well. I am going to the hospital wing." The ghost of a professor looked at Quinn before nodding. No more words were spoken as Quinn briskly walked outside of the classroom. As soon as Quinn was out, he immediately pulled out Recon and activated it while walking. 5th floor, west corner, main corridor. Quinn spoke with raging heat behind his words. Red flashed on his nape. The Hogwarts tracking map immediately obeyed its master's orders, and the ink on the fabric shifted to show the precise location that Quinn had specified. With a look from Quinn, the map zoomed and honed on the A.I.D office, and the second he saw 2 blue dots on the map in his office, his feet stopped, and he came to a halt. Blue dot meant that the person on the map was a student. Quinn stared at the text tags above the 2 blue dots, and his gaze turned into a glare, his face twisting into a fierce expression before every expression drained from his face. It wasn't a clemency that took expressions away from his face, the look on Quinn's face was an expression of ice-cold anger. Recon showed 2 names. Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger. Scene break. Ivy and Hermione looked around the office area of the classroom, and the room was dark with no windows to provide light to the room. Hermione looked up at the ceiling with her wand raised but saw that there were no chandeliers with ever-burning candles on the roof. "There are no chandeliers on the roof," she said as her wand tip lit up. "Use the Lumos charm." Ivy took out her wand, and her wand tip lit up after a murmur of the incantation. In the light from the 2 glowing tips of wands, the room revealed itself in the light. The room had changed from the last time they had been inside. A lot more wall decor on the walls. Odd trinkets that somehow looked right in place in their current arrangements. The door in the glass wall immediately attracted Ivy's attention, as it was the entrance to a place no one had seen. "I will go inside there. You try to find if there is anything in here," Ivy said to Hermione and moved towards the door in the glass wall. She didn't have the key to this door, and the unlocking charm, Alohomora, didn't unlock the door. The only thing that remained was to break the door down. She knelt in front of the door and pointed her wand at the door, and took a deep breath. Diffindo, she spoke the incantation, and the lower half of the wooden door suddenly had a shallow cut on the in it. Ivy frowned at the result of her magic. The severing charm, Diffindo, was a charm used to precisely and accurately cut something. Her mastery over the spell wasn't at the level where she could cut through the wood in one fell swoop. She shook her head and cast multiple severing charm to create cuts in the outline of a rectangle. Ugh, she silently cursed that the door didn't cut all the way through. Ivy made a decision and sat down on the floor. With both of her feet in front of her body, she kicked the carved outline. The next second, a rectangular chunk of wood broke with a woody snap. The sudden noise startled Hermione as she snapped her head towards Ivy and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Why did you break the door?" "The door wasn't opening, so I kicked it down." Ivy got on all fours and carefully crawled inside. "Are you mad?" screamed Hermione. "West would know someone was here." "No, he won't," came Ivy's voice from the other side of the door. "A simple repairing charm and the door would be back to normal. No one will ever know that the door was broken." "Oh," came out of Hermione, not knowing a retort to that. So, she continued to search in the office. Scene break. Quinn was fuming in rage as he watched Recon and saw Ivy Potter enter his workshop. He was so angry that his fists were shaking with anger as he moved towards his office. "How dare they break into my office," thought Quinn as he stepped on the 5th floor. Every step of Quinn's feet left a patch of ice on the floor, which instantly evaporated into mist by the next second. The red hue on his nape had become deeper than ever before. And, his magic was now in control of his magic, accidental magic happening with his every step. "Ivy Potter," Quinn growled in his mind. "I helped her out not too long ago, and this is how she repays me? What gall?" Quinn's mind wasn't even considering that he was the one to trap and blackmail her. The help he was talking about was to let her go with her owing a debt to him. The office door finally came into his views, and immediately Recon turned off, folded itself with snappy motions, and flew into Quinn's robes. Quinn cracked his neck for it to create popping noises. And, the second he was in touching distance of the door, the wood on the door parted from the middle, thin slivers of wood continuously moved to the side as the wooden door created a space for Quinn to step inside, showing Quinn's skill in transmutation. All noise disappeared for Quinn as he stepped inside the office through the opening in the door, and the first thing he saw was Hermione looking at the bookshelf behind his desk, reading a book. He saw her ears perk up from the noise of wood moving aside, but the second she saw Quinn step inside and her eyes widen in shock, darkness overtook her. Quinn, in the span of 2 to 3 seconds, had stunned Hermione Granger. He followed by putting her into a full-body bind and conjured ropes to bind her body. The conjured ropes felt a tug as they moved with Quinn's wishes, and by using them, Hermione's unconscious body was lifted into the air and carelessly dumped into one of the client chairs. Quinn's expressionless, angry face turned towards the door in the glass wall which led to his workshop, and he clenched his fist tighter. Scene break. Ivy Potter looked at the dark room, illuminated by the light from her wand tip with wonder. There were a lot of fascinating things in here that she wasn't expecting. There were a lot of tables, cabinets, and cupboards along the walls. She could see various potion vials behind the glass of the cupboards. There were many potions, and she could see all the rainbow colors. As she moved around the room, she was tools hung on walls. She could see hammers, picks, measures, grip pliers, blades, tri-squares, gloves, goggles, scissors, snips, handsaws, and clamps. When she opened one of the shallow but wide drawers, inside it were large sheets of different fabrics. Another similar drawer had distinct qualities and varieties of papers. She saw tons of different metals and woods in deep drawers. There were in the form of blocks, planks, strips, and even scraps. When she was walking around, she also found what looked like drafts for the notes that Quinn West had made last year, and surprisingly, there was another set for third-year subjects. Ivy decided to hurry and opened what looked like a file cabinet and saw a few manila folders. Each had a title on them. She lifted them each to read the titles. Project, Watch. Project, Vaults, Overview. Project, Fax. Project, Edison. Project, Engraver. Project, Icebox. Project, Noir. Project, Drone Vision. But Ivy couldn't even manage to open the manila folders as they were sealed, and they didn't unseal with the use of finite, so she had to put all of them back into the cabinet with frustration. It was at that point when she heard a thump and on the other side of the door. Hermione, did you find something? She said as she looked at more stuff. There is a lot of weird stuff in here. She froze when she heard the sound of a door opening with a creak. Ivy Potter turned on instinct, and the last thing Ivy saw before darkness took over her was the face of Quinn West staring at her from the door that she had previously broken. Ivy Potter groggily opened her eyes and saw herself staring at her lap because her neck wasn't supporting her head. She groaned and tried to lift her head, but maybe because she wasn't completely awake, she ended up throwing her head back and found herself staring straight up. The redhead squinted because of the bright light on the ceiling, and her dilated pupils couldn't let so much light into her eyes, causing her to squint so that her eyes could adjust themselves. Of course, the green-eyed girl wasn't thinking about any of this and just ended up groaning because of the bright light going into her eye. Her head swiveled to the side to remove her line of sight from the direct contact to the bright light, and when her eyes acclimated to the light, she saw her friend Hermione. Ivy's eyes opened wide when she saw Hermione's hands and torso tied to the chair she was sitting in with ropes. Hermione, she called out and tried to leave her chair to free her friend, but when her hands didn't move, she looked at her own body and saw ropes around her torso, forearms, and she could feel ropes binding her legs together. What in the bloody shock could be heard from her voice as she struggled against the ropes while simultaneously tried to wake up her friend. Hermione, wake up! Hermione. Her words seemed to work as the bushy-haired brunette groaned and moved her head, showing signs of regaining consciousness. Hermione went through the same routine as Ivy and panicked a little when she felt her body bound to the chair she was sitting on. She struggled against her bindings until she finally heard Ivy's voice. Hermione. When she looked to her right, she saw Ivy similarly bound her to a chair, just like her. Ivy, exclaimed Hermione, immediately feeling a little better to see her friend with her. What happened? How did this happen? I don't know, Ivy replied. She tried to think back to what happened before she was knocked out, and her eyes widened as she remembered. It was West. You two seem lively. That sentence cut Ivy off, and both girls stilled when they heard the words spoke in a grave tone. The girls finally looked to the front and saw the grand table in front of them. On the table, they saw two hands resting on it. When their eyes looked up, they saw that the rest of the person was hidden in the dark, and they could only make out the person's silhouette. You two are either really brave or extremely stupid to break into my office, said the person. The two girls immediately knew who the person was, and a moment later, it was confirmed as a light shone from the ceiling, illuminating the person sitting behind the table. Quinn West was staring at them with an apathetic look. If Ivy and Hermione weren't panicking, they would have noticed that the light in the room wasn't yellow but white, and it wasn't coming from a type of everlasting candles like it usually did in magical places. A light bulb in Hogwarts? That question would have been their first thought. But right now, all their attention was on Quinn West staring at them. It has been maybe 5 minutes since I stunned and bound both of you, started Quinn, placing a pocket watch on the table. It was a silver timepiece with Roman numerals written on black with blue for indicating time. The mechanism was exposed in the center. The hour, minute, and second hand were a similar blue, with the clock mechanism made of a golden material. I gave myself 5 minutes to calm down before I spoke to you two, he continued, but believe me when I say that those 5 minutes didn't help much. I am pretty much at the same level of anger I was before. Ivy and Hermione felt the ropes around them tighten a smidge. Both girls fidgeted in their seats. So, I will give you some free advice that will help you here, he leaned forward. Don't lie, don't bullshit, don't give me some lame excuses. I want to know why did you guys break into my office? After that, he went quiet and simply stared at them like he was waiting for an answer. Ivy and Hermione looked at each other and communicated with their eyes before they came to a decision, which was to remain quiet. But the second they decided to remain silent, Quinn spoke up. Not saying isn't an option. You will be in deep trouble if you don't speak up, Quinn warned. Don't force my hand because it won't end well for both of you. Quinn reached into his robes and took out 2 wands, Ivy's and Hermione's wands. The reverse spell, Prior Incantato, is a charm that forces the wand to create an echo of spells that were performed through it. He explained while he put the wands on the table, and they stood up straight, pointing towards the ceiling. I tried it out and found that both of you used Alohomora recently, which means you tried to open my office door. Quinn stared right into their eyes as he spoke. I have charmed my door against the unlocking charm, which means you most probably have the key, and only Filch has duplicate keys to all rooms. So I am confident to deduce that you girls stole the key from the caretaker. That is 1 strike against you guys. Stealing from the staff, he looked at them and scoffed. And, I thought you would learn your lesson. What would McGonagall think when I reveal these adventures to them? Ivy felt heat rush to her face because of the humiliation she was experiencing. Let's talk about Ms. Potter, Quinn continued. You used Diffindo, the cutting spell, for damaging my other door and then forced your way through. Quinn looked at the broken door to his left and spoke, by kicking the weakened wood. That, my pitiful intruders, is what you call the destruction of personal property. I crafted that door by myself, it is not the school's property. Quinn spoke with a leveled voice. The second strike. For the last strike, I am going to use the polyjuice incident. Ivy's and Hermione's eyes widened with those words. Ms. Granger was stuck in the hospital wing for weeks before the mishap passed, so we clearly established that she brewed the polyjuice potion. Madame Pomfrey would attest to that. The ingredients stolen from Professor Snape's storage were for multiple doses of the potion. Believe me, I checked, but you already know that, don't you? He scoffed once again. So, if I spin my story right and bring in Draco Malfoy, he will gladly tell that his 2 companions, Crabbe and Goyle, were acting very suspiciously that day. Quinn put his hand on his chest and talked. Plus, my own account about catching Ivy Potter as Daphne Greengrass would be very damning. The professors would believe me because first, I am a model student. And second, I have the high ground here. I will bury you guys into the ground. He had one more card, and that was Prefect Percy Weasley meeting the 2 polyjuiced Gryffindor while they were disguised, but because he was busy blackmailing Ivy at that time, he wasn't sure if that event happened. Quinn tapped his table with his right-hand index finger and asked, now tell me why you are here, or else I would have you guys in deep trouble. Ivy gritted her teeth in humiliation, frustration, panic, and slight fear. She didn't want to say anything, but when she thought that Ron, Harry, and Hermione would get in trouble because of her, she spat out. I thought you opened the Chamber of Secrets. She sounded defeated. I thought you were the heir of Slytherin. The answer brought the anger in Quinn to a still. He, for a moment, didn't know what to think. Quinn had assumed that the 2 were here to get back at him for blackmailing Ivy. If he wasn't so angry, Quinn would have used legilimency on Hermione to dig out the information, but the red spot on his nape was so dark that Quinn wasn't thinking straight out of rage. But, the bewildered feeling didn't last long before anger returned, and he pounded on the table. Why in the shitty world would you think that? He yelled at the 2 girls, who recoiled because of the loud shout. Ivy, who didn't like the shouting, snapped back with her reasoning. You are famous for staying out after curfew. And no prefect, teacher, ghost, or even portraits have seen you outside after the curfew. Despite that, everyone knows you roam outside, she explained. So, I thought you were looking for the Chamber of Secrets last year and found it. And, this year, you released it upon the school. Oh, come on. Quinn rolled his eyes. So, now anyone who breaks curfew is the heir of Slytherin. I thought you were, I don't know, what is the word, smart. What kind of idiotic reasoning is that? The redhead glared at her capturer and bit back. Then what about our conversation when I was polyjuiced into Daphne? Everything from your first words to me there was a test to see if I was the real deal or not. How did you even assume that I wasn't the real one? I thought that heir of Slytherin could recognize Slytherin students. Quinn made a face that could only be described as I am looking at stupid. I taught Daphne and Tracy for a week, plus I have known them since last year and as I told you, my memory is excellent. I knew you weren't Daphne because even though you looked like her, spoke like her, and even your expression was on point, you didn't walk like Daphne. You didn't have the feel of Daphne Greengrass. She has a really refined way of holding herself, and the moment I saw you, I was sure that you weren't the real deal. Even though Quinn was angry, it was righteous anger, so he was able to lie right through his teeth and speak the bullshit about posture and gait, which, even though true, Quinn didn't notice at first glance. Ivy, on the other hand, was feeling angry at being captured. Plus, she just heard Quinn imply she wasn't as refined as Daphne Greengrass. Then what about your expression during the time when Mrs. Norris got petrified? You looked relieved, and I saw it clearly, so don't deny it. Quinn was taken aback at that. He didn't think that someone was paying attention to him when there were more shocking things to see like, words written in blood on the wall and a possibly dead cat. I thought the bloody cat was dead and was relieved that it wasn't a student. Quinn fought back with his reasoning. Come on. He looked at Hermione and asked, don't tell me she convinced you with this kind of clearly idiotic reasoning. I expected better from you, Ms. Granger. Ivy felt more pissed from that and yelled, oh yeah, then what about the ring that you are wearing? What is the deal with that? It is clearly some kind of artifact. It is abnormally eye-catching for a normal ring. I am sure that it controls the Slytherin's monster. Quinn laughed a laugh full of mocking. Oh my god, you are clearly dumber than your brother. I can't believe I made a mistake judging a person. Hermione, who was on the side, wasn't sure how to feel. She sat in a chair, bound by ropes, as she looked back and forth between her best friend and her captor. Those two were exchanging words with each other, as she didn't exist at all. Don't get her wrong, she didn't want Quinn West to yell and mock her, but being completely ignored when she sat just an eye glance away was a little bit hurtful. As she looked at the two yelling at each other, and even though their conversation was mainly Quinn shut down Ivy's accusations, Hermione thought they would get along in another setting. Quinn stopped laughing mockingly at Ivy as he raised his left hand with the gold ring on his middle finger and pointed at it with his other hand. This ring you so stupidly think is a monster-controlling artifact isn't actually a ring at all. Ivy and Hermione frowned at those words. Look carefully, as Quinn said that the ring disappeared from his finger. Now, both of you, look at your left hands. The two girls looked at their hands, and two pairs of eyes widened as they saw identical gold rings on their middle fingers. The ring was an illusion made from illusion magic that I have been keeping up the entire year, Quinn explained. And the reason it is so eye-catching is that I made it so it would catch eyes. A/N1. He rubbed his temple as he continued, it is a way for me to practice magic. If the ring was eye-catching and noticeable, then more people would stare at it, and that would increase the difficulty as the eyes stay at the illusion longer and increase the probability of someone figuring out the illusion. Ivy opened her mouth a couple of times, but she couldn't think of anything to say. Plus, when she looked at her finger, she didn't know what to say. She could clearly see the ring, but there was no feeling of metal against her skin. This clearly was the sign that the gold ring was an illusion. Quinn was now feeling too tired to be feeling angry. He was exhausted from all the yelling and feeling furious. Ugh, this a stool, why couldn't it be a chair with a back to it? Quinn sighed as a faint blue color graced his nape. He looked at the two bound girls and thought what to do with them when an intensely deep shade of yellow. Quinn suddenly took a deep breath before his eyes become laser-focused. I will confirm this from my side, Quinn spoke. I am not the heir of Slytherin, and I didn't open the Chamber of Secrets. I have no relation to the incidents happening. Plus, if I was the heir of Slytherin, he smirked and slackly pointed at the two girls. You two would be dead by now. Ivy and Hermione felt a chill go down their spines as they thought about the scenario. Quinn had stunned them without breaking a sweat, and if he was the heir of Slytherin, they might not have woken up. If we don't return, you would be in big trouble. Ivy tried to bluff in case Quinn tried something. I have told Harry and Ron that we would be coming here, and if we don't return, they would know where to find us. The bluff didn't even stand up for a single second. No, they don't. Given Harry Potter's and Ronald Weasley's personalities, they would have been jumped me by now. Ivy's lips twitched at the swift reply. I will tell you the thoughts which are in my head right now. Right now, nothing will give me more satisfaction to throw you guys to the wolves and see them chew you out. Believe me, it will make me very, very happy. Red flashed momentarily before the yellow came back. But, that won't do me any good in the long term, and I really like the long-term game. So, I'm going to do you both a favor. He interlocked his fingers and spoke to Ivy. Ms. Potter, I will offer the same deal as before. I am willing to forget this slight behavior action of yours if you owe me big time. He glanced at Hermione and added, the same goes for you, Ms. Granger. He turned back to Ivy and continued, before this, I wasn't going to make you do anything uncomfortable when I cash in what you owe me, but this time. Ivy suddenly felt nervous at Quinn's words. With what you just did, be ready for being forced into some really uncomfortable situations in the future because I will not hold back. And, don't even think about getting out of this anytime soon because you messed up big time. Quinn looked at the two and spoke. So, what is your decision? Just know that if you accept now and refuse responsibility later, I would make your lives miserable. He paused for effect before speaking. And, I assure you, you will regret every moment, so think carefully. You can accept my proposition and get a chance to escape the consequences of your actions, or you can go down now as I involve the professors and really stack the cards against you. And even if somehow you got away with a slap on your wrist, I will start a campaign to ruin your reputation among the students. When Quinn was done speaking, he raised the fake wand for the first time since entering the office and waved it so that the two chairs of his captives were close to each other. Quinn was allowing them to have a private conversation by whispering to each other, but he did sneakily send a probe into Hermione's unprotected mind to monitor her thoughts. The thoughts and emotions were pretty standard ones like fear, nervousness, unwillingness, and some hopelessness. But added to that was the quick-thinking nature of Hermione Granger. She was thinking about the pro and cons of the situation, and Quinn was happy to see that she considered taking the deal would be better than to let it go to the professors. After a minute of muffled conversation, Ivy spoke up with unwillingness apparent in his voice. We accept. The answer was brief as she didn't want to speak anything else to Quinn. Quinn nodded and pointed his wand at the broken workshop door. Are you sure? Because the second I repair the door, the deal would be set in stone. The second I release the spell, you both would be under my debt. I will not listen to words like we changed our minds, and if I did hear those words, then the response would be welcome to hell, and I hope you hate your stay. Hermione nodded with a defeated sigh. Yes, we agree. Good, said Quinn as he waved his wand and spoke the incantation. The broken part of the door floated back to the main body, and all three people saw the door repair itself back to its form before it was brutally smashed. The deal is set, smiled Quinn, feeling good about increasing his influence upon the brains of the Golden Squad. Hermione and Ivy looked down at their bodies and watched the ropes loosen before vanishing into the nothingness. "You guys are free to go, and please take your wands," said Quinn, once again feeling some mental exhaustion, plus his throat was a little sore. Ivy carefully extended her hand and took hold of hers and Hermione's wand before handing her friend her wand. The two girls looked up before they stood up, ready to leave. As Ivy turned around, she had a random thought and recalled Quinn's words the first time she had come here. Information is always available at the right price. She didn't know what possessed, but she turned back and bluntly asked, "What can you tell me about the Slytherin's monster and Chamber of Secrets?" Hermione was about to say something, but Ivy clasped her hand to stop her from talking. Quinn made a face and said, "Didn't we just go through this whole farce? I am not the heir of Sly Dash." Ivy cut him by asking, "I am asking for information about it." She took a breath before saying, "I am employing your services. I am willing to pay." Quinn would be lying if he said that this didn't surprise him. He wasn't expecting this question from Ivy at this moment, and he let it show on his face. If Ivy wasn't completely serious, she would have felt the triumph of surprising Quinn, but right now, she wanted an answer. A vain violet flashed, and Quinn decided to go for it, showing that he indeed knew everything. He stared at the redhead girl before saying, "Give me a minute." He stood up, entered his workshop, and returned with a sheet of paper in his hand. He put the sheet of paper upside down on his office table and gestured them to sit. When the girls sat down, Quinn spoke up, "The price for this information is simple. I want you to get me the Marauder's map." Ivy's eyes widened when she heard the word Marauder came out of Quinn's mouth. Quinn caught the look of recognition in Ivy's expression. "You know about them, they are related to you?" "Yes," Ivy nodded. "But, I have no idea what is the Marauder's map." It didn't surprise Quinn that she didn't know about it. The original map was confiscated from the creators years ago. It wasn't exaggerating to say they thought it didn't survive. A/N, too. "You will find it with the Weasley twins," informed Quinn. "Get it to me before the end of this year. Do you agree?" Ivy thought about it before agreeing. "I will get it for you." "Good," Quinn smiled. "Remember, it is the Marauder's map." He opened a drawer in his table and took out a parchment roll, a pot of ink, and a quill. "Copy the content in your handwriting. You aren't to tell anyone that you got the information from me," said Quinn. He didn't want any physical connecting it to him. "I have written the sources of everything I am giving you. You can find everything in the Hogwarts library. So, nothing comes back to me." Ivy nodded before hurriedly flipping the paper and reading the contents with Hermione. The girls were shocked to see the answer. "Basilisk." "Aha," spoke Quinn, "Salazar Slytherin was a Parseltongue, so I made an assumption that it would be a serpentine creature. Did a little digging, and the basilisk was sitting right there. Plus, all the roosters are dead." Hermione frowned and read the contents. "Basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. The students who were targeted aren't dead. None of them saw the basilisk's eyes directly," explained Quinn. "Mrs. Norris, the cat, had a puddle of water near where we found it. Colin Creevey saw it through the viewfinder of his camera. Justin Finch-Fletchley saw it through nearly headless Nick's ghost body, and the ghost can't die because he is already dead. And, finally, Susanna Hess-Ledden, the latest victim, saw it in the bathroom mirror. So, even though they didn't die, everyone still got petrified." Quinn ominously smiled. "So, when you go out, remember to look around the bends through mirrors because petrification is much better than death." Ivy and Hermione felt cold go down their bodies at the words and that scary smile. As Ivy started to write everything down, Hermione asked, "What about the Chamber of Secrets?" Quinn glanced at her and said, "You would have to ask Moaning Myrtle about it. Just ask how she died and lead from there." Quinn had actually talked to the dead girl, so the information really came from her, and it covered him from all bases. At novel bin at. After the girls were done with copying the contents, they stood up and proceeding to leave. No goodbyes or even looks were exchanged. The two parties weren't on friendly terms after what happened in the room. When the two girls walked to the door, Quinn waved his finger and made some slight changes. The Gryffindor girls closed the door behind them, and when Ivy looked back at the door, she saw a plaque with the 773H written on it. Ivy frowned as the plaque wasn't there when they entered. "Hermione, was this here before?" Hermione turned her attention from the paper, thinking that she needed to conjure some mirrors to look around the corners. She looked at the plaque, and it immediately understood the wording. "Read it backward and upside down," said Hermione. Ivy tilted her head and thought about the wording backward and upside down. "Hell," she spoke. It was just like their experience just now. It was hell for them, and they only escaped from it by making a deal with the devil. Inside the office, Quinn smiled as if he could see through the door and stare at the two lambs, who just lost their souls to the devil. Quinn stayed in his office for a while after Hermione and Ivy left his office, thinking about what had happened in the last few minutes. At first, Quinn was dead set on getting them into trouble. The only motive in his mind was to catch them, force them to reveal what they were doing, and then throw them to the professors. He was ready to throw his family's weight around if Dumbledore tried to pull some favoritism bullshit. But, as he talked to them and Ivy Potter told him she suspected him of being the heir of Slytherin, it stunned Quinn, shocked at the idiocy, and while it didn't extinguish his anger, it did lower it to a level where he didn't want them to get into trouble. So, he decided to suck Ivy Potter and Hermione Granger into the quagmire of debt. He gave them an option to do whatever the hell he wanted from them, with no questions asked. It was always good to have favors saved in the bank for later use. But the thing that happened next was the most surprising. Ivy Potter asked him for information. It dazed him for a moment. Typically, he wouldn't have given that type of information, but something in him wanted to impress, so he dished out the information. Now that he sat, Ivy Potter's actions impressed. She was resourceful and quick to act, and if forced to admit, quite daring. The last thing at the door was just theatrics to solidify an impression, and a way of warning them not to try something that they would regret. His payment for the information was to get the Marauder's map. He could have gotten the map by himself, but he felt it would be less work for him if he outsourced the acquisition of the map to someone familiar with the current owners. As for what he wanted from the map, he just wanted to check something out, and then the map would be returned back. His recon was better than the Marauder's map. He had no desire to possess the Marauder's map. "All right, let's leave," muttered Quinn, stood up, and after giving the office one last look, Quinn exited the office, looking in behind him, resetting the sensory ward on the door. Quinn had a free hour, so he decided to walk to the kitchen and grab something to eat. He was hungry after all the shouting he did. Quinn walked down the grand staircase and was on a moving staircase climbing down. As he was halfway through the staircase, he saw a fifth-year Slytherin student also coming up the stairs from the ground floor. Terrence Higgins identified Quinn as he looked at the older student. It made him wonder what Terrence Higgins was doing here, but he had just crossed the entrance to the grand staircase, so Quinn assumed the Slytherin was going there. Ravenclaw and Slytherin met eyes while they were on their respective staircase. Quinn saw an apathetic look from the Slytherin, and Terrence saw the same expression from the Ravenclaw. The two climbed up/down their sets of stairs without a single word to each other. The two did glance at each other from the corner of their eyes. Quinn paused his steps, and he didn't know why, but Terrence Higgins attracted his attention. He turned back to look at the Slytherin student and saw that Terrence was also staring back at him. The two stared at each other, none of the two blinked or removing their eyes from each other, and maintained firm eye contact. Terrence Higgins seemed satisfied with the stare down, turned back, and walked away from Quinn. Quinn's eyes lingered on the Slytherin for a moment longer before he similarly turned away and walked away. Terrence Higgins, thought Quinn. He seemed interesting. Scene break. After having a hearty meal, Quinn neared the Ravenclaw common room. His belly was full and happy, and with a soft smile on his face, he reached near the common room and caught the sight of a prefect standing near the corridor which led to the entrance. Quinn wasn't going to greet the prefect and just walk into the common room, but the prefect called out to him. "West," the prefect called, "there is an emergency curfew until further notice. Professor Flitwick said that no one is to remain outside." Quinn's legs stopped and turned towards the prefect. "Oh, why is that?" "The Slytherin's monster struck again," he explained. "They found Hermione Granger petrified near the library, and Ivy Potter is missing." She leaned in and whispered. The heir of Slytherin left another message, right underneath the first one. There was a pause before she spoke the message. "Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever." The gears in Quinn's mind moved at a rapid speed as he connected the dots. They must have gone to the library to verify the information. Quinn had given references, so it wasn't a wild assumption. And the heir of Slytherin attacked. Quinn looked at the prefect and nodded. "Thanks for the hard work. I will go to the common room right away." The prefect nodded, and Quinn left, but the moment the prefect turned her back, Quinn disappeared out of sight. Quinn, who made himself invisible and silenced his footsteps, looked at the prefect and cast magic. The Ravenclaw prefect was on the guard/guide duty, saw a rubber ball bounce in front of her, and it bounced away to a bend. She furrowed her brows and walked to the bend in the corridor, but when she looked, the ball wasn't anywhere to be seen. She felt something, causing her to turn back. The result was the same, and there was nothing to be seen. And for Quinn, he was already far away from the prefect and was walking towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The magic he used on the prefect was illusion magic. The rubber ball was an auditory and visual illusion to draw the prefect away from the direction he was going. And the slight presence near her back was just a tactile sensation of wind brushing against to make her look towards the common room so she wouldn't notice the invisible Quinn as he was slightly noticeable while walking. Scene break. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was a second-floor girls' lavatory. It was situated right above the Great Hall. Myrtle Warren's death had caused the restroom to be placed out of order, not functioning as a typical restroom since the tragedy. When Quinn entered the lavatory, still invisible and the sound of his clothes and shoes silenced, his eyes shined when he saw the vast hole in one stall. He is already in, thought Quinn. By he Quinn meant Harry Potter, as he was sure that Voldemort would know more about the chamber and would close the tunnel down. The invisible boy wasted no time and jumped right into the pipe tunnel. It was like rushing down an endless, slimy, dark slide. He could see more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as broad as his, which twisted and turned, sloping steeply downward, and knew that he was falling deeper below the school than even the dungeons. Quinn held himself back from screaming out of part excitement and part fear at the sheer length of the slide ride. The second Quinn exited the tunnel, he came across a nervously fidgeting Ron Weasley in his spot. The redhead Weasley was repeatedly glancing at the path going inside. Seeing that, Quinn frowned and immediately sent a mental probe into Ron's mind and found why he was standing here. The gist of the situation from Ron's mind was that they found the information on Hermione just like the canon. Harry, just like the canon, figured out the location, and he did it in almost instantly. This Harry Potter is smarter, Quinn remarked in his mind. But the part different from canon was that Harry and Ron came down here alone, without Lockhart or any professor at all. He might be smarter, but coming here alone was dumb. Quinn didn't even think that he, too, had come here alone with no assistance. Harry had told Ron to wait here and if he didn't return in an hour, go and call someone. Ron had tried to refuse and accompany him, but Harry had convinced his best mate to stay here. Quinn moved along, leaving behind Ron Weasley, who didn't know that someone had passed by without him knowing. After walking on the path, Quinn reached a bend, and when he turned on it, he saw a solid wall with a circular hole in it. All right, this is it, thought Quinn and just stood there. He stood near the circular hole and tried to listen to any noise coming from inside. Quinn had no intention to go inside till he got some confirmation that it was safe to go inside. Harry Potter might have survived the basilisk without any counter to the basilisk's death gaze, but Quinn West wasn't taking any chances. After a while and a few rumbles and tremors, Quinn finally heard a yell. No. Quinn heard from who he thought was Riddle screaming. Leave the bird! Leave the bird! The boy is behind you! You can still smell him? Kill him! All right, that is the cue, Quinn whispered as he just heard Riddle scream at the basilisk to find Harry by smell, which meant that the basilisk was blind. Good riddance to the death glare. Walking inside, Quinn saw towering stone pillars entwined with more carved serpents rose to support a ceiling lost in darkness, casting long, black shadows through the odd, greenish gloom that filled the place. After crossing the hallway slowly, taking his time, not hurrying at all, cruising along the path as he heard more shouts and some phoenix singing, he finally saw the giant face statue, the mouth open. He would have spent time just watching the face statue, but his eyes were stuck on the enormous green-scaled body of the basilisk. As Quinn walked closer, he saw Harry Potter half-sitting, supporting his body with the stone wall behind. But Harry Potter was unconscious. Fawkes the Phoenix cried some tears on Harry Potter's wounds. You're dead, Harry Potter, said Riddle's spectre. Dead. Even Dumbledore's bird knows it. Do you see what he's doing, Potter? He's crying. He ignored the spectre for a second and paid attention to Harry Potter. He could see the pained expression on Harry's face, but the boy who lived was still unconscious. Fawkes stopped crying, and then there was a bright flash of fire, and the majestic turkey bird turned into ash. Burning day, exclaimed Quinn. From the ashes, a baby phoenix poked its head out. The newly born bird, who was really ugly, and looked like a decrepit-looking, half-plucked turkey, glared at the spectre of Tom Riddle with its young eyes. Burning Day was the name of the day in which a phoenix burst into flame and was reborn from the ashes. What a sucky timing, Quinn shook his head. This event was different from the canon, as Fawkes' Burning Day was much before the current day. I am impressed that you managed to kill the basilisk with the help of the dumb bird. I wasn't expecting to lose the basilisk today. Riddle's spectre smirked and chuckled as he looked at the unconscious body of Harry Potter. But it doesn't matter. In a few minutes, I will return to this world of the living. It is a pity that even with the phoenix's tears, you won't be able to leave here alive. He turned to look at the face statue of Salazar Slytherin. I will make my ancestor proud and return the name of Slytherin back to its intended glory. And it will start with the sacrifice of the boy who lived and his sister. My future self somehow died by his hand, and today I will take revenge. The spectre looked back to the body of Harry Potter, intending to finish the boy, but his brows furrowed when he saw a stone dome over the place where the diminutive phoenix sat. It is really a pity, Spectre Tom heard a voice from his back. He turned back to see a boy standing as he looked down at his host and the petrified body of Ivy Potter. You came really close to coming back to life, you know? Really close. Spectre Tom Riddle clutched Harry Potter's wand in his hand, the wand which was the sister to his own. You. He peered at the boy. You are Quinn West. He knew about the boy, the so-called smartest of his age, and the owner of the weird consultation of his in Hogwarts. Quinn looked down at the host of Tom Riddle's diary Horcrux. Terence Higgins, Quinn spoke. So, I found Tom Riddle possessing you interesting and not the guy itself. I didn't see that coming. Quinn looked at the spectre that was a soul split molded into Horcrux. Spectre Riddle saw Quinn raise his hand towards him, and the next second he found the wand flying from his hand into the air before it paused for a second in the air and rushed into Quinn's hand. Wandless magic, Spectre Riddle exclaimed at the magic. Yup, Quinn smiled as he fiddled with the wand. I am pretty good at it. Why am I being modest? You are going to be dead shortly. I am really good at it. Me, dead. Spectre Riddle laughed, but his eyes were eyeing Quinn critically. The boy had come out of nowhere and had just taken the wand from him. Of course, he replied as he moved towards the basilisk head while putting gloves on his hands. A Horcrux doesn't mean immortality, you know. Spectre Riddle's eyes sharply narrowed as he growled. How did you know? Quinn smirked as he put his hand on one of the basilisk fangs and pulled it out in one fell swoop. You have been here for the entire year, Quinn said as he appraised the venomous fang. So, you must have heard about my consultation service. I am an information dealer, so of course, I know what is happening in my territory. Spectre Riddle started to feel nervous as he saw the boy move towards his diary/container with the fang in his hand. What are you doing? Spectre Tom yelled and followed after Quinn. Answer me. Do you know that basilisk venom can destroy Horcruxes? It is quite ironic, you know, basilisk and Horcruxes were Herpo the Foul's creations. He stood on top of the diary Horcrux and grinned towards the Horcrux projection. He created magic that wouldn't allow him to die, but at the same time, he created something that could destroy said magic. The projection glared at Quinn, and immediately Quinn felt a mental attack hit against his shields. Red, violet, and green hues switched on Quinn's nape before settling on the green. He pursed his lips before smiling. It won't work, that mental attack. I have shields powerful enough to deflect the attack. But, I have to say, you are better than me at legilimency. I can't induce mental pain with mental attacks yet. I haven't reached that far yet. Spectre Riddle didn't speak and shot out a scarlet jet of magic towards Quinn, but it met an invisible shield before it could reach Quinn. It is useless, Quinn's soft voice reached the spectre. You aren't my match without a wand, and even if you had a wand, I still would have crushed you. A farewell smile graced Quinn's lips as he spoke. So, Tom Riddle, or as you like to be called, Lord Voldemort, it is a farewell. Goodbye. All the while, Spectre Riddle kept shooting low-level spells at Quinn, but Quinn's shield defended against them without taking a major load. At novel bin at. Quinn seized the basilisk fang and plunged it straight into the heart of the book. There was a long, dreadful, piercing scream. Ink spurted out of the diary in torrents, streaming over Quinn's gloved hands, flooding the floor. Riddle was writhing and twisting, screaming and flailing, and then the spectre was gone. Silence except for the steady drip of ink still oozing from the diary. The basilisk venom had burned a sizzling hole right through it. Then came a faint moan from the end of the chamber. Quinn looked up to see Terence Higgins stirring up and immediately sent a stunning charm towards the waking up Slytherin, knocking him out. Quinn didn't want anyone else to see him here. I have to move quickly, murmured Quinn and hurried towards the basilisk and took out 6 vials from his robes, and with a twitch of magic, the vials expanded into their original size. The original vials had quite a large volume. One by one, the beaker vials were placed below the fangs. Quinn focused his magic on the muscle that released the venom from the secondary venom ducts in the fangs and exerted a lot of magic to milk out the basilisk venom. He completely filled the 6 big beaker vials with venom, and Quinn was sure that there still was a lot of basilisk venom in the venom sac. Hot damn, Quinn expressed his admiration. Basilisk body sure is magic resistance. Even the inside is quite tough. He had forced a lot of magic on the muscles that pushed the venom out of the fangs. After retrieving the lids for the special beakers, Quinn transmuted the caps on the beaker vials to create 6 closed cylinders. His eyes flashed with delight as he saw the 6 full vials, yellow briefly flashing on his nape. This is more than enough, nodded Quinn. He currently had no plans for the venom other than to use it to destroy the Horcruxes. Even one of these vials was way too much for destroying all the remaining Horcruxes. Quinn stared at the basilisk's smelly mouth. A yellow flashed on his nape, and he broke a dozen fangs from the basilisk, eyeing the fangs with a captivated look. The fangs were wrapped into thick bundles of cloth and then pocketed into Quinn's robes. Looking around, Quinn took in the scene and smiled. Not bad for a day's work. Not bad at all. His eyes saw the petrified Ivy Potter and muttered, "You better come back to normal. I want that payment paid to me this year." Quinn turned invisible and walked away from the ordeal without looking back, not forgetting to vanish the stone dome from over the ugly baby bird. If he wasn't in stealth mode, Quinn would have hummed a song enjoyed the day after Quinn went into the Chamber of Secret and killed the first Tom Riddle/Voldemort's Horcrux. Quinn was sitting in his office, cleaning his tools and other things in his office. Diary Horcrux of the 16-year-old Tom Riddle was destroyed when Quinn stabbed it with basilisk venom while making small talk with the soul split tied into the Horcrux. From that entire ordeal, Quinn took his payment for doing the job. The fee was in the form of liters of basilisk venom and a dozen fangs from the basilisk. Last night, he also made sure that the 4 students got out of the Chamber of Secrets by checking their location status on recon. And as he expected, 3 out of the 4 people were in the hospital wing. The 3 being petrified Ivy Potter, basilisk bit Harry Potter, and Horcrux-possessed Terence Higgs. Ronald Weasley, who was untouched from the Chamber of Secrets, was back in the Gryffindor dorm, sleeping at night in his own dorm bed. Quinn, who was the invisible participant, was able to enter and exit the Chamber of Secrets without being detected, reaped some benefits and slew a part of the Dark Lord Voldemort. There was nothing in the entire ordeal that was detrimental to Quinn. The owner of the A.I.D consultation service sat in his workshop, doing spring cleaning of his various tools and utensils in the workshop. It was a good day, followed by a fruitful day. As Quinn worked away in silence, there was a knock on his door, followed by the door chime ringing with the door opening. Quinn set down equipment in his hand on the table and walked to the office to meet the client. Waiting for him in the office was Gilderoy Lockhart, Hogwarts' current defense against dark arts professor. "Ah, good afternoon, Professor," Quinn greeted as he sat behind the table and gestured Lockhart to take a seat. "How may I help you, Professor?" To Quinn, Lockhart was a cash cow he had milked throughout the year, and if that cash cow walked to his doorstep, he won't reject it and welcome it in pleasantly because of its services. Plus, Lockhart had signed an all-year pass to the restricted section of the library, so Lockhart, who Quinn previously considered as an annoying bug, was now his golden egg-laying goose. "Quinn, just the student I was hoping to see," said Lockhart, his every motion brimming with theatrics. He sat down and put on that blinding, million-watt smile. "I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you." "Of course, Professor, do tell," smiled Quinn, being polite to the man who had brought him close to his goal of filling a tub with sickles. The man had single-handedly given Quinn the asset, which allowed Quinn to complete 90% of his aim. According to his estimates, he would reach the target by the end of the school year. Quinn, I want to talk to you about the fan club, said Lockhart, opening the conversation. Professor, I am sure that you would be able to gain more by talking to the managers of your club, Quinn put on an apologetic smile. I am not involved in the daily activities of the fan club. I am not talking about the club, Lockhart shook his head and explained. I am talking about the merchandise sold in the club. Quinn's eyes sparkled as he clapped his hands in excitement. Professor, do you have a new product idea? Quinn took out a sheet of paper and uncapped his pen, ready to take notes. Do tell. He wasn't going to let this opportunity pass by. Yes, I am talking about the products you sell. But I am not here to tell you about a new product. Quinn's shoulders slumped as he capped his pen and put it down on the table. His initial excitement, deflating in an instant. So, what is it do you want to talk about, Professor? Lockhart cleared his throat and spoke. Those merchandises that you have been selling through the club are all based on me. Lockhart puffed his chest and bragged. Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. So, it is normal that you should divide the profits with me. Lockhart's voice was filled with confidence. He spoke like the thing he was saying was obvious. How about we split up the profits 90 to 10? Of course, 90 to me and 10 to you. Lockhart looked down on Quinn as he spoke. Your products only sold because of my reputation. Without me, no one would buy things from a child. Lockhart looked at Quinn as an easy-to-push around child who would buckle under his words. Quinn tilted his head in confusion, putting on an expression of confusion. All the previous politeness from him draining from his face and eyes. What are you talking about, Professor? Quinn opened a drawer on his table and took out a sheet of parchment. This is not what we discussed. Quinn slid the parchment towards Lockhart so that he could read it. This document clearly states that you relinquish all earnings of my sales. The profits from anything I sell will go to me and not to you. Lockhart's eyes popped when he saw the signature on the page while Quinn talked. This, stuttered Lockhart as he looked up from the document. I have no recollection of this. I don't remember signing this. I don't know what to say, Professor, said Quinn, putting on an oblivious expression. You were the one to sign it, it is your sign. You can even have it checked for magic forgery. With this document, you have no right to ask me for even a single canute of what I made from selling the products even though they are based on you. Quinn intertwined his fingers and finished. Sorry, Professor, but I can't help you in this matter. You are already signed over the rights to me. It stunned Lockhart into silence, which was a lot to say because the man rarely stopped talking. He just kept staring at the document in front of him. Does anyone else know about this? Asked Lockhart, staring at the document. And, do you have a copy of this? I want one so that I have a copy. This is a private venture, Professor. I, alone, handle the production and supply of the merchandise. Quinn took the document which Lockhart placed on the table and said, This is the original. I will make a permanent copy and bring it out to you just in a minute. Lockhart's eyes shined as he immediately took out his wand and pointed it at Quinn. Then it is settled. I will do you a favor and erase the memory of this document from your mind, and then you will give me the money you made from the sales. Previously, I was going to give you a 10% share, but now, I am going to cut that in half, and you will only get 5%. Lockhart loudly laughed as he watched Quinn. You might not know this, but the memory charm is my premier skill. It is my bread and butter as to speak. I built myself on this charm, so don't worry about accidents because I am really good at it. The memory charm, Obliviate, also known as the forgetfulness charm, was a charm used to erase specific memories from an individual's mind. I focused my considerable talents solely on the memory charm until I perfected it, making it the only spell I can perform without fail. Lockhart eyed Quinn with delight in his eyes. In my pursuit of fame and glory, I utilized the charm extensively on people who performed heroic feats after interviewing them on every detail of their works, so they would not go babbling while I take their credits in the form of my books. He smiled appreciatively at Quinn and spoke. I am planning to leave Hogwarts tomorrow. This school has dangers lurking in every corner. The monster of Slytherin is still on the loose, and it struck again yesterday. I have to leave this place before it gets to me. No one had told Lockhart that the monster of Slytherin was already taken care of, and the school was safe from further petrification. The fraud author still believed that the horror was still roaming in the castle. The money I get from you will be more than enough for another expedition to a foreign land to interview another fellow and do research on my EXT book. He pointed his wand at Quinn, ready to cast the charm, and grinned. Maybe I will thank you in my next books for your help. Not that you will remember it. Quinn stood in his place looking at Lockhart with an expression that showed no fear, horror, or any negative emotion and conversely portrayed boredom. His face screamed, why did I expect anything else through the expression? He glanced at Lockhart's wand, and the next moment Lockhart's hand was forced open as the wand shot out his hand into Quinn's grasp. And here I thought you escaped your original fate yesterday. A sigh escaped Quinn. He looked up at the shocked fraud in front of him and spoke. That is the problems with villains. They spend too much time explaining their plans. You should have straight out erased my memories without the monologue. Not that it would have worked. An alternating yellow and red flashed on Quinn's nape as he used magic, and Lockhart's knees buckled. The blonde pompous fraud fell onto the chair that Quinn expertly positioned just underneath him. Lockhart looked down at his hands and watched as ropes slithered around his hands, legs, and torso. I accept I didn't use honorable means to get you to sign the document, said Quinn as he walked towards Lockhart. But neither did you. All your works are based on lies and deceit. So, in this case, I like to think of myself as a thief stealing from a thief. Plus, it is not my fault that people believe in the silly books that you wrote. Putting his hands on Lockhart's shoulder, Quinn leaned in and whispered, the attempt to erase my memories was a mistake because it got me furious. But the bigger mistake was to try and take my money from me. My family is exceedingly rich, richest in magical Britain. I don't need to care about money as I can use all I want, and I would have more if I ask for it. I don't need to work a single day in my life, and I won't ever run out of riches. He chuckled before continuing. But, there is something special about the money I earned myself. This money results from my hard work and cunning to hoodwink you and then draft interesting things products that the students would buy. Lockhart winced when he felt Quinn's grip tighten on his shoulders. You, trying to get your hands on that money, is unacceptable to me. It isn't something I can forgive even though you were a sizable reason that I was able to earn a lot of it. Lockhart heard a throaty chuckle in his ear as Quinn spoke. So, a punishment is in order. Quinn removed his hand from Lockhart's shoulder and stood up straight as he placed his hand on Lockhart's head and swirled it around. You said memory charm is your best charm, correct? So I think it will be fitting that I perform my first memory charm on you. And no, please forgive me, Lockhart stuttered as he begged Quinn to let him go. You can keep the money. I promise I won't come here ever again. Please, let me go. Tut, 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 said Quinn as he shook Lockhart's head from side to side. Too late, I can't let you go anymore. Quinn grinned, and signs of mania were evident in his expression. And no, please let me go. Magic stimulated in Quinn's magical core as the memory charm got activated. I will erase everything about your job from your memory. Your only accomplishment in your life will be gone, smirked Quinn. He was going to erase knowledge about Lockhart's travel, the people he interviewed, how Lockhart's obliviated them to steal the credit, or that he was an author from Lockhart's memory. But then something happened. A curse triggered inside Hogwarts. An esoteric and abstruse curse placed on defense against dark arts teaching position activated. On the day Tom Marvolo Riddle/Voldemort got turned down the defense against dark arts teaching position by Dumbledore a few years later, he placed a curse on the defense against dark arts position. The curse ensures that no defense against dark arts professor would stay for longer than a year. The curse slightly gave a nudge to Quinn's mind, which was already under the influence of another magic. A smirk so broad that it split Quinn's face appeared as he laughed. Screw it, let's go the canon way, which we know is all the way. At novel bin at. Quinn's magic entered Lockhart's mind, rampaging inside it and erasing everything that made Gilderoy Lockhart, well, Gilderoy Lockhart. In a few seconds, the magic settled, and Quinn removed his hand, and Lockhart's head slumped forward. Quinn frowned and walked to Lockhart's front and lifted the newly obliviated man's head with his chin. Lockhart. Quinn called out. Quinn slapped the man on his cheeks, trying to wake him up, but the only response was some groaning. All right, everything is fine, Quinn beamed, and ropes over ropes covered Lockhart and propped him straight up on his feet. Let's go, Mr. Lockhart, Quinn smiled. Let's get you to your office. I know you will be more comfortable there. Lockhart's body floated up and turned, so it was horizontal to the ground. Another look from Quinn and Lockhart with ropes turned invisible. The boy hummed a happy tune as he skipped his way to Lockhart's office. On his nape, 7 colors oscillated, shining with deep shades, giving the impression of deep entrenchment. Nights at Hogwarts were quiet with comfortable yet eerie silence. Students comfortably slept in their dorms, teachers who were off-duty either went out to Hogsmeade to enjoy some nightlife or stayed in for a quiet day. House elves performed tasks in the cover of the night. Portraits also went to sleep in their frames, emulating human behavior. Ghosts who were awake and couldn't sleep were few in numbers to bring life to the castle. In that quiet castle, a boy could be seen dancing in the Hogwarts castle as he moved in the corridors. He was doing nothing but taking a walk in the silent castle, feeling the cool breeze caress his skin. Today had been another good day in series of good days for him. Gilderoy Lockhart, the fraud, the person who had tried to wrong him by trying to erase his memories and take his memory, was stripped of his position as the professor of defense against dark arts. The official reason was that Gilderoy Lockhart had become sick and was quitting his job because of health reasons. But he knew better. Anyway, Gilderoy Lockhart had quit his job, and to soften the blow for his numerous fans, he had announced a sale for the next week, dubbing it the Get Well Soon Sale Week. The Lockhart goods were being sold at never-before-seen prices just so that his fans could show their support in the time of need. Even in his absence, Gilderoy Lockhart was giving him profits. A pity that he had to go. While he was dancing in the corridors, Recon, his trusty map, was floating in front of him, diligently doing its job to show who was present around him. His walks in the night were a private affair, and he preferred them to remain that way. With no people, elves, ghosts in his sight, he would occasionally look at the map, changing his direction if he was moving towards someone or they were moving towards him. It was polite to give people their space. And while they didn't know that he was here, he did know that others were around, so it was only normal to get out of their way so that both he and the other party could enjoy their peaceful night. When he looked at the map, he found someone ahead in his path. It was a blue dot, meaning that the other party was a student. A rare sight this late in the night. He was about to follow the usual protocol and avoid them, but the name tag with the blue dot caused him to still in his path. The map showed that Luna Lovegood was around the corner from him. This puzzled him greatly. Why was Luna here? She didn't stay up this late. It was past her bedtime, she had told him so. Worried about his friend, he moved towards the girl, softly taking steps as he turned around the corner bend and saw her. She was standing there, at the side of the corner, looking outside at the bright moon that was illuminating the velvety night sky. She looked like a fairy, admiring natural beauty in a way humans couldn't. But her appearance caused him to frown. She was wearing her Hogwarts robe, but there was nothing on her feet. Barefoot were her solace. She looked fine, but that didn't say anything about why she was here so late in the night. So, after some contemplation, he called out, "Luna." The younger girl had badgered him to call her by her first name, going as far as not responding to her family name. According to her, it was nice to hear Luna instead of Looney, like everybody had started to call her. The silvery blonde swirled her head towards the voice. There she saw him standing there, looking at her with a worried look on his face. "Quinn," she said. Her feet moved, moving her body towards him. "At novel bin at. What are you doing here, Luna?" Quinn, who saw Luna moving towards him, asked. "It is past your bedtime." The blonde stopped in front of him and replied with questions of her own. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you sleeping?" Quinn's reply was a simple one. "It is not my bedtime, so I am taking a walk." To Luna Lovegood, the answer was a fitting one. She got answers to both of her questions. "So, tell me, young lady, why are you here and not in your bed, sleeping?" asked Quinn. "And, why aren't you wearing anything on your feet?" Luna looked down at her feet, her toes moved in nervousness. She spoke softly. "I was kicked out of the common room, and now I can't enter the common room." Quinn frowned at the answer. "What do you mean you were kicked out of the common room?" No person other than the faculty members could kick a student out of the house common room, and he was sure that Flitwick wouldn't kick a student out of the common room this late at night. "Some 7th-year girls came to my dorm room and stunned me," Luna answered while clutching the ends of her robe. "When I came to be, I only had this robe on me and was in the first-floor girls' lavatory." Quinn's blood went cold as he heard that. She narrated her story straightforwardly with no cracks in her voice, but he could see the signs she displayed. She hadn't looked at his face ever since she walked near him. Her hands had been clutching her robe so hard that her hands were white. "When I went to the common room, I couldn't answer the riddle from the eagle, and no one came in or out of the common room, so I was locked out." "And, why didn't you go to Professor Flitwick or any other professor?" Quinn asked. He successfully hid the anger he was feeling. "I don't know Professor Flitwick's bedtime," she answered, her face still facing downwards. "What if I woke him up from sleep?" Quinn closed because of the anger he was feeling. His anger rose again because even though Luna's words sounded idiotic, Quinn knew that Luna was scared to even ask for help. She was just saying this to hide the real reason. "Luna," he spoke to the young girl in front of her. When she didn't look up, he used her hands to cup her cheeks, lifting her head up to such that she was looking at him. "You don't have to be scared to ask for help. You can go to any professor, even if it is Professor Snape in the middle of the night. You can even knock on the headmaster's door, and it would be fine." Luna stared at Quinn as he spoke. "And, you can come to me with any problems you have." He showed a comforting smile and spoke. "You are my friend, and I always help my friends out. So, come to me anytime you want, and I would be waiting for you." "Really?" asked Luna. Her eyes stared at Quinn as if looking for something. "Really?" Luna's chin quivered a little. She released her robes from her hands and raised them to hug Quinn. Her thin arms grabbed onto Quinn tightly. Quinn, who was surprised for a moment, snapped out of it and hugged back. He could feel her silent sobs and gently stroked her back and let her cry it out. Luna didn't have any friends in Hogwarts. Her quirky personality didn't help her make friends. She was friends with Ginny Weasley, but the Gryffindor girl was in another house and busy with her new friends. The two couldn't meet as frequently as they did before Hogwarts, leaving Luna alone. Quinn was Luna's friend, but he had been too busy himself, spending his time in the restricted section of library, room of requirements, or the A.I.D. office. He was rarely seen in the Ravenclaw common room. Luna would usually spend her time in the gardens exploring the greens by her lonesome, but she could only do it so much, and after that, any child would want someone to play with them. So, when Quinn heard that Luna could come to him anytime and that he was her friend, she broke down. When she woke up in the bathroom, she was scared and alone. It frightened her when she couldn't figure out the puzzle to go inside her common room. She was sure that she would have to spend the night out alone. Quinn waited for Luna to calm down before he spoke. "Are you feeling fine?" The girls in his arms nodded but didn't separate from him. "Good, now let's get you home," said Quinn. It was too late in the night, and it was time to sleep. Even Quinn was feeling sleepy. "It is late, and we should go sleep." Luna finally released him from her hug but grabbed the edge of his sleeve as if scared that Quinn would disappear if she let him go. The two walked in comfortable silence until they reached the common room entrance on the 5th floor. Quinn looked at the bronze eagle knocker and used it to knock on the door. Immediately the eagle spoke the entry riddle. "A container without hinges, lock, or a key. Yet a golden treasure lies inside me. What am I?" The answer from Quinn came immediately. "An egg." Luna, on the side, finally understood the riddle, and her eyes shone when she heard the answer. There was no answer from the eagle, but Quinn and Luna knew the answer was correct when the door opened, allowing them entry to the common room. The two Ravenclaws stepped inside. When the pair reached the stairs to the girls' dormitory, Quinn made Luna face him and looked her into the eye and asked, "Luna, tell me the names of the girls who stunned you." Luna's eyes widened before she shook her head, refusing to answer. "Luna, I can help," Quinn tried to explain. "We will go to Professor Flitwick together, and he will punish those girls. It will be fine." Luna still shook her head. She didn't want to go to the professor. Today terrified her, and she was afraid that if she complained, then the girls would do something terrible again. "All right," sighed Quinn. He tried, but Luna didn't speak a single word. "Now go up and sleep. I will be waiting for you here tomorrow morning. We will go to breakfast together, okay?" Luna showed a sleepy smile and nodded. "Good, now go sleep. Good night, Luna." "Good night, Quinn." She gave Quinn one final hug before climbing the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Quinn waited for a while before all expression drained from his face. "Sorry, Luna," he apologized. "But, if you don't want to go to the professor's, then I would have to take this matter into my own hands." He already knew the identity of the girls who bullied Luna. He had pulled the knowledge when he looked into the eyes using legilimency. The thing was that the splash of red was present on Quinn's nape from the second Luna told him about what happened to her. It only deepened in color with time, and Quinn only hid the anger because Luna didn't need anger but comfort from him. Maximum suffering, Quinn spoke in the empty common room. Scene break. The next few days, Quinn stalked the group of 3 7th-year Ravenclaw girls. From his observations, the 3 girls were high up in the Ravenclaw social hierarchy. The 3 were below average on the Ravenclaw exam grading scale, which meant they were above average in the Hogwarts exam grading scale. 2 of them had boyfriends, 3rd had broken up with hers 2 months ago. Not a useful piece of information, but information nevertheless. What Quinn did in the few days was to find their daily routine, find their usual routes, timings, people they sit and stand with, when they were in the common room, places they went to in their free time. He found things that would help him track them. This time around, Quinn didn't call in his favors to get some blackmail material because he wasn't looking to blackmail the girls. He was going to hurt them they did to Luna. Tit for tat was the theme. When Quinn thought that he had enough information and familiarity with their daily routine, he decided to strike. On the day he was planning to execute the plan, he went down inside his suitcase and retrieved an object that he would use against them. Quinn looked at the thing in his hand and smiled. Maximum suffering? He pocketed the thing and moved out. After spending the school day attending classes, he was finally free. So were the 3 girls. It was a Friday, and on Fridays, these 3 girls would go to one of the many secluded in Hogwarts with a bottle of fire whiskey and drink the fire-inducing booze, alone away from the eyes of anyone who could get them in trouble. Quinn chose this moment because the area they drank was secluded, and no one would be there to see Quinn or the girls. He could work without any witnesses, so no danger of him getting into trouble. The girls arrived in the secluded place full of boulders. Quinn waited behind an enormous boulder till they were settled down, and he was sure no one else was joining them. With his eyes on the girls, Quinn's hand went into his robes, and when it came out, he was holding something. He lifted his hand and pointed at the girls. His face had a savage grin on it. But then something happened, something clicked in Quinn's mind. Quinn looked at the object in his raised hand and stared at it. What? He thought. In his hand was the thing that he hadn't touched for more than 2.5 years, close to 3 years. He had not looked at it for the same amount of time. And, the last time he was near it was before the school year started, but other than that, Quinn had no contact with the object. So, imagine his surprise when he found the object in his hand that he wasn't willing to touch other than the situation where things were on the level of foobar. This situation was nowhere near the level of foobar, but Quinn still had it in his hand. This told him one thing. Just having the object in his hand eliminated all other possibilities and left one single possibility, which was, that something was wrong with him. Why did he come to this conclusion? It was because Quinn was pointing a wand at the girls. Not his fake wand that he made before his first year. The wand in his hand was the real deal. The wand in his hand was an Ollivander piece, made from the wood of an acacia tree, with a phoenix's feather as the core, 14 inches and rigid flexibility. It was indeed like the calm before the storm. Quinn stayed still for a moment. In that stillness, a clarity befell upon Quinn. A clarity that felt strange to Quinn because he hadn't felt like this in months. It was like something clogging the back of his head was cleaned, and all motors were running smoothly again. Instinctively Quinn dove into his mind, and the first memory that popped into his mind was when he dropped unconscious in the second vault. From there on out, Quinn introspected the entire school term, and it finally became clear what he had done. All the things he did, which he would usually steer clear of. His attitude towards things, slight changes in his personality, and substantially lowered inhibitions. Time passed as Quinn stood in his hiding spot. It was like a basilisk had petrified him as 3 girls he was going to target drank the booze, had a fun time, and left the place. Finally, Quinn reached the part where he obliviated into forgetting everything about his identity, and now, as he looked at the real wand in his hand, Quinn's heart started to beat quicker. What have I done? Quinn's tone was grave and remorseful. What was I going to do with those girls? There was a clear sound of glass shattering in Quinn's mind. The sudden sound startled him, and he turned towards his back. And while there was no one behind him, Quinn's magic moved on its own and froze the rocks behind him. He didn't mean to use ice magic to freeze the rocks. It just happened on its own. Then Quinn heard the sound of sizzling behind him, and turning, he saw that half a boulder had been turned into dust. What? Suddenly, Quinn's hands felt hot, and when he looked down, he saw veins of blood magic on his forearm. At this point, Quinn was experiencing a full-blown panic attack, and with those erratic feelings, the magic around started to become more and more unstable. More and more of the area froze and melted at the same time. Rocks transfigured and transmuted before everything turned into dust or exploded. Lacerations and deep gashes made from destructive and dark magic appeared on the rocks and boulders around him. With labored breathing and sweating from all over Quinn's body, he looked around as his vision blurred and his ears buzzed. Stop! Broken words came out of Quinn's mouth as he clutched his head and attempted to stop his magic from lashing out without his will. It took a while, but the magic stopped, leaving the horrid destruction around him. But the trouble wasn't over as Quinn stood up on his feet and immediately ran inside the castle. He was holding magic, but he was hanging on a thread, and the magic was pushing against his control, rampaging his body, threatening to break out. Quinn somehow got to the 7th floor. His entire journey to the 7th floor had been rough as some of his magic had leaked out, leaving patches of magical damage in his path. A strong room, a strong room, a strong room. Quinn desperately thought about wanting a strong room as he paced up and down to activate the room of requirement. When the door finally appeared, Quinn directly ran into the door, opening it with his body. He stumbled into the room of requirements, falling within a few unstable steps. A scream pierced the room as Quinn finally couldn't stop the bubbling magic inside him, and instantly, the surrounding room shook. Whips of fire, layers of ice, streaks of lightning, quaking floor, lacerations, and cracks appeared along the walls and floor. The room descended into pandemonium as Quinn's magic wreaked chaos in the room while the room of requirement fixed the damages continuously. After an unknown period, Quinn gained some semblance of control. Quinn once again tried to stop his magic, which wasn't following his will and order, but nothing worked. It lashed out without his lead. Quinn had no control over his rampaging magic. Any effort to direct his magic was met with failure. The rapid expulsion of magic started to hurt his body as Quinn felt like his veins were on fire. In that desperate time, an idea struck him, and he reached into his mind. He used the emotional aspect of occlumency to reach out to all his turbulent emotions, and at that moment, he cut all his connections to his emotions. He disconnected his emotions from his body, and instantly his face went blank. Next went the emotional connection to his mind, and everything he was feeling became distant and like a buzzing in his mind, annoying but manageable. Finally, Quinn cut the emotional connection to his magic. His wandless focus ability heavily depended on emotions and his will to perform magic. The lack of magical focus made Quinn's emotions and will crucial to his ability to cast magic. Now, without a single ounce of emotional connection from Quinn, the magic stopped. The room went silent as Quinn sat on his knees, his hands hanging loosely to his sides. There was not an expression on his face or a look in his eyes. He opened his mouth, and words came out in a monotone. I screwed up. I need help. George West looked around the room he was in. It was a plain room that clearly been cleaned recently to make it presentable. Presentable to whom? His best and probably correct guess was for him. He owned the building of which the room was part. Actually, this building was owned by the West family business, and he was the owner of said business, so technically, he owned this building. Back to the room he was in, it had a single wooden table and 2 chairs, sitting opposite to each other on opposite sides of the table. On the table rested a pitcher of water with 2 glasses, courtesy of the manager of the small, West-financed ventures operated in the building. There was no decor on the walls, and the walls were painted in a simple white color that looked dull because of the time it had been since the room was given a coat of paint. Other than the table and the chairs, the room was bare. He got and walked to the window and looked outside the window. Through the glass, he could see the view of the all-wizard Hogsmeade village. People who lived in the settlement went on with their lives as George watched them from above. Not knowing that the richest man in the country was looking at them, George thought of the reason he was here. Quinn, his younger grandchild, had sent him a mail through the machine they were calling Magi Fax. The Magi Fax was a big hit in the offices of the West business. In the past year, Magi Fax was introduced to almost all of the West family offices and ventures. And as it was expected, the addition of the machines was a big hit everywhere. The memos were being sent faster than ever before. Just by employing the instantaneous feature of the Magi Fax, the business all around the world had gained major profits. The information was being exchanged much faster than their local competitors. That West business was faster and better at everything because they had more time to plan and act. George smiled when he thought about the profits that the Magi Fax brought them. Soon, the Magi Fax would be rolled out for all to buy and bring in more profits. His grandson, Quinn, didn't know it, but George had opened an account for him that would hold a part of the profit for every Magi Fax sold. His grandson didn't know it, but he was about to get very rich in the coming future. George walked back to his chair and sat down. He didn't know why Quinn had called him here at the Scrivenshafts quill shop at Hogsmeade, but the letter said that he needed to get here as quickly as possible even if it meant to drop everything he was doing. George did what he was asked for and immediately replied that he would meet him the next day, and here he was, sitting in a room in Hogsmeade, waiting for his grandson to arrive. But today isn't a Hogsmeade weekend, murmured George. He had asked the shop manager, and he was told that today, a Saturday, wasn't marked as a Hogsmeade weekend. I wonder how Quinn will get out of the castle. George didn't know that there were hidden passages to get in and out of the castle, and Quinn knew every one of them. He picked up a glass from the tray and placed it on the table, took out his wand, and cleaned it himself with magic before pouring himself a glass of water. Just as his glass was full, the door to the room opened. George looked up to see his grandson, Quinn, standing at the door. "Grandfather," greeted Quinn. George noticed the flat tone in which Quinn spoke and the slump in Quinn's shoulders, and the tiredness in his posture. "Quinn, you look." George greeted back but couldn't finish his sentence as there was something off about Quinn. George couldn't know what it was, but something about Quinn looked unnatural. Quinn sat down on the opposite chair and looked at George. When the eyes met each other, George's widened when the unnatural feeling disappeared, but what remained wasn't what George was expecting. George saw Quinn's face distort, and gone was the unnatural feeling, and what remained was heavy bags under Quinn's eyes and sickeningly pale skin. His tired face didn't have an expression on it. "Quinn," George exclaimed in worry as he reached out his hands towards Quinn's face and held it against his cheek. "Oh my dear child, what happened to you?" Quinn stared at George with the same expressionless face he had on since the last 2 days and spoke monotonously. "I got into trouble. I am in big trouble and need help." George frowned in worry as he noticed the monotone in Quinn's voice and no expression. "Quinn, why are you using occlumency to hide your emotions?" After another stare, Quinn spoke. "Please, step back and keep your wand at ready." "What?" George was confused. Quinn's words didn't answer his question. His words only confused him more and caused more worry. "If you push your chair back and make some distance between us, I would be properly able to explain what is happening." The flat tone seemed to be the only tone that Quinn spoke in. "And, please keep your wand ready to protect yourself." He stared into George's eyes and asked, "Do you understand?" George observed Quinn with a critical eye before following his grandson's instruction. He pushed his chair away from the table and readied his wand to defend himself. "I am going to undo my occlumency." Quinn's voice cracked a little. "Be ready." George didn't know what to expect, but what happened blew his mind. A pained expression appeared on Quinn's face. It was the first facial expression he had shown since entering the room. Then it all started. The walls of the room changed. Some of the patches of the wall turned into liquid and dripped. Spikes jutted out from other patches. Paint on the wall caught on fire, but at the same time, the walls became whiter than ever. George gripped his wand as he felt the room getting colder and colder, but when he looked up at the ceiling, it was on fire. The table shook violently before floating up in the air. Deep gashes and horrid laceration tortured the floor. George removed his eyes from the bizarreness around, looked at Quinn, and saw multicolored veins all over his face. The rampant magic stopped after 10 seconds, leaving a panting Quinn, who slowly went back to becoming expressionless within the following few seconds. The room, on the other hand, didn't go back to normal. It remained damaged from Quinn's magic. "Please do damage control," came Quinn's request in the same monotone. George didn't respond for several seconds and just stared at Quinn before he finally used magic to extinguish the fires, repairing the destroyed table and fixing the walls to a certain degree. The room didn't go back to before Quinn's magic bruised it, but it was much better than the mess when Quinn cut the emotional connection from his magic. "What happened?" George pulled his chair towards the table and put his hand on Quinn's hand, which was shivering. "What was that?" Quinn held George's hand. George felt the nervousness in the grip. "Then, I should start from the beginning." Quinn pulled his hand back and took out a wooden cuboid from his clothes, and placed it in the middle of the table. The cuboidal box had crude runes carved on its surface. "What is this?" Quinn stared at the box with a blank expression, but no one but him knew what was going inside his mind. "Inside that wooden block is my wand." George frowned as he asked, "Your wand?" He couldn't comprehend why Quinn would keep his wand in a wooden box. He wasn't expecting the answer that Quinn gave him. "Grandfather, I have only held my wand 2 times since the day I bought it. The first time was on the day we bought the day and the second time was before this week. Other than those 2 times, I haven't touched the wand with any part of my body." "That doesn't make sense," George spoke, not believing what Quinn said because his situation didn't allow Quinn to leave his wand. "Child, you are learning magic, you can't perform magic without a wand." Quinn's hands were palm-faced down on the table. He slightly raised his index finger on his right hand, and immediately George's wand expelled from his hand and twirled in the air before falling over the table. "I don't need a wand to use magic." George looked at his wand on the table, which was snatched from his hands. He couldn't believe that an unarmed child had just disarmed him. Then came the story that explained to George what just happened. "Grandfather, if you remember, I showed my first sign of magic when I was 4. There was a pause before Quinn continued again, "When I fell from my room's window, and that triggered the accidental magic to save my life." George, of course, remembered the day. All the people had a scare followed by joy because of Quinn's fall. "It was exactly 1 year after that I gained deliberate control over my magic." Quinn narrated the event where he first used magic. "It was frustration-induced, accidental magic. I sent a rubber ball across the room. That allowed me to control my magic on smaller levels." Quinn remembered the days he would play with glass marbles and rubber balls. "I moved small objects by using magic for an entire year before I got my hands on one of Leah's books." If Quinn didn't have a tight grasp on his occlumency, he would have smiled. "From that day onwards, I learned about magic theory and how it worked." George recalled the days when Quinn would carry Leah's book with him all around the house. Then came the time when he left for the world tour. "That was the start of my magical journey. Leah had given me books of my own as a gift, and I had you buy books from every country we visited. Unlike what everybody thought, I didn't buy them because I enjoyed reading. I bought them because I wanted to learn more about my magic. George's eyes widened at the revelation. He couldn't believe that his grandson had been doing wandless magic since he was 5 years old. I learned on that trip. To this day, I consider those years were the best time of my life. I traveled the world while learning magic. At that time, it was everything I wanted from my life. I never stopped practicing magic after that. Quinn stared at George's face and continued, I have over 8 years, closer to 9 years of experience with wandless magic. I can use magic without a focus with no problems. I don't even notice it anymore. Quinn stopped talking to let George absorb the information. After a while, George put up a question. Why didn't you use your wand after we bought it for you? Memories of the day he bought his wand passed through Quinn's mind. As I said, I had been using magic without a focus since I was 5 years old. That was 6 years of experience of wandless magic. By that time, I had a solid connection to my magic. But when I held the wand, what it did was try to divert the connection between me and my magic through the wand. Meaning that if I kept using my magic, then there would come the point where I would reach a point where I would have to use the wand as a link between me and my magic. Quinn did a robotic shrug as he explained, I didn't want my solid connection to my magic to wither away with time. But the wand made me feel so powerful. Just holding the wand in my hand increased my magical capabilities by several levels. I struggled with the temptation of the power it made me feel, so to escape it, I locked the wand in a wood block and threw it in one of the rooms in my suitcase. George couldn't understand what Quinn was talking about as magic theory wasn't his forte. But, George did have another question for Quinn. Quinn, he looked at his grandson with a slightly hurt look on his face. Why did you think you needed something like this hidden from me or anyone in the family? Seeing the hurt look on George's face shook Quinn. He almost lost control over his occlumency. The look of vulnerability was not something he had seen on George's face. The older man always had a stern and stoic exterior. Quinn knew that George was a caring person, but the hurt expression on his face something Quinn had never seen before. There was a long pause before Quinn replied. I didn't tell anyone because I thought you would stop me from using magic. Quinn was grateful for the occlumency that kept his magic at bay because it made his voice sound absolutely flat with no emotion in it. If Quinn wasn't using occlumency right now, he wasn't sure if he would have been able to lie to George. It was a complete lie when Quinn said that he thought they would stop him from using magic. The real reason was something entirely different. The 5-year-old Quinn didn't consider the Wests as his family. He didn't trust them even a single bit. He didn't see George West as his grandfather, nor did he see Leah West as his sister. He was dropped in this world with no warning. He had suffered from a panic attack within minutes of coming to this world. Quinn found himself in an unfamiliar body and lived in a house with the original Quinn's family. At that point in time, they were complete strangers to him. And, they weren't any strangers, who were family to the original owner of this body, who was now dead. He didn't dare to reveal that he could do magic without a magical focus because it scared him that they would somehow know that he wasn't their family and just somebody possessing their family member's body. If they ever found out, he was sure that he would be dead, with no one ever finding of his death. It was the reason why he acted as the perfect child so that they won't get suspicious. Quinn did what every child would do and behaved as a well-behaved child so that they won't have any reason to become suspicious. For the first 2 years, Quinn wore a permanent mask of a perfectly behaved child. A method actor as he had once called himself. It was all an act to maintain his life in this world. It took time before Quinn learned to see them as his family. It took spending years with them to finally see them as his family. To finally look at George West as his grandfather, Leah West as his sister, Elliot Dalton and Ms. Rosie as his all-but-in-blood family, and Polly as the dependable house elf who completed his family. It took time to finally consider himself as a genuine member of the West family and not some imposter. But by the time he finally accepted them, it was already had been years since he started practicing magic. He felt guilty for not telling them and decided to keep it a secret until he got a good chance to reveal that he could do magic without a wand. Losing control over his magic wasn't the lemon he imagined about, but it was the one that life gave him, so he made lemonade with it. There was a long silence between George and Quinn as they stared at each other. Neither of the two said a single word. I am sorry, spoke Quinn. He apologized for being so late. I am sorry for hiding it this long. I will not lie and say that it didn't hurt me to see that you thought I would stop you from doing something you so clearly loved. George spoke, his voice softer than Quinn had ever heard from the man. But I am glad that you told me about this. And Quinn, I would say this, I would never ever stop you from doing what you love. Thank you, said Quinn. But, this still doesn't explain why you are in this condition, asked George. While his talk with his grandson had brought them together, it said nothing about the condition Quinn was currently in. What happened to you that you lost control of magic? Quinn poured himself a glass of water from the slightly deformed pitcher before continuing. There exist a few secret mysteries in Hogwarts that not many know about. Quinn was starting the Cursed Vault's explanation to his grandfather. The castle is 1,000 years old with generations of magical humans starting their magical journey with Hogwarts. So, it is not strange that there are unidentified areas in the castle. I just so happened to come across one of those mysteries. Quinn reminisced about the day he met Friar and how it changed his life in Hogwarts. In my second year at Hogwarts, I found that there are these 5 vaults hidden across Hogwarts. Only the ghosts remember about them because some of them have been here for centuries. The Hufflepuff ghost, Friar, shared with me the knowledge about these vaults. George listened to Quinn, who spoke with a flat tone and blank expression, but George could see how these vaults would have excited Quinn. I cleared the first vault last year. There was a pause in which Quinn thought if he should tell George about how he got hospitalized for 10 days because he almost died. Quinn decided that if he was going to tell George about the vaults, then he should just opt for full disclosure, sort of. I got hospitalized for 10 days, had to grow most of my skin, all of my hair, heal my bones and plenty of organs. What? George screamed. Why wasn't I told about this? Quinn expected that reaction. He was just glad that he didn't use the words like death or almost died in his sentence. It was nothing to worry about. Quinn lied to lessen his grandfather's worries. Madame Pomfrey fixed me up in no time. Plus, she is a great company. Moving on, I solved the first vault and found what was behind it. No problems, it just took a lot of time and effort. Quinn looked George in the eyes. The problem started this year when I found the second vault, and in my first and only exploration of the vault, I fell unconscious. George sharply inhaled. He didn't like where this was going. Quinn took a deep breath before continuing. Something happened to me that day, and whatever happened was undone before this week because I now have no control over my magic. Quinn's hand shivered as some emotions started leaking. I went from feeling on the top of my game to having no control over my magic. It actively tries to escape my body and cause rampage. George could feel that Quinn was struggling because he could feel the slight temperature dropping in the room, and there were small glimmers of facial expression on Quinn's face. He took Quinn's hand in his and spoke. But, you just used magic when you disarmed me. Quinn shook his head and explained. I can still do minor magic that I find easy. My magic is seriously limited right now. Plus, right now, I feel stifled when I use magic. Using magic without a connection to my will feels extremely wrong. He pointed to the time just a few minutes ago. You remember when I come into this room, I was hiding my face with magic? That was illusion magic, at least a physical illusion, not a mental illusion. I am not in the condition to perform much mental magic, and your occlumency defenses are too much for even the normal me to use a mental illusion. Quinn looked at George's face and realized that he had gotten off the point. Anyway, I saw your face and noticed that you found something wrong. The current me wasn't able to pull off a physical illusion with my magical capabilities. I am not having a good time with my magic. I don't feel good. It is all right, Quinn, George spoke in a comforting voice. Everything would be all right. I will find a way to fix whatever is wrong with you. So, don't worry. Everyone in the house would help. George meant it as he already started to plan to hire the best healers money could buy. He needed to find the best in the fields and provide his grandson with the best health care. Help? Yes, help. Quinn's eyes shined, and he gripped George's hands. I need help with this, and you can help me with this. Of course, anything you want, Quinn. George didn't deny any request. While he couldn't see any expression on Quinn's face, he could tell that something was wrong with Quinn. His emotions were all over the place. I want you to call someone, Quinn said. I want you to get them to West Manor the day I return home. The request confused George. He didn't know who his grandson wanted to meet so eagerly. Who is it? Quinn took another deep breath before speaking in a flat monotone. I want you to call Alan D. Baddeley. It was weird to wake up from petrification, thought Ivy Potter as she looked at the hospital wing ward from her bed. One moment she was looking around the corner through mirrors just to make sure there wasn't a gigantic snake waiting for her, but then she saw acid yellow eyes in the mirror, and everything went black. The advice saved her life even though she didn't like the source of the said advice. She was miffed that she was taken out twice in a single day, once by Quinn West and then by the basilisk later that day. It was a weird thought to have after being petrified and coming as close to death as she had been, but for Ivy, those events were the last memories she had before the petrification. There was no fear or dread when she was petrified as the petrification from basilisk was instant. It didn't give Ivy a chance to feel anything at all. Sure, she woke up with a slight scream of terror because she could remember the basilisk, but what she saw was her mother standing by her bed, hugging her tightly. She was petrified, were her thoughts. It felt almost anticlimactic, being petrified by the deadliest snake in the world. The only thing she didn't like was the stiffness in her body from no activity for weeks, but Madame Pomfrey cured it in a jiffy. Ivy's first worry came when she remembered Hermione was with her and asked what happened to her best friend. She was told that the students were being released from their petrified state one every half hour so that Madame Pomfrey could have ample time to check if something was wrong before moving on to the next student. Ivy was the second last to be cured, and Hermione was after her, making Hermione the last student to be given the mandrake juice. The bushy-haired witch's first reaction was funny. She woke with a yell of bullocks. That was something Ivy wasn't expecting from a person who always chided Ron for his language. Then Ivy was told that the heir of Slytherin took her into the Chamber of Secrets. Harry and Ron had gone in there to save her. It made her feel grateful to her brother and childhood friend. The two dummies had ventured into the Chamber of Secrets just for her. There was no way that her heart didn't feel warm for the two. She forgave them for being so annoying all the time. Then came the tough part where the now reinstated headmaster told the students before them that the Slytherin's monster had petrified them for months. It wasn't a nice thing to see when Colin Creevey found he had lost a big chunk of his first year at Hogwarts or when Susanna Heselden found she missed out on crucial time in school during her O.W.L year. Justin Finch-Fletchley yelled that they should kick her brother Harry out of Hogwarts. But the headmaster explained to him that Harry wasn't the heir of Slytherin and the whole incident was because of a dark magic artifact that opened the Chamber of Secrets but didn't go into detail. Ivy thought that she and Hermione were lucky because they were only out for a few weeks and didn't lose time on the level as the others did. Scene break. Ivy, Hermione, Harry, and Ron sat huddled in Harry's bed in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. The curtains around the poster bed were drawn, providing privacy to the Golden Squad. It was the first time since Ivy and Hermione were waken up from petrification that the four had sat down together to talk about what happened. Let's start, Ivy spoke to her friends. She was leaning against the headboard of the bed. Tell us what happened down in the chamber. Harry and Ron looked at each other before Harry started telling the events that transpired. We found the parchment in Hermione's clutches and immediately found the information about the basilisk in it. Then there was the note on it which said that Moaning Myrtle knew about the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Then it clicked in my head, Harry explained, that if the basilisk could kill with its gaze, then what if the girl who died the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened never left the place which she died? What if she was there the whole time? Ivy and Hermione's eyes widened as they understood. Harry, who saw the expression, nodded. Moaning Myrtle was the girl killed by the basilisk last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Harry recalled the conversation he had with the ghost. Ron, who was on the side, nodded. Myrtle said that she was crying in a stall when she heard a boy making strange sounds while Myrtle was in the lavatory, and when Myrtle stepped out, all Myrtle saw were big yellow eyes before she died. Hermione had a strange thought that she decided to put out. Do you think glasses provide protection against basilisk's glare? Hermione asked, wondering about the information Quinn had given her and Ivy. I mean, look at all of us who got petrified. We all saw the basilisk's eyes indirectly. Shouldn't meeting the basilisk's eyes through the glass count as looking at it indirectly? Ivy shook her head in disapproval. I don't think so. In every case this time, the basilisk's eyes were seen through reflections. Water, mirrors, and viewfinder, all of which showed reflections of the eyes. And, Creevy saw the basilisk through a ghost. I don't think we can take ghost bodies and glasses as the same thing. She looked at Harry and thought of something. And, even if glasses do provide protection against death by glare, then I don't think Myrtle was wearing glasses at that time. Hermione frowned and questioned, why do you think that? Myrtle's ghost always has glasses on, which means she had glasses when she was alive. Harry said that she was crying when she was in the lavatory. Ivy jutted her chin towards Harry and said, I have seen him cry. He always removes his glasses when he cries. I mean, doesn't everyone who wears glasses remove their glasses when they cry? So, it is reasonable to think that Myrtle wasn't wearing her glasses at that time. Harry, who was telling them the ordeal he went through, was flabbergasted when the two girls started to talk about him crying. How did they go from basilisk and Chamber of Secrets to him crying? All right, stop talking about me crying. I don't cry, Harry said so that they could move on from the current topic and spoke the last words with some weight as if insisting on them. Let's move on. Ivy and Hermione giggled while Ron chuckled as he looked at his best mate. Harry felt heat rush to his cheeks and hurriedly spoke. So, when we asked about what she saw that day, Myrtle pointed at the sink right in front of the toilet she haunts. And, when we searched the sink, Ron found a tap with a snake on it. Harry gave Ron a thumbs up before turning back to the girls and revealed. At novel bin at. There is something that you don't know about this year is that I have been hearing voices. Harry winced when he saw Hermione and Ivy glared at him. Ivy massaged her temple and spoke in a voice that clarified that she was holding back her anger. I have said this a lot through the year, and I can stress this enough, but you are really an idiot? Do you know what you just dash? If you had just told us dash. Ivy and Hermione had gone into Quinn West's office and got caught by him and were blackmailed into being under his debt. Ivy was sure that either she or Hermione would have figured out the monster's identity with that piece of information. And while Ivy didn't know if she would have broken into Quinn West's space, Ivy was sure she wouldn't have asked West for the monster's identity, and that would have saved her from doing a job for him. Harry remained quiet for a while and observed his two female friends. He waited for them to calm down before continuing. Well, then I spoke to the tap in Parseltongue, and the whole sink came disappeared and left behind a huge hole which was the entrance to a tunnel that I think went down below Hogwarts. He remembered the entire tunnel ride into the Chamber of Secrets, with him trying to stifle his screams and Ron loudly screaming as he slid behind him. When I reached the Chamber of Secrets, I saw an unconscious student there. Harry stopped to recall his name. His name is Terence Higgins, a Slytherin. Ivy and Hermione noticed Harry didn't show his usual reaction when he talked about Slytherin. Harry would show signs like a shallow frown or a wrinkled of his nose. But right now, he didn't show any of those. Even Ron didn't snort in derision or snarl things like bloody snakes. Ivy even saw light sympathy in her twins' eyes. That was new, she thought. So, Terence Higgins was the heir of Slytherin? Hermione asked the question. Harry shook his head and revealed. No, Higgins wasn't the heir of Slytherin. He looked at the two girls and spoke. Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin. Ivy and Hermione's eyes widened at the revelation. What do you mean Voldemort was the heir of Slytherin? Hermione's voice fully expressed her shock. Terence Higgins was being controlled by Voldemort. Voldemort possessed him and opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk. Hermione was still frowning as she asked, but, how did he possess Higgins? A haunted look flashed on Harry's face as he explained, He used Tom Riddle's diary to possess Terrence Higgins. What do you mean? Harry got up from his bed and walked to his desk. He picked up a piece of parchment and quill from his table and wrote something on it. After staring at the parchment for a while, he returned to the bed. The parchment went to the middle of the bed. Ivy, Hermione, and Ron leaned forward to look at the parchment. Asterisk. Tom Marvalo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort. Asterisk. Every letter of the first line was connected to the letters of the second line with arrowed lines. Ivy, Hermione, and Ron were shocked to see the words transform into Voldemort's name. An anagram, gasped Hermione. Yes, Tom Riddle was Voldemort. Harry's face was pale as he stared at the parchment. There was a memory of Tom Riddle in that diary which could manipulate people who wrote on it. The other three understood what that meant. Harry had that diary for some time, and in that time, he had become withdrawn and something of a recluse. Harry was under the control of Tom Riddle's diary, and they could see how that knowledge was affecting Harry. A slight change in events, and Harry could have been lying in the chamber instead of Terrence Higgins. Tom Riddle was the one who opened the chamber the last time. Harry told them about the memories that Riddle had shown him. He didn't want Hogwarts to close because of Myrtle's death, so he blamed Hagrid for it, and everyone believed it because of Aragog. Harry then proceeded to tell them about his struggle with the basilisk and how Fawkes, the Phoenix, helped him by blinding the basilisk and how the Sorting Hat gave him the Sword of Gryffindor. Fawkes cried on my wound and healed them and then burst into flames. I was so scared that he died, but it turned it was just a burning day. It is normal for phoenixes, and Fawkes had exerted himself enough to trigger a rebirth from ashes. The other three listened with silent attention, taking in every word coming out of Harry's mouth. It wasn't every day when they heard a tale from a person who fought the basilisk and lived to tell the fable. What happened after that? Asked Ron, engrossed in the story. Oh, then I passed out. You passed out. The same sentence came from the mouth of the three listeners. Harry scratched the back of his head and ruffled. Well, I had just been bitten by a basilisk after I drove a sword through its head. I think it is normal for anyone to pass out after that. But what happened to the young Voldemort? Did he escape? Asked Ivy. Harry shook his head and revealed something that surprised all. That is the thing. When I woke up to Baby Fawkes' loud chirps, I saw that Riddle's diary had a basilisk fang stabbed into the diary. Harry said the sentence like he couldn't figure it out. Riddle said that he was going to use Higgin to come back to life, but when I woke up, he was still alive, and Riddle wasn't anywhere to be seen. But that doesn't mean that Voldemort is gone. What if he escaped? What is he is out there right now? Exclaimed Ivy. Voldemort being out there scared her a lot. Harry shook his head and refuted Ivy's worries. Professor Dumbledore told me that when the diary was stabbed with the basilisk fang, the memory of Tom Riddle inside was destroyed. He assured me that Tom Riddle didn't return to life. He was destroyed with the diary. Ivy, Hermione, and Ron breathed a sigh of relief at that. Dumbledore's assurance was all they needed to believe that Voldemort wasn't returning as Tom Riddle. What I don't understand is that who stabbed the diary? There wasn't anyone in the chamber other than Riddle and I. Harry glanced at Ron and said. Neither did Ron see anyone entering the chamber. Ivy and Hermione shot quick and discreet glances at each other. Someone entered the chamber, he says, which meant that someone knew the chamber's location. And both of them knew someone who fit that description. Scene break. Hey, Ivy, muttered Hermione as the two climbed down the stairs from the boys' dormitory to the common room. Do you think? It might be him, answered Ivy. But we can't be sure. It could be entirely someone else. Both girls knew who they were talking about. The person who had given them the information about the basilisk knew the chamber's location. I am sure that even if we asked him, he would deny everything, added Ivy. Hermione nodded at that. What about the payment? What do we about it? The two girls exited the staircase as Ivy answered. We need to get West what he wanted. I don't know what he will do if we don't get him the Marauder's map. She jutted her chin across the common room and spoke, and we are going to do it now. Hermione looked in the direction Ivy pointed at and saw the Weasley twins huddled together in one corner. The two walked over to the twins, and Ivy spoke. Fred, George, we need to talk. Weasley twins looked up from whatever they were doing and spoke in their usual twin speak. Ivy, Hermione, what can we do for you today? Ivy wasted no time and got to the point. I want you to give me the Marauder's map. The identical twins made identical expressions of surprise. They looked at each other before staring at Ivy and asked, why do you want the map? No, let us ask, how did you know about the map? Ivy sighed as she answered, my father is part of Marauders. He told me about the map. Now, give it to me. The Weasley twins' jaw dropped as I stunned them at the sudden revelation. James Potter, Senior Auror, is a Marauder. You must be joking. No, he is Prongs. Do you know about that name? She said, giving them proof her father was a part of the Marauders. The twins nodded in unison and perfect coordination. Good, so now give me the map. I really need it. Fred, or maybe it was George, took out a folded parchment from his pocket and handed it to Ivy. The daughter of Prongs took the parchment and awkwardly stared at it as she didn't know what it was. She licked her lips before asking the twins. Dad didn't tell me what it was or how it works, she spoke. Tell me about it. Ah, I should have given this more thought, she thought simultaneously. Fred took the map from Ivy's hands and laid it on the floor. He gestured his twins and the girls to stand facing towards the wall to create a barrier. This, Ivy, is the secret of our success, said Fred, patting the parchment, fondly. It's a wrench, giving it to you, said George, but your father did make it, so we guess it can't be helped. Anyway, we know it by heart, said Fred. We bequeath it to you. We don't really need it anymore. Ivy and Hermione noticed that the twinspeak had gone down. Even though they spoke in turns, they weren't completing each other's sentences. The map must be genuinely important to them, she thought. Ah, we got emotional, said George, wiping an imaginary tear with his finger. Explain, Fred. Well, when we were in our first year, Ivy, young, carefree, and innocent dash. Ivy snorted. She doubted whether Fred and George had ever been innocent. Well, more innocent than we are now. We got into a spot of bother with Filch. We let off a dung bomb in the corridor, and it upset him for some reason so he hauled us off to his office and started threatening us with the usual detentions, disembowelment. It was then we couldn't help noticing a drawer in one of his filing cabinets marked confiscated and highly dangerous. Don't tell me gasped Hermione. Ivy gave her friend a side look. The rule-abiding witch had stolen from Snape. Why was she acting so shocked now? Not that I am the one to talk, thought Ivy, having stolen from Filch. George caused a diversion by dropping another dung bomb. I whipped the drawer open and grabbed this, pointing at the folded parchment. It's not as bad as it sounds, you know, said George. We don't reckon Filch ever found out how to work it. He probably suspected what it was, though, or he wouldn't have confiscated it. And you know how to work it? Asked Ivy, getting curious about the parchment's functionality. Oh yes, said Fred, smirking. This little beauty's taught us more than all the teachers in this school. Get to the point, sighed Ivy. George smiled as he took out his wand, touched the parchment lightly, and said, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. And at once, thin ink lines began to spread like a spider's web from the point that George's wand had touched. They joined each other, they crisscrossed, they fanned into every corner of the parchment, then words began to blossom across the top, great, curly words, that proclaimed, Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's Map. It was a map showing every detail of the Hogwarts castle and grounds. But the truly remarkable thing was the tiny ink dots moving around it, each labeled with a name in minuscule writing. Astounded, Ivy and Hermione bent over it. A labeled dot in the top left corner showed that Professor Dumbledore was pacing his study, the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, was prowling the second floor, and Peeves, the poltergeist, was currently bouncing around the trophy room. And as Ivy's eyes traveled up and down the familiar corridors, she noticed something else. This map showed a set of passages she had never entered. Hidden passages are littered around Hogwarts, said Fred, and George continued for him, passages that go out to Hogsmeade, or passages that connect different parts of the castle. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, sighed George, patting the heading of the map. We owe them so much. Noblemen, working tirelessly to help a new generation of lawbreakers, said Fred solemnly. Right, said George briskly. Don't forget to wipe it after you've used it or anyone can read it, Fred said warningly. Just tap it again and say, mischief managed. And it'll go blank. Ivy traced her finger on the map as if trying to find someone, and finally, her finger stopped on the 5th floor, in the west corner, at a certain classroom. Quinn West. George saw Ivy's finger stopping on Quinn's name. Ah, little Lord West the information broker, the all-knowing Ravenclaw, completed Fred. Now that I remember, he knows about the map, doesn't he, my less handsome twin? Yes, he does. It was a big surprise, wasn't it? Ivy looked at them with shock and said, you two know that he knows about the map. Oh, yes. We don't know how West knows about it but he does. It was a surprise back then, but now it just seems normal given that he seems to know everything. Fred and George had plenty of interaction with the Quinn West. They regularly employed Quinn West for testing out their trick potions. It was a boon for them because they didn't need to check the trick/prank potions on themselves. The twins didn't know how he did it, but Quinn West would modify the potion recipes and return recipes that would be better than before and perfectly safe to consume with no lasting effects. Perfect for prank potions. We occasionally have tried to follow him but he would always slip away from us. He probably knows the castle as well as we do. The twins saluted and said in unison, we can respect that. So, young ladies, said Fred, in an uncanny impersonation of Percy, mind you behave yourself. See you girls later, said George, winking. The twins bounced away, leaving behind Ivy and Hermione with the map with them. It was time to go back to the place they were held captive and talk to the devil. Even though she had only been to this part of the 5th floor twice, it was one of her least favorite places in Hogwarts. The first time she had been here, Ivy had gotten help, and the host had been pleasant enough, and she had gotten what she wanted with something little extra for a great price. It was just that the parting had been a mixture of shock and surprise. The second time, she had come to do something not so ethical, and the results were not the ones she was expecting. She would still groan and sigh for several minutes after remembering the events that had transpired, and she sincerely considered that it wasn't wholly her fault. Quinn West had shown so many signs of suspicious activity. Yeah, he had brought that on himself. Now, here she was for the third time, standing at the door of the same classroom-turned-office, her hand on the doorknob of the entrance. She genuinely didn't want to enter the room. Ivy could feel the stare of her best friend from her side and muttered, all right, just give me a second. You already had 2 minutes worth of seconds, replied Hermione in a slightly exasperated tone. If you don't want to, I can take the lead. He did ask us both to get the map. Shaking her head, Ivy replied, no, I asked for the information, and the map belongs to my dad. I need to deal with this. You are overthinking it, you know? Think back to the time when we came here for the notes. The exchange at that time was simple. Hermione sighed at her friend's actions. We gave him money and got the notes and the information on the Philosopher's Stone. There was no stunning and being bound to chairs. But, what if tells us to do something? Ivy looked worried. Quinn had said that he might make her do something that she was uncomfortable with. And, we can't really refuse him after all that happened. Again, we can do nothing about it. If West wanted us to do something, he would have found us to collect his favors. Hermione shrugged, and even though she didn't like someone having her under their control, she had given this situation some thought. It is inevitable, he will ask for something one day, might as well worry about it when the problem comes. No reason to waste time by worrying about it right now. Hermione gave Ivy a push and asked Ivy to open the door and enter the door. The redhead pursed her lips before opening the door with determination. Inside the office, the two girls saw Quinn West sitting behind his table. His eyes were closed, and there was no expression on his face. He was sitting so still that they thought he was a statue. But, the door chime on the top of the door alerted Quinn of their presence as he opened his eyes and saw the visitors. He showed no change in expression and just stared at them. No, he was observing them. Yes, he asked with a flat tone. Ivy, who was walking towards the table, frowned when she saw Quinn. She could see the telltale signs that he was using that. What are you doing? She asked. The question was vague, and Hermione, who was just behind her, frowned. Is she again going to start something? Hermione's experience while Ivy and Quinn West interacted was full of situations like this. Ivy would act recklessly and ask questions that stumped Hermione. She wanted nothing out of the ordinary to happen this time around and just wanted to quickly complete the transaction and get out of here. You know what I am doing, exactly. Quinn's reply came in the same flat tone and no expression. Ivy's eyes narrowed, and she asked back, I know what you are doing. What I meant was, why now? Drop it, it is unsettling. I am practicing, said Quinn. Not my fault you find it unsettling. Deal with it. Hermione was part confused, and part irritated. It was always like this. Whenever these two meet, she was sidelined. What are you two talking about? He is using a clemency, came the reply. Hermione didn't know what a clemency was, so it still didn't clear Hermione's confusion. What is a clemency? I will tell you later. She quickly replied before turning back to Quinn and asked, you are more expressionless than Greengrass. You know that Daphne's expression is not because she is using a clemency? Quinn replied back. That is just her resting face. Let's move on. Why are you two here? Quinn wasn't having a good time, and right now, he didn't want to deal with anything. Especially with these two. The card isn't showing that I am in for consults, so why did you two come here? Ivy frowned before talking out the folded parchment and said, we bought you the Marauders map. She was expecting a crack in Quinn's face, but he stayed expressionless. Ah, I see. So you bought it. Good job, I guess, replied Quinn. He stood up from his barstool and raised his hand for the map. Ivy didn't immediately hand the map over and asked, what are you going to do with the map? I hope you are not going to keep it. It is my dad's, and I am not going to let you keep it. I have no wish or desire to keep the map, Quinn replied. He didn't need it. I just want it for a couple of minutes, and you will get it back after that. But, what are you going to do with it? Ivy pressed on. She didn't care that this could get her in trouble. She wanted to know. You are smart. You will figure it out after I am done. He once again raised his hand to ask for the map. Rest assured, I won't damage it. Ivy's eyes wandered between Quinn's hand and face before she handed the map over. Take care of it, she softly said. Sure, came Quinn's reply as he stared at the parchment. Ivy sighed because Quinn's flat voice made it impossible to detect any vocal tone clues. It was like she was talking to a robot. Feel free to sit while I return in a while, Quinn offered without looking at them and entered his workshop, leaving the two girls behind. So, what is a clemency? Hermione immediately asked. Sit down, Ivy sighed as she took a seat. This will take some time to explain. Scene break. On the other side of the glass wall, Quinn stood with both his hands on the table, his head hanging down and eyes closed. The reason he had asked for 10 minutes and not a minute to work on the map because he was busy groaning in his head. Trying to maintain his acclimacy because of the stupidity he had done while he was under the influence was threatening to break his already thin-spread emotional acclimacy bounds. Why did I have to ask her to get the map? While Quinn's face was calm as a cucumber, inside it was a raging turmoil of emotions and regrets. Why me? His entire interaction with Ivy Potter after he had come out of the second vault had been a series of blunders that had now become a huge mistake. The first and biggest mistake was to confront Ivy Potter while she was polyjuiced into Daphne. This whole mess started at that point. If he was not under the influence at that time, Quinn would have ignored the thing and just turned a blind eye to the entire situation. Getting a Potter under his debt was outstanding in almost every situation. But this situation wasn't one of those. Hell, no, it is the worst situation, cried Quinn. Blackmail? Really, blackmail? What was I thinking? After that came the break-in, which Quinn was fine with. He would have done the same thing even without the influence from the second vault. He would have stunned them and then probably got them to owe him just like he did, but he would have done it much more calmly and did damage control by the time they were done. And, then was the bigger deal. Why did I have to tell them about the basilisk? Screamed Quinn internally. It was the mistake that could have and might still backfire. How am I going to answer if somebody asks me why didn't I tell professors? How am I going to answer this? Similarly, he was slumped because he had given them the chamber's location. Just these two things could ruin his peaceful life at Hogwarts. Quinn was snapped out of his self-loathing when he felt something. He looked down and saw that his hands were sinking into the wooden table because the entire tabletop had turned into sand. He clamped down on his occlumency to cut down his leaking emotions. Quinn raised his hands as the surrounding sand trickled down, and almost in a robotic and inorganic manner, bits and pieces of sand turned back into the wooden table as Quinn used his incomplete magic. After taking in a lot of deep breaths, Quinn calmed down his emotions and decided to end this, and after that, never to talk to anyone in the Golden Squad. He touched the parchment and softly spoke. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The map came to life, and Quinn immediately found his position on the map by browsing through the spread parchment. He put his finger on his position, and within the next few seconds, the footsteps and name tag representing Quinn West on the map lightened until it was no longer visible. Done, said Quinn. Now, I am free from any tracking. This was the only good thing that came from this. If Quinn was under the radar of Ivy Potter, Hermione Granger, and with them the Golden Squad, then erasing himself from Marauder's map allowed him to roam unseen. He had recon, and they had nothing to track him. He could outrun them all day long, and they could never find him. Mischief managed. After he was done, Quinn moved back to his office. Scene break. Here you go. I am done were Quinn's first words while he returned the map to Ivy Potter. Your payment has been recorded and completed. The deal is finished. Thank you for doing business with me. Quinn skipped the part where he says to the clients to return if they had problems. He didn't want them to ever return. Ivy took the map from Quinn and gave it a close observation, trying to figure out what Quinn did. You can look at it after you get out of here, said Quinn. Please, leave. Ivy and Hermione raised their heads and stared at Quinn, who stared back. The two parties stared at each other before Ivy nodded and stood up from her seat to leave. Hermione looked at Ivy and then Quinn before fidgeting a little and decided to go for it. Are you selling the notes for this year? At novel bin at. Quinn, who wanted them to leave, clenched his hand under the table and nodded. He stood up, went to his workshop, and brought out 2 sets of notes. Quinn placed one set in front of Hermione and then eyed Ivy. Do you want one? Ivy nodded but didn't say a single word. Neither Quinn nor Ivy wanted to speak to each other at this point in time. Same as last year, Quinn quoted the price. He didn't say anything about a discount because right now, it wouldn't even be funny. Hermione put down money for both sets and replied to Ivy, who looked at her with a quirked brow. I was always planning to buy these and well thought it won't harm in carrying money for yours as well. Hermione blushed under the gaze of the other 2 people in the room as she picked up the notes. Let's leave, muttered Ivy as she turned to the door and exited without saying a word. Hermione followed after her friend but not before throwing a quick glance at Quinn. After the door was closed, Quinn suddenly felt very tired. He wanted the school year to end. Scene break. I found it, Ivy yelled. She had the Marauder's map opened on her bed as she touched a spot on the map. What did you find? Asked Hermione. Looking up from the notes she had gotten today. I found what he did to the map. Ivy was frowning. Hermione stood up from her table and walked to Ivy's bed, and asked, what did he do? He erased himself from the map, spoke Ivy. I can't find him anywhere on the map. Yeah, that must be it. Hermione sat down on Ivy's bed and looked at the Marauder's map. She studied the map, which was one of the more fascinating works of magic she had seen. But right now, she had something else on her mind. So, you didn't ask him if he was down in the Chamber of Secrets? Asked Hermione. Ivy stilled at the sudden question before answering the question, but she didn't look at Hermione. It doesn't matter, and I don't care. But Ivy knew why she didn't ask that particular question. The reason was simple. She didn't want it to be true. She didn't want to hear from Quinn's mouth that he was down in the Chamber of Secrets. Ivy Potter didn't want to hear that Quinn West saved her and her twin's life. He had threatened and blackmailed her twice. In both cases, he had implied that he would make her family's life hard. Her image of Quinn was anything but positive. She didn't know how she would feel if she was told from that same person's mouth that he was indeed the one to save her and Harry's life. Things were simple this way. As long as Quinn West was the bad guy in her mind, things would remain simple. And Ivy Potter preferred simple after the events of this year. Scene break. The last few weeks had been tough. Quinn had found that if someone went from happy to the point of extreme giddiness to showing no expression, people would notice something was wrong. To combat that problem, Quinn had to force himself to show fake expressions, which proved to be mighty difficult when he was so detached from his emotions. He even had to put fake emotions in his voice, which was difficult in its way. Quinn's magic was just too glitchy to keep illusions on his face the entire day, which made it necessary to fake his expression. To lessen this hardship, Quinn had chosen to spend the entirety of his in hiding. He would spend all his time in the Room of Requirement. Room of Requirements was the reason he had chosen to stay in Hogwarts rather than going home. He didn't know what was happening to him, and while his grandfather contacted Mr. Allen, it could be dangerous for Quinn to stay at home and risk losing control of his magic. His family could get injured by him, and Quinn didn't trust anyone other than Allen with his mind. Every day inside the room of requirements, Quinn would undo the bindings on his emotions, letting them and his rampant magic flow out. While letting his magic was painful, it was also stress-relieving. Quinn binding his emotions all day wasn't good for his health. For the few minutes that Quinn let go of his emotions, he felt whole again. While it was painful, and Quinn struggled to force his magic to stay inside the entire time he let loose, it was the only time he felt whole. His exams weren't a problem because even with his current condition, Quinn could still perform magic above the asked level. He made sure that his results would be the same as last year because he didn't want anyone to know that he was suffering from an ailment. All his free time went in researching what had happened to him. But in the few weeks before the term end, he made little progress about his condition. So, when he deboarded the Hogwarts Express and saw his grandfather standing there, it was like a beacon of hope in the darkest of nights. Is he at home? Quinn skipped the greetings and directly asked. Yes, he is waiting, answered George. George had sent a Magi fax to Quinn, telling him he had agreed to see Quinn and meet him the day Quinn returned home. Good, let's go home, Quinn said in the flat tone he had for weeks. George had prepared a winged horse-pulled carriage because Quinn didn't trust himself with magical transportations like flu, apparition, or portkaya. Scene break. Where is he? Quinn asked Elliot just as he entered the manor. His patience had run thin the second he saw the West Manor from the carriage. And usually, this would be considered rude. Elliot knew what was happening to Quinn and answered. He is sitting in the reinforced training hall. Quinn nodded and beelined his way to the hall, which was reinforced just in case Quinn went ballistics. It was reinforced to withstand strong magic. He opened the door to the hall and saw the old man from which he had learned the magic that kept his magic at bay. The old man turned his face towards the door and then shifted his body when he saw Quinn. Oh, Quinn. It has been a while, hasn't it? Alan D. Baddeley had arrived. Quinn turned back and closed the door behind him. He nodded to George and Elliot, who were standing there as he closed the door. I will be back in a few. Turning back towards Alan, Quinn slowly walked to the chair in front of the old man and took a seat. Hello, Mr. Allen, greeted Quinn. Alan could see the clear signs of occlumency from Quinn's face. So, I hear you messed up, Alan spoke, and Quinn just stared at his mind arts teacher's usual, almost ever-present smile. He hadn't changed a single bit in the 3 years. Alan D. Baddeley was still the joyous old man who had a penchant for peeking into others' mind. I did. I really did. Quinn nodded in response. Alan was here to help him, so Quinn didn't gain anything from lying or hiding things. And, currently, with his occlumency operating full-time, he had a serious edge of logic in his thoughts. I want you to ready your bracelet and get ready to defend yourself. Quinn got straight to the point. This is what is happening with me. Yes. The rampaging magic I was told about. I think that is a good place to start. Alan brought his hands together and touched his focus bracelet with his other hand. Go ahead. I am ready. The two people in the room didn't waste any time catching up after 3 years of separation. Both knew that they could do it afterward. Quinn desperately wanted to know what was happening to him and solve it to get this crisis behind him. While Alan could see that Quinn wasn't having a good time. Okay, here I go. The next second, Alan immediately pulled up a transparent shield just as a spell was hurled towards him. Oh, that was close. He watched with keen attention as various activities of magic manifested into the room. There was nothing to be observed from the out-of-control magic. As the name suggested, it was out of control. After Alan was satisfied seeing this unusual sight, he turned his eyes to his young student, who had his eyes squeezed shut and struggle on his face. Immediately Alan sent a mental probe into Quinn's mind, and he was a little surprised to see that Quinn's shields were fully down. Right now, he was no different from a person without an occlumency shield. Alan dove into Quinn's mind and saw that the mindscape had changed in the last 3 years. Oh my, now that is a magnificent structure. Alan smiled as he saw the enormous building in front of him. Hogwarts Castle stood in all its magnificent glory. Even the surroundings were changed to look like the surroundings of the real Hogwarts. He built this in 3 years? Impressive. Alan was impressed because of the sheer size of the castle. He could tell that the castle was functioning memory storage and not a work in progress before a memory gateway initiation. But right now, he didn't have time to admire the structure, neither did he need to go through Quinn's memories. Let's go check his emotional status, said Alan, and instantly, he was not in the mindscape with the enormous castle. The space he arrived in was gray, with the color tending towards black rather than white. Inside the gray, there were dark distortion-like vortexes littered around the space. Well, with his magic out of control, it makes sense that his head is not right, noted Alan as he looked around. He loves magic after all. Alan was standing in Quinn's emotional representation. An experienced Legilimens or Occlumens could access their own or someone else's sentimental representation. You couldn't influence emotions from here, and this was just a place you could judge a person's emotions. Emotions were a complex concept that every mind arts user studied extensively. And if they were serious about learning about mind arts and the mysteries of the mind, then there would come a time in every mind art user when they would have to confront their emotions. The dark grayness in Quinn's emotional representation clearly showed that Quinn was in a darker state of mind, and the darker vortexes that he was struggling with some mental problems. Take Alan for an example. He was an avid advocate of mental health, and if anyone got the almost non-existent opportunity to get a look inside Alan's emotional representation, then they would find that it was a very light color of gray, a color very close to white. The lighter the color of the space, the better mental condition they were in. Alan took care of his mental condition and didn't have any delusions about himself. He confronted almost every issue about himself and got to the root of the problem. In doing that, he would attain closure and help his mental situation. A complete white emotional space was only present in infants, toddlers, or very young children. Any age above that would have different shades of gray because such was life, and they were sentimental beings. No person was perfect. The distortion-like vortexes were the real cause of problems. They were what messed up with Quinn's mind and, in turn, his magic. Removing his eyes from the gray space, Alan gazed at the bright and colorful arrangement in front of him. What Alan was seeing was a vast network of light orbs of various sizes connected to each other. The connections between them were of varying lengths and pulsed from time to time. Alan could think of every color he knew, and he would find it in the bright and colorful network. There were so many connections that, to the naked eye, it was a complex network of lines and orbs. But, to a mind arts specialist like Alan, it was nothing but an open book. No matter how many times I see this, it never ceases to amaze me, murmured Alan as he looked at the complex network. This was the core of Quinn's emotions. Every emotion he had ever felt connected to each other in a complex network. This was a core part of Quinn West's personality. Personality was defined as the character sets of behaviors, cognitions, and emotional patterns that evolved from biological and environmental factors. Emotions heavily influenced a person's personality and attitude toward things. The more you experienced various situations, the more you form opinions, and with those opinions would come emotions regarding those experiences. This isn't out of coordination, noticed Alan. There was nothing wrong with Quinn's emotional network. He isn't feeling unnatural bouts and spurts of emotions or nothing else. Well, Quinn did state that whatever was done to him came undone. Alan remembered the day when George West personally had come to his door to request his help. It was a shock to see the influential man contact him personally and not through someone else. George had told him that Quinn had requested his help. The initial information given to him was that Quinn's magic was out of control, and it was because he was under the influence of some kind of magic. Quinn stated when the magic came undone, his magic went out of control. This enough for now, said Alan. Scene break. When Alan came out of Quinn's mind, he spoke to his student. All right, you can stop, Quinn, spoke Alan. With a sudden, sharp, and erratic intake of air, Quinn clamped down on his occlumency. Immediately, all magic stopped, and Quinn went expressionless. Quinn's eyes remained closed for around a minute before he opened them and flatly asked, "What is wrong with me?" "Other than a darker state of mind, I have found nothing wrong with your mind," replied Alan. "Of course dash dot." But a shout from Quinn cut Alan's explanation. "What?" Immediately, Quinn's occlumency cracked slightly under the bout of anger. "Did you just not see the rampant magic? How can you say that nothing is wrong with me?" Rampant magic once again manifested in the room as the temperature rose. Alan sighed before he cast magic, and immediately Quinn's pupils dilated, and he calmed down. "I am using mind magic on you to calm you down," spoke Alan. "How are you feeling now? Calm down." Quinn nodded as he patched up his occlumency and detached his emotions from himself. Alan also retrieved his magic as Quinn brought himself under control. "As I was saying, that there is nothing wrong with your emotions right now. They are functioning like a normal person, albeit a normal person under a lot of stress," Alan spoke in a calming voice, making sure that he didn't agitate Quinn. "But, we have only started. There is a good chance that I might have missed something, so have patience. You have already been like this for a few weeks, you can wait for a little while." Quinn nodded in reply and patiently waited for Alan's instruction. "I will need some memories," Alan said as he crossed his on his lap. "I need to know what actually happened to you." Alan didn't even ask for Quinn's account of the entire situation and went straight for the memories. He was sure that his student would recognize that showing memories would be much more efficient and resourceful than Quinn telling him things using words. "I expected that," replied Quinn. "It took me days under this condition to create a collection of memories that will get you up to speed. At novel bin at. Oh ho ho, you are prepared. That is nice," Alan remarked at the news from Quinn. "I had weeks to think about this situation. Even though I wasn't able to get myself better, I did make sure that I had everything in hand for you." Alan tilted his head and asked, "What would you have done if I had refused?" Quinn mechanically shrugged. "I wasn't thinking about that. I am sure that if you refused, grandfather would have brought in someone else. But, if I am being honest, I knew you would come." If Quinn didn't have his occlumency detaching his emotion from him, then he would have been smiling, but he couldn't even do that as his magic would have come alive and shot out fireworks into the air at the very least. Alan laughed at that statement. "Well, it turned out you were right. Here I am sitting in front of you." The old man rubbed his hands before saying, "All right, show me those memories." Scene break. A mental representation of Quinn waited inside his mindscape with a book in hand. He looked up to see Alan manifest into the mindscape. "Let's get started," said the representation of Alan as he walked to Quinn. He looked at the book in Quinn's hand and asked, "Is that the collection?" Quinn nodded as he raised his hand. "Put your hand on it." Alan followed, and without a break, put his hand on Quinn's memory book, and immediately the memories, snippets from the time Friar told him the riddle to the memories of a few days back, greeted Alan. It took Alan just over a minute to go through every single memory present in the compilation. It would have taken Quinn at least a couple of hours to do the same. "Meet me outside," Alan said and promptly disappeared from Quinn's mind. When Quinn opened his eyes to return to the real world, because right now, to do anything inside his mind took his entire concentration, and he couldn't operate in the real world and his mindscape at the same time. Alan sat in deep thought about what he had seen. The memories had given him a lot to think about, a lot of information to process. Well, did you find something? Quinn asked in impatience. There were a lot of snippets, said Alan as he stood up. Quinn looked up at the standing man, waiting for the mind arts master to tell him some good news. I have some ideas. Give me some time to analyze. Alan walked to Quinn and put a hand on his head, ruffling his hair. Until then, sleep. Quinn was confused to hear it, but the next second, darkness took over him. Alan looked at his sleeping student and sighed. There were a lot of things to go over in Quinn's compilation. He needed some time to think those through, and he needed some hours for preparation, so he just put Quinn to sleep until then. Scene break. Quinn opened his eyes with a groan. He sat up on the bed and just stared forward towards the wall. Quinn frowned when the wall ahead wasn't part of his dorm room or his room in the West Manor. Where am I? He thought, and immediately he recalled what happened before he went to sleep. He was in the training hall sitting across Alan when he put his hand on his head, and then everything went black. He put me to sleep, didn't he? Spoke Quinn. He ruefully smiled at the old man's actions. It fit Alan's personality, dropping him without warning. But then immediately, Quinn's eyes widened as he recalled he wasn't using his occlumency. Every morning since the accident, Quinn would wake up, and within a few seconds, he would be assaulted with pain that would function as a reminder to pull up his occlumency. Right now, there was no pain and, more importantly, no outbursts of magic. Good morning. Quinn moved his head to see Alan sitting in a chair with a book in his hand. A small table with tea and snacks stood beside him as he enjoyed the treats while reading his book. Did you cure me? Quinn asked with hope. For the first time in weeks, his voice wasn't flat and had emotion in it. Of course not, child. Alan smashed the hope within seconds. You should know better that your condition is much more serious to be cured overnight. Quinn closed his eyes in shattered hope and felt miserable that he wasn't cured, but opened his eyes to ask the question. Then why isn't my magic acting up? What did you do? Currently, he was feeling as normal as he had ever been. His magic wasn't acting up, his emotions weren't detached, and he felt whole again. Alan sipped some tea from his cup before answering. I gave you a magic dampening potion 10 minutes before I woke you up. A magic dampening potion? Quinn exclaimed. He felt around for his magic and felt that his connection to it was weak. Something like that exists. If he had known that something like this existed, he would have used it a long time ago. Oh yes, magic dampeners exist. Alan chuckled and took a bit of a scone before continuing. They aren't used that much, so it is not strange that you haven't heard of them. Quinn didn't care that he wasn't aware of something like a magic dampening potion. He was just glad that something like this existed. Thank magic. At least with this, I won't have to keep using my occlumency to keep my magic under control. About that, Alan closed his book and stared at Quinn. I am afraid that things aren't that simple. What do you mean? Quinn felt dread build up in his ribcage. The reason that the magic dampening potion isn't famous or widely known is that it is harmful to the drinker. Alan dropped a bomb on Quinn. What do you mean it is harmful? If someone is put under the effects of magic dampening potion every day, all day, then their body starts to malfunction. Alan imparted grim knowledge to Quinn, who was under the effects of magic dampening potion. Tumors form in various parts of bodies, the immune system starts to weaken, multiple organ failures, degradation of senses, and overall the body starts to give up. Then why did you give it to me? Quinn screamed at his teacher, who just that he had given him a potion that could kill him. One dose of the potion won't do anything like that. You would need multiple doses every day for a certain period will cause what I was talking about. Alan waved his hand in dismissal as it wasn't a big deal. Then he dropped a bomb. But yet, you will be taking it every day. Quinn wanted to shout and scream, but he was just too much in shock to do so. He had just woken up, and this was the first thing he heard. He already knew how this day was framing out to be. Please, explain. Alan cleared his throat before starting. You can sense your magic, right? It is not completely cut off from you. Quinn nodded. The connection to his magic was weak, but it was there. The potion I gave you is a diluted recipe. It just weakens your connection and doesn't hamper it completely. Alan raised one finger in his right hand. This is the first thing that will reduce the negative effects of the potion. He raised another finger and continued. The dose you will be given will only work for maybe 6 to 7 hours. So, the rest of the time, your magic will still be rampant, and well, you will have to use your occlumency. That also reduces the progress of negative effects of the potion. Alan smiled and finished. That way, I can keep giving you the potion for an extended period, and the effects won't creep on you like they are supposed to do when given the full treatment. Alan made air quotes as he said treatment. Wait. Quinn raised his hand to speak up. All the things regarding the potion are fine. Well, no, it is not fine, but let's put that aside for a second. I want to know the cure for this. I can keep taking the potion, but it will not help me cure anything. Alan put down his empty teacup and said, Quinn, there is nothing to cure with you. You are fine. There is nothing wrong with you. Alan enunciated every sentence to stress them. Quinn stared at the mind arts teacher with an expression that was a mix between shock, confusion, and disbelief. What do you mean there is nothing wrong with me? What do you mean there is nothing wrong with me? Quinn was stunned to hear Alan's statement. Here he had been having trouble controlling his magic. Whenever he set his magic free, it would go berserk and hurt him in the process. Just so that his magic doesn't go out of control, he had tortured himself and detached his emotions from himself. He had learned the very first day he had read upon the emotional aspect of occlumency that blocking his emotions for long periods was harmful. But he still did it because it was the only way he could think. Now, the old man in front of him was telling Quinn that he had nothing wrong with him. What the hell do you mean by that? Alan sighed at his student and explained. Quinn, I diagnosed you while you slept. I didn't find anything wrong with you. Alan raised his hand when Quinn tried to speak up. I know your magic isn't under your control. But that isn't a disease or injury. Then why is acting out and rampaging? Before I answer that, let's go back to the start, Alan suggested and put up his first question. Tell me, what do you think happened to you? I was clearly under the control of magic or curse. It all started when I fell unconscious in the vault. Quinn recalled the time when he returned to his dormitory. It lowered my inhibitions. I did plenty of things that I wouldn't do. Plus, vault made it so that I won't return to it for exploration. I was planning to return to the vault but changed my mind and didn't visit. I was clearly under some kind of mental curse. Quinn trailed off at the end and then raised his voice at Alan. Why in the bloody name of magic didn't occlumency work? I regularly spend time on that damn magic. Why didn't it work for months? Tell me, Quinn, what is your current system of occlumency defense? Alan asked a question from his student. He already knew the answer to the question, but was walking his student through the process so that he would arrive at the answer. It hasn't changed from the time we ended our lesson, said Quinn. He wondered why Alan was asking him the question. A shield layer built under a defense layer, with another set of the same configuration following under the first set. Correct, and I have to say that you have made noteworthy progress in strengthening your shields. They have grown quite a bit since the time I taught you. Alan gave Quinn praise on his progress before asking. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that right now, I am inside your mind? Definitely, Quinn replied almost immediately. He knew his teacher's personality. He had spent a couple of years under his tutelage, and he was sure that Alan was in his mind the entire time. Did you sense me entering? Or can you feel me operating legilimency right now? No, but where are you going with this? Asked Quinn. He wasn't following whatever Alan was trying to show him. Alan sighed before he said, Quinn, with your current system of occlumency, you won't be able to detect anything as long as they get past your shield. If someone or in this case something passes through your defenses, you will have no idea that they are inside. Your defenses will tell you that there is an incoming attack if they are strong enough, but once the attack is inside, your defenses won't do squat. Alan folded his hands on his lap and continued, Don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with the system you are following. You can build your defenses until they are at my level. There is no limit there, but your system of occlumency defenses doesn't have any other feature beyond that. Your defenses won't do something that it wasn't designed for. Alan pointed at himself and said, If someone manages to break past my covering shields, that doesn't mean my defense is over. I have various fail-safes present beyond that to protect my mind. He pointed at Quinn and continued, You, on the other hand, have nothing other than your detection layers and shields. You have the castle and the manor inside, and you have sorted the memories in a way that even if someone gets past your defenses, they would have a mighty difficult time to get to the memory they are looking. And, while I was teaching you, we never went over the possibility of something like this happening. We worked on legilimens breaking into your mind to get access to your memories. We never worked on something like this that would target you in such a way that would alter your personality. Alan paused and stated, You don't have a way to protect your mind from being manipulated like this. But I worked hard on this. Quinn was shocked to hear that his defenses were useless. He wasn't expecting to hear that after the time and effort he put on his occlumency. I know you worked hard. Your defense aspect and your efficiency aspect have grown beyond what I had thought you would be able to accomplish at your current age. I can assure you that your progress is quick, and other than myself and some select individuals, your speed of progress is second to none. Then came the but of the sentence. But your progress in the emotional aspect is lacking. While you are able to detach your emotions so that become nothing but a buzz at the back of your head, and that allowed you to keep your magic in check all this time. Alan had seen the memories, and with his level of legilimency, he didn't just watch the memories like a film and was able to feel what Quinn was feeling during his memories. You have done nothing to make sure that your emotions won't be manipulated. The one to blame here is time. You just didn't have enough time to devote to the emotional aspect while you learned other magic. When Alan said Quinn's progress was below himself and some other individuals, he didn't consider that Quinn devoted time not just to occlumency but various other fields of magic. Quinn had recovered from the reeling shock that his occlumency had failed him because he hadn't designed it sufficiently. Shields. Quinn said something that Alan wasn't able to hear, so he leaned forward and asked. Pardon, I didn't get that. Shields, you said my shields are strong. Why didn't they stop the magic from entering my mind? Even if my emotional aspect occlumency was lacking, my defense aspect was strong enough to block out an attack. Alan nodded to that question and gathered his thoughts to answer. Friar? Was that his name? Yes, Friar. The ghost who gave you the riddle said that another ghost had ceased to exist because of that vault. What did you think about that? That the vault was harmful to ghosts, what about it? I am not a ghost, said Quinn. He would have answered better if he was in another time, but right now, Quinn was defending his occlumency. All right, what are ghosts? Asked Alan. A ghost is the imprint of the soul of a once living magical, and as such, a type of spirit. These fleshless spirits are either afraid of death or have some extremely potent connection to the locations they haunt. Quinn gave him the textbook definition of a ghost. Alan smiled as the words were right there. Exactly, they are imprints of souls. Imprints of souls have similar properties as actual souls. You get what I am talking, right? Quinn gave it a thought, and after some time, he exhaled. The curse was soul-based. Is that what you are talking about? Alan made a face that said, kind of, but not really. The curse was emotion-based, but I can safely conclude that the curse definitely had a soul aspect. It might as well have been the entry point, as after that neither your mind nor soul had no defense for your emotions. Alan gazed at Quinn as he thought about how to explain it to his student. Emotions are connected to both mind and soul. Some believe that it might even be connected to the body, as negative emotional states can affect physical output. But emotions are definitely connected to mind and soul. Mind connection, you already know, and the existence of ghosts show conclusive proof of the soul connection. They remained in the mortal world because they had unfinished business, whether in the form of fear, guilt, regrets, or overt attachment to the material world, who refused to move on to the next dimension. The choice to come back as a ghost was emotionally based. You never noticed something was wrong with you the entire time the curse was active. You made decisions and acted in ways that you wouldn't have. A lot of things should have triggered some suspicion inside you, but it never did. Not once did you think that there was something wrong with you. All of this was because the curse was acting on your emotions and, in turn, your personality. It attacked from two sources, both closely connected to magic, mind and soul. Quinn just grabbed his head and groaned. He was regretting the decision to dive into the second vault. What about my magic rampaging out? Quinn questioned. How is that connected to my magic? What about the changes the curse brought to my magic before it broke? About that, I have no idea. How did the curse, if we can even call it that at this point, increase the capacity of your magic, but I can tell you that the increase in control was because emotion and will is an essential aspect to magic. The curse definitely brought your emotions close to your magic. Your magic responded to your emotions better than ever while you were under its influence. A magical's emotional state can affect their inherent abilities. For instance, an agent of the Statute of Secrecy Task Force was said to have produced better results with their charm after channeling the goodwill they received from innkeepers they met on their travels into their spellcasting. While in service, Gareth Greengrass, a senior researcher in the Department of Mysteries, at one point, documented over 700 instances of spells being cast in anger. He found they were all more powerful than even the casters themselves had thought themselves capable of producing. The curse targeted your emotions with cardinal sins, or the capital vices, or the 7 deadly sins. Quinn collapsed back into his bed, and while gazing at the ceiling, he asked, "Do continue." It triggered your emotions when you felt things that were even remotely in connection to the cardinal sins. Alan listed all the 7 sins. Pride, greed, envy, sloth, wrath, gluttony, lust. Let's talk some examples of how the curse affected you, spoke Alan as he got up from his chair and walked around Quinn's bed. First, let's take an example of how it amplified your emotions from something small to an exaggerated state. Your first duel in that dueling club of yours. The mention of the event brought Quinn's memory of the duel against Miles Bletchley to the surface. You felt a little insulted by the way he looked at you. Tell me, what would you have done if you had another chance and weren't influenced by the curse? Quinn didn't have to think much about it, and he answered, a single disarming spell and end the duel within seconds. I would have ended the duel so fast that he wouldn't have a chance to even twitch a muscle, but I wouldn't have humiliated him by not even drawing my wand. That was too flashy for me. Quinn could hear Alan's footsteps as he walked around. That was wrath. He insulted you, and that triggered wrath. Your opponent just looked at you funny, and I think you decided to humiliate him even before the nasty spells he shot. I guess you are right. Quinn thought about the times he had been angry in the last few months. Some regrettable decisions flashed through his mind. Next, let's move on to the times where the curse took advantage of your body to take effect. Alan spoke, moving on to the next observation. If Quinn could see his teacher's face, he would have found a huge shit-eating grin on the old man's face. Body? When did the curse affect my body? Quinn wasn't sure there were changes to his body. Quinn was sure that his body wasn't touched by the curse. I am talking about puberty, Quinn. Quinn froze in his bed, and he immediately knew Alan was talking about lust. I am sure that you wouldn't have included those memories in the memory package, but you were working with logical thinking that spanned for days on end. So, a lot of those ended up in there. Alan laughed for a while before continuing. Lust triggered in short, but many bursts, and that was because of your hormones. You were so affected by it because you started to feel attracted to the fairer sex. Alan chuckled at the embarrassment his student was feeling. Lust just took over from that point on. I really saw youth in there. Quinn had spanked the monkey, jacked the beanstalk, auditioned with his hand puppet, charmed the snake, took the dog out for a walk, or wanked twice a day without fail. Now laying in his bed, Quinn remembered the times he had been doing something and just ended up staring at the passing by girls. Then there was the incident with Daphne. Damn it, why did I have to say that Daphne? Quinn mushed his face into the pillow. Lust might have been the most enjoyable, but just like others, it made him do things he regretted. Let's move on, please. A muffled shout from Quinn made Alan laugh. All right, let's move on to the case where Curse made sure that you won't go back to the antechamber. Only one sin kept you away from the vault. Quinn gritted his teeth and almost snarled, sloth. At novel bin at. Yes, sloth. Alan had gone through Quinn's memories, and the one sin that was as far away from Quinn was the sin of sloth. Quinn West was a busy person. He had magic to learn, and Quinn made sure to spend every productive minute of his time learning magic. So, sloth was Quinn's mortal enemy. Surprisingly, it didn't affect you that much, didn't it? Except making sure that you didn't go to the antechamber, skipping your morning runs, and the frequent short flashes of zoning out. All you got was becoming extremely rowdy if you were awake past your bedtime. Quinn didn't say anything because it was true. The reason sloth didn't take root inside Quinn was because greed didn't let me be lazy, said Quinn as he stood up from the bed. The talk about sloth made him want to get away from the bed. Right, about that. I never understood why you spent that much time in the library. I know you like to learn, but the time you spent in the library was unusually lengthy. I, for a fact, know that you like to use magic as much as you like to read about it, asked Alan as he watched Quinn stand up from the bed and stretch. Quinn spoke while he stretched his body. I had tricked a professor into signing a pass to the restricted section of the library. The problem was that there is a curse on the position of the defense against dark arts position. No professor lasts more than a year. I think it has been going on for decades. The teacher I tricked was the defense against dark arts professor. A strange flash passed through Alan's eyes as Quinn mentioned the defense against dark arts professor. I was sure that the professor would be gone by the end of the year, which meant that pass would only last for a year. So, I had to make sure to squeeze the maximum out of the one school year I had. Quinn made eye contact with Alan and continued. My magic was increasing by the day, and my control was getting better, so the decision I made was to spend all my time in the library. Now that you mentioned the sins, I think greed was the most prominent sin out of all 7. It was always present in the back of my head, guiding me to learn more and more. Quinn sighed as he leaned against a wall with his hands behind his back. Sitting in that library made you happy, and that was because greed made it such. Your greed for knowledge was fulfilled while you stayed in the library, and it affected your emotions, making you happy. Alan made some conclusions out from the knowledge he had. Quinn nodded, but then he pushed away from the wall and point-blank asked, enough of this. Tell me what had happened to my magic. Alan stopped his walk and turned to face Quinn. The two stared at each other for a moment before Alan spoke up. Your mind, soul, and magic are fine. They don't have anything wrong with them. The problem is that while the curse was active, it increased your capacity and focus, but the way it was achieved was not natural, or should I say the process was artificial. Quinn felt his heart beat faster as Alan continued to speak. I don't think that curse was supposed to break down. I don't know what it was designed to achieve, but it wasn't meant to break down in the middle like it did in your case. With my knowledge, it was meant to go until the end, whatever the end was. All of this was what Alan had been able to find out from Quinn's memories and an entire night of diagnostics on Quinn while he slept. The curse had total control over your focus abilities as it was raising it artificially. So when it came undone, your bond to your magic which was being raised artificially broke down and with it everything you had worked hard to establish. Alan pursed his lips when he saw the despair on Quinn's face. He knew that Quinn had worked hard to build his control since he was 5 years old. But now, it was all gone. Oh okay. Mr. Allen, this isn't helping me. Quinn's voice had a shakiness and desperation in his voice. What does this mean? Alan knew what was coming, but he had to continue. Your focus ability is gone completely, Quinn, and the reason your magic is lashing out is that it had been artificially raised. You weren't meant to gain that much magic in that short amount of time. Your own magic is rejecting itself and is trying to get out. Your focus ability is completely gone, Quinn, and the reason your magic is lashing out is that it has been artificially raised. You weren't meant to gain that much magic in that short amount of time. Your own magic is rejecting itself and is trying to get out. Quinn, who had his eyes wide open, started to tap a foot against the floor. He didn't blink his eyes, all his attention was on Alan. He was hanging on his every word. The news wasn't getting good, but it was something he needed to hear. If you want to get your magic back, you just need to get it back under your control. The current you doesn't have even a bit of focus ability. You might be the only one at your age who can't keep his magic under wraps even when everything is alright. People don't have magic lashing out against their will. Their magic might not respond to them, but it doesn't act on its own. Alan was as straightforward as he could be and sledgehammered his way to tell Quinn his current situation. Any solution? Asked Quinn. There was a lump in his throat that was threatening to break out. It's simple, Alan smiled. The usual smile that he always had. You need to build it up like you did since you started learning magic. The connection has broken down, and you need to build it back up. You could have started to get your magic back the second it went out of control. I didn't need to come back here to help you out. Alan walked towards Quinn while speaking. The only thing I can actually do to help is to make things easier. With your magic rampaging against you, it will be difficult for you to keep it under control. Alan took out a vial from his robes and showed it to Quinn. So the solution to all that is to numb down the magic. By giving you the magic dampening potion, we can level the field. By numbing your connection to your magic, we can make sure that you can work in a calm sea and not in a storm. Quinn closed his eyes to hide the pain he was feeling. The question came out. I lost all my progress. Alan nodded and confirmed his fears. Yes, you lost all your progress. But, I can regain it back. The question made Alan's eyes sparkle and widen his smile. The old Quinn was coming back, the Quinn who surprised him time after time. He could feel it. Yes, you can. You built a tower, and it broke down. You just need to build it again. Quinn opened his eyes, and there was a glint in his eyes. I will build a dim pyramid this time. Something that can't be broken down. Hell to it all if I am going to let something like this happen again. Excellent, that is the spirit, my child. You did it once, and you can do it again. Alan patted Quinn's shoulders and said, now, go meet your family. They had been worried sick since you came home. Go and assure them that everything is fine. Quinn looked up at Alan and earnestly said, thank you for all of this. Alan smiled but said nothing, prompting Quinn to walk outside the room to meet his family. Just after he closed the door, Quinn looked down at his left hand, and immediately an orb of white light manifested above it. A simple, small, somewhat dim orb of light. In the hallway, with no one else but Quinn. He stared at the dim orb of light, which flickered as if it were almost about to go out. The intensity wavered every second. It would brighten for a moment but dim the next. The light was weak, but it shone brightly in Quinn's eyes. Scene break. Quinn emotionlessly stared at the vial that Alan had handed to him. It had been 3 days since Quinn had returned home, and his daily routine was to wake up, go out for a run, have breakfast, wait for Alan to arrive, and then drink the magic dampening potion to finally free himself from the binds of occlumency. He looked up at Alan, who watched him, before opening the cork on the vial and downing the potion in one gulp. Quinn closed his eyes and felt the potion take its effects. As Quinn felt the magic dim down, his occlumency also weakened till he was no longer able to keep it operational. It was a weird feeling, not having his mind operating with occlumency aid. He couldn't remember what it was like before he got the mind-aiding art. Right now, it just felt like there were drapes over his mind, stopping him from peeking inside. So, what do you want to talk about? Quinn asked as he opened his eyes. He looked at Alan, who sat on a chair in front of him. A table in between them separated the young and the old. I am going to leave today, announced Alan. I have nothing else to offer. Your grandfather has the recipe for the potion, and I am sure that he has potiwanners at his disposal, so I am not really needed. Your magic is your problem, and no one but you can solve it. Quinn crossed his legs before asking, you could always help me out with the emotional aspect of occlumency. I learned the other 2 aspects from you. How about making it a complete set of 3? Alan chuckled as he refused. I think it would be better if you learn it yourself. Your spoon-feeding days have passed. Learn it on your own. You already know how to disconnect emotions on different levels, so you have already started on the path. Just keep going. You didn't spoon-feed me anything. Quinn sounded miffed. He surprised Alan quite a bit, so Quinn did anything but being spoon-fed knowledge. Whatever you say, kid, Alan chuckled before continuing on a serious note. Before I go, I think this is the right time to address some issues. Quinn furrowed his brows, uncertain. Issues? You said that there was nothing wrong with me other than that I am the worst magic user in the world. For now, that is. Alan gave one of those soft stares that Quinn was not used to when they came from Alan. What? Quinn questioned, eyeing at his teacher. Quinn, we need to talk about the obliviation incident. Alan's voice was soft. He tried to make sure that Quinn was not threatened and felt as comfortable as he could. Quinn froze on his barstool and stilled as he stared at Alan with vigilant eyes. That incident wasn't in the memories I gave you. Quinn glared at Alan, who showed no reaction at all to the glare. True, but a lot of times, patients hide things from their healers. You especially like to hold your cards close to your chest. Alan pointed at his temple and then pointed at Quinn. You were in a dark state of mind when I first checked. Even though there is nothing physically or magically wrong with you, your mental health is still not at the level I consider healthy. Quinn continued to glare at Alan for a solid minute before softening his glare. All right, let's talk about it. The harshness in the tone was still evident, even if it wasn't as pronounced as before. Let's get this clear. What you did was wrong. Alan came out strong without beating around the bush. This matter wasn't when Alan wanted to dance around the topic and bring Quinn to enlightenment. Of course, I know what I did was wrong, Quinn growled. You don't think I know that? I erased a person's life, leaving them without an identity. It was one of, if not Quinn's biggest, regret out of all the things Quinn did while under the influence of the curse. He was a prick, a fraud, and built his entire life by robbing people of their memories. Quinn clenched his hands and spat. Despite all that, I still feel wrong about erasing his entire identity off of him. He massaged his temples but couldn't meet the eye of his mind arts teacher. Even if the fate of Lockhart was the same as canon, it didn't fit well with Quinn that he was the one to cause that fate. At novel bin at. The reason I am bringing this up is that I have experienced something similar, said Alan, shocking and causing Quinn to look up towards his teacher. It was the first time Quinn had seen such a somber expression on Alan's face. There was a haunting reminiscence in the mind arts master. You see, when I was young, I was 40 years old at that time, making way into the field of the mind arts. I was well into my travels when I arrived in a country. I won't name names. Quinn tried to imagine how a young Alan D. Baddeley would look like. It turned out that one of the ministry bigwigs there knew about me. He also held an interest in my work, so he offered me an opportunity. An opportunity that at that time interested me a bit too much. Alan looked Quinn straight in the eye and spoke in a grim voice. He offered me dispensation to experiment on human subjects who were on death row. Quinn sucked in a deep breath at that. There was nothing wrong with human trials if they were conducted properly, but with how the topic started made Quinn feel that this would not end well. It was a rare chance to ethically perform mind magic on humans. At that time, using the killing curse to execute death row subjects was considered a normal practice. So me experimenting on people who were sentenced to death wasn't a moral dilemma either. Alan leaned back into his chair and stated, "So, as you might have guessed, I readily accepted. I took the opportunity to experiment on death row inmates with no restriction on the things I could do. I was given full reign on how to operate. I didn't even have to care about their health or well-beings. So, I got 6 people to work with. Their fates before their death laid in my hands." A faraway look appeared in Alan's eyes as he continued. "I was so arrogant and full of myself at that time. I thought I couldn't do anything wrong, so I did whatever I wanted with the patients. I followed the protocol well because I was a professional in how I did things. The experiments went well. The 6 inmates were left all twitchy and with some tics because of the constant experimentation. I might have gone a little overboard, but there wasn't any permanent damage to any of them. But you see, during the experiments, a single thought plagued my mind." Alan's gaze locked on Quinn as a self-mocking smile rose on his face. "I thought, I have never actually seen what would happen if I went all out of someone's mind." Alan opened and closed his fist. "Mind arts is a controlled art, it needs finesse and subtlety. So I never actually knew what the mind arts could do if someone turned the dial all the way up. It was a professional curiosity that I shouldn't have tried to sate. So after thinking about it, I choose to use the memory charm. I decided to use an unchecked memory charm on one of the 6 people, to see what would happen, what would come out on the other side." There was a long pause as Alan went silent, and Quinn watched without saying a word as the tension in the room built up. The result was that the inmate forgot everything. He forgot every single thing. Alan tilted his head to the side and elaborated. "Your guy just lost his identity, but he can still start a new life if he wanted." "But, my guy forgot everything. He forgot his identity, his life experiences, and he forgot how to be a human. I ended up making him forget how to function as a human. I erased a human out of existence, and what I left behind was nothing better than a newborn baby." Alan derisively laughed at himself. "The jailers thought I drove him mad. But they didn't understand. I hadn't driven him insane. No, I had erased a person out of existence. In a way, I had killed that inmate before the authorities executed him. It hit me a week after I had done it, and it took me time to get over it." Quinn gulped as he heard Alan recount his story. He felt chills go down his spine as he found out the conclusion of the incident. It was laborious to erase procedural memories because they were so deep-seated in a person. Procedural memory was a part of the long-term memory responsible for knowing how to do things, also known as motor skills. As the name implies, procedural memory stores information on performing various procedures, such as walking, talking, and riding a bike. Alan had erased everything that was learned through living. He had reverted the inmate back to a newborn state, who had just entered the world. "Quinn, I don't know what you feel about obliviating your professor. I don't know if you feel guilty about it, or if you don't consider it your fault as it was done under the influence of the curse," Alan addressed Quinn after letting the story sink in Quinn's mind. "But whatever it is, don't ignore it. Think about the incident and get some closure, whatever, to put this behind. I didn't get closure for a long time, and I don't want you to go through the same. So, just make sure that you have no lingering regrets about it." Alan tapped the table in between them, and Quinn felt the taps on his shoulders. "Believe me, it will do you good. Clear things when they are fresh. Don't put out things for later and work while the wound is still ripe." Quinn nodded and got up when he saw Alan get up. "Come, let's go out for a walk." "The mood is too heavy for my liking," said Alan. His usual smile was back on his face. "You should have seen it coming when you brought it up," replied Quinn. Quinn didn't comment on the sudden change in Alan's mood. He was used to it, and he didn't understand how the mind of a person with Alan's level of acclimacy worked. The student and teacher, young and old, walked outside the room towards the garden. "So, tell me more about this A.I.D thing of yours. What happened to laying low, not wanting to garner attention and all that jazz you talked about before you started school?" "Oh, that plan went down the drain in a single year. But let's talk about you. What have you been doing for the past 3 years?" Well, I met this beautiful lady whom I have been spending time with." "Really? You dog." Scene break. "Thank you, Polly, I will be fine from here." Quinn looked at the house elf and thanked her. "I will call you when I am done." "Will little master be all right?" "Polly worried that you get all hurt?" asked the house elf with worry in her big eyes. She knew what was wrong with Quinn and that he had taken a potion that weakened his magic. "Don't worry, Polly. I will be fine. I will go in there, and when I come out, I will call for you." Quinn pointed at the building in front of him and smiled in comfort. "Okay, call Polly if in trouble," asserted the motherly house elf before popping away back to the manor. Quinn looked at the building. It was a red-bricked, condemned departmental store called Purge and Dow's Ltd. The departmental store was the magical gateway to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The place had a shabby, miserable air. The window displays consisted of a few chipped dummies with wigs askew, standing at random and modeling fashions at least 10 years out of date. Large signs on all the dusty doors read, "Closed for refurbishment." The hospital was placed here because no one could find a better place to house it. Everywhere in Diagon Alley was too small, so people came up with ideas to build it underground like the Ministry of Magic, but it was decided that underground was too unhealthy. Eventually, a Muggle building was purchased so that patients could come and go and fit in with the crowds. Quinn walked towards a window displaying nothing but a particularly ugly female dummy whose false eyelashes were hanging off and modeled a green nylon pinafore dress. He leaned close to the glass, looking up at the very ugly dummy and said, "I am here to see Gilderoy Lockhart." The dummy gave a tiny nod and beckoned its jointed finger. Quinn took that as the signal and stepped into the building. Just like the barrier at King's Cross Station to platform 9 3/4, he didn't crash into the building and arrived in a different place. He was in what seemed to be a crowded reception area where rows of men and women sat upon rickety wooden chairs, some looking perfectly normal and perusing out-of-date copies of Witch Weekly. Others sported gruesome disfigurements such as elephant trunks or extra hands sticking out of their chests. The room was scarcely less quiet than the street outside, for many of the patients were making very peculiar noises. People in lime green robes were walking up and down the rows, asking questions and making notes on clipboards. Quinn noticed the emblem embroidered on their chests, a wand and bone, crossed. Quinn ignored all the hustle and bustle of the area and just made his way into the hospital. He found the floor guide on a wall and found the place he was looking for. Spell damage. 4th floor. Unliftable jinxes, hexes, and incorrectly applied charms, etc. He found the stairs and made his way to the 4th floor. It took some asking around, but he was able to find the right place. He stared at the double doors that marked the start of a corridor sign posted. Spell damage. He entered the corridor and looked around to find the ward, Janice Thicky ward, Janice Thicky, Janice, found it. It was the ward for permanent spell damage. The door was locked. Quinn took a deep breath, and with a shaking hand, channeled all the bits and pieces of magic that he could muster and unlocked the locked door. Gilderoy Lockhart sat in his bed. He had a quill in his hand and parchment in front of him. The man was scribbling on it with his tongue sticking out. He knocked on the door, and Lockhart looked up. "Yes?" asked the man in hospital clothing. Quinn walked towards the bed and sat on the armchair beside it. "Good afternoon. My name is Quinn West." Lockhart smiled and introduced himself. "A wonderful afternoon to you as well. My name is Gilderoy L. Lockhart. Do you want an autograph?" Quinn smiled and nodded. "I would love to have an autograph." "All right, wait a minute. I am going to write up a good one. I am getting better at this." "Sure, I will wait." Quinn watched as the man drew on the parchment with his quill. He didn't feel much guilt about erasing Lockhart's memories. The man would have continued to steal credit from people if he got out of Hogwarts unharmed. Then the time would come when Lockhart wouldn't be satisfied with his current level of fame, and it was inevitable with his personality that he would end up doing things much worse than what he did before. So, in Quinn's mind, what happened was better for all because from what he remembered, Gilderoy was able to continue his work as an author, after a fashion, getting someone to help him write the book. Who am I? Quinn felt Lockhart got what he deserved. The only thing that irked Quinn was that he was the one to deliver that fate. "Here you go, one autograph," said Lockhart, handing Quinn the parchment. "From me to Quinn West." Quinn took the parchment and saw one decent-looking piece of calligraphy. He could see the flashes of Lockhart in there. His hand went to the satchel he was carrying and took out a box and set it on the bedtop table in front of Lockhart. "What is this?" asked Lockhart, excitement flashing in his eyes. "A gift, Mr. Lockhart," replied Quinn, as he got up from his chair. "Please open it. It is all yours." The man ripped open the box and took out a figurine. "Oh, isn't this me? How handsome am I?" Lockhart was so engrossed in the stuff in the box that he didn't notice that Quinn had left him long ago. The calm and serene lake was a beautiful sight to experience. The steady, undisturbed water of the lake's surface reflected the sky above and the lake's surrounding scenery. The scenic beauty was enhanced as the lake was surrounded by lush green. The current location was as described. Quinn and Leah were sitting at the lakeside with fishing rods set up in front of them. "Neither of us knows how to fish," Quinn said as his other sibling stared at the lake. "One could only watch the reflection in the lake for so long before it got boring. This is a bad idea. We just need to give it time. Fishing is all about patience, my little brother," pointed out Leah. She then raised her wand to send a pinching hex on Quinn's upper arm. "Ow, why would you do that?" glared Quinn at his sister as he rubbed the hurting spot. "I am spending my precious free time with you." Leah took out a bottle of beer from the cooler beside her and popped the cap off with magic. "Be grateful." Yeah, I am Leah West, look at me, I am a big business lady," Quinn mocked his sister. He rubbed the red spot on his arm and whined. "Damn it, this still hurts. Couldn't you have been gentler? Like you are any better. I am Quinn West, look at me. I will be the big magic guy in the future." Leah imitated Quinn, her voice filled with sarcasm. "But I am stupid enough to lose all control over my magic, so maybe I won't be the big magic guy. At novel bin at. I am going to be the big magic guy. This is just part of my glorious journey to the top," said Quinn, and gave his sister a sideways glance. Their grandfather had been caring and supportive throughout the ordeal. He just wanted Quinn to be safe and didn't care about anything else. Elliot had been supportive in the same way and always spent time with Quinn when he wasn't under the magic dampening potion. Ms. Rosie had scolded him some before taking care of him in her own way. Leah, on the other hand, showed a different reaction. Quinn's elder sister hadn't known about the entire ordeal until she returned from spending a month in Barcelona for work. The first thing Leah had done after she was told of the situation was giving Quinn a tight slap. If you asked Quinn, it was a really tight slap. Quinn, who hadn't been hit in this manner, was shocked. He had been hit with magic during his duels with Elliot. Sure, he had been hurt by backlashes while he learned and experimented, but he hadn't been slapped on the face in this life. After slapping him, Leah had made him sit in front of her and recount the story in detail. She had listened with a stoic face that closely resembled George when he was in his serious mode. Leah's momentum swept Quinn, who was in shock after being slapped, and he retold everything that happened. She was the only one to actually scold him for being careless. And after screaming and yelling at Quinn, she hugged him tightly. Quinn could still clearly remember her tears on his shoulders as she hugged him. Before she went back to work, Leah freed herself up for a weekend, and here they were, West siblings camping overnight at a lakeside. "Do we have food in case we don't catch any fish?" asked Quinn. He wasn't optimistic about the prospects of catching fish for their meal. "Unlike you, I make sure to prepare for things," quipped Leah at Quinn's recent screw-up. Quinn winced and sighed, but the younger sibling couldn't say anything in reply because what she said was true, and the whole ordeal was rather recent. "Excellent, what are we eating tonight?" asked Quinn. He was getting hungry as they had skipped lunch. "If, and only if we don't catch any fish," Leah stressed her words because she really wanted to fish. "Then we are going to eat beef stroganoff." Quinn liked the sound of that. "Nice, that sounds perfect." He looked at his sister and said, "You know you can just cast a bubblehead charm around your face and go into the lake to catch some fish." Leah finished her beer before replying, "I want to catch fish with the rod. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rented them. And, I know what you are thinking, but no, I am not going to cast one on you so that you can go diving." "Oh, come on, why not? I know how to swim." "You are going to sit here and relax," said the overprotective hen. "Buzzkill," grumbled Quinn. "I am in my early 20s. I travel all the time. Between you, who is stuck in a castle for the most part of the year, and me, who do you think has more fun?" said Leah as she chewed on some jerky. "You travel for work," countered Quinn. "Ha." Leah laughed. "I don't work all day long. My nights are free for me to do whatever I want. My nightlife is much more colorful than yours." "Don't you feel embarrassed when you compare yourself with a teenager?" asked Quinn because Leah's nightlife was indeed more colorful than Quinn's. He would usually spend his nighttime in the room of requirements repeatedly practicing spells, manning potion cauldrons, or hunching over different materials, trying to find what worked for them. While it may be fun for Quinn, it wasn't what you usually considered fun. "Nope, no embarrassment here," came Leah's joyful reply. She looked at her brother before saying, "But Quinn, you should really spend some time on things other than magic. Get a hobby or something. I have my piano and violin." "Playing instruments is a hobby," said Quinn as he got up from his seat and stretched. "Magic is my hobby and passion. Doing magic is all the fun I need," Quinn said as he looked at the blue sky. "That is probably true," said Leah. She could still remember how her dear brother had become so attached to her first-year magic theory book. "You did a terrific job on Magi Facts, Quinn," Leah praised Quinn. The invention of Magi Facts was the thing that really opened her eyes to Quinn's passion for magic. Oh, that. Thanks. I actually have some design improvements for it. Even though Magi Facts hasn't been launched, when it does, I'm sure it will gain traction at a professional level. I have a few designs for models for personal home use. Remind me to give you those when we get home." Magi Facts was set to launch in a few weeks, and the first motive for it was to set its feet in the professional environment. If Magi Facts was a hit in the professional market, then the personal home use market would open up. By using the reputation from the professional model launch, they could launch models suited for home use. Leah remembered something and shared it with Quinn because she knew he would love to hear about it. "Quinn, do you remember the pitch meeting you did for Magi Facts?" Yeah, what about it?" asked Quinn as he looked for jerky in a bag. "Where is that jerky? I just saw it." "Well, you said that it would probably take a year for someone to figure out how to make Magi Facts, but no one is anywhere near to figuring it out." That caught Quinn's attention. He got up from squatting near a bag and turned to face Leah. "How do you know no one has gotten close to figuring out the design?" "No, wait, did anyone get their hands on a Magi Facts unit? There's still a few days until the release, right? Did you disconnect it from the network?" No, nothing like that," laughed Leah. "I actually set up 2 separate groups of researchers in order to make them figure out how Magi Facts works. I gave them a year's worth of time to work out how Magi Facts was designed because you gave us that estimated time. But neither group is nowhere near figuring out how it works." Leah's motive for setting up research groups was to get a proven estimate of the time taken to figure out the design of Magi Facts. Even though Quinn had said 1 year, she couldn't just take his word for it, so she set up 2 separate groups to research the design of Magi Facts. Her doubts turned out to be correct, as Quinn was wrong in his estimate, but she wasn't expecting the result she saw. She was expecting them to figure it out quicker, but almost a year had passed, and both teams were not even close to figuring out how it worked. "Really? I really thought it would take at most a year." Quinn thought his estimate was a pretty accurate one as he hadn't actually invented something new to make the Magi Facts. All the magic used was already discovered, he just found new practical ways to use it. "Are you sure you hired the right people? Did they have adequate qualifications?" Quinn asked to confirm. Leah widely smiled. "Yes, all of them are learned magic researchers. They might not be good ones," thought Quinn but didn't say it aloud. Come on, let's make that beef stroganoff, already. We are not going to catch any fish, said Quinn. He was really getting hungry and the jerky had gone missing. All right, get all the stuff ready. We will start then. Leah didn't want to get up, so she instructed her little brother without making a move. Roger, saluted Quinn and ran off to prepare the food. After Quinn was done setting things up, he smiled and finally hoped that he could get something to eat. Just as he was about to call out to Leah that the meal was ready to be prepared, he heard, Quinn, I think I caught something huge. Come help me out. Quinn's jaw dropped before he gritted his teeth as he ran towards Leah. Damn it, I am hungry. This better be worth it. Scene break. It was after dinner, and Quinn was sitting with George in the parlor. The grandson and grandfather pair were playing chess as an after-dinner activity. Quinn was expressionless, as the magic dampening potions effects were already over, and the limit was a single dose a day. Currently, he was clamping on his occlumency to detach his emotions from himself. All his emotions were like a buzz in the back of his head. He could still feel them, but they were at a distance. How are you feeling? Any problems? Asked George as he made his move on the chessboard. Quinn stared at the chessboard and the pieces at the middle of the squares. I haven't felt any problems with my body yet, no weakness, loss of appetite, or anything else. Everything seems fine right now, Quinn answered as he moved his bishop 4 spots diagonally. What about your magic? Any improvements on that front? How is it coming along? Asked George as he took one of Quinn's pawns. Quinn stayed silent. He had no expression on his face, so George had no idea what his grandson was thinking about. Quinn spoke after they had exchanged a few moves between them. It hasn't been going well, at least not at a level I want it to go. Quinn's voice was quieter than before. It was the only difference George could discern in the voice of his grandson. My connection to the magic is weak when I take the potion. It gets difficult to draw out the magic under that condition. On the other hand, my magic is just too turbulent for me to even get started when I am not under the effects of the potion. Quinn massaged his temple as he spoke after a pause. I am struggling between two extremities. Too less or too much. But are you making progress? George didn't mind if Quinn wasn't making substantial progress with his magic as long as he made some progress. The magic dampening potion was harmful to the body. As such, George wanted Quinn off the potion as soon as possible. Some progress, sure, answered Quinn as he moved his queen to a more offensive position. Things are trudging along. I see. George wanted to say something but trailed off at the end, opting to not say whatever was on his mind. But Quinn noticed his grandfather wanted to say something. What is it? George leaned back into his chair and took a drink from his whiskey glass. He made up his mind before speaking. Do you think you'll be able to go back to school at the end of your break? Quinn's hand, which was just above his rook, stilled. He stayed in that position for a second before pulling his hand back and setting it on the armrest. At my current progress, I think I will be barely able to get myself to the level required for my 4th-year classes at Hogwarts. I will definitely struggle, but I'll manage. But, I don't know when my magic will come down. The amount of magic inside my core was raised unnaturally. I don't know how long it will be before it settles down. Quinn's hand clenched as his occlumency slipped a bit and some of the magic leaked outside, rocking the chessboard. Quinn had to take deep breaths to get his emotions back in his control. I don't know how much longer I have to stay like this, Quinn pointed at his face. His expressionless face, the distant state of emotion he had to keep for a part of his day, every day. It wasn't something Quinn enjoyed but had to do it for his own safety. If you want to rest for a year, you can take an off year and join back next year, George suggested even though he already knew the answer. Quinn raised his head to look at George and gave a tight shake of his head. I am not skipping a year. I will be going back after the break. George nodded before speaking about something he didn't completely understand, but maybe Quinn did. Quinn, I am a businessman. I don't use lots of kinds of magic daily, just some magic that makes my daily life easier. Quinn felt confused at George's words. He couldn't connect the conversation with them. I've read a lot about the magic that there is being in products. Especially, on what is being used by our competitors in their products. I have to keep myself updated on different fields because it helps me be a better leader, said George. Take the Magifax for an example. I read how Magifax works. I know that the protean charm is used in it, and the other magic used to create it, but I just understand things on a surface level. I don't understand the finer details that you explained, the details that even Leah's teams of researchers failed to deduce. Quinn was getting more confused by the minute. He didn't understand where this was going. George looked at Quinn and pointed out, I don't know how wandless magic works. I tried to read about it when you told me about it, but I couldn't comprehend much of it. I don't know the mechanics behind using magic with an external focus. Just that it is difficult to learn. You have been using magic without focus your entire life. You use magic in a different way than I do, but now this situation has come along. You have lost all your progress, and now you are struggling to get your magic back. George paused just a second before asking, do you think you will try using your wand if you aren't able to get back your magic to the level you were before? Quinn would have frowned if he didn't have his occlumency up. Are you telling me to start using a wand? George shook his head and explained, not at all. I am fine with your decisions as long as you are healthy. I don't care if you take time off to build your magic to its previous level. But, what if your magic takes time to get back to its previous level and clearly this is bothering you? Do you think you will switch to using a wand? Because from what I understand, a wand helps you focus your magic, and that is exactly what you need right now. George really wanted Quinn to stop taking the magic dampening potion, so even though he knew Quinn wouldn't like his suggestion, he still had to try. Quinn didn't know what to say or think at this point. He hadn't thought of using a wand to get his magic under control. A wand was never part of his magic, so it didn't enter his mind to use a focus to get his magic. And if I used a wand right now, wouldn't all my hard work would have gone to waste? Channeling magic without a focus was something Quinn prided himself in. He felt different from others around him. It made him feel unique. Quinn would be lying if he said he hadn't considered using a wand. During the time he had been under the influence of the sin curse, Quinn had felt envious of the entire school population because by using wands, their magic came easier to them. The only reason he hadn't used his wand at that time was that pride overpowered envy. I don't know, answered Quinn. He didn't know the future of his magic. He looked at George and asked to be excused. George nodded, and Quinn got up and left by wishing George a good night. As Quinn walked back to the training hall where he was living since he came back from Hogwarts, he only had one thought. Things need to change. Are you going to that place today as well? Asked Ms. Rosie as she saw Quinn off at the gate of the West Manor. You have been going there daily. Quinn tied his shoes and replied with a single word, yes. It was 5:30 in the morning, and Quinn was dressed in a tracksuit, ready to go out. He hadn't taken the magic dampening potion because he liked to take it sometime around noon, and that would last him till dinner time. Is fighting that much fun? Ms. Rosie asked. She didn't like the prospect of Quinn participating in something so inelegant. It isn't the fighting I like, Ms. Rosie. Well, I don't dislike it, but I like the physical exertion that comes with it. I like my body responding swiftly to my commands when I am sparring against someone else. It gives me a sense of control. At novel bin at. Quinn answered as he got up and spoke out, Polly, let's go. When he opened the door, he found the house elf was standing there as if waiting for Quinn to get ready. He turned back towards Ms. Rosie and informed her, I will be back before lunchtime. Polly raised her hand, and Quinn held it. The next second, both the house elf and human disappeared with a pop. Scene break. Polly and Quinn appeared in a deserted alleyway, appearing with the distinct pop of elf apparition. Thank you, Polly, said Quinn letting go of the hand of the West family house elf. I will call you when I'm ready to leave. Polly nodded and popped away, leaving Quinn in the alleyway. The Ravenhead boy exited the alley, crossed the road, and walked for half a minute, and reached the destination he visited every day at the same time. Koyopadung Gym. It was one of the few Muay Thai gyms in Britain. Quinn had been coming here in the summer breaks since he had started Hogwarts. At first, it was just for fun, and didn't take things too seriously, and just did it to remain fit because he thought that he had been spending too much time sitting. But, this year, he had been going there every day and had been spending many hours in that place before returning home. Muay Thai was developed centuries ago as a form of close combat that utilizes the entire body as a weapon. Referred to as the art of 8 limbs, Muay Thai uses 8 points of contact that mimicked the weapons of war. The hands become the swords and dagger. Shins and forearms hardened in training transform into armor. Fighters used the elbow as a mace or hammer. Legs and knees became the axe and staff. The body acted all together as one unit. He entered the gym and shouted good morning, as he walked inside. Morning, West. Kid. Good morning. Morning. Multiple shouts greeted him back as he entered the gym. He went to the back, deposited his duffel bag, and walked back out. When are we starting? Asked Quinn as he walked to the group of young adults and adults. One of the guys in the group ruffled Quinn's hair and said, You should smile more, kid. Quinn sighed and swatted away the hand on his head. He had learned to portray fabricated expressions while under emotional inclemency. But even then, Quinn came out as a quiet boy. I will smile when I find something funny, said Quinn as he stretched as he waited for the instructor to arrive so that they could start. Suddenly a rather loud yell greeted the people present. Good morning. Instinctively, everyone responded back in unison. Good morning. The people who were sitting down or talking in separate groups gathered around as the man walked towards them. How is everyone today? I presume all of you are feeling well. There were lots of eyes and yes in response, which made the man smile. The man standing in front of the group of 10 was Skin Koyopadung. He was a British-based Thai Muay Thai trainer, fight choreographer, and fighter promoter. Skin decided to learn Muay Thai to avenge his father's murder, but in the end, was dissuaded from such a path to devote his life to teaching Muay Thai to anyone who wished to learn. Skin Koyopadung was the only person largely credited with bringing Muay Thai to the United Kingdom. Let's get started with a 5-kilometer run to warm ourselves up, said Skin as everybody nodded. As everyone there was an adult, Quinn trailed behind the group and arrived a couple of minutes after them. All right, 15 minutes, skip rope, 3 sets of 5, shouted Skin as he moved around the gym, instructing everybody. Boxer step, high knee, crisscross, and show me some speed. The repetitive motions of skipping rope while staying light on their feet helped the fighter become fast on their feet when moving around an opponent in the ring. It improved coordination and timing. To jump a rope for a sustained period required coordination and timing, or you would keep snatching the rope with your ankles. Jumping rope was a highly energetic cardiovascular exercise that made it great for conditioning training for boxers and other striking styles. And finally, it was a great way to build stamina, keeping the intensity high during skipping. After everyone was done skipping, it was time to do rounds of shadow boxing. Quinn started his own drills of jab, cross, hook, followed by a knee, but just as he was about to get into it, he heard a shout. Quinn, move after a rep. You don't want to stay in the same position after striking. Move to a different position, Skun shouted from a distance. Build that into your muscle memory. I don't want to see you standing still. Move. Plus, give me a double check after this. You are ignoring the legs. Yes, sir. Quinn replied. Louder, shouted Skun. Yes, sir. Excellent. They ended the shadowboxing session with burnouts and push-ups. After that was time on the bag. It was just more striking but against a heavy bag. Quinn repeated the same drills he did during shadowboxing. Shadowboxing and bag work complemented each other. The heavy bag was great for developing power and explosive endurance. You were essentially punching the bag with a very high degree of force you can exert over time. But there were limitations to overworking the heavy bag. Generally, people tended to stand way too close to the heavy bag, at a distance where you would not stand in a real fight situation. This was okay when strictly working for power. But if overused, it could inhibit the perception of proper distance and striking ability at full reach of the fighter. Shadowboxing helped with that as it forced you to focus on your own body movements and proprioception, awareness of your body with its environment, without looking for the satisfying feel or sound of striking. This was a good thing because people often strayed into poor techniques to hit harder or hear what they thought sounded impressive. Heavy bags were for working more on the form while hitting a moving target. Fighters had to focus on speed, coordination, and power while also having to move to hit the target they wished to strike. Shadowboxing allowed total freedom of footwork as you didn't have to position yourself relative to an apparatus like a punching bag. Plus, it also allowed unrestricted body methods as strikes weren't unimpeded by the unhuman-like dimensions of the heavy bag. Pad work is arguably the most representative and important part of training in Muay Thai. Unlike many gyms in the West, pad holding is a task that is more commonly performed by a trainer and not a gym partner. It is a role that is taken seriously by the Thai trainers. Pad work was one of the most intimate moments in training, where an instructor got to shape and sharpen the style of a fighter, something that couldn't be achieved by only training with a partner. Skun and other trainers made sure to point out things during pad work. Besides, pad work at Skun's gym was intense as the gym's standard practice was to mimic ring action with 3 to 5 rounds of 3 to 8 minutes. Quinn did 4 rounds of 3 minutes in one stretch of pad work. After that came the part of training that Quinn hated, clinch wrestling. The clinch was defined as stand-up close quarters grappling. This is a position where both competitors are fighting for control to gain a dominant position. What made the Muay Thai clinch so different from clinching in other striking combat sports like boxing or kickboxing was that the referee would not immediately break the clinch up. Clinch was allowed as long as there was action going on in the clinch, which meant that as long as either fighter was in a fighting position to get in strikes, the clinch was allowed to continue. Unlike some other Muay Thai gyms in the west part of the world, Skun paid extra attention to teach clinching just as it was done in the combat sports homeland, Thailand. Afterwards, all the people in the group ended their session with warm-up and stretches. All either had work or college, so they needed to go home to get prepared. Quinn, who didn't have anything to do, just continued with his shadowboxing and heavy bag. He didn't have anywhere to go and liked to spend his time there because there was nothing much to do at home. Quinn, come, let's do some light pad work, said Skun as he was free around this time. He would do with Quinn another session of pad work. Quinn walked over and did pad work with Skun. No, not like that. You need to plant your other foot firmly on the ground to create ample force for a knee strike. Do it again. Don't flap your foot while kicking. Bring your knee up fully before extending it. You want to kick like you are stabbing something. Good, that's it. Keep your hands up and try to grab some kicks to counter. You need to take advantage of the openings. Quinn kept on doing whatever Skun was throwing at him. So, Quinn, why did you join the gym? Asked Skun as Quinn continued to kick and punch. For fun, I guess, replied Quinn between moves. He had other motives, but those motives were for the future. Why do you only come in the summer? I attend a boarding school in Scotland, replied Quinn. He wasn't lying as Hogwarts was a boarding school in Scotland. So I am not at home for most of the year. Oh, why did your parents send you off to a boarding school? Have you caused trouble? Quinn fakely chuckled and denied it. No, my grandfather attended the school, so I also went there. It is quite fun, actually. Skun hit Quinn with his shin, who wasn't able to dodge, and asked as Quinn punched in retaliation. But, you have been coming here daily this summer, and you have been working hard as well. Is it just for fun? Quinn didn't know where Skun was going. Yeah, why? Even though you don't show it in your expression or words, your strikes show great anger and frustration. So I'm sorry, but I can't believe that you are still doing it for fun. The student was surprised to hear that, and it showed when he was flipped over by Skun. Quinn went down with an oof. So, tell me, what angers you so much? He just laid down there, and while staring at the gym ceiling, Quinn didn't know what came over him, but he spoke. I was good at it, you know. I didn't consider myself a genius or something. Even when everybody praised me for being so great, I didn't think I was some kind of prodigy. I thought of myself as a normal bloke who just worked hard at what I loved. Skun listened to Quinn. He didn't know what it meant, but he just listened as the boy vented. I spent all my time on it. I barely had a life out of it. Now, when all my hard work has broken down into shambles because I've made a mistake, I don't know what to do. I don't even know how to fix this. It's just so frustrating when all the work I put in crumbled, when I was just trying to gain more, just trying to get better at it. Quinn's detached emotions felt numb. It had been a month and a half since he lost his magic. He had already spent a little less than half of his summer break doing what felt like pushing against a wall, trying to make it move. It is just so damn frustrating. Skun sat down beside Quinn and spoke. You know, I trained in the art of Muay Thai because I wanted to avenge my father who was killed by some bastard back in Thailand. I thought that if I became strong enough, I would be able to kill that man, Skun said, not considering the fact he was talking to a nearly 14-year-old teenager. I was so focused on to achieve that goal that I lost sight of everything else. Just like you, I had no life outside of fighting. Just going into fights to hone my skills and earn money to live another day. Quinn turned his head and stared at Skun as he spoke. But, one day, I found out that, without knowing it, that bastard had already died. There I was, having trained all my life, without knowing what to do. All of a sudden, I had no aim in life. Nothing to focus upon. All I was left with was skills in fighting. Quinn opened his mouth to ask, so, what did you do? Skun glanced at Quinn and smiled. Negative emotions like rage, fear, loneliness, or anything that isn't considered positive have an important role to play in a happy life. They are big, flashing signs that announce that something needs to change. He looked around the gym and motioned at it. I left the country because it brought me so many bad emotions within myself. I needed a change, so I traveled here and opened this gym, as teaching was the only thing I knew to do. Skun took a deep breath and spoke. When something bad happens, you have 3 choices. One by one, Skun counted the things on his fingers. You can either let it define you, let it destroy you, or you can let it strengthen you. Quinn's pupils dilated in surprise. It just clicked in his mind. It was sitting there, and he didn't see it. Maybe this would work, Quinn thought as he looked at Skun. He got up and spoke, thank you, let's continue. Skun nodded and set up his pads for Quinn to strike against. After some strikes, Skun smiled. He felt it, something that had changed, as Quinn's strikes were no longer of anger but of hope and determination. Scene break. Time passed and August 31st, 1993, arrived. It was just one day before Quinn had to leave for Hogwarts. So, where is he? Asked Alan. The old mind arts master had come to get one final look at Quinn. He is in the garden. He's been outside for quite some time this past week, replied George. George had called Alan in order to have him take a look at Quinn. He feared that Quinn wasn't ready to go back to Hogwarts. It worried him that Quinn would force himself to go to Hogwarts and keep on taking on the magic dampening potion. How long do you think it will take for the potion to show a negative effect? Asked George. Quinn hadn't been showing any negative effect, but George wanted to know if something could go wrong. From my estimates, I think he could take it for another month before his physical condition starts to deteriorate, answered Alan. The potion is a modified version. The effects are diluted, and the doses are regulated so that it isn't active around the clock. It isn't strange that Quinn hasn't shown any symptoms. I'm worried that he will become dependent on the potion. George sighed. He knew his grandson's personality. Quinn loved magic more than anything else and would do anything to be near magic. Well, let's see how has he been doing. Do you know what his progress with magic is lately? Alan asked. Quinn's progress with his magic would be the deciding factor. He would look at Quinn's condition before making any suggestion. Has he been doing magic while under the potion? I don't know, actually, answered George, causing Alan to frown. What do you mean? Quinn spends a lot of his time running in the backyard, doing exercises. While he is in the house, he plays his instruments or silently reads a book. When he is not under the potion, he either goes to the gym he has been going to or locks himself in his room to only come out for meals. At first, George thought Quinn was distracting himself, but after a month of Quinn not speaking much at all, he started to get worried. Plus, George had been told that sometimes Quinn would spend hours intensely thinking about something. I see, murmured Alan. He couldn't think of a reason why Quinn would behave as he did. But he was about to meet Quinn, so maybe he would get some answers. The 2 adults arrived at the West Estate garden, and in the lush green of a well-maintained garden, they saw Quinn standing with his hands behind his back, facing away from them. George was about to call Quinn when Alan raised his hand and quietly asked, "Is Quinn under the potion right now?" "Yes, why do you ask?" questioned George. Quinn had been taking the potion at the same time every day, so today shouldn't be different. Quinn's shields are operating in full effect, Alan replied, and for once, he didn't sneak into Quinn's mind. He was confused. Let's go talk to him. The 2 adults walked towards Quinn, and the sound of their footsteps in the grass caught Quinn's attention, as the boy turned around. They saw Quinn had a smile on his face. "Mr. Allen, what a surprise. Not that it is not good to see you. What are you doing here?" asked Quinn. He wasn't expecting to see Alan today. Alan eyed Quinn before asking, "I'm here to see if you're doing okay." He took a pause before continuing. "And to see if you are set to go back to school." Quinn laughed in response. He guessed the motive of Alan's visit and George tagging along with him. It was just a day before he had to leave. "You two don't have to worry. I am fine now." Quinn looked at his hands and spoke. "I'm back to my full capabilities and healthy as ever." "What about your magic?" asked Alan. George looked curious about the question, too. Quinn stared at the 2 older men and grinned. Immediately, flowers sprouted out of the ground. Rainbow-colored flowers littered around the green of the ground. The two men's eyes widened as they saw the flowers growing, and the next thing they knew, bees, butterflies, and beetles started to flutter around the flowers as if to collect pollen from the newly grown flowers. My magic is back under my control, Quinn smiled when a butterfly on his finger. I haven't felt better in such a long time. How did you regain your magic so quickly? Asked Alan, bewildered at the scene. He could only explain the rapidly growing flowers with magic, as the tiny butterflies fluttering around them weren't indigenous to the region. George chimed in and asked a question of his own, but you said that you were having trouble with progressing your magic. That was a month ago, grandfather, replied Quinn as he stretched his arms. I have made a steady and fast recovery since then. How did you regain your control so fast? Questioned Alan, genuinely curious. I always thought that I understood the place of emotion and will in magic, Quinn spoke as he walked towards the two. But it turned out I was wrong. I was so wrong. The past me knew nothing about the place of emotion in magic. A cool breeze of wind swept through the area as Quinn continued spoke. I thought about it, you know. If the curse increased my control by utilizing the emotional connection between me and my magic, why couldn't I use the same method? I could use my emotions to strengthen and build up the focus I lost. Suddenly the three watched as a deer hopped into the garden before stopping to nibble on some grass. I drew on all my emotions to increase my connection to my magic. Steadily, I used my emotions to emulate the same thing that the sin curse did to me. And, you know what? It worked. Quinn laughed as he joined his hands. When he separated them, tiny orbs of light flew out of his hands. The curse forced my connection to my magic by manipulating my magic. It wasn't me who was in control. This time around, I was the one who felt my emotions on a deeper level and actively tried to connect them to my magic. Alan frowned. He knew about emotions and this wasn't how emotions and magic work together. Quinn, that is not how things are supposed to go. You couldn't have gained your focus back so fast. You lost years' worth of progress. He stepped forward. How about you let me check if there is something wrong? Quinn chuckled. Of course, you can check. But you are wrong. The thing about magic is that there is no dark or light magic. We, humans, categorize magic as such. I always subscribed to this school of thought. And then I thought, why aren't emotions subjected to the same way of thinking? Why are emotions like fear, anger, hate, and suffering termed as negative emotions? Love is said to be the strongest emotion of all, but I think every emotion can be just as strong if utilized properly. Quinn stared at George and Alan and revealed, I used the so-called dark emotions to regain my focus. Alan's eyes widened at the statement. Quinn, you know that the negative emotions could consume you. Rage, resentment, failure, sadness can consume magic users. Especially someone with a deep connection to magic as yourself. He was getting worried about Quinn. If Quinn utilized the darker emotions, then it could become a problem later. The darker emotions had a seductive charm that had ruined a lot of people. Quinn quickly stepped forward and spoke. True, they have a certain quality to them, don't they? But, they will only consume you if you aren't true to yourself. He quoted what Skin had told him, I could have let them define me, I could have let them destroy me, or I could use them to strengthen myself. I felt frustrated that I was not able to use magic. I feared that I would never be able to get my magic back. I hated myself for not having thought it through. I was miserable because I had nothing other than magic going for me. I was drowning in feelings like those. Quinn looked at his two hands, bending his fingers into claw shapes. I had all these emotions that I was trying to run away from. I had them in such abundance. Now, wouldn't it be a waste to let them go unused? Quinn had a sad smile on his face which then turned into the brightest of smiles as he said, so I tapped into every single type of emotion I was capable of feeling. It didn't matter if it was good or bad. I opened every door, turned every stone, and plundered everything I could get my hands on. I used the frustration I felt as I wasn't able to use magic to push myself towards, in the hope of, one day, regain my magic back. I hated my previous self, so I strived to be better than him. The determination that this wasn't my ceiling overcame the fear of never getting back my magic. I didn't believe that this was the end of my magic. He stared Alan right into the eye and laughed, don't you get it? I used both sides of the spectrum to progress my magic. I didn't struggle by using the only side which is seen as proper. No matter what I am feeling, be it joy or misery, turmoil or serenity, all the emotions are mine. I had to accept that I was feeling down and the emotions that went along of it. A mix of emotions coming together to create a magnificent symphony. When you mixed that blend with magic, magic would reward you, it would dance at your fingertips, move at a single thought of your mind. You just need to feel. Quinn turned to George and beamed. Adversity is what builds character and strength. I was at rock bottom, and you know what? After hitting rock bottom, there is nowhere else but to go up. I used adversity to regain whatever I lost in just a month. I used everything that I had, every resource I had available, to claw my way out of the pit. Quinn's voice gained some solemnity as he continued. Humans need adversity to grow. They need hardship to appreciate the good times. Without it, we become lazy and stale. Adversity to gain happiness keeps us moving. Being happy all the time is not at all bad. Everyone should aim for happiness, but without knowing what is on the other side, how would you learn to understand yourself? Do you know that I haven't taken the potion in close to 3 weeks, and even before that I was skimming on doses? Quinn softly smiled as he looked at the two older men, who were stunned at the sudden piece of information. I stopped taking it because it was dulling my connection to magic as it was supposed to do. I shouldn't have run away from my magic in the first place. I should have faced it head on. But let's not talk about the past. I let my magic flow. It was painful, oh so painful. I hated every second of that time, but I had to continue because it was helping me, sighed Quinn as he remembered those times. Pain is a powerful motivator, so I endured it. Slowly but surely, under the pressure to reduce the pain and solve the consequences, I was able to stop my rampaging magic by getting all of it under control. Negative thoughts combined with the positivity I was feeling from seeing progress, so I combined it together to boost my progress. It helped that I was rebuilding something that I had lost, so my progress was so fast. The time I spent feeling all these emotions, even those I didn't want to feel, made me learn a lot about myself and my magic. I felt free. I actually feel much better from before the sin curse got a hold on. Quinn stretched his hands above his head and stated, my magic, which was made to grow artificially, is now under my control. Do you know that I gained an extra year and a half of progress? My artificially expanded magical core has now become a natural part of my magical physiology. My control might not have gotten the same boost because I had to rebuild it in such a small amount of time, but I learned a lot about emotion and will, and that will help me in the long run. By the time Quinn stopped speaking, the garden was full of short shrubs and beautiful flowers. Squirrels, butterflies, 3 deers, 1 peacock graced the transformed landscape. Do you know how difficult it is to fool the senses of 2 practiced occlumens? It gets more difficult when one of them is literally on the top of the mind arts field. Quinn waved his hand over the colorful scene and said, this much amount of work is required. I wouldn't have been able to do it before, but now I've been able to pull it off. What do you mean? Asked a frowning George. Quinn raised his hand and snapped his finger. Instantly, half of the flowers and shrubs vanished like they were a mirage. The larger animals like deers and peacocks ceased to exist. I did not conjure those things or transfigure those animals. They were the work of an elaborate illusion, Quinn stated in a quiet voice. He pointed at the butterflies and bees and said, only a quarter of these flying insects are conjured, the rest of them aren't real. A huge share of the flowers and shrubs weren't even corporeal and were just accompanying the small amount of transfigured flora. They gave an illusion that they were real. I used small details so you wouldn't look at the bigger picture. He turned to face Alan and said, I distracted you with the buzzing of bees, the chirping of crickets, so you would believe that all of this was real. My words kept most of your focus on me as I continued to add more illusions. None of them were mental illusions because you would catch them instantly, so I used physical light manipulation. I faked sounds, created light gusts of wind to immerse you in the scene. A lot of delicate illusion work combined with a small amount of corporal mixed together to form something you thought was completely real. Quinn gave a beaming chuckle. Fooling a master of mind arts, who has complete control over his mind is great for a day's work, don't you think? Quinn closed his eyes and yelled at the sky, I am back. Quinn West is back? Woohoo. In northwestern London lay King's Cross Station, a Muggle railway station that was one of the busiest in the city. It was a perfectly ordinary station, with big plastic numbers over each track and guards who had never heard of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, every September 1st, as the clock overhead approached 11 o'clock, the Intercity 125 was pulled into Platform 9. A strange crowd turned the occasional people's heads. The pack was wizarding children, bearing enormous trunks and caged owls and other unusual pets, making their way toward and then through the solid metal barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Through this barrier, of course, lay Platform 9 3/4, home of the famous Hogwarts Express. A look back at the barrier revealed it was a wrought iron archway with the words Platform 9 3/4 Platform 9 on it. Over the scarlet steam train's billowing smoke was a signboard that said the Hogwarts Express would depart at 11 o'clock. Though the platform was only used 6 days a year, a round trip for the beginning and end of term, one on Christmas and Easter holidays each, the platform on those days was awash with activity. Steam from the Scarlet engine flooded the platform as cats wound their way around the wizards' legs and owls hooted to each other, as hordes of students and parents moved around through the steam like dark ghosts, their voices carrying through the mist. Near one of the pillars inside Platform 9, stood Quinn with Leah talking with each other until the time for Hogwarts Express to leave. So what do you think about the Azkaban breakout? Peter Pettigrew was the one who betrayed the Potters, asked Quinn, having idle talk with his sister. I would say that he chose the right time to break out. A lot of Aurors are busy right now, replied Leah, thinking about the recent events that had been going on the front page of every magical newspaper and magazine. Quinn nodded in agreement. What do they call themselves? Yes, Novellus Actionites. They have been targeting no-mages and first-generation magicals in Voldemort's name. Not sure if Novellus Actionites is a good name, though. Why not? Questioned Leah. She knew about the origins of the group's name. Weren't the Actionites a group of anti-no-mage magicals? That seems a good name for their group. It goes well with their current agenda. Maybe you are right. People don't know the complete history of the group, conceded Quinn. Then he proceeded to tell Leah the history of the original group. The thing about original Actionites is that their leader was dumb, really dumb. First, he tried to steal from the goblins by summoning gold from the Gringotts. He got away with a mere lifetime ban. In that time, goblins executed anyone who tried to steal from them. After all that, he died when he summoned a large barn over his head. Quinn laughed as he snorted, so dumb. I can't take those guys seriously knowing what I know. Quinn, called out a voice. Leah turned her head to see who was calling her brother to see two girls walking towards them. One of them was waving her hand with a beaming smile on her face while the other girl followed her with a bland expression on her face. Now, who are these two girls? She thought as a mischievous light flashed in her eyes. Hey, you two. How have you been? Said Quinn, greeting his two favorite Slytherins. He had avoided everyone he knew as much as he could. He completely avoided Tracy and Daphne because, first, they were in a different house, and second, they were not in the same year as him. So it was fairly easy to avoid them. Tracy was about to continue speaking when she met the person Quinn was standing with. The bubbly brunette peered at the woman and observed her. She was beautiful. Tracy would describe her as one of those girls who often caused double takes as she passed by and looked good no matter the occasion. Her first impression was that she was someone confident and outgoing. Daphne also looked at the women with some curiosity. Given that the unknown person was talking to Quinn, it was clear that Quinn knew her. And after a second look, Daphne noticed the black hair and stone-gray eyes. Same as Quinn, the blonde thought, noticing the similarities between Quinn and the woman. Why don't you introduce her to us, Quinn? Asked Tracy, curious about the woman. Oh, right. Quinn turned and introduced the two parties. This is Leah West, my sister, said Quinn, gesturing at Leah. Then the younger West child turned his face to his two friends and spoke, and these two are Tracy Davis pointing at the brunette, and Daphne Greengrass, pointing at the blonde. They are my friends. Leah pushed herself off the wall, put a hand on Quinn's shoulder, and asked, so which one do you like? Tracy and even Daphne blushed at the sudden question. Tracy looked at Quinn and found that her male friend had changed in the break. For one, Quinn had grown a few inches. Overall, his jaw and face was now sharper as he had lost the baby fat. Tracy felt his shoulders had widened a little. Even his arms looked a little bigger overall, and Quinn was more filled out than before. He was much more handsome than last year. Daphne, on the other hand, recalled the memory of Quinn holding her close. She remembered him saying that he would have invited her to Hogsmeade if she wasn't a second year. She was a third year now and was allowed to go to Hogsmeade this year onwards. Would he invite her this year? Were Daphne Greengrass thoughts as she stared at the boy in front of her. Quinn closed his eyes as he held the bridge of his nose. He was really feeling embarrassed and was trying to hide it. You know, I wondered whether you would do anything to embarrass me if we met my friends. I really thought you wouldn't do it, but it turned out I was wrong. Why did you have to do that? Quinn deadpanned towards his sister. A smile bloomed on Leah's face as she gave her explanation, because it's so much fun. Quinn was about to say something, but his eyes caught sight of something. He spoke to the three girls. I will be back in a minute. You guys talk to each other. He turned to Leah and warned her, and you, behave. Quinn ran off somewhere, leaving Tracy, Daphne and Leah behind. So how did you two meet my baby brother? Asked Leah with a friendly smile on her face. We met Quinn in our first year. In fact, we met today, 2 years ago in the Hogwarts Express, answered Tracy. She giggled and recalled, oh, that day was fun. What is Quinn like at home? It was Tracy's turn to ask a question. And she really wanted to know if Quinn was the same as he was outside. He is annoyingly put together all the time. She pointed at Daphne behind her. Along with this girl, the two dress so perfectly that it makes me feel quite annoyed. I mean, not a single hair out of place. Leah turned her eyes to the one called Daphne Greengrass and observed the blonde. And she could see what Tracy Davis was talking about. Well, Quinn was raised by Ms. Rosie, and she is very particular about caring for one's appearance at every time, so being well put together is ingrained into Quinn's bones. Leah chuckled as she remembered the times Ms. Rosie yelled at Quinn for having an untucked shirt or messy hair. Given that it is Quinn, I am sure that he uses magic to fix his appearance every hour or so. Tracy's eyes widened, and a smile appeared on her face. She grabbed Daphne's arm and laughed. She does it too. Every hour, she waves her wand and fixes her appearance. Like clockwork. Leah began to like Tracy. The brunette seemed to be a fun girl. Additionally, Leah was interested in Daphne even though she hadn't said a single word since their meeting. What interested Leah was that when she asked Quinn the question, she saw Daphne's eyes blur as if she remembered something, and then the girl had looked at Quinn with a blush on her face. She wanted to know if Daphne liked her brother. Daphne Greengrass, was it? Do you Lee dash? But before she could complete her sentence, a joyous shout cut her off. Leah. The three girls turned to see Quinn walking towards them, a grin on his face. They saw Quinn pulling a girl with him. Quinn stopped near them, brought the girl in front of him, and then slipped his hands under the girl's shoulder and lifted her up as if showing her off. The girl that Quinn brought and lifted had waist-length, straggly, dirty blonde hair. Interestingly or weirdly, the girl was wearing dirigible plum-shaped earrings on her ears. Leah found herself looking at the girl as the girl stared back at her with her silvery eyes. Meet Luna Lovegood, Quinn introduced the young girl with a bright smile on his face. She's my junior in Ravenclaw. Absolutely adorable, isn't she? Quinn put the now-named Luna Lovegood down and spoke to the young Ravenclaw. Luna, this is my sister, Leah. Luna's eyes shined as she moved towards Leah and observed her by orbiting around her. Then she sized Leah up, sweeping her eyes up and down before saying, you look like Quinn. That I do, replied Leah. Sure, Leah found Luna Lovegood cute to look at, but she wasn't sure who she was looking at. I'm his sister, after all. Luna nodded before turning her back to Leah. She walked back to Quinn's side, who gave her chocolate, patted her head, and told her, "Good work." "So what did you three talk about?" Quinn asked after giving Luna chocolate. "Oh, Tracy was telling me about the first time you guys met," replied Leah. "Ah, it was today, wasn't it? You two weren't able to find a compartment, so you guys came into my compartment." Quinn chuckled as he recalled that day and said, "That was a fun day. Did you know I guessed the houses of almost all first years being sorted that year? Yeah, that was fun." Quinn looked at the clock that was hanging on a pillar and said, "Okay, we should get moving if we want to get a compartment." He turned to Tracy and Daphne and asked, "Do you want to join Luna and I? We're sharing a compartment." Tracy looked at Daphne, who nodded. "Sure, we will join you," replied Tracy. "Can we bring another person?" asked Daphne, staring at Quinn. Quinn looked at Luna to see if she was alright with another person, but his eccentric junior seemed really interested in the wrapper of the chocolate he gave her. "I don't see why not. The more, the merrier," replied Quinn. "Alright, we'll say goodbye to our parents and then meet you on the train," said Tracy. Daphne also needed to find the person she wanted to bring along, so she nodded. "Excellent, I'm going to choose a compartment somewhere along the middle of the train, so start somewhere there," said Quinn before he turned his face to Luna and shook her to get her attention. "Luna, go ahead and say goodbye to your father. We will get going then." The three girls went back to their respective families, leaving Leah and Quinn alone. "Do you have any male friends, or are all your friends girls?" smirked Leah. She put a hand on her cheek. "My baby brother sure is popular. Are you planning to become a ladies' man?" "There is nothing wrong with being a little bit of a ladies' man," snorted Quinn at her comment, which was another attempt to make him feel embarrassed. "And, I do have male friends." He looked around the platform. "But I just can't seem to find Eddie and Marcus at the platform or on the train. It will be the 4th straight year if I don't see them today." When Quinn returned his eyes to Leah, he found her looking at him with slight worry in her eyes. "At novel bin at. What is it?" sighed Quinn. He knew that look. It was the same George had given him as they were leaving home before in the morning. "Promise me you won't do something reckless and dangerous." She held Quinn's face and forced him to look at her. "I'll try," said Quinn. He couldn't claim he wouldn't get into trouble. He would surely try not to get into trouble as he didn't want to seek trouble. "I will try my best to stay safe. Despite my track record, I don't enjoy getting into trouble." Leah scrutinized Quinn for a while before she sighed. "Why couldn't you just say that you won't get into trouble?" She squished Quinn's face and blamed him. "You like to cause me worry, don't you?" "Oh, nothing like that," replied Quinn, smiling as he looked at his sister. She was always the one who got worried about him the most. "I just do it so you won't forget me." Leah's hands left Quinn's face and wrapped around him to pull him into a hug. "Why do you have to say such silly things? I will never forget you. You are my precious baby brother." "Will I ever be elevated from baby brother to little brother?" smiled Quinn, hugging Leah back. "I have been working hard. I deserve a promotion. Maybe a pay raise to accompany it, and if you are feeling generous, some benefits. I'm sorry to inform you you have reached the peak of your career in this field." Leah giggled and joked back, "You would still be my baby brother even if we were oldies full of white hair." "Heck, you might get old and wrinkly, but I'll never grow old," declared Quinn, scoffing. The West siblings separated, and Leah sighed. "Send me plenty of Magi facts. You remember my WMF ID, right? I decided on all our family's WMF IDs." "Of course I remember them," answered Quinn, and with a final sigh, he added, "Take care of yourself and don't overwork. Remember to have fun and keep sending me souvenirs." "You bet," promised Leah and stroked Quinn's cheek one last time. "Now, leave. I don't want to see you cry." "Of course," smiled Quinn. He picked up his suitcase, turned back towards the Hogwarts Express, and walked away. He waved to Leah as he walked away. Scene break. Quinn threaded his way through the narrow corridors of the train. Weaving through the students standing in the corridors, he made his way to the middle of the train, looking for an empty compartment. After a minute or two, Quinn found an empty compartment and immediately laid his claim on it. "Conquest completed," declared Victory Quinn as he sent his suitcase to the top rack and shot multiple cleaning and scouring charms to make everything spotless. After half a minute, Luna entered the compartment, and Quinn helped transfer all her stuff to the racks above. "Looking forward to this year, Luna?" asked Quinn as he took a seat next to the window. Luna sat down beside Quinn and nodded. "I'm hoping to see a lot of magical creatures this year. Maybe even find a crumplehorn snorkack, but Daddy said it can only be found in the Netherlands. So maybe I won't find it at Hogwarts. Who knows, maybe you will, or maybe you won't. The only way to find out is to look for it," answered Quinn. He didn't know if the crumplehorn snorkack was a real creature or a figment of Xenophilius Lovegood's imagination. But he wasn't outright going to deny the existence of the said creature. He lived in a magical world. Maybe the mysterious creature was real. "I heard that Rubius Hagrid is going to teach care of magical creatures subject this year," informed Quinn. "He spends a lot of time in the Forbidden Forest, and I have heard he knows a lot about magical creatures. So we may learn about a lot of new creatures. That'll be fun, don't you think?" Luna's eyes shined, and she looked up at Quinn. "Really? Hagrid is nice. I'm looking forward to learning from him. He's very tall, though. My neck hurts when I look up at him." Quinn grinned at the last part. Luna was a small girl, and the half-giant was very tall. "Ah, found them." Quinn and Luna turned their heads towards the door of the compartment and saw Tracy. She was looking to her right and called out, "They are here, come on." Quinn stood up and helped Tracy with her luggage but stayed away from her cat because he thought the feline was glaring at him. That was the cat whose hair went into Hermione's polyjuice potion. After Quinn set up Tracy's luggage, he turned to the door and blinked when he saw two girls standing there. One taller than the other. One had blonde hair, and the other one had black hair. Both girls had blue eyes. Quinn could immediately see the similarities between the two girls. Daphne Greengrass, the taller of the two girls, spoke up and introduced the black-haired girl to Quinn. "This is Astoria, my sister." The black-haired, round-faced with baby fat mini version of Daphne Greengrass stepped forward and introduced herself. "My name is Astoria Greengrass. Nice to meet you." The little Greengrass raised her hand, presenting it to Quinn. Quinn took it because of his etiquette education, kissed her knuckles, and introduced himself. "Quinn West. Pleased to meet you, too." Tracy, who was on the side, chimed in with a bright tone. "My name is Tracy Davis." Luna thought that everyone was introducing themselves and took part in joining the foray. "I'm Luna Lovegood." Tracy giggled and looked at Daphne. The blonde Greengrass looked back at her best friend and looked in confusion. "You are the only one who hasn't said your name," explained Tracy with a beaming grin on her face. Daphne rolled her eyes. She wasn't going to participate in the childishness. But then she noted that everyone in the compartment was staring at her. "At novel bin at." "Fine," she sighed exasperatedly and returned, "My name is Daphne Greengrass." "Happy." Everybody repeatedly nodded in unison. After everyone was introduced to each other and their luggage was in place, they took a seat. Quinn sat near the window, Luna sat beside him. On the other side, Astoria sat across Quinn, Daphne sat beside her sister, and Tracy sat next to Daphne. "So you are that Quinn West. I've heard about you," said Astoria as soon as everyone got settled. "I have heard a lot about you." "You have?" Quinn inquired. "From whom?" He gave a quick glance to the side. "From my sister, of course. And some from Tracy. But mostly from Daphne," disclosed Astoria. "Tori." Daphne hissed at her sister. Quinn moved his eyes on Astoria while moving his head towards Tracy before looking at her. He commented, this one talks." "She does. It can get quite fun," admitted Tracy. "Yeah, really fun." Quinn gave an excited grin as he turned back to Astoria and met Daphne's as he did. "So, Astoria, tell me, which house do you want to join? Are you going to follow in your sister's footsteps? And what does Daphne say about me?" Astoria hummed in thought and responded, "Well, I want to be in Slytherin, but not because Daphne is in there. I want to join Slytherin because Daddy was in Slytherin. And Daphne told me that you are smart, intelligent, and funny, but she says that you joke a little too much. She also said that she felt hurt oomph." Daphne clamped her sister's mouth with her hand to stop her from talking. Astoria was starting to talk about things she didn't want anyone to know, especially not Quinn. "Ma, so, I was saying ouch." Astoria freed herself from Daphne's grasp and tried to continue, but she was again interrupted when Daphne pinched and twisted her waist. Not a single word, Daphne Greengrass glared at her sister. Quinn pulled out an A.I.D card from his robes and presented it to Astoria. "Please, visit me when you have free time. I believe we'll get along splendidly." Daphne tried to take the card, but Astoria got to it first and examined it with interest. "I've heard of this, too. Mum really liked the idea when Daphne told us about it." Quinn shifted in his seat and asked, "Really, Mrs. Greengrass said that? Tell me more." He earned a glare from Daphne and a giggle from Tracy. The Hogwarts Express moved steadily to the north, and the scenery outside the window became wilder and darker while the clouds overhead thickened. People were running backward and forward past the door of their compartment. Time passed as the group continued to talk. Quinn was having a lot of fun talking to the younger Greengrass and her stories about the usually unflappable Daphne. The rain thickened as the train sped yet farther north. The windows were now a solid, shimmering gray, which gradually darkened until lanterns flickered into life all along the corridors and over the luggage racks. The train rattled, the rain hammered, and the wind roared. "We must be nearly there," said Tracy, leaning forward to look past Daphne and Astoria at the now completely black window. "We can't be there yet," said Daphne, checking her watch. The words had hardly left her when the train started to slow down. "Why are we stopping?" The train was getting slower and slower. As the noise of the pistons died away, the wind and rain sounded louder than ever against the windows. Quinn looked at the dark outside, and his pupils shrunk and his eyes narrowed. He remembered what was about to happen and knew the reason behind the train's unusual stop. The train came to a stop with a jolt, and distant thuds and bangs told them that some other people's luggage had fallen out of the racks. Then, without warning, all the lamps went out, which plunged the train into total darkness. "What's going on?" asked Lunas from beside Quinn. She tugged on his clothes to ascertain his position in the dark. Quinn turned his face towards Luna's position and assured her, "Don't worry. It'll be fine." "Do you think we've broken down?" said Astoria as she tried to peer out what was going on from the compartment door, but there was barely any light for anything to be visible. "I don't know," whispered Tracy, pulling her cat into her lap. There was a squeaking sound, and Quinn saw the dim black outline of Astoria, wiping a patch clean on the window and peering out. "There's something moving out there," Astoria said. "I think people are coming aboard. Does this happen every year?" "No, it doesn't. The train doesn't stop at all during the journey," answered Daphne's voice. Quinn knew who was coming aboard and silently pulled out his fake wand. There was a soft hum before 3 orbs manifested on the compartment's ceiling, lighting the room in soft yet illuminating light. All 4 girls looked up at the 3 orbs of light at the ceiling before looking at each other. "Stay where you are," instructed Quinn as he sat in attention. He slightly cracked the window so his hand could go outside. He got up and moved towards the door. And just as he was expecting, the door to the compartment opened up. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the light orbs on the ceiling, was a cloaked figure that reached up to the roof. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood. Quinn's eyes darted downward, and what he saw made his stomach contract slightly. There was a hand protruding from the cloak, and it was glistening, grayish, slimy looking, and scabbed, like something dead that had decayed in water. But it was visible only for a split second. As though the creature beneath the cloak sensed Quinn's gaze, it suddenly withdrew the hand into the folds of its black shroud. And then the thing beneath the hood, whatever it was, drew a long, slow, rattling breath, as though it were trying to suck something more than air from its surroundings. An intense cold swept over them all, causing all to shiver. Quinn also felt the cold. He found it as equally bone-chilling as in the icy vault. The current cold had a soul-numbing chill. Quinn opened his mouth and spoke up in a clear voice, "Back off at once. Leave, or you will regret it." The hooded figure looked down at the room's occupants and sensed deep fear and the promise of positive feelings that it could feed off of. The hooded figure gave into temptation and moved forward. "Bad move," whispered Quinn in the cold. A blinding silver light blasted the hooded figure at a point-blank range. There was no noise, no shrieking from the hooded figure of darkness. The figure just suddenly retreated from the light and crashed into the opposing compartment's door, before flying away in what seemed fear and loathing. The blinding silver light didn't stop and immediately darted across the train. Quinn, too, didn't stop and immediately turned back and cracked the window of his compartment open, letting in a chilly breeze. He looked around the train's roof and saw more of those hooded figures floating above the train. Quinn pointed out his fake wand-holding hand and shot out another burst of silver light that had the shape of an avian animal. The silvery avian zoomed forward, letting out waves of silver energy. The swarm of hooded figures felt the silver energy hit them and immediately scattered away from the train as the silvery guardian cruised around the train, dutifully providing protection against the creatures of darkness. An avian guardian stood above the train, emitting massive waves of positive silver energy, and repelling every foul creature in the vicinity. And as the hooded figures escaped and moved away from the train, a spot opened up between the clouds in the dark sky, allowing light to fall over the silver guardian. It was as if the vast sky itself was supporting the spirit guardian. The caster of the silver entity ducked his head back inside the train. From his robes, he took out chocolate spheres, magically unwrapping the silver wrapping, and made them hover in front of his companions, who were all shivering and shaking. "Eat the chocolates," he spoke in a calming voice, smiling as they looked at him. "It will help." The girls grabbed the floating chocolates that were in front of them and popped them into their mouths, and actually felt the shivering decrease as the chocolate's taste covered their palates. "Good. Do you guys feel better?" asked Quinn, shooting diagnostic looks at each of the 4 girls and getting affirmative nods in return. "Excellent, sit tight. I'll be back," answered Quinn and, as he was turning back, he felt a tug on his clothes. When he looked back, Tracy was holding his robe. "Where are you going?" questioned Tracy, her voice filled with worry. Quinn grinned in reply. "I've always wondered, what is the reason for my birth? And today, after this happened, I finally know it." The girls watched as Quinn took his hands out of his pockets. Between all his fingers, Quinn held the same type of chocolate spheres they had just eaten. "I'm going on a chocolate route. I was born for this." Quinn was grinning so hard that his face was almost split in half. "I'll see you 4 in a while." He exited the compartment and moved towards the front of the train. He then opened every single door with magic and shot out chocolate spheres inside the compartments, and made them hover in front of the passengers while shouting, "Eat chocolate? It will make you feel better. I'm raining chocolate today." Pumping his fists into the air, Quinn declared, "Chocolate West is back." Quinn's cavalier attitude didn't match the dark vibe in the train, but something about his shouting and shooting chocolate while making pew-pew noises brought people out of dark thoughts. The floating chocolate and Quinn, who celebrated his return, almost made people forget the dread-inducing hooded figures of grim and bleakness. Some Chocolate West skidded in front of another compartment, and this one's door was already open. Indulge in the sweet dash, but Quinn stopped talking after he found that the compartment he was standing in was occupied by the Golden Squad. Inside the compartment, Harry Potter, the Golden Boy, or better known as the Boy Who Lived, was unconscious in his seat while the other 3 of the group were around him. Ivy Potter, the Potter twin, was shaking her brother, trying to get him to wake up. Quinn sighed and entered the compartment and spoke, "Get away from him. You are overwhelming him. Let the bloke breathe." The second Quinn stepped inside the compartment, the lanterns came back to life, and the Hogwarts Express resumed its way with a jolt. Ivy, who was worried about her brother, followed the instructions on instinct, but when she looked at the person who gave the instructions, her eyes contracted. "You, what are you doing here?" Quinn internally groaned but decided to ignore Ivy and Hermione's suspicious looks and asked, "Did he come into contact with a Dementor?" "Dementor? Do you mean that foul, hooded creature?" asked Ron. He didn't notice the suspicious and cautious looks his 2 friends were giving the black-haired boy. "Oh, so you guys had a chance to get acquainted with the Dementors," Quinn conversed as he checked on Harry Potter. "Bad luck, I guess." "All right, he is breathing, so a Dementor's kiss is out of the question," diagnosed Quinn. He moved Harry's face around to check him out and silently funneled some magic to check the status of the boy who lived. He doesn't seem that pale, and I'm not getting any serious hits. Quinn stood straight and announced, he is all right. This sudden close contact with the Dementor knocked him out. How do you know that? Questioned Ivy. She was still giving a cautious look, but Quinn could see her gaze shifting to Harry, worry flashing in her eyes every time she did so. Quinn sighed, turned to the unconscious Harry Potter, and gave him a tight slap. The sound of slap reverberated in the compartment as Harry Potter woke up with an abrupt and deep inhale of breath and looked around wildly. What? Harry opened his eyes to see West, or whatever was his name, standing over him. The lanterns above him were back on, the floor was shaking, the Hogwarts Express was moving again. Harry felt very sick. When he put up his hand to push his glasses back on, he felt cold sweat on his face, and his left cheek was stinging. Dip or pour? Asked West. He still couldn't recall the guy's first name. Pour, he answered on instinct. Harry could feel his heart racing. Quinn clicked his tongue, looked at Ivy, and shrugged with his arms up. I take it back. There is something definitely wrong with him. I mean, who pours instead of dipping? Hermione rolled her eyes at Quinn's eccentricity. Even Ivy wasn't sure what to do, so she just stared at Quinn. Quinn, on the other hand, was unwrapping a chocolate sphere. He leaned down towards Harry. Here, eat the chocolate. It will make you feel better. What was that thing? Asked Hermione. A Dementor, answered Quinn, who was now giving chocolate to the other three. One of the Dementors from Azkaban, I presume. What is a Dementor? Hermione asked, bewildered. The hooded creature was something out of a horror story. Dementors are one nasty piece of work. They infest the darkest, filthiest places, they glory in decay and despair, they drain peace, hope, and happiness out of the surrounding air. Get too near a Dementor, and every good feeling, every happy memory, will be sucked out of you. If it can, the Dementor will feed on you long enough to reduce you to something like itself, soulless and corrupt. You will be left with nothing but the worst experiences of your life. Quinn looked at the Golden Squad, who didn't look too well. He also noticed that none of them had eaten the chocolate. Eat the damn chocolates. It'll help. He turned to Hermione and offered her something that would satisfy her. Chocolate is one of the remedies to Dementor exposure. You can read it in one of the Dark Against Dark Arts remedy books. Just go to the Dark Creatures section of the library and pick the book on Dementors. Hermione looked back and forth between the chocolate and Quinn before taking the risk and popping the chocolate into her mouth. Immediately, to her great surprise, she felt a warmth spread suddenly to the tips of his fingers and toes. Quinn caught the look on Hermione's face and knew that his work was done here, so he just turned and walked out of their compartment. I need to cover more area, so I'll excuse myself. With that, he was gone, leaving the Golden Squad alone. Are you sure you're okay, Harry? Said Ivy, looking at Harry anxiously. I don't understand. What happened? Groaned Harry. He was sweating, and his left cheek was still hurting. Well, that thing, the Dementor, stood there and looked around, said Ivy. She then mumbled, I think it did. I couldn't see its face. She shook her head and said clearly this time, and you dash. I thought you went into shock or something, said Ron, who still looked scared. You became sort of rigid and fell out of your seat and started twitching dash. Then suddenly a bright silver light appeared and slammed into the Dementor, continued Hermione. She could recall the feeling of relief she felt when the Dementor ran away from the silver light. I couldn't see it clearly, but it was some sort of bird. I definitely saw wings. It was horrible, said Ron, in a higher voice than usual. Did you feel how cold it got when it came in? I felt weird, commented Hermione, shifting her shoulders uncomfortably. Like I would never be happy again. Scene break. They were already near Hogwarts when Quinn returned, and the girls had already changed into their uniforms. They stepped out to give Quinn room to change. They didn't talk much during the remainder of the journey, and Quinn didn't force them to speak up and talk. The Dementor was a dreadful creature. Even Quinn felt some despair when it came near. He had been reminded of the days when he had lost his magic and didn't know what to do. It was after Quinn conjured his patroness that the effects disappeared. He actively concentrated on his happy thoughts. Quinn dispelled his patroness when they were within sight of Hogsmeade. At long last the train stopped at Hogsmeade station, and there was a great scramble to get outside. Some owls hooted, some other cats meowed. It was freezing on the tiny platform. Rain was falling down as an icy sheet. I swear it rains every time, grumbled Quinn as he walked on the slippery platform. However, the ice beneath his steps melted away, leaving not a single trace of unsafe ice or water. Quinn got on the moldy carriages with Luna, Tracy, and Daphne after wishing good luck and saying goodbye to Astoria, who went to the boats with her would-be classmates. After entering the castle, Quinn and Luna got separated from Tracy and Daphne and joined the crowd that was swarming up the steps. They then went through the giant oak front doors and set their feet into the cavernous entrance hall that was lit with flaming torches, and housed a magnificent marble staircase that led to the upper floors. The door into the Great Hall stood open at the right. Quinn followed the crowd toward it and had barely glimpsed the enchanted ceiling, which was black and cloudy tonight, when a voice called, Mr. West, I want to see you in my office. Quinn turned his head to see Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration teacher, head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress, calling out to him. She was a stern-looking witch who wore her hair in a tight bun. Her sharp eyes were framed with square spectacles. Quinn sighed and shouted back, Professor, can't we do this after the feast? I don't want to miss dinner. It won't take much time. I just want a brief word in my office, assured the Scottish witch. You shall have plenty of time to eat at the feast. Quinn sighed once more before following his professor to her office. Quinn sat in the deputy headmistress' office, waiting for McGonagall to return. The Transfiguration professor had told him to stay inside her office while she was out. He took out his pocket watch, watched the time, and grumbled, "One more minute and I'm leaving." Quinn snapped shut his pocket watch and got up from his chair. The office hadn't changed since the last time he had been here. It was still the same small study with a big fireplace and a window that overlooked the Quidditch field. Walking up to McGonagall's desk, Quinn raised his head to look at what was above her desk. This was the same place where McGonagall had conjured the giant chunk of ice and showed him sublimation, which had been a paradigm-shifting moment for his exploration of the icy vault. Quinn blinked at the place above McGonagall's desk, and a knob of ice manifested. The tiny ice knob started to rotate as more and more ice appeared around the initial knob, increasing the size of the ice above the desk. Within seconds, Quinn had created a hunk of ice comparable to the one McGonagall did 2 years ago. She was definitely showing off at that time, thought Quinn as he swept his eyes over the ice. The sound of the door opening alerted Quinn as he brought his hands in front of him, and his fake wand was shot out of the holster into his right hand. His robes hid his wand coming out of its holster, and the ice was eye-catching enough that no one noticed Quinn moving his hand to his front. "Mr. West, what are you doing?" McGonagall announced herself in her office. She eyed the ice floating above her desk. Quinn turned towards McGonagall. "I was remembering the good old days, Professor." He smiled and waved his wand at the ice. Instantly, the ice poofed into vapor. He also contained it so it wouldn't leak around the room. Recognition flashed in McGonagall's eyes. "Oh, the self-recovering ice that we discussed in your second year. Yes, I remember that." A ghost of a smile appeared on her face as she noted the ice. "You have grasped the concept quite well, Mr. West." Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, who stood behind McGonagall, stared at the contained mist of vapor hanging in the air. Their head of the house had pulled them away from the crowd, and now they were standing in her office watching Quinn West and McGonagall talking about something. "Why did you call me, Professor?" asked Quinn as he dispelled the vapor and returned to his chair. He glanced at Harry and Granger and guessed, "This is about what happened on the train, isn't it?" Professor McGonagall motioned Harry and Hermione to sit down. She settled herself behind her desk and abruptly said, "The train driver sent an owl ahead to say that you were feeling a bit under the weather on the train, Mr. Potter." Before Harry could reply, there was a soft knock on the door and Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, bustled in. Harry felt a blush coming to his face. It was bad enough that he had passed out, or whatever he had done, without everyone making all this fuss. "I'm fine," he said. "I don't need anything dash." "Oh, it's you, isn't it?" scoffed Madame Pomfrey, ignoring this and bending down to stare closely at him. "I suppose you've been doing something dangerous again." "It was a Dementor, Poppy," said Professor McGonagall. They exchanged a dark look, and Madame Pomfrey clucked disapprovingly. "Setting Dementors around a school," she muttered, pushing back Harry's hair to touch his forehead. "He won't be the last one who collapses." "Yes, he is all clammy. Terrible things, Dementors, and the effect they have on people who are already delicate dash." "I'm not delicate," sputtered Harry crossly. Of course," said Madame Pomfrey absent-mindedly, now taking his pulse. "What does he need?" asked Professor McGonagall crisply. "Bed rest? Should he perhaps spend tonight in the hospital wing?" "I'm fine," ranted Harry, jumping up. The thought of what Draco Malfoy would say if he had to go to the hospital wing was torture. "Well, he should have some chocolate, at the very least," said Madame Pomfrey, who was now examining Harry's eyes. "I've already had some," said Harry. He pointed at Quinn and said, West, gave me some. He gave chocolate to everyone on the train." Pomfrey turned her head towards Quinn, who waved at her with a beaming smile. "Hello, Madame Pomfrey. May I say you look absolutely glowing today." "Good work, West," praised Madame Pomfrey approvingly. "Excellent response by distributing chocolate." Quinn smiled before looking at McGonagall and notified, "I'll be sending you a bill for reimbursement, as I went through a couple of months' worth of chocolate." McGonagall sighed and nodded before looking at Harry and asked, "Are you sure you feel all right, Mr. Potter?" "Yes," Harry insisted, stubbornly. "Very well," she accepted and turned to Quinn. "Now, Mr. West, was the patronus in the train you're doing?" The driver said that he saw some kind of bird-shaped patronus. "Yes, Professor." Quinn raised his wand and whispered for show, "Expecto Patronum." Intense waves of silver energy filled with positivity escaped his wand tip and hovered like mist before him. Harry, Hermione, and Pomfrey stared at the silver waves coming out of Quinn's wand with wide eyes. Quinn didn't expel a corporeal patronus because he wasn't feeling like showing his patronus form. Anyone who could properly witness his patronus knew it was some kind of bird, and he decided to keep it like that. "I see," McGonagall nodded and smiled in gratitude. "Between the patronus and the chocolate, you did a great service to our school, Mr. West. I sincerely thank you on behalf of Hogwarts." "It was the least I could do, Professor," said Quinn humbly before campaigning. "That's part of the full-service commitment you can expect if you do business with me, so if you want a problem solved, A.I.D will dash." "Thank you, Mr. West." McGonagall cut off Quinn's attempt at self-advertisement and said, "Please wait outside while I have a quick word with Ms. Granger about her course schedule. We shall go down to the feast together then." Quinn raised a finger before veering it down and nodding. Harry and Quinn went back to the corridor with Madame Pomfrey, who left for the hospital wing, muttering some indecipherable words to herself. Just as Quinn and Harry came out of McGonagall's office, they saw Lily Potter running towards them, and the second she reached Harry, the worried mother hugged her son. "Oh, Harry? Are you all right? Oh, my dear boy." She had come running to see if her son, making sure that her daughter was not injured by the vile Dementors. And while Ivy had assured that Harry was fine, she needed to see it on her own. Only after seeing that both her children were okay would a mother's heart would calm down. Quinn, on the other hand, stepped away from the mother-son pair and stood as still as possible to reduce his physical presence to the point he was invisible. He didn't want to disturb them and give them some space. "Let's just hope that I can leave here as soon as possible," he thought, eyeing McGonagall's office door, hoping the Transfiguration professor would come out with Hermione Granger and he could go to the feast. At Novel bin at. He had to wait only a few minutes, and it seemed like Lily didn't notice him and Harry had seemingly forgotten that he was here. Then, followed by Professor McGonagall, Hermione emerged looking thrilled about something, and the three of them made their way back down the marble staircase to the Great Hall. There was a sea of pointy black hats. Each of the longhouse tables was lined with students, their faces glimmering by the light of thousands of candles which hovered above the tables in the air. Professor Flitwick was carrying an ancient-looking hat and a four-legged stool out of the hall. "Oh," said Hermione softly, "we've missed the sorting." "That we did," remarked Quinn, looking at the Slytherin table. There he saw Astoria sitting in her new green trims with Daphne and Tracy. The hat sorted her in Slytherin, huh? Professor McGonagall and Lily Potter strode off towards her empty seat at the staff table, and Harry and Hermione set off in the other direction, as quietly as possible, toward the Gryffindor table. Quinn cast a surveying glance to Hermione and thought, she got the permission to use the time turner, didn't she? He walked to the empty spot between Marcus and Luna, and took his place between his two friends. "So where were you?" asked Marcus, who was sitting across from them. Quinn started to explain what happened in a whisper, but at that moment, the headmaster stood up to speak, so he was cut off. Dumbledore, despite being well over a century old, always gave an impression of great energy. He had long white hair and a beard that was at least 2 feet long, he wore half-moon glasses and had a slightly crooked nose. Quinn looked around and saw the eyes of all the students focused on the headmaster. He had to admit that Dumbledore had cemented his position in the hearts of the general student populace, the kind of reputation that was on the verge of being unshakable. "Welcome," said Dumbledore, the candlelight shimmering on his beard. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say, and as one of them is quite serious, I think it best to get it out of the way before we become befuddled by our excellent feast." Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, "As you may be aware, our school is presently hosting some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here under the order of the Ministry of Magic." Quinn noticed a barely visible look of displeasure passing in Dumbledore's eyes. Hogwarts was Dumbledore's territory. He didn't like the Ministry intruding on it, much less with Dementors. "They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds," Dumbledore continued, "and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave the school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises or even invisibility cloaks," he added blandly. "It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I, therefore, warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. I look to the prefects, and our new head boy and girl, to make sure that no student runs afoul of the Dementors," he said. On a happier note, he continued, "I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the vacancy there was in Defense Against the Dark Arts." There was some scattered, rather unenthusiastic applause. No one was expecting this fellow to last more than a year, and the recent record of the teachers didn't inspire confidence that he would be any better than the previous 2 professors. Quinn observed Remus John Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts, the marauder afflicted with lycanthropy and cursed to turn into a werewolf at every full moon. He noticed that this version of Lupin was dressed appropriately and not shabby at all. In the books, Lupin was always in financial trouble. The werewolf wasn't able to get a stable job because of his condition. Must be because of his friends, hypothesized Quinn. This Lupin didn't lose all of his friends in a single night. They must have helped him get a stable job or something. Quinn caught another thing at the staff table that made him chuckle. Severus Snape, the potions master, was staring along the staff table at Lupin. It was common knowledge that Snape wanted the Defense Against the Dark Arts post. It didn't help his mood that the job he coveted went to a marauder, one of his school bullies. The expression on Snape's face was beyond anger, there was pure and unfiltered loathing. "As to our second new appointment," Dumbledore continued as the lukewarm applause for Professor Lupin died away, "I am sorry to tell you that Professor Ketleben, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. Quinn made an "oh" expression and vocalized, "burn." "However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching post in addition to his gamekeeping duties." The student body clapped for the promoted gamekeeper. The Gryffindor table's applause was tumultuous in particular. "Well, I think that's everything of importance," said Dumbledore. "Let the feast begin." The golden plates and goblets before them were filled suddenly with food and drink. Quinn, who was already ravenous, helped himself to some food and began eating. It was a delicious feast, and the hall echoed with talk, laughter, and the clatter of knives and forks. I didn't see you on the train, said Quinn, taking a bite from his bowl of Kranich. And I traveled through the train distributing chocolate. Where the hell were you two? You did pass by our compartment, answered Eddie from Quinn's side. Our compartment door snapped open, and chocolate flew in as you walked away while shouting at everybody to eat chocolate. Damn it, cursed Quinn. Once again, he wasn't able to find his 2 roommates on the Hogwarts Express. This makes it 4 years in a row. Next year, we will board the train together. What do you think about the new professor? Asked Marcus, turning his head to look at Lupin. Do you think he will be any good? I don't think so. I think this one will also be a bust, guessed Eddie, showing little confidence in Remus Lupin. Quinn put his chin on his palm and hummed, I don't know. He might be bad or unexpectedly good. Let's hope for something more reasonable and say that he will be decent. How about that? Luna decided to chime in. Daddy says the middle is boring. I say that he will be good. I see. That makes it 3 people and 3 different opinions. Marcus compiled the results and chuckled. It seems Professor Lupin is already doing fairly well on the opinion poll. Meh, we will know when he actually teaches, Quinn said and continued with an example. Lockhart had an overwhelmingly positive reception. Look how he turned out. He ended up in the hospital without memories, he added in his head as some things were better unspoken. Quinn looked around the Great Hall and noticed Friar floating above the Hufflepuff table, chatting with the new Hufflepuff inductees. Yeah, thought Quinn. Scene break. It was the night after Quinn had come back to Hogwarts, and now he was making his way to the astronomy tower. As he climbed the stairs to the tower, Quinn thought about the upcoming conversation with the ghost he had most contact with. He didn't blame Friar for the things that had happened to him in the last few months. Oh, no, the Hufflepuff ghost couldn't be blamed at all. Friar had warned him about the vaults and the danger that was within them. Sure, Quinn had cursed Friar a lot while he was suffering from his ailment, but after thinking about it a lot and accepting the situation, he realized that Friar had given him plenty of warnings. Quinn sighed as he finally reached the top of the astronomy tower, and there stood the ghost of the religious monk, looking at the stars like he did every so often. After taking a deep breath, Quinn alerted the ghost of his presence. Friar. The translucent ghost turned around mid-hover and greeted Quinn on seeing his favorite Ravenclaw. Quinn, it's nice to you after this time. Friar hovered near Quinn and smiled. How have you been? I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Friar. Quinn walked towards the edge of the tower and looked at the waning moon shining in the sky. I'm better now than I was a few months ago. A few months ago? Friar asked as he floated close to Quinn. Did something happen? Yes. Something happened. Friar. Quinn clenched his fists behind his back. I underestimated the second vault and lost my magic. Why you lost your magic? Friar wasn't expecting to hear this piece of information. I'm fine, Friar. Deep patterns suddenly etched on the floor of the tower, glowing with a fiery light. Showing Friar that his magic was fine, Quinn calmed the ghost down. My magic is fine now. I have it under control. What did the vault do to you? What was in there? Friar asked with curiosity. I can't be sure, Friar, replied Quinn truthfully. He turned to face the ghost and continued. I asked someone who knows about all this better than me. Quinn was talking about Alan. The two had discussed the true nature of the vault. The conclusion that we came up with was that the vault was an experiment to see if it was possible to artificially increase the magic of a human by tapping into the emotional connection and strengthening it to gain more magic. But why would something like that be Hogwarts? Asked Friar, confused in disbelief. That is the thing, Friar. Quinn looked at the ghost and spread his hand to point at Hogwarts. What better place to set up an experiment like this than a school full of adolescent children? Do you know why Hogwarts has become such a mystical place? Quinn asked Friar a question about the nature of Hogwarts. The ghost shook his head. He always assumed that Hogwarts was great because the founders built it, but he felt that wasn't the answer Quinn was looking for. The magic grows at an accelerated rate between the ages 11 to 18, the 7 years of magical development that comes once in a lifetime. Children go through this change and development of magic, and it might not be the correct way to explain it, but the magic during this age is unstable. Quinn held his chin and thought for a second. If I were to give a better word, then it would be in flux. And that state of flux is in children who experience extreme emotions, both positive and negative. Magic behaves abnormally when mixed with extreme emotion. He looked at the Hogwarts castle and continued. The magic influx combined with extreme emotions is the reason Hogwarts is so mystical and magical. A millennium of hundreds of adolescent children staying in the castle for most of the year would change even the most normal places into a magical place. Hogwarts, even when it was newly built, was anything but normal. Friar listened to Quinn, who continued to speak. Children with unstable magic were the best test subjects for an experiment that targeted emotion. Maybe it was one of the headmasters that dabbled in the art of emotions and didn't mind using the children as test subjects. Quinn pointed at Friar and revealed. The reason that ghost disappeared was maybe that the magic inside the vault has a soul aspect. The magic in the vault wasn't meant for ghosts, and it caused the ghost to cease to exist. Ghosts have strong emotional ties to the place they haunt. So when you go near the vault, your emotions are affected. Your ghostly instincts tell you that if you go near the vault, you will cease to exist. A twisted smile of self-derision appeared on Friar's as he completed what Quinn was speaking. And ghosts don't want to pass on. Even though we know it is wrong to remain in the mortal world, we continue to exist. The vault is a threat to our existence, and thus we feel dread and fear from it. Yes, that is the conclusion I have come up with. It is up to you if you want to accept it, Quinn told his understanding of the second vault. There were a few minutes of silence in the astronomy tower before Fryer spoke up. Will you go inside the second vault? No, came Quinn's response. It was so quick and firm that Fryer was taken aback. I'm not going back there. The only way I go in there is if my life depends on it. It was unusual to see such a serious expression in Quinn's eyes and voice. Even though Quinn had regained his magic and had a better understanding of what emotions were, this didn't mean he wasn't afraid of the second vault. The second vault exploration had become a frightful experience for him, and nothing about it would change that opinion. One visit and he was under the influence of magic for months. There was once again a period of silence before Fryer broke it. Do you want to continue exploring the third vault? Fryer wasn't sure if Quinn would want to continue after what had happened to him. Quinn focused on the ghost. I had a lot of time to think in the absence of magic, Fryer. At that time, I thought about the possibility of what would happen if I didn't get my magic. I thought of what would I do if I didn't regain the control of my magic and somehow could lock it away to live a magic-less life. What would be my future? What route would my life go? Fryer stared Quinn with slightly wide eyes as a twisted and contorted smile marred Quinn's face. Do you know what I found? I realized I didn't want a life without magic. I had devoted years of this life and being to this one thing, and if you took it away, I would be left with nothing, nothing at all. Quinn West is nothing without magic. Quinn broke into laughter for a stretch before proclaiming, Oh, Fryer, I don't love magic. Oh, no, love isn't the correct emotion that I feel for magic. No, the correct emotion would be. The twisted smile split Quinn's face as he revealed. Obsession. Quinn's glimmered at the stars as he went on. The cursed vaults are a way for me to learn about magic. I only have a few more years in this castle, and after that, I will be gone. Before that happens, I want to go into all the vaults and find the secrets. So my answer is yes, Fryer, I want to continue. Quinn turned his eyes back to Fryer and said, There is just one teeny tiny problem that I need to take care of before I continue on the quest of the cursed vaults and my life in general. Quinn slowly walked backward while facing Fryer. The thing is, I have this small irrational fear that has taken root inside of me. I lost control of my magic, and I fear that it would happen again. Quinn no longer had that contorted smile on his face, but instead, a sad smile took its place. Gosh, it is an irrational fear. I can feel my magic under my firm control, but you see, I can't just get rid of the thought that one day it will once again rampage. Fryer frowned when he saw that Quinn was inching towards the edge of the tower roof. Quinn, what are you doing? I thought about it, and the only way for me to get rid of this fear is if I can completely trust my magic once more. Quinn finally reached the edge of the astronomy tower and held onto the railing with his back to the tower's railings. My magic must not betray me at the one moment I need it, Quinn smiled and stated. And that moment is when my life is in danger. I need to confirm the bottom line. I need to make sure my magic won't leave me when I am about to die. He turned his head to see the distance between him and the ground below before turning back to Fryer, who was staring at Quinn with a worried gaze. My meeting with you here at the astronomy tower started all this, and if things are going to end, then I want it to end here and with you present. Quinn chuckled and added, It is fitting in a way. Q Quinn, what are you doing? Fryer hovered closer and quavered. Please step away from the railing and walk my way. Your words won't have the effect you are hoping. Fryer, Quinn sighed as he looked at the ghost. And you, a ghost, can't interact with material things, so you can't stop me. He looked at the bright half-moon and smiled. It is a clear night today. Suitable if I am to die. He turned to face Fryer and spoke. See you in a bit, Fryer. Fryer's ghostly eyes widened in horror as he saw Quinn shifting his weight over the railings and falling off Hogwarts' tallest tower. Quinn, who was off the roof's floor and in this air, shifted himself while falling to face the ground below. There were no unnecessary thoughts in Quinn's mind as he fell. No revolving lantern, showing him his life flashing by. No thoughts about his family or friends. Quinn's mind was focusing on his magic. Every fiber of his being was calling on his magic as he rushed closer to the ground. In this life-threatening moment, Quinn felt the wind flapping against his face and body, his beating heart, the pulsating magic inside his body, and the Fryer's faint shouts from above him. He locked his eyes on the approaching ground, and even though he never did it, Quinn felt that the moment was appropriate, and so he closed his eyes and whispered, Arresto momentum. A bright blue flashed just moments before Quinn was about to hit the ground and turned into a bloody mess. There was no collision with the ground, no breaking of bones, no splatter of blood, no exploding skulls, or gore of any kind. Quinn opened his and saw that he was floating above the ground. He grinned and released the magic and fell to the ground with his elbows and knees supporting his body on the ground. The boy pushed himself off the ground so that he was on his knees. He looked up at the sky and roared in laughter. Ha 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 ha. His magic hadn't betrayed him. It was there with him at the moment he was about to die. The irrational fear in Quinn's heart vanished as magic amplified his laughter, carrying it all over the castle. Every single resident of Hogwarts heard a roaring, joyful laughter that night. No one ever found where the laughter came from or who was laughing, but in the years to come, it would be talked about it. Only one person knew the meaning of the laughter, and it was Quinn West was finally and truly back. Quinn started the first weekend of his 4th year at Hogwarts by visiting the Room of Requirements to begin the first motive of the year. Oh boy, it's been a while. Quinn rubbed his hands together as he looked around the room of requirement with delight in his eyes. Now, let's start immediately. He took out a small glass pane from his robes and gently set it down on the floor before walking a few strides away from it. As soon as Quinn was at an appropriate distance away from the glass expanded till it was back to full size. The glass pane lying on the floor was the glass wall from the A.I.D office. He had brought it to the room of requirements to make some changes to it. One of the main objectives for his 4th year was to fortify the A.I.D workshop, and the first step to achieving that was to strengthen the glass wall that separated the office from the workshop. Okay, let's create tempered glass, Quinn said as he squatted at the edge of the glass pane and looked at the surface and the thickness of the glass. First, I have to thicken the glass. This one is a bit thin, I think. Quinn took out a cloth pouch bag from his robes. He opened the string binding the bag and scattered shards of glass all over the glass pane, expanding the glass shards back to their original size. Wisps of wavy magic flowed from Quinn to the glass, and the glass turned into a state of transformation and then a liquid. All the liquid glass mixed with each other to form a giant blob of liquid glass. Quinn applied transmutation magic to reform the glass into one uniform pane of glass and molded it to appropriate shapes and dimensions. Tempered or toughened glass was a type of safety glass processed by controlled thermal or chemical treatments to increase its strength compared with traditional glass. Tempering sets the outer surfaces into compression and the interior into tension. Tempered glass was about 4 times stronger than conventional glass. The higher contraction of the inner layer during manufacturing induced compressive stresses in the glass's surface balanced by tensile stresses in the glass's body. The result of tempering the glass was that it had 4 times the strength and durability of the previous one. I have to make cuts and mold the glass into shape, Quinn said as a tape measure came out of his robes and started to measure the glass. A felt tip pen also came out from his robes and made markings and shapes to help the cutting that would be done afterwards. The tempered glass had to be cut to the appropriate size or pressed to shape prior to tempering. Besides, it couldn't be reworked once tempered. Polishing the edges or drilling holes in the glass had to be carried out before the tempering process started. Due to the balanced stresses in the tempered glass, damage to any portion would eventually result in the glass shattering into thumbnail-sized pieces. Of course, magic could overcome that problem, but Quinn wanted to do it the traditional way and prepare the shape and layout of the glass wall before tempering the glass. He hadn't done this before, so Quinn wanted to do the tried and tested way. Okay, let's do this. Quinn put on his trusty leather gloves and levitated the glass that had been cut, polished, frosted, and molded in a uniform shape. First step of tempering a glass. Heat it to a temperature of 683 degrees Celsius, read Quinn from the small notepad in his hand. Quinn's approach for tempering the glass was the thermal approach. He would heat the glass to compress it and form an interlayer of tension between 2 compressions. The only good thing that had come out of the sin curse was the time Quinn had spent in the library. He spent hours every day voraciously reading books, and a topic of study that he had covered during his readings was fire, or more specifically, the concept of heat. Taking a deep breath, Quinn channeled his magic into the glass and flooded the entire thick pane of glass. Closing his eyes, Quinn triggered a change in his magic and heated up the glass. Quinn needed a fast, uniform thermal temperature throughout the glass. After the temperature reached 683 degrees Celsius, Quinn opened his eyes and immediately changed the magic from hot to cold. The glass immediately went from molten to frozen, but it promptly shattered. Quinn didn't look discouraged and walked to the shattered glass, which was still levitating in the air, and observed what had happened. After a minute of studying the failed result, Quinn judged, I need to heat it faster. Again. The shattered glass returned to its unbroken state through transmutation, and the process repeated over again. This time, Quinn raised the temperature of the glass faster. He channeled magic and used a different heating spell designed to increase the heat more quickly and with higher efficiency for heating glass. Shifting to cold, Quinn murmured. The heat switched off, and cold reigned supreme in the glass, quenching the glass uniformly. Asterisk crunch, asterisk. The glass cracked into rough shards, and countless glass pieces floated in the air. I can try to keep the same heat and cool it slower, speculated Quinn and hypothesized, before saying, again. There was a smile on Quinn's face the entire time as he heated the glass and cooled it down. The smile even remained when the glass deformed, shattered, or didn't come out tempered. Ah, this feels nice, that thought encompassed Quinn's state of mind. Doing magic that he found compelling felt nice to Quinn. It didn't have the exhilarating feeling of blasting objects with destructive magic that he felt last year. This was different. Watching how the wisps of flame danced on the glass's surface or when the ice relaxed down the glass and sizzled brought joy to Quinn. Changing the temperatures, heat, cold, the timing of heating and cooling, small changes that just made sense. All of it was mesmerizing to Quinn. It was fun, it was calm. It was magic. After an hour and a half of shattering glass, making changes to the process, and trying dozens of times, Quinn finally produced a perfect pane of tempered glass. Done. Quinn raised his hands and admired his new glass wall that would be in his office. He shrunk the glass wall down to a pocket-sized version, put it inside his robes, and exited the room of requirements to have lunch before going to the A.I.D classroom and set up the wall. Scene break. A well-fed Quinn entered the empty A.I.D classroom with his suitcase in hand. He turned the key twice in the keyhole and opened the door. The classroom was bare and empty, not a sign of the room being ever occupied. After last year, He had taken every single thing inside the office and the workshop. After losing control of his magic, Quinn wasn't in any shape to fortify his workshop, so he just packed up everything home with him. Tables, workstations, desks, cupboards, cabinets, raw material, tools, and everything there was in the classroom went home with Quinn. Quinn set down the suitcase on the floor and opened it with a couple of clicks. The owner descended into the expanded suitcase and entered the room with all the stuff from the A.I.D classroom. A powerful wave of magic slammed into every single object in the room, and the entire inventory shrunk down for Quinn to levitate and bring out of the suitcase. After thoroughly cleaning the room, Quinn set up everything where it belonged and got back to setting up the wall. First, Quinn widened the wall-to-wall indent in the roof and floor to accommodate the increased thickness of the glass wall. He then pulled out the shrunken glass wall and expanded it slowly so he could line it into the indents that were on the top and at the bottom. The wall fitted snugly into the indents at its regular size. A moment later, the wall and the floor were transmuted to grip the surface of the glass wall, and the building material Quinn had taken out to increase the size of the indents also went to the roof and floor to create more support for the glass wall. Quinn stepped back and admired the glass wall and double-checked if it was firmly in its place before making a beckoning gesture and pulling a bar stool for him to sit on. He touched the wall with his right hand, resting his palm and fingers snug against the cool glass. After eyeing the wall for a moment, Quinn injected magic into the glass wall. Purple waves of magic went through the glass every few seconds, reaching every corner of the wall. The purple waves of magic were the unbreakable charms being imbibed into the glass. Unbreakable charm wasn't the correct name for the spell because it didn't make an object unbreakable. No, it only strengthened objects so that they would become more resilient to external forces. Quinn was increasing the resilience of the glass so that it would become difficult to break. Why not do this to a regular pane of glass instead of a tempered pane of glass? Well, the stronger the base material, the stronger result after placing the unbreakable charm. Tempered glass was naturally tougher than regular glass, so if you put unbreakable charms on it, the result would be much better. Quinn sat there for 5 minutes channeling magic into the glass before the charm saturated the glass and could no longer make it any stronger. The next step of fortifying the glass wall was to make it resistant to transfiguration and transmutation. The strengthened glass would be useless if you could just create a hole in it through transfiguration and pass through it. There wasn't a way to fully disable transfiguration and transmutation as it was not feasible to isolate every single spell type and individually disable them one by one. So the next best thing Quinn could do was to make it resistant to magical changes. The concept behind achieving something like that was easy. Using transfiguration and transmutation to defend against transfiguration and transmutation, smiled Quinn, in thought. Pushing more magic into the wall, Quinn commanded his magic to transfigure the glass that made up the wall to stay the same. Quinn was forcing glass matter to stay as glass. He was making his magic to freeze/jam the state of matter so that when someone tried magic against the glass, it would be difficult to budge as Quinn's magic was forcing the glass to stay the way it was currently. Scene break. After the wall was done came the turn for the door. The thing about doors and walls was that people went for the door when trying to break in. No one tried to break the actual wall when you had a door in it. The doors were thinner than the walls they were fitted in and were made from a relatively weaker material. Quinn's wooden door was no different, and it clearly showed when Ivy Potter kicked the door down to enter the workshop. So to make sure his door wouldn't be the hole in his defense, Quinn decided to make sure it would be a hassle to break. Quinn started with the door's wood. He used the hardest wood available to him and bought a few logs of Australian Buloke wood. This wood had a very strength-toughness level on a pound-force scale. I have to stain it in a hardening solution, uttered Quinn as he took out a bucket of a red potion solution that he had finished brewing yesterday. He looked at the viscous red liquid and chuckled. This baby took 3 days to brew. Oh, this is going to be good. The red solution would strengthen the wood fibers when absorbed into the material. Plus, it will give the wood a nice red sheen. Quinn looked at the Australian Buloke wood logs and levitated them over the center island. Slowly, he turned the wood into sawdust by breaking down the wooden logs into a coarse powder. He made sure that the wood powder didn't fly over the room. He separated the sawdust into multiple trays and poured the red hardening solution into the trays. As he poured the liquid over the sawdust started to move and mix with the red potion liquid. Quinn had converted the wood into sawdust so that every fiber would get exposed to the potion, strengthening the wood at a deeper level. Okay, done. Quinn finished pouring the liquid over the multiple trays. Now, he just needed to give it time for the solution to get mixed and get completely absorbed into the wood. Quinn continued mixing the wood using magic and moved along. Now, where is that high-carbon steel plate? Quinn looked around the workshop and found a sheet of high-carbon steel. All right, this will do. This will do very well. Quinn laid the metal sheet on the floor and punched 10 holes in the sheet, 2 rows of 4 holes and 1 row of 2 holes. The metal sheet was going inside the door, and the holes were there so the wood could go through them and really bind the metal with the wood. The next part of the door was the lock. Quinn used the same high-carbon steel to craft a lock system with a regular lock opened with a key. The other part of the lock was a system of 13 steel cylinders that would enter the door from the frame around the door. And these cylinders couldn't be released from the door with the key. They had to be released by magic, and if no one knew about the cylinders, no one would figure out how to disable the cylinder system. 10 minutes of unbreakable charms into the metal finally saturated the metal with magic. It couldn't be made any stronger by the use of the unbreakable charm. By the time Quinn was done, the wood was prepared. It was ready to be turned into a wooden door with a metal plate inside. The punched high-carbon steel sheet along with the lock system floated in the air as Quinn directed it with his left hand. He pointed his right hand towards sawdust trays, and around 3/4 of treated sawdust flew towards the metal sheet. The wood fibers gathered around the metal and formed a red door made from treated Australian Buloke wood and a high-carbon steel core and locks. The completed door also went through the same treatment of transfiguration and transmutation resistance. The remaining quarter of the treated sawdust flew towards the rectangular opening in the glass wall and formed a wooden frame for the door to fit in. The rectangular opening in the glass wall had notches around it for the wooden frame to fit on the glass wall. Quinn fitted the door in the frame and entered the 13 cylinders into the wooden frame, 5 on both lengths of the door and 3 on the top breadth of the door. Done, celebrated Quinn as he opened the door and went back and forth. When he closed the door, the steel cylinders were inserted into the door in such a way that the cylinders were door and frame at the same time, jamming the door with the frame. Now, let's put some charms to punish anyone who touches the door. Quinn shot spells at the door that would shock and burn anyone who would touch the door and an anti-unlocking charm on the regular lock. Yeah, try to break this door, Ivy Potter, smirked Quinn. The riddle to the third vault was written in the paper. Fryer had given him the riddle after his stunt at the astronomy tower. The Hufflepuff ghost had lectured him a lot before handing over the starting clue, and Fryer's worries were reflected in the riddle. Life is something you cherish, Quinn sighed and shook his head at the religious ghost's attempt to make sure he didn't repeat things like jumping off the astronomy tower. He should know better than anyone that the cursed vaults are more dangerous than a bungee jump without a rope. Quinn tapped his finger on the paper and read through the riddle over and over again. Bane of Neptune, now that is definitely some mythological stuff, Quinn murmured, studying the riddle. That will need some research. He took out a small notepad out of his robes, uncapped his pen, wrote Neptune's bane, circled it a couple of times, made an arrow extending outside, and finished it with the word research. Next, beware of some kind of force. Quinn felt that this was the dangerous part of the third vault because it was followed by, if not careful, I will perish. Now, that just screams danger. Quinn nodded appreciatively and praised Fryer, props to Fryer for making it clear. This is what I like. Danger clearly specified. The word force went on the notepad, another set of circles, and an arrow pointing to danger. Quinn frowned and sighed, life is something you cherish. This is useless. Quinn copied the phrase on the notepad, put a line through it and a small cross next to the sentence. Fryer's drabble, wrote Quinn with an arrow coming out of the crossed sentence. Come on, Fryer. Show some professionalism, Quinn complained to the ghost who wasn't there. Has he learned anything in his long ghostly life? Well, Myrtle hasn't grown up from her Hogwarts days, so maybe ghosts are incapable of growth. In the end, Quinn reached the 3 individual phrases of the riddle and felt some connection existed between the separate lines. You can swallow it. It can devour you. Yet, it is the source. The 3 lines were the remaining lines from the riddle, and all of them had something in common between them. What is the it mentioned here? Quinn asked himself, hoping to get some random epiphany. It. What is it? Writing the sentences on a fresh notepad page, Quinn put a circle on all 3 its and connected them with lines. I think I will target this from the Bane of Neptune's angle to get the things rolling. Quinn closed his notepad with a snap and put it back into his robes along with his pen. Hogwarts taught the subject history of magic, and such the Hogwarts library was equipped with books about history. Not that Binns taught the subject properly, but Hogwarts library would definitely hold texts on different parts of the history of the magical world. And the myths of the non-magical world tended to be magical anomalies of the magical world. It was a start. Scene break. Quinn was pleased to get out of the castle after lunch. Yesterday's rain had cleared, the sky was a clear, pale gray, and the grass was springy and damp underfoot as he set off to his first Care of Magical Creatures class. Eddie and Marcus walked by his side, talking about the new terrorist group Novellus Actionites. This time, they targeted 3 muggles. Aren't they scared of the Aurors? Marcus spoke about the latest news that had been circulating across the country. They have been really aggressive in their approach. At least, they are targeting people at night, Eddie commented about the actions of Novellus Actionites. The only reason the Aurors knew about the Muggle attacks is because of the clear traces of magic there are on the Muggles. What do you think, Quinn? Marcus asked for his other friend's opinion. If they continue to attack, I think the Aurors will set up a task force against them, affirmed Quinn on the new and upcoming terrorist group. As Eddie said, they only strike at night, so the Muggle authorities are still treating their few attacks as Muggle matters. If they increase their attacks and act in daylight, the Ministry will start a task force of Aurors and hit wizards. The Ministry will only move when the pressure from the non-magical world grows. Quinn sighed and finished his opinion on the new terrorist group. But why? Eddie frowned in question. He couldn't understand why the Ministry had only issued a lookout notice for such a clear threat. I mean, what was it called? Manifest. Marcus offered the word Eddie was looking for. Yes, the manifest. The manifest clearly stated that the Novellus Actionites were the supporters of you-know-who. Eddie shuddered in the thought of the Dark Lord. He frowned in disbelief. Why isn't the Ministry being more vigilant against these terrorists? Quinn patted Eddie's shoulder and explained to his friend the world of politics. The war had brought influence on the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Former head Bartemius Crouch Sr. utilized his powers to permit the usage of the unforgivable curses against enemies, among other law changes that seemed atrocious under times of peace. Crouch Sr. was so incredibly popular that he was slated to become the next Minister for Magic. If not for his son, Crouch Jr., being a Death Eater, Bartemius Crouch Sr. would be sitting in the minister's office instead of Cornelius Fudge. A few years back, at a Wiesengamot vote, it was decided to reduce the budget of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement from their war-era funding. It was an attempt from the minister's faction to limit the growing popularity of the Auror's office. The vote was passed with a vast majority because none of the factions wanted the increasing influence of the militant Auror's office. The Dark faction had obvious reasons. As supporters of Voldemort, they didn't want future troubles. A lot of them had bribed their way out of a lengthy stay at Azkaban, but they weren't sure if it would work in the future because the Auror's office was becoming more and more popular. Light faction, led by Albus Dumbledore, also lobbied to decrease the funding in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, or specifically, the Auror's office. Even though James Potter, Sirius Black, the comatose Longbottom couple and many other Light faction members were Aurors, and many didn't like the decision, they still followed the decision because the majority of the Light faction was in favor. Albus Dumbledore actively participated and supported the motion because he wasn't happy with the wartime decision of using the unforgivable curses. Dumbledore's forget and forgive philosophy didn't support the direction the Auror's office was going. The Grey faction went along with the flow and voted in favor for the motion because they, too, didn't want overvigilant policing from the Auror's office. Grey faction liked freedom so that they could conduct their business in peace. Now, let's talk about the present. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement took a short-term hit from the reduced funding, but it was, as I speak, a short-term hit. Even though they had to struggle for a year or two, excellent leadership brought the Department of Magical Law Enforcement back to stability and glory. Quinn smiled in admiration as he went on. Under the direction of DMLE head Amelia Bones, the department recovered and regained their influence. Amelia Bones is so popular among the public that she is believed she will be the winner of the next ministerial election. Even at this moment, Amelia Bones is already far ahead of Cornelius Fudge in popularity. The world of politics was a complicated and treacherous one. So to limit her rising popularity, the minister's faction is trying to downplay the activities of Novellus Oxyonites. They don't want to add fuel to Amelia Bones' popularity by handing the operational authority to the Auror's office and let them take another victory. So they have been downplaying Novellus Oxyonites so that Amelia Bones won't start a campaign that might boost her popularity at the next election. Marcus and Eddie didn't like what they were hearing. A terrorist group was hardly being given any coverage because the ministry wanted to play politics. That doesn't sound good. Why isn't anyone doing something? Marcus frowned in disgust. The two 14-year-old boys didn't understand politics. It was their first discussion on politics, and well, they didn't like it. It's not like they are doing nothing. Aurors are on the lookout. Aurors won't stop their basic duties because of politics, they will still protect people. Quinn comforted them with some positivity of the situation. And there is another reason why the Aurors and ministry aren't moving more aggressively. What is it? Inquired Eddie curiously. Novellus Oxyonites are public supporters of Rid you-know-who. Quinn stopped himself from speaking the wrong term twice. In his mind, he addressed the Dark Lord as Voldemort or Tom Riddle. Quinn never addressed the Dark Lord as you-know-who or he who must not be named. But to keep appearances, Quinn had to call him with the hyphenated pseudonyms. Plus, he wasn't sure if the taboo on the name Voldemort would return, so he made sure to keep a habit of using hyphenated pseudonyms to not accidentally get into trouble. Quinn coughed before continuing. So, as I was saying, Novellus Oxyonites claim themselves to be supporters of the Dark Lord. Due to that, the ministry doesn't want to spread panic in which somehow the Dark Lord is back, because, then, there would be rumors that would spread the idea that Novellus Oxyonites are actually Death Eaters. The ministry is trying to portray a message in which Novellus Oxyonites aren't a big deal, just some stupid dafts who aren't a huge threat. They are keeping this under the wraps. It is all about maintaining order by avoiding chaos. Quinn shrugged at the end. They want to leave the Dark Lord's reign behind them. Eddie and Marcus didn't give any response. Quinn turned to regard his friends and saw contemplative expressions on their faces. Quinn didn't disturb them and walked beside them in silence as they went down the sloping lawns to Rubeus Hagrid's hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest for care of magical creatures. Meanwhile, Eddie and Marcus were thinking about the situation and forming their own views. He kept silent so that they could think about the situation. Things were never black or white, there were always shades of grey present in everything. Scene break. Rubeus Hagrid was waiting for his class at the door of his hut. He stood in his moleskin overcoat with Fang the Boarhound at his heels. He seemed impatient to start. Come on, now, move on, he called as the class approached. Got a real treat for you today. Great lesson coming up. Everyone here? Right, follow me. The class followed as Hagrid strolled off around the edge of the trees, and 5 minutes later, they found themselves outside a kind of paddock. There was nothing in there. Everyone gather around the fence here. Hagrid called. That's it, make sure you can see now. The first thing you'll want to do is to open your books. The students were confused as they had no idea how to open the book. The Ravenclaw students frowned darkly, lots of them even looked frustrated as they hadn't got the chance to open their textbooks before the class. Eddie also squinted at his Care of Magical Creatures book before he caught Quinn in his peripheral vision. He snapped towards Quinn and blurted, "How did you open the book?" Quinn, who was in the middle of reading, shook his head slightly, turned to Eddie and said with an accusatory tone, "What is wrong with you? Don't surprise a man when he's reading. Eddie's and Quinn's louder than regular argument brought the attention of the rest of the class to them. Everyone saw that Quinn's Carve Magical Creature book was open. And now, everyone wanted to know how Quinn opened the damned book, which tried to bite anyone who tried to open it. Quinn sighed and looked for Hagrid, but the giant had stepped into the woods and wasn't nearby. I guess I have to show them, Quinn thought as he raised his hand towards Eddie and made a gesture to make him hand over his book. Eddie handed over his copy of the Monster Book of Monsters, which he had bound shut with a length of rope. After watching that some others also took out their books, some, like Eddie, had used ropes to bound their books shut, others had crammed them inside tight bags or clamped them together with binder clips. Stroke the spine, Quinn announced to anyone who was paying attention. Look here, like this? He removed the length of rope from Eddie's book, dodged the book's bite and gently used 3 fingers to gently stroke the spine. The book shivered and then fell open and lay quietly in his hand. How did you know how to do that? Marcus asked, as he stroked the spine of his copy and opened the book after it calmed down. Quinn shrugged in reply. I asked the bookstore manager and he told me. His tone was like he was stating the most obvious thing in the world. And he wasn't lying. Quinn had to buy the Monster Book of Monsters for this year. He hadn't purchased this book for his British book collection. So when he went to the bookstore, Quinn did ask the bookshop manager to demonstrate how to open the biting book. I'm back. Look who is here to meet you. Trotting towards them were a dozen of the most bizarre creatures Quinn had ever seen. They had the bodies, hind legs, and tails of horses, but the front legs, wings, and heads of what seemed to be giant eagles, with cruel, steel-colored beaks and large, sparkling orange eyes. The sharp talons on their front legs were half a foot long and deadly-looking. Each of the beasts had a thick leather collar around its neck attached to a long chain. Hagrid, who came out jogging, held the chains that were attached to the collars. Gee up, there, he roared, shaking the chains and urging the creatures to move toward the fence where the class stood. Everyone drew back slightly as Hagrid reached them and tethered the creatures to the fence. Hippogriffs, shouted Hagrid happily, waving a hand at them. Beautiful, aren't they? Quinn tilted his head and tried to see the beauty in the creatures. Once he got over the first shock of seeing something that was half horse, half bird, Quinn observed the hippogriffs' gleaming coats, changing smoothly from feather to hair, each of them of a different color, stormy gray, bronze, pinkish roan, gleaming chestnut, and inky black. So, said Hagrid, rubbing his hands together and beaming around, if you want to come a bit nearer at novel bin at. No one seemed to want to. But Quinn, with a mischievous grin on his face, grabbed Eddie's and Marcus's robes above their shoulders and dragged them closer to the fence. What are you doing? Marcus whimpered as he stammered in his words. Have you gone mad? Eddie croaked back as he tried to stand his ground, but Quinn was stronger than him. I still remember how you pushed me forward during last year's dueling club, Quinn cackled as he brought them to the fence. Come now, don't be scared, but do remember that if the hippogriffs attack, I will use you as meat shields. Now, the first thing you gotta know about hippogriffs is, they're proud, warned Hagrid. Easily offended, hippogriffs are. Never insult one because it might be the last thing you do. Always wait for the hippogriff to make the first move. Give the proud bird the initiative, Hagrid continued. It is polite, see? You walk towards them, then you bow, and finally, you wait. If they bow back, you are allowed to touch them. If they don't bow, then walk away, but keep an eye on their talons. Now, who wants to go first? Most of the class backed farther away in answer. The hippogriffs were tossing their fierce heads and flexing their mighty wings. They didn't seem to like being tethered like this. No one, said Hagrid, with a pleading look. I'll do it, volunteered Quinn, raising his hand high as Eddie and Marcus slowly inched back away. Don't get Quinn wrong, while he volunteered for a one-on-one with a hippogriff, he did feel fear. Quinn guessed he could defend against hippogriffs. No problem on that front, he could instantly injure the half-horse, half-bird, and get away, but that didn't mean that Quinn wasn't afraid. He still feared that he could get injured. But in Quinn's mind, it was a waste of an opportunity to not try out new things. If he avoided risks, then he would miss out on a lot of fun stuff in his life. Good man, roared the half-giant, his voice booming with joy. Right then, let's see you get on Hot Hoof. Quinn jumped over the fence as Hagrid untied one of the chains, pulled the bronze hippogriff away from its fellows, and slipped off its leather collar. The class on the other side of the paddock seemed to be holding its breath. Easy, now, whispered Hagrid quietly. You have to make eye contact, but don't blink too much. They don't trust you if you blink too much. Quinn immediately moistened his eyes with magic he learned from Alan when he was learning occlumency. Hot Hoof turned his great, sharp head and stared at Quinn with one fierce red eye. That's it, Hagrid guided from the side. Now, bow, bow. Quinn followed the instructions, even though he wasn't a fan of exposing his nape to the hippogriff. He gave a short bow and then looked up. The hippogriff was still staring haughtily at him. It didn't move. Quinn was about to give the hippogriff the same haughty look, but then the hippogriff suddenly bent its scaly front knees and sank into what was an unmistakable bow. All right, Quinn beamed as he swiftly walked his way to Hot Hoof and patted the hippogriff's beak. He patted the beak several times, and the hippogriff closed its eyes lazily, as though it was enjoying it. The class broke into applause. Who is a good boy? Quinn cooed as he used his other hand to stroke the feathers, but then he turned his head to Hagrid and asked. Hot Hoof is a boy, right? Nay, Hot Hoof is a lady. Hagrid shook his head in correction. Oh, my, Quinn turned back to the female hippogriff and cooed once more. Who is a good girl? You are, aren't you? Hothoof titled her neck to better guide Quinn's hands to the spot that felt better. Right then, clapped Hagrid. I reckon she might let you ride her. Quinn voiced as he looked into Hothoof's red eyes and gave it a thought. Why not? I could always jump off if things get wild. Oh, maybe that would feel the same as skydiving. You climb up there, just behind the wing joint, said Hagrid, and mind you, don't pull any of her feathers out, she won't like that. Quinn put his foot on the top of Hothoof's wing and hoisted himself onto its back. He used sticking charms to stick himself to the hippogriff's back. Let's go, big lady, Quinn gently patted Hothoof's nape, and Hothoof stood up. Go on, then, roared Hagrid, slapping the hippogriff's hindquarters. Hothoof's wings flapped open on either side of Quinn, and before he knew it, he was soaring into the sky. The hippogriff's wings beat uncomfortably, catching him under his legs and making him feel he was about to be thrown off. Maybe this is like life bull riding, Quinn thought as he looked below at the trees that made up the forest. Oh, yeah, I should do that. Quinn put his hand over his head, and conjured a cowboy hat over his head. He also made it stick to his head so it wouldn't fly away. Yeehaw! Quinn's voice was drowned by the wind, but his grin was still present on his face. Hothoof flew him once around the paddock and then headed back to the ground. With a thud, Hothoof's 4 ill-assorted feet hit the ground. Quinn looked at the rest of his classmates, pushed up his cowboy hat, and jutted his chin towards them. Howdy, people. Good work, Quinn, roared Hagrid as everyone cheered. Okay, who else wants a go? Emboldened by Quinn's success, the rest of the class climbed cautiously into the paddock. Hagrid untied the hippogriffs one by one, and soon there were people bowing nervously all over the paddock. Eddie and Marcus practiced on the inky black hippogriff named Stormswift, but they had to run backward repeatedly because Stormswift didn't seem to want to bend its knees. Quinn stayed back and watched his classmates, his conjured cowboy hat still on his head. What a good day. It turned out that the Roman gods weren't ancient magicals. They were mythology in both the magical and non-magical worlds. But Jupiter's thunderbolt, Neptune's trident, and Pluto's pitchfork are real magical artifacts, said Quinn while reading from an ancient tome he had found in Hogwarts library. Then he scoffed at the next piece of information. Of course, all of them are either lost, missing, or possibly destroyed. Maybe they were real and became so powerful that no one believed their existence, considered Quinn about the identity of the Roman gods. If that is true, then those guys were total legends. Quinn sighed as he read through Neptune's status in the magical Roman dynasty. Neptune is the Roman equivalent of Poseidon. As Neptune, he becomes more disciplined, militant and warlike than his Greek counterpart. For the Greeks, Poseidon was a major civic god and was highly respected for being the god of the sea and earthquakes. However, the Romans, who were not seafaring people, associated Neptune more with fresh water and horses and treated him with fearful respect. Quinn stopped reading for a second before thinking about a tangent. Why am I assuming that the riddle is about the Roman god Neptune and not about the planet Neptune? Quinn groaned and took out his notepad, and added a note. Do research on Neptune, planet, ... Maybe the divination section will help me out in this one. Quinn wondered before returning to the ancient tome and sighed, oh well, let's worry about that later. Let's continue on with this. The Romans believed in a series of gods associated with the world around them. They designated Neptune as the god of water and the sea, a close parallel to the Greek god Poseidon. As the god of freshwater, Romans prayed to Neptune to provide water for their crops. In ancient Italy, farmers would honor Neptune with a festival in July, when frequent droughts would destroy their fields. He was also a horse's patron and had temples built near racetracks. Quinn frowned at this paragraph. So you are saying that in Greek society, he was a big badass with storms and earthquakes. But in Roman society he was demoted to the god of freshwater. Quinn understood that Neptune was still the god of seas, but the Romans didn't know how to build sturdy ships to sail in the violent sea, so the sea was nothing but something foreboding to them. That meant that they didn't pray to the sea god Neptune and associated the god more with fresh water and horses. Alright, now this is becoming more and more of a situation where there will be a presence of something like a bane. Quinn felt happy about the progress he had made and wrote everything down. Now, I just need to find what is the bane in this situation. Is it another god? There was only one way to find out, and that was to read more books. And Quinn was really good at that. Scene break. Hey, what do you think about the hippogriff that attacked Malfoy? Gossiped Eddie over the table. Some are saying that the hippogriff tried to kill Malfoy. Quinn wagged his finger and corrected the gossip that had been going around. That is something Malfoy and his goonies have been spreading around. According to my sources, Malfoy called the hippogriff an ugly brute while he was sitting on it. Marcus almost spat out his food after hearing that. He was on the top of the hippogriff. Now, that is not the poppycock behavior I'm expecting from a Slytherin. Quinn laughed at Marcus' statement till his sides were hurting. We're in our 4th year. You should have learned by now that to be in Slytherin isn't synonymous with being cunning nowadays. He glanced over his shoulder to peek at the Slytherin table and scoffed. We have been witnessing Malfoy's antics for 2 years now. Can you expect anything else? Plus, at present, he's doing something really foolish. Foolish. Eddie turned in his seat to peep at Draco Malfoy, who was sitting at Slytherin's table. Draco's right arm was covered in bandages and bound up in a sling, acting, in Eddie's opinion, as though he were the heroic survivor of some dreadful battle. What do you mean by foolish? Eddie solicited an explanation as he turned back. Look at his sling. Quinn brought their attention to Draco's broken arm. Eddie and Marcus, however, didn't see anything weird about the situation. The sling in his arm doesn't make any sense. Madame Pomfrey can regrow all bones in an arm in a single day. Quinn pointed his thumb back in the direction of the Slytherin table. Malfoy's arm is just broken. She could fix him up and then announce that Malfoy's fit to continue his life as normal under an hour. That sling in his arm is just a hoax. Realization dawned over Eddie and Marcus as they finally noticed the anomaly that was the sling in Draco's arm. Even if Malfoy's arm was weak because his muscles were torn from the hippogriff's talon and needed to recuperate, then it would take maybe 2 days at most to get it back to full functionality. Draco had been parading the arm in his sling for just under a week, so there was no reason for his arm to be in a sling. Heck, Quinn had taken just 10 days in the hospital wing, and he had been injured quite severely. There were lots of injuries in his organs, and that kind of thing had taken just 10 days to get fixed. Draco's arm was a piece of cake for any decent medic. But maybe Malfoy is cunning. Quinn added another outlook to this situation. How? Marcus looked confused at the sudden counter-addition. You just pointed out that he is doing something foolish by keeping his arm in a sling. That is exactly it. I mean, look at you two. Quinn pointed at his two friends with his fork before continuing. No offense to you guys, but you guys didn't notice anything wrong with Malfoy's arm in a sling. Think how many people will believe the same thing. A sling in his arm creates an image of injury, and with the story propagated by the Malfoy's group, this image will be upgraded to a serious injury. So maybe with this arm sling drama, Malfoy is trying to make the situation seem more serious and portray that he survived a deadly accident. So he's showing traces of cunningness with this ploy. Quinn thought about the upcoming Buckbeak execution plotline that happened this year. Malfoy Sr. lobbied for the execution of the hippogriff who almost killed his son. If the sling in his arm was a ploy to elevate the situation, Quinn had to admit that this was an excellent tactic, as his two friends didn't see anything wrong with it, and both had come from magical families. Students from non-magical families who were used to the idea of using a sling to heal arms after getting broken would eat this up without a second thought. A good manipulation of the public. Quinn nodded in appreciation. The final question is whether this came from Malfoy or his father, Lucius Malfoy. If it came from Malfoy, then props to him, but if it came from his father, yeah, this guy's still a fool. Scene break. Lupin wasn't there when they arrived at their first defense against the dark arts lesson. They sat down, took their books out, quills, parchment, and talked to one another when he finally entered the room. Lupin gave a faint smile and placed his briefcase on the teacher's desk. Good afternoon, he said. Would you please put all your books back in your bags? Today will be a practical lesson. Only your wands will be needed. The students and, at some level, even Quinn, were surprised, as the class put away their books. Lots of curious glances were exchanged as they had never had a practical class in defense against the dark arts. The current third-year students had one memorable class last year when their old teacher had brought a cage full of pixies to lesson and set them loose. But, they, fourth years, hadn't had a practical defense against dark arts lesson. Not even in their first year, when they had a decent enough teacher, as she never gave them a practical class. Right then, said Lupin when everyone was ready. If you'd follow me. Puzzled but interested, the class got to its feet and followed Professor Lupin out of the classroom. He led them along the deserted corridor and around a corner into another classroom. The room was empty, with no chairs or tables. Now, then, said Professor Lupin, beckoning the class toward the end of the room, where there was nothing but an old wardrobe. As Professor Lupin went to stand next to it, the wardrobe gave a sudden wobble, banging off the wall. At novel bin at. Nothing to worry about, said Professor Lupin calmly because a few people had jumped backward in alarm. There's a boggart in there. Quinn knew this was coming. And Quinn would be lying if he said he wasn't looking forward to this. After getting in touch with his emotions during the summer break, Quinn understood the importance of negative emotions and their place in his magic. He learned to accept that he had emotions that made him vulnerable, emotions like fear which a creature like boggart exploited. With that realization, Quinn felt he needed to really know all his negative emotions, what caused them and, then, accept them rather than outright rejecting them. A boggart would be an excellent way to start on understanding his fears. Most people seemed to feel that the thing inside the wardrobe was something to worry about. Marcus at Quinn's side was eyeing the rattling doorknob apprehensively. Boggarts like dark, enclosed spaces, informed Professor Lupin. Wardrobes, the gap beneath beds, the cupboards under sinks. I once met one that had lodged itself in an old man's clock. This one was moved in here 2 afternoons ago, so I asked the headmaster if I could use it as a practical lesson for all years. Everyone knew that permission was granted. So the first question we must ask ourselves is, what is a boggart? Professor Lupin threw out a question to the class. Quinn followed his usual routine and looked left and then to the right to see if anyone had raised their hand. Seeing that no one was going to volunteer to answer the question, Quinn raised his hand. When Lupin pointed at Quinn, he promptly answered. A boggart is an amortal shape-shifting non-being that takes on the form of its observer's worst fear. Because of their shape-shifting ability, no one knows what a boggart looks like when it is alone, as it changes shape instantly upon encountering someone. The words amortal and non-being were the words to focus on here. A non-human spirit use apparition, also known as a non-being, was a magical spirit created of human emotions. They were notable because they had no equivalent in the non-magical world and their similarity to ghosts, despite never being truly alive. While non-beings were not truly alive and could not be truly destroyed, magic users had invented over the centuries various spells that could drive off these spirits using positive emotions. Their numbers could also be limited by reducing the conditions that would generate them. Immortality was the condition of never having died and being unable to die, as an immortal entity was never alive to begin with. As immortality referred to entities that were never alive at any point in their lives. It was different from immortality, which described living beings who were unable to die or had an infinite lifespan. Dementors, boggarts, and poltergeist were examples of non-being and amoral entities, as they weren't ever alive and couldn't be killed. In the distant future, someone with black hair and stone-gray eyes would discover a way to kill various amoral beings, putting the concept of immortality in need of revision. That is actually better than I was expecting. Lupin blinked in surprise as he regarded Quinn with interest. Well, Quinn, Lupin was pleased with the answer, so he rewarded the answer. Take 20 points to Ravenclaw for an excellent answer. Quinn gave a slight nod, and Lupin continued with his lesson. So a boggart that resides in the darkness doesn't assume a form. It doesn't know yet what will frighten the person on the other side of the door. Nobody knows what a boggart looks like when he is alone, but if I let him out, he will immediately become whatever each of us fear the most. Lupin raised both his hands and gestured to the students who had become restless. Please, calm down. The charm that repels a boggart is simple, yet it requires mental prowess. You see, the thing that really ends a boggart is laughter. What you need to do is force it to assume a shape you find amusing. The professor lowered his hands as he continued. We'll practice the charm without wands first. After me, please. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, chanted the class together. Good, smiled Professor Lupin. Very good. But that was the easy part, I'm afraid. You see, only saying the word isn't enough. And this is where you come in, Jessica. Jessica Traying, a fourth-year Hufflepuff, stepped forward, while shaking slightly. Right, Jessica, said Professor Lupin. First things first. What would you say is the thing that frightens you most in the world? Snakes, Jessica answered with a tremble in her voice. Right, have you seen one of these rubber balloon animals? Lupin asked Jessica, who nodded. Excellent, when the boggart bursts out of this wardrobe and sees you, Jessica, it will assume the form of a snake. Lupin explained at a slower pace so that Jessica would catch every word. You'll have to raise your wand like this and say ridiculous. Concentrate hard on the image of the snake turning into a balloon version which then deflates while creating a fun noise. If Jessica is successful, the boggart will likely shift its attention to another one of us in turn, said Professor Lupin. I'd like all of you to take a moment now to think of the thing that scares you most and imagine how you might force it to look comical. The room went quiet as everyone began thinking about their greatest fear and how to make it comical. Everyone ready? Asked Professor Lupin. He looked at Jessica and instructed, Jessica, we're going to back away. Let's get you a better field of vision, all right? I'll call the next person forward. Everyone, back. Now Jessica has a clear shot. They all retreated and backed against the walls, leaving Jessica alone along the wardrobe. She looked slightly pale and frightened, but had pushed up the sleeves from her robes and was holding her wand, ready. On the count of 3, Jessica, said Professor Lupin, who was pointing his own wand at the handle of the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3, now. A jet of sparks shot from the end of Professor Lupin's wand and hit the doorknob. The wardrobe burst open. A long forest green snake with shiny scales slithered out while making loud hissing sounds. Jessica backed away, her wand up, and cried, ridiculous. There was a squeaky noise of a blown balloon being touched, and the green snake turned into a balloon art, and immediately after, it started deflating while making a noise that sounded like a fart. There was a roar of laughter, and as the boggart kept on leaking air and making fart noises, Lupin shouted, Carmichael, next. Then the entire class went through the same thing as they faced something they feared and then turned it into something funny. There were many animals and creatures, a few renditions of Snape, one of Filch, some parents, mummies, zombies, one big eye, but everything was turned into comic relief after a cry of ridiculous. Eddie was scared of his mom, who looked furious and had a ladle in her hand. Marcus, on the other hand, feared screaming banshees. Finally, it was Quinn's turn, who stepped forward after everyone was done and were talking among themselves. Lupin thought everyone was done, but stopped when he saw Quinn step forward towards a disco ball-shaped boggart. He was interested to see what would be the boggart of the Quinn West. Flitwick had said that Quinn was the brightest student he had ever taught, and the half-goblin had said it when Lily Potter was sitting with them. His eyes widened when the boggart turned into a replica of Quinn. But Boggart Quinn had a wide smirk on his face and a wand in his hand. What in the world? Lupin didn't know what to think. He wasn't sure what it meant when a boggart turned into the person itself. Lupin turned his face to the real Quinn and thought, he fears himself. Quinn, who was looking at his boggart, immediately knew what his greatest fear was. That smirk and the wand in his hand, Quinn thought as he observed his boggart, and he knew that this was his greatest fear, as his heart was starting to beat slightly faster. Quinn's current biggest fear was him never escaping the sin's curse and giving in to the temptation of his wand. He feared how he would have turned out had the curse continued to have a hold on him. Quinn had even erased Lockhart's memories and was going to cause pain and suffering to Luna's bullies. He didn't want to think about what would have happened if the curse had continued to change him. He feared that if the curse continued, then he would have been replaced by someone who looked like him but wasn't him. The fear that the base of his existence, his identity would have been erased without anyone knowing. Just like I replaced the original Quinn, thought Quinn as he stared at the boggart Quinn and tightly balled his hands in a fist. Quinn also dreaded the possibility that one day he would give in to the temptation that posed his wand, abandoning all the hard work he had done to develop his wandless magic. Quinn knew better than anybody else that if he started to use his wand, he would never be able to put it down. The temptation of power would be too much for him, a fatal flaw that would ruin him. Those two things were Quinn's greatest fears. He took a deep breath and raised his fake wand, and softly chanted, "Ridiculous." Immediately, the boggart Quinn turned into green slime that tried to stay upright but then collapsed into a puddle. He turned back and informed a bemused Lupin, "Professor, everybody is done." Quinn's voice brought Lupin out of his thoughts, as he waited for a second and replied in a delayed manner. "Ah, yes, Quinn. Please, join your classmates. I'll lock the boggart back into the wardrobe." Quinn didn't notice the oddness in Lupin as he was occupied with thinking about his fear. "So you're looking for a job at AID?" Quinn was sitting behind his desk in the A.I.D. office looking at a sheet of parchment in his hands. "No, I don't. You called me here," answered Luna, sitting in front of the desk, her legs swinging in the air while she sat in her chair. "Then what about this resume?" asked Quinn as he raised the sheet of parchment to show it to Luna. "You asked me to write this and bring it to you," Luna replied, picking up a transparent golf ball-sized glass spheroid from the desk. The second she picked it up, the glass spheroid gained colors, which took on the appearance of the Earth globe. Of course, Quinn nodded as he pretended to interview Luna. He set down Luna's resume and asked, "Tell me, Ms. Lovegood, why are you suitable for this job? Tell me, Mr. West, why does this job deserve me?" Luna counter-questioned Quinn as she tossed the glass globe up and down. "And what is the job exactly?" "Oh, well, we offer excellent benefits, state-of-the-art tools, raw materials of all kinds, personal tutoring from me if I am free." Quinn clapped with a proud smile and added, "We also have a library with guides written by me, Quinn West. Finally, we also provide a batch of cookies a day, courtesy of the kitchen house elves. They are quite good." Quinn's guides contained his understanding of some magic branches he had obtained from different magical cultures. The books that would be available to Luna would be about the Hogwarts subjects because he didn't want to share the other things he had been cooking. As for the job, you'll have to sit in the office for some time to take in the requests from anyone who comes in. Plus, you will be my assistant. Quinn's motive for taking Luna to A.I.D. was to improve her communication skills. If she talked to the students who came in for requests and asked them for their requirements, it would help her develop her communication skills. With time, Luna would get better at talking to people and she would become more confident in herself. Luna's ears twitched, and she took her eyes off the glass globe. "Cookies? You have cookies." Quinn leaned down in his chair, opened a drawer in his desk, and took out a glass jar full of cookies. "Please, take one." Quinn offered the cookies, removing the lid from the jar. Luna picked one from the jar, looked at the cookies, then the cookie jar, and finally raised her head to peek at Quinn. "Can I take another one?" Quinn pretended to think before negotiating with his interviewee. "Only if you take the job." Luna, without hesitation, dipped her hand into the cookie jar and took out another cookie. "When do I start?" "You start tomorrow." Quinn smiled, shook hands with Luna, and said, "Welcome to AID. Scene break. I really thought you would ask some girl out," Eddie asked as he settled an arm over Quinn's shoulders as he, Quinn, and Marcus walked to Hogsmeade. Now, why would you think that?" Quinn asked as he and his two friends entered Hogsmeade on the first Hogsmeade weekend of the year, which was the following day after Halloween. "You know more girls than both Marcus and I, combined," replied Eddie as he tightened his hold over Quinn. "And you talk to them regularly. I really thought you would have asked one of them out." "You're thinking small, Eddie," Marcus chirped in as he eyed Quinn. "This guy could have asked out almost any girl, and they most probably would have said yes to a date." Eddie clicked his tongue and grumbled, "Yeah, this guy is annoyingly popular." He removed his arm from Quinn's shoulder, grabbed his cheeks, and turned his face left to right. "I mean, yeah, he's a good-looking bloke. He can be funny sometimes. No one is smarter than him if a girl wants that. Polite? Sure." Eddie sighed and released Quinn's face from his grasp. "Yeah, I get it." Quinn smiled with an exhale, bumped his shoulders into Eddie's and Marcus's shoulder, and claimed, "I didn't ask a girl out because, then, I thought you two would end up lonely. I'm honoring our friendship. Be grateful." A picture of him pulling Daphne clothes flashed through Quinn's mind. He shook his head to shake that image. He had been pretending that incident never happened because he had no idea how to approach that situation. "If you want us to be grateful, then get a girlfriend and then set us up with her friends," Eddie suggested. Quinn realized both his friends looked sincere enough to know they weren't joking. "Good man." Marcus looked particularly enthusiastic about Eddie's suggestion. "Let's make a pact. If one of us ever has a girlfriend, then the person who gets it first will have to ask his girlfriend to introduce her friends to us. How about you guys first try to ask out a girl? Then we'll talk about this pact." Quinn spoke while shaking his head, not believing that they were making a girlfriend pact when they hadn't even asked out a girl on their own. Sure, we'll do that, but let's make the pact just in case." Marcus stopped, and so did Eddie. Both put out one hand forward and brought them together. They looked towards Quinn and saw him walking away while looking at them. He was shaking his head. "So you're saying that we are not good enough for your girlfriend's friends?" Eddie shouted at Quinn. He pointed his finger at him and yelled, "You have changed ever since you got a girlfriend, man. You were a decent bloke who honored our friendship before. I don't have a girlfriend. Whatever, you suck. Scene break. A group of individuals dressed in thick robes covering their entire bodies stood in a circle in a room with stone-covered walls. Ominous dark maroon candles on the stone walls cast a dim light on the room's occupants. Today is a Hogsmeade weekend at Hogwarts, one of the robed figures spoke to the rest of the group. A lot of people will be present in Hogsmeade, there will be plenty of activity. He swept his eyes around and went on, parents dropping by to meet their children. Shops full of Hogwarts students, stalls set specially for the Hogsmeade weekend. The person who was speaking smirked and continued, a lot of filthy mudbloods walking around in the open. A wave of malicious chuckles and savage smiles streaked across the room. Those filthy mudblood children must be eradicated before they enter our prestigious society. So today we will descend on Hogsmeade and purge our community from the mudbloods. The speaker, who seemed like the leader of the group, announced their objective. How will we distinguish the mudblood from the others? Asked one of the other robed individuals. The clothes they wear will be their undoing. Target anyone who wears muggle attire. Another person asked, what if someone that is not a mudblood wears muggle clothing? Then they are blood traitors. The leader's words came without hesitation. This is a crusade. In the pursuit of what is right and pure, there will have to be some sacrifices. We are doing good for our society, so don't hesitate and raise your wands against all that is evil. He raised his wand and voiced, Novellus Actionites. All the others raised their wands and chanted in unison, Novellus Actionites. The leader immediately disapparated from the stone chamber. The others followed behind, disapparating one by one, leaving behind an empty room. Scene break. Quinn came out of the three broomsticks with a big mug made of glass of cherry syrup and soda with ice and a paper parasol. He had conjured a big glass in order to take his drink out so he didn't have to drink it inside the pub. He drank the beverage from a conjured straw and roamed around Hogsmeade. Quinn was alone because Eddie and Marcus were getting their hair cut at the barber. He had offered to cut their hair, but they hadn't accepted the generous offer. He had been cutting his own hair at Hogwarts. It was easy when you had magic and knew exactly what needed to be trimmed. Their loss, Quinn said as he put his mouth on the straw. He was walking around to see if something caught his eyes, and something did catch his eyes when a group of robed individuals apparat 10 feet right in front of him. All of the robed individuals were wearing masks with a symbol that was clearly a derivative from Voldemort's dark mark. Novellus Actionites. Quinn recognized immediately the symbol from the newspapers and turned around without wasting a second. Need to get away from them. ASAP, Quinn muttered with the straw in his mouth, his hands raising the glass mug, the cherry beverage still being sucked through the straw. The leader of Actionites noticed Quinn and saw that he was wearing muggle clothing. Plus, the way he turned on the spot showed that he recognized them. Get that kid, the leader ordered the two other members, pointing at the retreating Quinn. We'll use him as an example. Quinn, who was walking quickly, didn't know that the only reason the terrorist group was targeting him was that he was wearing a comfortable jumper. The two Actionites smirked under their masks when they saw Quinn turn into an alley. He just made their jobs easier by separating from the crowd. The duo of Actionites entered the dark alleyway and saw that Quinn was walking to the end of a closed alleyway, probably thinking that if he hid, they wouldn't be able to find him. One of the Actionites raised his wand and shot a spell on Quinn's back, smirking at the easy target, but the spell just passed through Quinn and hit the wall in front of him. Both Actionites looked at each other with bewilderment on their faces. When they returned their eyes to Quinn, he stopped. The other Actionite had just pulled his wand out to cast another spell at Quinn when they heard a thumping noise at their back. When they turned back, they witnessed Quinn standing behind them, and before they even had the chance to widen their eyes in surprise, their wands were expelled from their hands. The next moment, 4 chains with cuffs came out of the ground beneath them and clamped on their wrists, pulling them to the ground. Wadash. Oof. The Actionite duo couldn't accept the sudden turn of events and were wide-eyed as Quinn removed their masks. You guys are lucky that I finished my drink. You were this close to getting to me before I emptied out the mug. Quinn brought his fingers closer to emphasize how close they were. Release us, you filth. One of the unmasked individuals growled at Quinn, but Quinn slapped him hard before he could complete his sentence. Shut up, Quinn promptly explained his actions after slapping the guy. Do you know who? The other one spoke to get the same slap from Quinn. I won't repeat myself, shut up. Quinn sighed and decided to get them over. He stepped forward and placed one palm on both of their heads and immediately used legilimency on the Actionites. After under half a minute, Quinn had a general sense on why Novellus Actionites were there at Hogsmeade. Rid-Britain of Muggleborns, blah, blah, blah. Targeting students. Yup, checks out. He stepped back, and then ice spikes pierced one shoulder and one thigh of both the Actionites. Blood-curdling screams filled the alleyway but didn't get out because Quinn had warded the area so that noise didn't get out. You both have killed others, and even though I'm not comfortable with murder, I am not above inflicting pain, said Quinn with almost no expression on his face. Quinn ignored the screams and went on, I'm leaving those spikes in there, but don't worry, you won't bleed to death because I have frozen the entry points. You will still feel pain and cold on your shoulders and thighs. He looked at the two and saw that both of them were kneeling. And your calves. I wasn't aiming for those. I apologize. Or not. Quinn once again placed his palms on their foreheads, ignoring their begging and whimpers. Time to forget about me, whispered Quinn and wiped their memory of him from their minds. The two Actionites were near the opening of the alleyway and clearly visible, so it was easy for them to be found. If anyone was paying attention, they would have noticed 3 people going inside the alleyway and none coming out. After he was done, Quinn stepped behind them, shot ropes from the Cezanne pole spells towards the rooftops, and pulled himself towards the roof of the buildings. Just as he reached the top, 2 bricks protruded out from the sides of the building to act as foot support, and Quinn used them to climb onto the roof. He turned himself invisible and then climbed some more till he was near the very top of the building's chimney. Let's see, where are the other ones? Quinn was high enough so he could see a decent part of Hogsmeade that wasn't obstructed by other buildings. He judged from the frightened, running people that a sizable group of Oxyonites had headed towards the south. At novel bin at. Let's slow them down till the Aurors get here, Quinn decided and jumped off the rooftop. He cast a resto momentum to kill his falling speed just before landing on the ground. A map of Hogsmeade appeared in Quinn's mind as he moved south, running through alleyways and taking shortcuts to get there faster. The frightened screams alerted Quinn that the group of terrorists were nearby, so he once again climbed up a nearby rooftop and got a clear view of a trio of Oxyonites with their wands out. From what he could see, the Oxyonites were trying to spot Muggleborn students, but since the majority of the students were wearing Hogwarts robes over their casual clothes, it was difficult for the assailant to get a clear look. Lucky for me, you're wearing masks. While saying that, 3 ice spikes manifested in the air, cold air emitting from the surface of the spikes. The spikes were long and had pointed edges on both sides. Quinn locked his eyes on the 3 terrorists, and with a flick of his wrist, the 3 long ice spikes whistled towards their targets. All 3 were pierced in their thighs or calves, which forced them to drop to their knees. The 3 Oxyonites screamed, causing the panicked public to scream more since they thought the shrieks of pain were from someone attacked by the terrorists. Quinn winced at the raised commotion. Maybe I should have simply stunned them. He sighed and cast Depulso towards their upper backs, forcing their bodies to slam against the ground and stunned them the next second. Jumping from the roof, Quinn ran towards the unconscious terrorists, removed their masks, stuck the removed masks to their backs, took their wands, and similarly stuck them to their backs. He didn't snap their wands because wands were a crucial piece of evidence. After he was done, chains with cuffs shot out from the ground and firmly clamped their wrists and ankles around, snugly contacting every part of the skin. With the Oxyonites being chained to the ground, they wouldn't be able to apparate without tugging on the chains and getting splinched in the process. Finally, to make sure they wouldn't be going anywhere, Quinn transmuted the ground to engulf them and trapped them into the ground. Scene break. Oh ho, Harry Potter. The Golden Squad, who had just become aware of the conflict and the commotion, were about to return to the castle when they heard someone call out to Harry with a chuckle in their voice. It wasn't the voice of someone in panic or hurry. On reflex, the Golden Squad turned toward the voice's source. When they turned around, they saw a robed individual with a mask on their face. He stood facing them and had his wand out in his hand. To think I would come across the boy who lived, the masked person slowly stepped towards them as he talked. I wasn't expecting to meet the one who vanquished our lord. All 4 Gryffindors stumbled to get their wands out and readied them, pointing them at the masked terrorist. But the Oxyonite didn't react. He didn't seem scared of the 4 wands that pointed at him. So courageous. Gryffindors, heh. The masked individual laughed at the 4 third-year kids. Children shouldn't play with wands. You could get hurt. He regarded the 4 with disgust. 2 Potter half-bloods, 1 Mudblood, and 1 blood traitor, a good mix of filth that needs to be taken out from this society. Harry growled while raising his wand threateningly. Who are you? The Oxyonite spread his arms in grandeur and introduced himself. We are the new generation of the pure. The sacred revived order that fought for pure supremacy. There was a faint devotion in the person's voice as he went on. We are the knights that protect the world from the foul mud. We denounce the evils of impure blood. We eradicate those who act superior and hide they are inferior. The Golden Squad could hear the smile in the voice that chanted something like a motto while leering at them like they were bugs. The Dark Lord was the bright light that was going to lead us, wizards, to a greater height and show the unworthy muggles that they were nothing but bugs in front of us. He glared at Harry and spat. But, you somehow defeated him, so today I am going to kill you and protect the legacy of our great lord. He took a deep breath before announcing. In the name of the Dark Lord, we have Novellus AC-. The Oxyonite didn't get to complete his sentence as he sensed something to his left and barely had the time to conjure a shield against the curse that bolted towards him. The curse tore through the shield and still had enough magic to force the Oxyonite to take a few steps back. His sudden predicament wasn't over when another curse followed after the first one and made full contact. The curse blew up in a contained but forceful explosion, throwing the Oxyonite against the wall of the building to his right. Oof dash. The Oxyonite spurted some blood as he crashed into the building. His ears rang and his vision blurred. His impaired vision noticed 2 more curses speeding towards him. The 2 curses made contact, and 2 more contained, powerful explosions contacted his body, rendering him unconscious and badly hurt. Harry, Ivy, Hermione, and Ron stood there stunned. They gawked at the broken, bloodied, and bruised body of the masked individual. There they were listening to the bloke telling his agenda, about how he was going to avenge Voldemort, etc., and the next second, the man was blasted into the building wall, followed by 2 more explosions that battered the man's body. If things didn't happen so quickly, their first reaction would have been sickening revulsion from seeing the bloodied appearance of the masked man, but impulsively they looked in the direction from which the curses came, but there was no one there. The assailant, who had just beaten a man to a pulp, wasn't even aware that his victim was targeting the Golden Squad. No, Quinn was just too busy jumping around rooftops, attacking any masked individual he could see. Parkour wasn't his specialty. He was stumbling to get around Hogsmeade before the Actionites spread too much and were out of Quinn's reach. He wanted to get more of them while they were still together in big groups and before they moved in different directions in small duos trying to kill more and more Muggleborns. There, 2 more spotted. Quinn caught sight of 2 more masked individuals, so he immediately jumped off the rooftop, ran across the street from one alleyway towards another, and cast dark defindos towards their legs, making them drop to the ground with horrid screams. Who is there? Quinn, who was running across the street, still invisible, turned his head towards the shout and saw 2 wand people running in his direction. He noticed the coat of arms on their clothes, and his eye twitched. Shit. Aurors. Time to bounce. He knew the disadvantages of turning invisible. When running at full speed, the invisibility spell would not effectively hide the person and show a transparent silhouette. Quinn sprinted and ducked into an alleyway. You check out those 2. I'll follow the assailant. One Auror spoke to her partner and sprinted towards the alleyway. When the Auror arrived at the opening in the alleyway, she saw a transparent silhouette rushing out from the other opening of the alleyway. She gritted her teeth and sprinted to follow. Auror, freeze. In the empty alleyway, Quinn looked down from the building wall he was sticking to and thought, all right, she is gone. The transparent silhouette that the Auror saw exiting an alleyway was an illusion that he cast to get her away from the alleyway, so he could escape. He shot ropes from the Cezanne pull spell towards the rooftop and pulled himself up. Quinn walked across the sloped rooftop, dropped in the next alleyway, and walked out looking scared and clutching his clothes, so he would mix in with the current situation. As Quinn walked near the Hogwarts entry of the Hogsmeade, he came across Auror guards guiding the students towards Hogwarts. The person who attacked numerous members of Novellus Actionites, some to the point that they needed to be rushed to the hospital immediately, exited Hogsmeade, the site of the attacks, with Aurors guiding him to safety. The Novellus Actionites attack at Hogsmeade concluded with 2 Muggleborn deaths. None of the casualties were Hogwarts students. The 2 fatal victims were adults who came to Hogsmeade for work. After the attack, 8 members of Novellus Actionites were found incapacitated. The authorities had to rush 3 of the injured Actionite to St. Mungo's Hospital because of the critical nature of their injuries. According to witness statements collected by the Aurors, no one saw the person who attacked the Novellus Actionites members. The 2 Aurors who did notice a transparent silhouette running out from the scene weren't able to catch the prime suspect. At the end of the investigation, the Aurors ended up having no identification of the mystery assailant that put 8 people in the hospital. Quinn entered the Great Hall, where the students were being directed by the prefects, head boy and girl, and the professors. The Great Hall emptied out its 4 long house tables, and the entire student population gathered inside it. Looking at the hordes of students, Quinn made his way towards the students clad in blue, towards the gathering of the Ravenclaw house. Quinn walked at a slow pace. All the sprinting, climbing, and jumping he did at Hogsmeade had left him physically exhausted. Just a second before Quinn reached the Ravenclaw gathering, a blonde blur slammed into him and wrapped its slim arms around his waist. Oof. Quinn stumbled to his back feet, and when he looked down, he saw his dainty little employee, junior, and friend, Luna Lovegood. Don't worry, I'm 100% fine. Quinn smiled and gently patted Luna's hair in an effort to comfort her. I actually had a fun time. Had a delicious beverage. I even bought one for you, you know. Luna stayed like that for a moment before separating from Quinn. She wasn't done as she eyed his body to audit if there were any injuries. Her eyes caught a torn patch on his right arm, and she immediately shifted to Quinn's right and carefully used her hands to look under Quinn's torn sleeve at his skin and saw a shallow cut. Quinn sighed when Luna examined him. Okay, I'm 99% fine. This was caused by random rubble from a building struck by an explosion spell. He took out his fake wand and cast a healing spell to heal the cut on his arm. He fixed his clothes after his healing results satisfied Luna. Quinn looked up from Luna and saw Eddie and Marcus standing a few steps away from him. Nice haircuts. You guys look good. Quinn gave them a lopsided smile. He was happy to see both of them safe. He didn't go and check them because, first, they were in the opposite direction to Novellus Actionites' travel direction, and second, both of his roommates were inside a building, safe from stray spells. Eddie and Marcus wordlessly hugged Quinn, happy to see their friend safe. They were terribly worried and stressed when the two didn't see him in the castle when they arrived. The anxiety crept every minute they waited in the Great Hall, peeking at the entrance to see if Quinn was there or not. Quinn closed his eyes as he hugged his roommates. The tiredness was setting in. The adrenaline previously coursing in Quinn's body during his sneak attacks at the Actionites was now taking its toll, making him feel exhausted. Let's make that girlfriend pact. All right, chuckled Quinn as he said the words while hugging them, eliciting laughs from the two boys. After separating from the hug, Quinn walked around the Great Hall, checking on his friends, regular customers, friendly acquaintances, and dear-related acquaintances. Starting with Ravenclaw, Quinn greeted everybody he knew in his own house. He checked on some of his juniors and peers who had come to him when they had a doubt. He went to see Katie Bell at the Gryffindor table and checked on her. Quinn greeted the Weasley twins and swept a lazy eye over the Golden Squad. At the Hufflepuff gathering, Quinn said hello to Cedric Diggory, who he sometimes chatted. He also talked to his frequent Hufflepuff customers. He made small talk before finally moving to the Slytherin table. At Slytherin, he directly went to Daphne and Tracy and saw the two girls standing with Astoria. Are you two all right? The three Slytherin girls turned to come across Quinn, who was standing there with them. Why yeah, we are fine, Tracy spoke, still shocked at what happened at Hogsmeade. Where were you guys during the attack? Quinn asked as he observed the girls, looking if there were any signs of injury. We were inside the three broomsticks, answered Daphne, who was, similarly, observing Quinn. Quinn sighed in relief and nodded. Then you were in one of the safest places in Hogsmeade. Astoria tilted her head and questioned Quinn, a pub is the safest place at Hogsmeade? What makes you say that? Quinn chuckled and tossed a chocolate cube towards Astoria, who caught it and wondered how did Quinn suddenly make chocolate appear in his hand. At novel bin at. The pub is usually filled with adults, so there surely were plenty of wands to protect students, Quinn explained, smiling as he saw Astoria observing the chocolate in her hand and glancing at Quinn's hand. Apart from Madame Rosmerta's three broomsticks, Aberforth Dumbledore's Hogshead Inn would be the safest place in Hogsmeade. Nay, Hogshead beats out the more busy three broomsticks. The clientele of the Hogshead is much more interesting than the one of the three broomsticks. The people who visited Hogshead liked to keep their faces covered, and the inn was famous for being shady. If someone hostile entered the place, then they would face a barrage of spells from the clientele who liked to spend their time quietly and without disturbance. Where were you? Were you near those men? Daphne inquired in worry. Quinn laughed and waved his hand to dissuade their worries. Fortunately, and weirdly, I didn't come across a single of those rowdy characters that used to visit Hogsmeade today. Quinn raised one finger and added, I did come near an exploding building wall, so maybe that counts. Daphne's and Tracy's eyes widened as they immediately looked to see if Quinn was injured. Did you get hit? Tracy asked with worry heavy in her voice. Nope. Not a single scratch. Quinn rotated on the spot to show them that he had no injuries on his bodies. I bounced the second the wall exploded. Right into the opposite direction. He extended his hand forward. Quinn's chill attitude made the girls feel relieved. They put their worries aside and calmed down. How did you toss me this chocolate? Did you have it already in your hand? Astoria was weirdly interested in how Quinn gave her chocolate without taking anything out of his clothes. Quinn chuckled and showed the younger Greengrass's empty hands. Then, he extended her hand behind her ear, and when he pulled his hand back, there was a chocolate cube in hand. Like this, he smiled, wiggling his eyebrows. Astoria took the chocolate from Quinn's hand with a surprised expression and blurted in amazement, Now, how did you do that? My apologies, little lady, but a magician never reveals his secrets. Huh? What do you mean? Asked Astoria in confusion. She didn't recognize the famous phrase. Quinn just laughed and didn't reply, which confused Astoria even more. That day, the students were allowed to return to their regular lives after professors did a roll call and made sure that no student was missing. Everybody was relieved to know that no student was missing after the terrorist attack. They learned the full details of the incident the following day when the Morning Owl raid brought the newspapers to the students and professors. 2 people dead, 11 Novellus Oxyonites caught by the Aurors, and 8 of them were found incapacitated when the Aurors found them, littered across Hogsmeade. Then there was a section on the mysterious invisible vigilante, who aided in stopping the terrorist group before the Aurors arrived. The newspapers portrayed a positive image of the invisible vigilante, a hero who helped the public and then vanished without claiming any credit. The Aurors put a message in the newspaper asking for any information about the invisible vigilante. They were after this invisible vigilante for having used harmful magic in public. Quinn, who read the newspaper, faintly smiled when he saw that the Aurors had no clue regarding his identity. He didn't care about his image in the newspaper. The invisible vigilante wouldn't be making an appearance anytime soon. But he did keep clippings from the Quibbler magazine, which did a whole article on the invisible vigilante's identity. It was an entertaining read with a whole lot of wild theories. Heck, even Luna asked Quinn for his opinion on the future articles on the invisible vigilante since she was a co-writer on the future articles on the invisible vigilante. Quinn enthusiastically helped her by suggesting more theories far away from the truth. Scene break. Good people of Hogwarts, welcome to yet another entertaining game of Hogwarts Quidditch. We are here to watch an exciting game between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Quinn sat behind the microphone in the commentator's seat, smiling at the crowded stands with a beaming smile. A smile that didn't match the weather. The noise of storms thundered above in the dark sky. The grey clouds darkened the usually bright sky that appeared in the morning time. By popular demand, I, Quinn West, have returned as the commentator. First of all, I would like to thank you all for the support you people showed to me. Your push to have me as the commentator made me wonder if I should do this for a living. Quinn heard a few chuckles at his back. He turned to see Lily Potter, Phileas Flitwick, and Aurora Sinistra laughing at Quinn's words. Now, I know the weather today is not optimal for you viewers. The visibility might degrade, and it might hinder the viewing experience. But do not worry. I am here with a solution to this very problem. Quinn rubbed his hands as he could feel the scent of money tickle his nose. Even though no one could see his face from a distance, he still put on his best sales smile and announced. Brought to you by A.I.D Productions. Rhinoscopes, eyewear, vision aids that will help you enjoy the game as clearly as in a well-lit, cloudless day. The revolutionary goggles are fitted with the latest perception-enhancing magic, allowing you to adjust the brightness of your vision. They elevate the experience by increasing visibility no matter what the situation. They are impervious to rain or even hail, and over that, the rainoscopes include zoom capabilities that will allow you to look up super close, like if you were right there in the sky with the players. Mr. West, you aren't allowed to sell products without permission. McGonagall's stern voice traveled throughout the stadium. Everybody heard Quinn chuckle, and then him talking to McGonagall. Here you go, Professor. This one's for you, free of cost. Please, wear it and decide whether this is a gift to the sport of Quidditch or not. There was a brief moment of silence as everybody in the stands carefully listened, waiting for McGonagall's response. Oh, things have gotten clearer. Oh, so this is how you zoom. Oh my, this is impressive. What a handy tool. Quinn immediately turned his face to the microphones and said with enthusiasm, People of Hogwarts, you've heard it. The premier Quidditch nut, Madam McGonagall, the Scottish dame, has approved the rainoscope. You know it when you hear the praise in her words. The rainoscope is revolutionary, and unlike the traditional omnioculars, you don't have to keep holding them in your hands, just put them on your eyes and forget they are even there. The light goggles won't be a hindrance in any way, so you'll be able to enjoy your snacks. Even hold hands, or hold banners and flags for your teams. Now it was time to open the stores and start selling those babies. Quinn looked over the stands and saw that his salespeople had entered the stands just as he had instructed them to. You can buy the rainoscopes in the stands since, as I speak, the hard-working volunteers are roaming the stands for your benefit. And for my benefit. Quinn's thoughts went unheard as he smiled, golden galleons shining in his eyes. Buy the rainoscopes as soon as possible because we only have limited stock. Remember, these kinds of opportunities only come once in a lifetime. And every Quidditch game going forth, Quinn laughed devilishly in his mind. So buy the handy goggles and stand out from your fellow students with a fashionable Quidditch accessory. Quinn stood up from his seat as he swept his eyes throughout the stands. He was pleased to see that students were buying his merchandise. Mr. West, please get back to Quidditch, said McGonagall with a sigh, a little embarrassed for losing herself moments ago. Quinn beamed at the deputy headmistress and grinned, Of course, Professor. Turning back to the field, Quinn noted that the players were entering the Quidditch field. At the same time, he looked up at the sky and observed that the storm was getting stronger. Is it possible to even hear me? Wondered Quinn. He decided to spruce up magic on the microphone so everyone could hear his voice. Quinn's fingers wrapped around the microphone and pumped magic into the magical microphone. He could feel a faint thrum of magic in it, which brought a smile to his face. The players have entered the field. The game is about to start, so grab onto your rain covers and get ready to see some dangerous flying, especially with all this rain. Oh, boy, let's hope people crash. Quinn's voice reached every corner of the stadium and even the players themselves, who couldn't even hear the crowds cheer. Mr. West, warned McGonagall at his back. So, as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, Oliver Wood, Cedric Diggory, and Harry Potter, have entered the field, so grab the rainoscopes and zoom on them. Mr. West. Anyway, I don't have to tell you what to do. Go crazy, said Quinn very quickly. He finally took a deep breath and roared, let the game begin. As Quinn announced the start of the game, the players took off into the air. Quinn himself turned back and gave a thumbs up to Lily Potter with a goofy smirk since she had yelled to her son. Lily Potter sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Appearance-wise, her son, Harry, was a copy of her husband, but on the inside, Harry had plenty of things that reminded her of his godfather, Sirius Black. James had spent his entire school career chasing after her, but Sirius had been famous for being a flirt with any girl that caught his attention. She didn't want her son to copy his godfather's behavior while he was in school. The game continued as the sky got darker and darker. The rain started to pour heavily. It was growing harder for the broom riders to maintain a grip on their brooms. The players felt very cold and numb. The rain was leaching any enthusiasm to remain on the field. The visibility got so low that players bumped into each other, without knowing if it was a teammate or an opponent. After half an hour under the pouring water, anyone who had rainoscopes saw that Harry Potter had abruptly gone up, his broom climbing up the sky. He rose above the other players, gaining altitude against the pouring rain. Quinn's eyes widened when he recalled the events of this game. Quinn killed the magic in the microphone, turned back towards the teachers, and said, You might want to release your Patronuses towards the sky. Potter is gaining altitude. I'm pretty sure that all the Dementors are just above the stadium, with the stands filled with happy people. At once, the teachers' eyes widened. They bolted up from their chairs, looked at each other, whipped out their wands, and shouted at once, Expecto Patronum. Multiple corporeal patronus shot out from their wands. Silvery guardians climbed up towards the sky. Quinn was about to return his attention back to the sky, but then he heard the groaning of a chair and felt some magic. He turned his face to the other side and saw Albus Dumbledore dressed in dark blue robes, standing up from his chair. In the current weather, his robes looked closer to black than blue. Oh, he is mad, Quinn thought, seeing the darkened face of Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster looked madder than Quinn had ever seen him. There was pure fury etched on his face as he raised the death stick towards and shot his patronus towards the sky, brighter than every other professor's patronus. The silver phoenix rose, spread its wings, and flew up towards the hundreds of Dementors closing on Harry Potter. Quinn raised his head and saw the Patronuses dancing around Harry Potter. protecting him from the large horde of Dementors while Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus went after the Dementors with a vengeance, chasing them away from the stands and Hogwarts in general. But it seemed that Harry was flying in the rain, and the remote contact from the 100 Dementors before the Patronus got to his aid was enough to make him lose consciousness. The Seeker let go of his broom and started to fall towards the ground. Harry's falling off his broom, he's coming down. Quinn warned the professors so they could slow Harry down and stop his fall. I shall take care of Harry, alerted Dumbledore the other professors. A blue light was cast from the Elder Wand. The spell darted towards the falling body of Harry Potter and slowed him down, decreasing his speed. Harry came to a complete stop on the ground of the Quidditch field. Quinn stared at the unconscious boy before catching with his eyes the smiling figure of Cedric Diggory and the golden snitch in his hands. Oh, Hufflepuff won the game. Of course, no one heard it because Quinn had cut the magic of the microphone. Quinn sat in the most comfortable chair he had ever sat in. Everything from the seat height, width, depth, tilt, backrest, lumbar support and recline was perfect as far as Quinn was concerned. The materials used in the chair, armrest, and headrest were the best he had ever experienced. For the person who rarely sat in chairs with backrests, this was heaven in a room because Quinn's body was feeling comfort all over. Pulling back a little, Quinn, in his chair, was in a simple room with a fireplace and a small library. There was a small table beside Quinn's chair with a candle lamp on it providing light. The room screamed of being Quinn's comfort zone. The chair was facing the fireplace and Quinn closed his eyes. His eyes were darting underneath his closed eyelids. Diving into his mind, he saw himself, standing in his mindscape, his eyes looking around the mindscape, watching something only visible to him. Many magical cultures used to talk about 4 classical elements. Classical elements were typically referred to as water, earth, fire, and air, which were proposed to explain the nature and complexity of all matter in terms of simpler substances. Ancient magical cultures in Greece, ancient Egypt, Persia, Babylonia, Japan, Tibet, and India had all similar lists, sometimes referring in local languages to the air as wind. These different cultures and even individual magical scholars had widely varying explanations concerning their attributes and how these theories related to observable phenomena like magical cosmology. Sometimes these theories overlapped with mythology and were personified in deities. Some of these interpretations included atomism, the idea of tiny, indivisible portions of matter. Other interpretations considered the elements to be divisible into infinitely small pieces without changing their basic nature. At novel bin at. The trials of time and advancement had tested these beliefs in magic, and many magical cultures still believed that these 4 elements made up the entire material world. Quinn didn't believe in classical element theory because he knew about modern atomic theory. However, he didn't consider the non-magical theory of matter to be the complete and correct interpretation to be the base of all matter because atomic theory didn't take magic into consideration. He had also given the 4 classical elemental theories a thought, and he wondered if air, water, earth, and fire were magical equivalents to gas, liquid, solid, and plasma. But Quinn's interpretation was shot down after reading about the classical elemental theories from all the cultures. While states of solid, liquid, gas, and plasma shared many attributes with the classical elements of earth, water, air, and fire respectively, these states were as such due to the similar behavior of different types of atoms at comparable energy levels. Not because they contained a type of atom or building block or a type of substance. But in the classical elemental theory, Quinn had found something interesting. Something that he personally believed to be true. Many cultures that subscribed to some form of the classical elemental theory believed in the existence of another element. The non-magical scientists disregarded the 5th element through experimentation. The 5th classical element, known as ether, also spelled the, aether, or ether or the other name, quintessence, the material that filled the region of the universe above the terrestrial sphere. Quinn believed the 5th element to be magic itself. The 5th element, that was present everywhere, something that the non-magical weren't able to find because they weren't capable of finding it. It wasn't in their heritage to find magic. The prevailing axiom regarding magic was that it was present in living beings. It was present in magical humans, other magical species, magical flora, and fauna. Magic was present inside those who were capable of possessing it. The modern magic scholars didn't believe that magic was omnipresent in the environment around them and that magical-enabled species were magic generators. Magic was a supernatural force present inside select beings that allowed them to change aspects of the world at a fundamental level. But Quinn thought differently. He believed that magic was omnipresent and that the 5th element that was apparently disproved even by the magical communities was indeed genuine and was magic. While Quinn didn't have conclusive proof about this theory of the 5th element being the magic force, he did have abstract evidence and reasons to believe in the 5th element. The reason he believed in the 5th element being magic and that it was omnipresent was the existence of poltergeists. A poltergeist was an indestructible spirit of chaos. They were like ghosts and haunted one specific place at a time. But unlike ghosts, they weren't alive before they died. A poltergeist didn't have a living part in their existence. They were immortal, beings that never had died and never would, as an immortal entity was never alive to begin with. Thus, poltergeists weren't born from anything and just manifested into existence. Humans, animals, plants, and a lot of other species reproduced through procreation. Even the Dementors divided to create another one of themselves. But poltergeists didn't come from their own species. They weren't born through reproduction but formed out of nothingness. Quinn believed they were from magic, and when certain conditions were met, it would trigger the magic in that place to give birth to a poltergeist. The sole existence of poltergeists made the base of Quinn's belief in the presence of an omnipresent element which he considered being magic. Because if magic wasn't omnipresent, then poltergeists wouldn't be able to manifest into this world. Whether Quinn was right or wrong was far in the future. But right now, Quinn was using the idea of an omnipresent element that existed everywhere in the universe to improve his occlumency. According to Alan, Quinn's defense aspect occlumency was useless if someone could get past his primary and secondary shields without him noticing it. If a stealth infiltration was successful, then Quinn was screwed because beyond that point, the solution to that problem was to add extra features to his occlumency defenses. To detect any foreign mental attack that got past Quinn's shields, Quinn came up with an idea and decided to fill his entire mindscape with an omnipresent substance. Something like the fifth element from the classical elemental theory, but its base properties were to combat foreign mental magic. Quinn had drafted a timeline to set up the invisible yet omnipresent mental element that would elevate his occlumency defense to another level. The first part of the process was to fill his entire mindscape with an invisible matter. The challenges of this stage were that Quinn's mindscape didn't have definite dimensions. It was an infinite space that stretched in all directions, so Quinn needed to figure out how to fill an infinite space with an omnipresent matter. The second challenge was to make the matter invisible in nature, that wouldn't be visible to anyone or anything that tried to enter his mind. He had given a thought to turn his entire mind invisible to anyone looking for it, but Quinn wasn't even sure how to do that. He had tried to make his shields work like an invisibility cloak, but that didn't work because Quinn couldn't figure out how to hide something that was so clearly supposed to be present inside of him. Plus, a mindscape was too complex and heterogeneous in nature for Quinn to hide. But in the case of the omnipresent matter, it was homogeneous in nature and relatively uncomplicated enough for Quinn to make things work. Back to the challenge to add the invisible matter to his mindscape, which stretched infinitely in all directions. Instead of taking the approach of filling a glass with water, Quinn decided to add the invisible matter into the very essence of his mindscape. To add the presence of the invisible matter into the very genetic/source code of his mindscape. In the months he had been in Hogwarts, Quinn was able to complete this process. He was able to add a naturally existing matter to his mindscape. His mindscape now had an omnipresent matter, encompassing everything from his both replicas to the empty that extended infinitely. Oh yeah, I can feel it, sighed Quinn. He could see and feel the addition to his mindscape. Yeah, this will work, won't it? The first challenge is over, but this is just the start. Quinn moved his eyes around, moving his body to see in every direction. Now I need to make it completely invisible to any mental probe. The second challenge to Quinn's plan of developing his defense was to make the matter invisible to any mental probe. He needed the attackers to be unaware that there was something that was watching them. The motive to do this was to make them drop their guard. Quinn wanted to make them believe that their job was done, and now they didn't need to be sneaky and careful. One of the things Quinn had learned from the second vault was that you couldn't defend against something you didn't know about. So if his attackers didn't know about the invisible matter, then they wouldn't be cautious against it, making the job of the omnipresent matter easier. This is going to be so difficult, whined Quinn in a sing-song voice. Making the matter invisible to the attacker meant that he needed to be better than them. He needed to outskill them and cover all bases so the invisible matter wouldn't show up on any legilimency detection probes. This is going to be another repeat of my detection layer training. Quinn licked his lip and exhaled a deep breath. This will be a huge part of my next few months. Quinn had developed his detection layer by testing it against various legilimency attacks, actively trying to detect masked legilimency attacks until his detection layer was strengthened enough to do it passively. This time around, it will be the opposite, mumbled Quinn to himself as he waved a hand through the air of his mindscape. I have to develop the matter to the point that an attacker won't be able to detect it. Last time around, it was seeking from hide and seek. This time, it would be hiding from hide and seek. When this part of the upgrade was completed, the next part would be the actual defense, where Quinn would change the nature of the invisible matter to hinder foreign mental magic. That would turn the very environment of Quinn's mindscape into a defensive asset. And Quinn had already started on the preparation for the development of a lethal environment. The mental representation of Quinn closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, the sight had changed. Now he stood in the emotional core of his mind. It was an extensive network of small point lights connected to each other. A network that spanned many kilometers if taken in scale to the small mental representation of Quinn. Every tiny point light was some emotion related to an event in Quinn's life. And because of the continuity in a person's life, every event was connected to other events, creating an extensive network. This place differed from the emotional representation that Alan had visited to check on Quinn's emotional status. This was the full expanse. If someone gained access to this part of Quinn's mind, they would have complete control over Quinn's emotions. Phew, I forgot how time-consuming constructing this was, sighed Quinn with a sense of achievement, his hands resting on his waist as he admired his work. There was a cover over the expansive network of emotion that Quinn had spent his entire life feeling. It was the same graphene-inspired defensive layer that Quinn used for his normal defensive layer, which covered his mindscape. 10 layers of interconnected hexagons made a solid cover, proven to work against legilimency attacks. Quinn's primary and secondary defensive shields were over 100 layers and 50 layers thick respectively, so this shield looked very thin in comparison. But this defensive shield had an additional feature that the original defensive shields didn't have. Faint radiation in the shape of circular waves radiated from every vertex of the expansive hexagon matrix. Thousands upon thousands of vertices radiated a mild radiation, which created a protective layer of radiation that covered the shield layers. All 10 protective layers had the same feature, so that resulted in 10 layers of radiation. "This is working splendidly," whispered Quinn, his work brightly reflected in his eyes. "This proves that I can replicate this with the invisible matter." The radiation was a legilimency inhibiting application of occlumency. Its sole purpose was to degrade the mental probes, such that the probe got weaker as it made its way through the layers of shields. Plus, the strength of the radiation got stronger as the probe made its way deeper into the shield because the layers of radiation piled on. "Even if I stop now, I can add this to my main shields, and this would push them to another level, a qualitative change." A smile made its way onto Quinn's face as he thought about the future of his defensive shields. "Now, I need to figure out how to add this to the invisible matter. I have to think of a name for the invisible material. I can't keep calling it invisible matter." The radiation shields were a proof of concept, but to add this effect to the invisible matter was another challenge that Quinn needed to study up on and figure out how to do. "Just thinking about it gives me a mental boner." A whole mindscape turned into an active radiation zone. Yeah, Quinn repeatedly nodded his head with an excited smile on his face. "This is going to be my greatest work. Oh, I can imagine it. The legilimens entering my mindscape and immediately getting hit with radiation, and from a source that they can't see. Yeah, I knew this would be good when I figured it out." Slowly the mental attack would crumble and snuff out like a candle flame in a windy night. Quinn made a fist and closed it with a snap, squeezing it tight as if crushing something in his grasp. Scene break. At the snowy lakeside of the Great Lake, Quinn stood staring at the lake's surface, wondering about the third vault and Neptune. "It is definitely Neptune, the god, and I am sure the clue is definitely related to the Great Lake. Would I have to venture out of Hogwarts via the waterway?" While building upon the third vault being in water theory, Quinn found out that the Great Lake was connected to the ocean through underground waterways. When he thought more about this information, it made sense because next year when the Triwizard Tournament was held at Hogwarts, the Durmstrang ship had emerged from inside the lake, and with this piece of information, it made sense. "It is also most definitely referring to water," muttered Quinn, his hands behind his back as he looked at the snow near his feet. "I can swallow it, and I can drown in it, which is most probably the meaning of devour in the riddle." But there was still something that was missing, and it stopped Quinn from finalizing his reasoning. "What the hell is Neptune's bane? This is tied to the Forgotten Dome. I need to know if I am going in the same direction," grumbled Quinn, kicking the snow near his feet. Deep in the bane of Neptune's home. The riddle pointed to Neptune's bane, not Neptune himself, but Quinn still hadn't been able to pinpoint the identity of Neptune's bane. The home of Neptune's bane. It could be possible that the bane's home wasn't in the Great Lake or in water at all. Neptune's enemy might not live in water, it could be somewhere entirely else, and Quinn was thinking about this all wrong. Who or what is the bane? The sound of splashing water gained Quinn's and brought him out his thoughts. He looked up and saw a large tentacle coming out of the water. "The giant squid," mumbled Quinn, looking at the tentacle of one of the Great Lake's residents. Giant squids could reach tremendous sizes and are one of the largest living organisms on Earth. It was strongly suspected that giant squids had magical powers, but there was no evidence because the gigantic cephalopod never showed any signs of performing magic. It was difficult to study the creatures because they were very hard to find and rarely made appearances. The ones that did make the rare appearances attacked those who witnessed them. This particular giant squid was inhabiting the Great Lake on the grounds of Hogwarts Castle, a castle full of children, and it was only allowed to do so because it was a semi-domesticated giant squid. It was very docile and helpful to the Hogwarts students, such as when students fell into the lake during the first-year boat ride, it immediately pushed them safely back into the boat. The squid was also known to have played with students, such as when Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Lee Jordan tickled its tentacles as it was lying partway out of the lake, and to have accepted food from students, such as when it received toast from Harry Potter. Quinn smiled when he remembered that despite the generalized fear of the giant species, a chocolate frog card for Hogwarts' beloved giant squid. The bane of ancient mariners and students at Hogwarts should the latter decide to go for a dip in the lake. Quinn stilled and stuttered as he recalled the chocolate frog card description. Partly because he just found the word bane, but partly because of an absurd yet heartbeat-fastening thought that struck Quinn. Neptune, mariners, giant squid, throaty whispers escaped Quinn as he stared at the giant tentacle. Quinn recalled a description of a legendary monster. A highly popular mythological animal, a legendary sea monster of gigantic size and cephalopod-like appearance, dwelling off the coasts of dangerous waters and terrorizing nearby sailors. The beast that made water travel difficult, scaring the people from setting sail in the vast water, indirectly reducing Neptune's role in Roman religion because they feared the water. Things started to click inside Quinn's mind. He couldn't believe that the creature in front of him was Neptune's bane. It fit, but at the same time, it seemed absurd. Bloody hell, bloody hell, bloody hell. Quinn yelled with an astonished expression as he set a palm over his forehead and used his other hand, all fingers pointing at the lone giant tentacle. A large quantity of water splashed everywhere as the giant squid whipped its tentacle against the lake's surface. "I need to rethink my life choices," sighed Quinn as he walked towards the Great Lake. It was the start of January, and Quinn had just returned to Hogwarts after the Christmas break. The weather was the coldest of the year. Snow was falling almost constantly, and it covered the entire landscape around Hogwarts in white. In that heavy snow, Quinn was out of the warmth of the castle. He was about to start his expedition to the landlocked, freshwater lake that served as a natural reserve for magical marine creatures. "Why am I going swimming in January?" muttered Quinn to himself as he stumped his foot on the ground. Half a dome of the earth arose from underneath the white snow. Why couldn't it be April or later, or any time that is warmer? Then, the water would feel nice. Quinn removed the many layers of clothes he was wearing and stuffed them into a small string bag with a minor expansion charm cast on it, leaving behind a pair of swimming trunks on his body. He tightened the string to squeeze shut the opening and stuck it to the inside surface of the dome. With a tap, the half-dome closed itself to form a full dome. Surrounding snow climbed the earth dome, covering it with white to camouflage it into the snowy surroundings. "Ha, this is cold." Quinn breathed the chilly wind and exhaled icy mist. His skin was covered with goose pimples. However, Quinn wasn't shivering, nor were his teeth chattering due to the cold. Despite not having cast heating charms on his body, Quinn was used to this level of cold because he had suffered worse in the icy vault. Even though he used blood magic in the vault, he could still feel an amount of chill, so this wasn't that big of a deal to Quinn. "Let's do this." Quinn rubbed his hands to generate heat as he waded into the water. Oh yeah, now this cold. He felt the cold water against his skin, searing as though it was fire and not icy water. Quinn sucked in a sharp breath when he felt the chill from the water before his condition returned to normal as heating charms worked their charm to warm up his body. The icy water wasn't cold enough to warrant the use of blood magic. Blood magic was to deal with cold that could literally kill you within minutes. As Quinn walked into the lake, water rose and the depth of the lake increased. Just when the water was at his chest level, a bubble appeared on the lower half of his face, forming a mask covering his nose, mouth, cheeks, jaw, and extended down to his neck. For his first deep water expedition, Quinn had cast a bubble head charm that produced a bubble around the caster's face, giving them a continuous supply of oxygen and allowing them to breathe where they could not otherwise. Submerging himself into the water, Quinn pushed himself off the stone floor and dove into the lake. The bubble head charm did its work and Quinn was able to breathe normally. Silence pressed upon his ears as he soared over a strange, dark, foggy landscape. He could only see 10 feet around him so, as he swam through the water, new scenes seemed to loom suddenly out of the oncoming darkness, rippling forests, tangled black weed, wide plains of mud, littered with dull, glimmering stones. He swam deeper and deeper, out toward the middle of the lake. His eyes widened, and he stared through the eerily grey-lit water around him and the shadows beyond, where the water became opaque. Small fish flickered past him like silver darts. Once or twice he thought he saw something larger moving ahead of him, but when Quinn got nearer, he discovered it to be nothing but a large, blackened log or a dense clump of weed. Light green weed stretched ahead of him as far as he could see, 2 feet deep, like a meadow of very overgrown grass. Quinn was staring unblinkingly ahead of him, trying to discern shapes through the darkness, and then, without warning, something grabbed hold of his ankle. He twisted his body around and saw a Grindylow, a small pale green-skinned, horned water demon, poking out of the weed, its long fingers clutching tightly around Quinn's leg, its pointed fangs bared. Quinn sighed under his protective bubble, and a burst of magic from Quinn's foot blasted the tiny water demon away. A small group of Grindylows emerged from the weeds and tried to latch onto Quinn, but they crashed into an invisible shield before getting blasted off like the first one. The tiny water demons didn't seem to understand the situation from watching their brethren getting blasted off, as more and more jumped out of the weeds, trying to latch onto Quinn. Their target stood still in his spot and continued to eject them far away from him, pelting them with magic as their green skins grew angry red patches. Quinn didn't run away from the waves of Grindylows and just kept shooting at them like it was some fun game, and the tiny suckers kept coming out of the weeds, trying to get their tiny claws on Quinn. "Haha, this is fun? It's like a first-person shooter," chuckled Quinn under his protection. He continued to shoot at them for a couple of minutes before the Grindylows understood what was happening and stopped attacking Quinn. They retreated back into the weeds and froze, peeking at him with their leafy green eyes. Quinn swam away, and after swimming for a while, he turned full circle in the water, the silence pressing harder than ever against his eardrums. Quinn knew he must be even deeper in the lake now, but nothing was moving but the rippling weed. "I am lost," thought Quinn and decided to swim to the surface to gain a sense of his location. Swimming up to the surface, Quinn saw he had swum further to the south and away from the castle. He had moved towards the Hogsmeade train station and the dock from where the first-year students boarded their boats to get to the castle. "I need to swim westwards," said Quinn, moving his hair out of his face. Quinn had observed the Kraken's tentacles, and he was able to deduce that the Kraken's main body hung out somewhere to the castle's west. Quinn had given the giant squid being a Kraken theory a thought while he was home. True giant squids, genus Archaeoteuthis 1, were deep-sea-dwelling creatures and cannot live in freshwater, such as inland lochs in Scotland. It would not be able to stand the sunlight, pressure, salinity, or lack thereof, of the water, the space, or the lack of food. At one point during the books, it was fed bread, which it could not digest. Giant squids also had very tender skin that would break if touched, but the cephalopod giant living in the Great Lake could push out children who fell into the lake. This meant that the Hogwarts giant squid was of a magical species, and the kraken was exactly the creature that would match the magical counterpart of the non-magical giant squid. Lucky that this one isn't a violent ship-sinking monster but a semi-domesticated, peace-loving school pet that loves to chill, thought Quinn as he dove back into the water and headed west. This time around, Quinn swam a bit higher over the weed to avoid any more grindylows that might be lurking there. He swam on for what felt like at least 30 minutes. He passed over vast expanses of black mud now, which murkily swirled as he disturbed the water. Ugh, this is getting tiring, thought Quinn. He started to feel tired. He had already been swimming for over 50 minutes. I need to learn magic that makes swimming easier, or at least I need to make some diving fins, thought Quinn. Then, he stopped swimming for a second and looked at his feet. The next second, he conjured a pair of swimming fins on his feet. Alrighty, that was easy. Good job. Another 10 minutes and Quinn finally caught a glimpse of the kraken's tentacle. The giant and long tentacle laid on the lake's bottom floor and covered a large surface area. He swam up to create some distance between him and the tentacle and slowly swam forward, watching as the tentacle got thicker and thicker. Merlin's beard, what I saw outside of the water was just the tip of the iceberg, wasn't it? As Quinn felt amazed by the side of the kraken's tentacle, the end of said tentacle slowly rose and crept in the water, moving towards the tiny human who had gotten deep into its territory. And just when it got near Quinn, the tentacle sped up and moved in for the grab. What? He dash. Quinn, who was busy being amazed at the kraken, suddenly was in the tip of the tentacle in his peripheral vision. The kraken was trying to wrap its tentacle around him, it was trying to trap him. On instinct, Quinn released a magic force field shield which covered him 360 degrees. At first, the tentacle wrapped gently around the shield, but the next second, Quinn felt a tremendous force exerted from the tentacle as it tried to tighten its wrap around Quinn's safeguard. Shit. The force field shield strained as Quinn pushed more magic into the force field shield, trying desperately to maintain the structural integrity. The kraken, who had spotted a tiny human in its territory, wanted to grab him, but it was confused because something was stopping his tentacles from reaching him. It took the kraken a few seconds to realize that the tiny human had magic around, so it stopped trying to reach the human. What felt like an eternity of struggle to Quinn was just 3 measly seconds before the squeezing force vanished. Quinn opened his tightly shut eyes with heavy breathing and he felt himself move. Afterwards, he saw that the tentacle wrapped around his shield was lifting him up. What is it doing? Where is it taking me? The tentacle took Quinn out of the water. The force field, which was still active, trapped the lake water inside the force field. From outside, it looked like the tentacle was holding a sphere of water with Quinn inside. I need to get away, thought Quinn. He immediately deactivated the force field, and immediately Quinn dropped down towards the water. The tentacle was holding on to the force field, so when Quinn released the magic, the water inside with Quinn slipped away from the tentacle's grasp. Unfortunately for Quinn, the kraken was one step ahead of him. Another tentacle was waiting for him in the water. The second tentacle rose from the lake's surface and captured Quinn in one of its suction cups. Because of the sheer size of the kraken, the suction cups lining its tentacles were huge. Quinn was swallowed inside the suction cup. He was trapped to his neck inside the suction cup. Foo dash? Arg. At novel bin at. Quinn struggled against the kraken's bounds. He wanted to get out of here and was really tempted to use magic to tear through the kraken's flesh. The only thing holding him back was because even though the kraken had trapped him, it was only trapping him and not choking him out. Plus, the kraken's reputation for decades was one of a friendly and peaceful creature. The kraken's tentacle moved in the air and stopped right over the lakeside. The suction cup holding Quinn released its hold and unceremoniously dropped him onto the ground like a sack of potatoes. Quinn immediately stood up and vigilantly stared at the retreating tentacle. He was sure that the tentacle gave him a wave as it returned inside the water. What in the world just happened? He wasn't sure what happened. Quinn had swum for close to an hour, and just when he finally reached the kraken, Neptune's bane, he was caught and ejected back to the land. Looking around, Quinn found he was on the lakeside, which was near the herbology greenhouses. My clothes bag is in the opposite direction, grumbled Quinn as he peered at the opposite bank of the Great Lake. I don't want to walk. I am so tired. With slumped shoulders, Quinn dried himself off the lake water. He conjured clothes over his body and started the long walk towards the other side of the lake to get his clothes back. Damn it, that was humiliating, thought Quinn as he walked. He was thinking about what to do next. From today Quinn had understood that if he got too close to the kraken's body, it would eject him out of the lake. If he wanted to get to the vault, then he would have to get past the kraken. I need to be faster, he thought based on today's events. First, I can't spend half an hour just to get near the kraken. I need to find a way to get there faster than before. Second, I have to gain control while I am inside the water. The kraken has too many tentacles, but I have the size advantage. I'm shorter, so I can evade him. To do that, though, I need to gain speed and nimbleness in my swimming. The gears in Quinn's mind turned as he pondered what magic would help him out in this situation. Water magic is definitely a plus, nothing better than water magic inside water. I could probably use it as jets to increase my speed so I can move much faster. It will also improve the things I can do while I'm under the water. As long as the kraken doesn't have water magic capabilities, then I will be able to outmaneuver past him. He brushed a hand through his hair and prayed. Let's hope that whatever the vault is, it's inside some kind of building or room because I don't want to work on the vault while continuously evading the Kraken trying to get me out of water. The next part of the problem was Quinn surviving under the water. A human being like himself wasn't meant to stay in the water for extended amounts of time. Sure, he was athletic enough to swim for a long time, but if he was going to stay deep beneath the surface, then it would become dangerous. The bubblehead charm is not durable enough, it might break if I'm not careful. I can't take that kind of risk, speculated Quinn and cracked his neck as he continued to walk. I need to find another source of oxygen. This one will need to be more durable and needs to last as long as I need. Quinn had some ideas on achieving the solution to the oxygen problem, but it would need some study and research because his method required some finesse and delicate magic work. This is going to be a fun year. Scene break. It was late at night inside Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus's dorm room, and all three residents were ready to go to bed. Quinn, do you have any idea about the ministry notice? Asked Marcus from his bed. I heard someone talking about a notice. Do you have any idea what it is about? Quinn, who was reading a book on transfiguration from the Caribbean region, closed his book and turned his face towards Marcus. It's about Hogsmeade. The attack by the Novellus Oxyonites triggered the ministry, so they are taking some precautions, answered Quinn. Then, he got up from his bed. He walked to his study table in his dorm room and opened a drawer. He took out a sheet of paper. This is a copy of the notice, informed Quinn as he walked towards Marcus' bed to hand him the paper. Elliot had sent him the copy of the notice by the Magi fax installed at the West Manor. The ministry notice was accompanied by a letter. The letter advised that if Quinn wanted things from Hogsmeade, then he should preferably get them by mail order, and if he absolutely needed to visit Hogsmeade, he was to keep his visits short as possible. Marcus received the paper and read the ministry notice. By order of the Ministry of Magic, we have the duty to inform you that, until further notice, Dementors from Azkaban will be patrolling the streets of Hogsmeade every night after sundown. This measure has been put in place for the safety of the Hogsmeade residents and will be lifted when the ministry brings the terrorist group going by the name of Novellus Oxyonites. It is therefore advisable that you complete your shopping well before nightfall. Happy and prosperous New Year. Eddie also got curious, so he got up from his bed and walked over to Marcus's bed. He took the notice paper after Marcus was done reading it and read it. Are they serious? Eddie asked as he dropped the notice on Marcus' bed. They are putting Dementors in Hogsmeade? Isn't that a little too much? What is wrong with appointing some Aurors in the village? I guess they were thinking that if Dementors patrolled Hogwarts, then why not Hogsmeade? Speculated Quinn, shrugging as he spoke. It will not be good for business, though. Marcus, who heard Quinn's answer, asked a question in response. Do you think the ministry is still restricting the DMLE? By placing Dementors at Hogsmeade, are they trying to keep the Aurors away from the case? Marcus recalled the talk he and Eddie had with Quinn regarding the friction between the ministry and the DMLE. This situation, to Marcus, that is, allowing Dementors to patrol Hogsmeade, seemed like the minister's faction was still trying to restrict Auror's office's movements. Quinn plopped himself down on Marcus' bed and said, I'm not sure if this is because of politics or because of the Dementors themselves. Dementors? What do they have to do with this? Asked Eddie, confused. The situation was because of the minister's faction and the DMLE. He couldn't see how the Dementors fit into this situation. The Dementors feed off from the positive feelings. I don't know their level of sapience, but it is clear that they are sentient enough to taste and sense fear, as they are drawn to it and the promise of positive memories, continued Quinn. They obeyed the Ministry of Magic for years because, in guarding Azkaban, they were provided with the sustenance of any remaining hope or happiness from the prisoners. But now a lot of them are away from their food table, Azkaban, and Dumbledore doesn't allow them inside the castle, so they must have been growing restless for some time, furious at his refusal to let them inside the grounds. So I suppose the Ministry is trying to appease the Dementors by allowing them to patrol Hogsmeade at night. Marcus rubbed his temple and sighed. This is all so confusing. Some of the conversations that Marcus, Eddie, and Quinn had this year were politics-related, and those conversations made both Marcus and Eddie increasingly involved in politics. Both of Quinn's roommates had started to think about the ministry and what was happening around them. Quinn personally had seen both of his friends exchange thoughts on articles they had read in the newspaper and talk about things they hadn't addressed before, and the divide in the ministry due to the Novellus Oxyonites was at the forefront in many of their conversations. Why don't you write letters to your parents? Write to them asking what they think about the current situation, suggested Quinn, while trying to provide them a way to gain more insight on the topic. Of course, I'm not saying to follow whatever they say. Just hear whatever they have to say and think about how you feel about it. Look up for more facts and get a complete picture. Maybe, then, you will be able to get a clear picture that would erase any confusion. Quinn was trying to make his friends people with critical thinking, people who weren't like the sheep that abounded the British magical society. He wanted them to be free thinkers, and, given the situation, having them form their own political views was a good start. People like Albus Dumbledore had an image in the public's mind that bordered worship. It made people trust him without giving it a second thought. And one thing George had taught Quinn was that blind trust was just like nails. The longer you have them, the more dangerous they get. Quinn didn't want his friends to become like the sheep that was everybody. He didn't need yes men around him who just followed whatever he said. While that sounded good in a way, Quinn wanted the people with whom he interacted to be winners and not losers who couldn't think for themselves. Eddie and Marcus nodded at Quinn's suggestion of writing to their parents, and that brought a smile to Quinn's friends. It was a start. Humming a pleasant tune, Quinn walked towards his office, ready to start another shift of quality consultation. I wonder how many will come today, wondered Quinn, thinking about what kind of problems he would get to see today. On an average day, Quinn would get maybe 2 to 3 customers. They would bring their problems to him, expecting a solution. Let's hope that some of them are non-homework related problems, sighed Quinn, hoping that something interesting would come along. Homework-related requests consisted of Quinn giving homework-related resources to the clients and charging a few newts for the information. The problem with this kind of problem was that there was no margin for getting students under his debt. He couldn't do their homework for them as that would attract unwanted attention from professors, and second, he didn't want to do people's homework. Quinn reached the office door and twisted the doorknob to open the door. He already knew that his assistant was already in there, so he didn't bother reaching for the key. When he opened the door, Quinn saw Luna sitting on his office bar stool behind his table with a client sitting in front of the table. The chime above the door rang, alerting the occupants of Quinn's entrance, causing both of them to look at him. He greeted them. Good evening. Luna, who had her wand tucked behind her ear, waved a hand to Quinn and greeted him back. Good evening. The client simply nodded when he saw Quinn but didn't verbally greet him. Quinn nodded back in response before silently walking to the workshop door and entering the workshop after unlocking the door. He didn't take over the conversation from Luna and let her deal with the client, as talking with people was what he had hired her for. He set his book bag down and removed his robe. Luna knocked on the door before entering the workshop. He has brought an interesting request, informed Luna, twirling a few strands of her hair with her fingers. Quinn had told her to call him if the request was interesting. It had taken some time before Quinn successfully taught Luna what he meant by interesting, but eventually, Quinn and Luna came to the same page on what interesting meant. All right, I'll be there, replied Quinn and asked a question. Are you done with your homework? I'm done, responded Luna in a sing-song voice. I just need to bottle the potion in a vial for the class. Excellent, praised Quinn before asking. What about my assignments? How is the progress on that? Ever since Quinn had hired Luna, he had been giving her topics to study every week. Sometimes it would be theory, other times, it would be practical. He had given her easy study topics, asked her to practice spells until she got used to them, or long-term projects like growing herbs and keeping track of their progress. He had been giving her fun stuff like treasure map hunts and riddles, just like Friar gave him, but in place of deadly vaults, he had been placing mystery objects around the castle that Luna needed to find and figure out how to solve/open them to get the treasure inside. Every mystery object would require some kind of transfiguration, charms, herbology, or potion brewing to open, making learning more fun for the quirky and eccentric Luna. Quinn wanted Luna to learn and utilize more magic because teenage years were the age where magic grew more rapidly, and he wanted Luna to take advantage of it. He understood that people wouldn't go to the extremes like him by exhausting his magic core every day, but he could make sure that Luna would use more magic while making it fun. All the assignments and projects that Quinn gave Luna were interconnected with each other. Quinn had planned out things so when she completed her 5th year, Luna would be done with her N.E.W.T level education in all subjects other than care of magical creatures practical portion, as bringing creatures into Hogwarts was a hassle. But if Canon Luna was anything of reference, then he was sure that his Luna would somehow cover that portion on her own. On top of that, he intended to closely monitor her progress to see if Luna was progressing faster, because if she showed more interest in learning, he would put in extra things that he thought she would learn and things that Luna would find interesting. He didn't burden her with complicated things beyond her level or dump lengthy assignments which would eat away all her time. But he wanted to make sure that Luna would complete her N.E.W.T education by the end of her 5th year because, by that time, Quinn would be at the end of his 7th year, and that meant graduation, A.K.A. He would be leaving Hogwarts. N.E.W.T level education by the end of the 5th year wasn't much of a challenge because a 5th year student with a wand did have enough focus ability to perform all the 7th year magic there was in the curriculum. And with Quinn making study plans fitting to Luna's needs and aptitude, he was sure that not only would Luna understand N.E.W.T level topics, but she would also have better magic capacity and control than her peers. Luna twirled on the spot and smiled in a fun way. I'm still working on the blank parchment and riddle that you gave me. Quinn smiled as he thought of the riddle and blank parchment. The blank parchment was a secret treasure map, and the riddle was the clue to a potion that would make the treasure map visible and another indication that would give her a clue on how to open the mystery object that he had hid. I see. Well, keep working on it, said Quinn, ruffling her hair. Now that he had caught up with her, Quinn asked, so what is he here for? Luna's answer put a smile on his face. Now that is an interesting request. All right, smiled Quinn. He knew exactly how to solve the client's problem, but he wasn't expecting this particular request to come through his doors. He walked to the office and looked at the client as he sat down on his bar stool behind his desk. Mr. Longbottom, you have brought one interesting request. Tell me, what made you request something like this from us? On the client's stool sat Neville Longbottom, round-faced, short, chubby but not overly fat, brown hair. The Longbottom child was clumsy, forgetful, shy, and many considered him ill-suited for Gryffindor House because he seemed timid. He was the other child who qualified to be the prophecy child in Sybil Trelawney's prophecy, as he was the child of the Longbottom couple, who had defied Voldemort thrice. Fortunately, Voldemort had decided to target the Potters first and had set in Harry Potter's fate to be the chosen one. I keep forgetting the password to the common room. So I write the passwords on a piece of parchment in case I forget it, but one of the prefects caught me as I was looking at my note. Neville's timid voice narrated his story. He was looking down at his lap as he spoke, not making eye contact with Quinn. He dragged me to Professor McGonagall, and she scolded me for writing the password. Then when I returned to the common room, everybody was laughing at me. Neville looked like he was about to cry. Quinn could literally see tears pooling at the edges of his eyes. So you have come to me, a Ravenclaw, to help you with the Gryffindor common room pass dash. Neville's ears reddened as he heard Quinn's words and cut him by standing from his barstool and sputtered, I'm sorry, this was stupid. Please, excuse me. I will leave. Quinn raised his hand with a smile on his face and stopped Neville. Not at all, Mr. Longbottom. You have a problem, and you came to us to get a solution. We strive to solve any problem, so no, this isn't stupid. He gestured for Neville to return to his seat. Please take a seat. I believe I can solve your problem. Neville blinked a couple of times at Quinn before sitting down. This time he made proper eye contact with Quinn, his eyes flashing with hope. As you said, you always forget the common room password. There is nothing wrong with that. Quinn reassured Neville that this was something very commonplace. I'm sure a lot of your housemates also forget the password and have it written down somewhere. The prefect who caught you might have been having a bad day, and if not that, then we both can agree that he is a jerk. Bad-mouthing a third person behind their back, especially if that person wasn't well liked, was a proven way to improve relations between two people. Quinn was using it to make Neville feel comfortable and assert that he wasn't at fault. From what I know, Gryffindor common room password changes once every 3 weeks, correct? Neville nodded in response to Quinn's question. Of course, Quinn already knew that. He knew that Gryffindor and Hufflepuff common room passwords changed every 3 weeks, while the Slytherin common room password changed every other week. He had recon long enough to figure out the change schedules. And you sometimes forget it, so you need a way to remember it. That is what you are asking me, correct? Quinn didn't even go in the direction where Neville didn't forget the password, as that would be a lengthy process that Quinn didn't want to overtake. When Neville nodded, Quinn continued, Excellent, I have just the solution for you. It will allow you to keep a secret copy of the passwords with no one ever finding out. There will be no parchment trail, you just need to make sure that you are alone when you look at it. Quinn stood up from his seat and spoke, Please wait a moment, and I will be back with the solution. He left Neville behind in the office and walked into the workshop. Inside the workshop, Luna was lying on the floor intently staring at the riddle parchment. The parchment was levitating above her, with Luna's wand in her hand. As Quinn walked to a potion cupboard, he stared at Luna. It looked like she didn't notice Quinn walking as she kept staring at the parchment. She's weird, thought Quinn with a smile on his face. Quinn opened a cupboard and searched for a potion vial. It was one of the potions that he had learned to brew before Hogwarts. He brewed it because it sounded fun, and he had all the ingredients lying around. Ah, found it. Taking a vial of inky black potion out of the cupboard, Quinn walked to another part of the room, stepped over Luna's body, and opened a drawer to get a thick calligraphy brush. Once again, Quinn stepped over Luna's body and walked outside to the office, and instead of sitting on his barstool behind the table, Quinn sat beside Neville in the other client's stool. We're ready, said Quinn as he set down the potion vial and calligraphy brush on the table. He turned to face Neville and started. All right, before we start, I would like to explain what is this about in case you don't want to go through this. Quinn needed consent before he did anything. He didn't want complaints after he was done. So this potion is a type of ink that is used on the skin. It is generally used by healers to mark parts on a patient's bodies if ever needed, explained Quinn, picking up the vial off the table. But this is a little different recipe. I changed the recipe so that the ink sinks into the patient's body. That way, if the healer has drawn too many lines, they could hide some lines to avoid clutter. You know, small improvements to increase ease of use. Quinn lifted the sleeve of his left hand and placed a finger on his forearm. I'm going to stain a patch of your forearm in this ink and then change it so that it will read the Gryffindor common room password. When you need the password, you can make it appear, and when you're done, you can hide it. Quinn looked up at Neville and asked, Any questions? Will it hurt? Asked Neville with a wince in his voice. Not at all, assured Quinn as he picked up the calligraphy brush from the table and showed it to Neville. I'm going to use this brush to paint some ink on your arm. It might tickle, but after that, you won't feel anything. It won't hurt even when you make the ink appear or when you hide it. Neville looked relieved to hear that it wouldn't hurt. Neville thought that Quinn was a cool person, and he didn't want to cry in front of him. Plus, there was that other girl inside, and if he cried she might come out and see him cry. We need a code word to make the ink appear, said Quinn. He wanted a code word that would reveal the password. Tell me, Neville, what is your favorite tree, herb, plant, or any flora? Neville tilted his head confused, wondering why Quinn was asking like this but answered nevertheless. Chamomile. Excellent, then that will be your code word, clapped Quinn, smiling at Neville. He knew Neville was a herbology lover, so assigning the code word as Neville's favorite plant would make sure that Neville would never forget it. Or I could have just used his name as the code word, but that is so boring, thought Quinn before speaking. Now, let's get started and ink your forearm. Lift your sleeve and hold it in place. Quinn uncorked the vial and dipped the calligraphy brush into the vial. He waited as Neville clumsily pulled up his sleeve and awkwardly held it in place. All right, let's begin. Quinn removed the brush from the vial and gently painted a stroke back and forth, drawing nothing in particular and just trying to put more and more ink on Neville's hand. After half a minute, Quinn felt that the ink was enough for any phrase that would be chosen as the Gryffindor common room password. I think this is enough, said Quinn as he placed the brush on the table and pulled out his fake wand. Placing the wand tip on the inked area, Quinn fake chanted, Immutatio. The ink moved on Neville's skin and took the form of the words, Facta, non verba. As Quinn removed the wand tip to observe the result, Neville asked with his jaw open in shock, how did you know the password? That isn't something you should waste your time thinking about, Mr. Longbottom. Some things aren't meant to be known, and this is one of them. Sometimes not knowing is better. Knowledge can turn into a curse if you're not careful. Quinn's voice was smooth and had a slower than usual flow to it, which made his words sound silky. At novel bin at. It stopped Neville from trying to continue the questioning. The Gryffindor gulped while nodding, deciding to forget he had asked that question. Please take out your wand and place it on the inked words, instructed Quinn. Neville used the hand holding his sleeve to take out his father's wand, giving Quinn the chance to magically fold Neville's sleeve properly, unlike the awkward crumpled way Neville had done. Say chamomile to set it as the code word, said Quinn as he once again placed his fake wand tip on the inked words. Neville nervously placed his wand beside Quinn's and spoke, chamomile. The ink flashed, affirming that the code word was set, and immediately the ink disappeared as they sunk into Neville's skin, leaving behind no signs. Try saying the code word to see if it is working, instructed Quinn. Neville spoke chamomile with his wand tip pressed against his skin, and the words facta, non verba appeared on his skin. Neville's eyes flashed with happiness as he repeatedly spoke chamomile, making the words appear and vanish on his skin. Thank you, said Neville, a smile on his face. He was relieved that now he wouldn't have to keep a parchment with the password written on it. He could just whip out his wand and would have the password on his hand. No worries. But you will have to come back every time the password changes so I can modify the words. Plus, this ink will slowly dissipate from your body, so you need to come back here to refill the ink. Neville nodded without any discomfort or reluctance. He was ready to come here as long as he was able to keep the password in his hand. What do I have to pay? Asked Neville. He was so happy that he was ready to empty his pocket money into Quinn's hands. Oh, about that, no need to pay me anything, smiled Quinn as he stood up with Neville following him. Quinn extended his hand for a handshake with Neville and spoke. I scratch your back, you'll scratch mine. This was just me helping you out, so when in the future I need your help, help me out. You'll help me out, right, Neville? Neville repeatedly nodded as he spoke, of course, I will help you. I will help you with anything. This is great, thank you. Thank you so much. No worries. Come back anytime you want, said Quinn with a kind and helpful smile. After Neville left, Quinn cleaned up things and sat behind his table, thinking about Neville Longbottom's request. While it seemed that Quinn had helped Neville with his request, the truth was that Neville was no better than before he entered the A.I.D offices. Quinn hadn't helped out Neville one bit. What he had provided was just an illusion of help. Neville was now looking at his arm instead of paper. He could still very well get caught if he was careless and someone saw him revealing the password on his arm. Plus, now, Neville was under the assumption that he would have to return to A.I.D offices to reset the password and refill the ink in his arm. Neville had gone from simply writing the password on parchment, which he did on his own, to writing the password on his arm, which required Quinn's assistance. Quinn, of course, knew all this, and despite that, had chosen to use such a solution. No, to better phrase it, Quinn had given Neville the solution knowing that it wouldn't help out Neville. Quinn wanted Neville to retain the problem and repeatedly return to his office to avail his services, as that would enable Quinn to increase the amount of help he handed out to Neville. A day would come in the future when Neville would feel that he had gotten so much help from Quinn that he wouldn't be able to refuse anything that Quinn asked from him. Quinn sat on his barstool, looking at where Neville had sat as he tapped his fingers on the table. Eventually, a soft closed-mouth smile made its way to Quinn's face. Like a spider watching a butterfly flying towards its web. Sitting by a bank in the Great Lake, soaking his feet in the cold water, Quinn readied himself for another deep dive into its depths. It had been a few weeks since Quinn had tried to get close to the Kraken. He had been practicing his swimming near the surface, away from the Kraken's main body. He had been practicing his magic so that when he did approach the Kraken once more, he wouldn't be helpless. Well, I'm not exactly helpless. I could injure it and take my chance. Yeah, but that would probably not go my or the Kraken's way, grumbled Quinn, while swinging his soaking feet in the lake water. Quinn was sure that he could reasonably injure the Kraken. Last year, while under the Sin Curse, Quinn had learned a lot of destructive magic and had practiced it even more. The Room of Requirement had dealt with a lot of abuse from Quinn, who had a penchant for destruction. So Quinn was sure that if he turned his magic against the Kraken, he would make the legendary monster feel a lot of pain and rip and detach at least one of its tentacles from its body. But at the same time, Quinn wasn't sure what he would do when it came to defending. The water was the Kraken's territory, his home ground, and Quinn was an outsider, playing an away game, which meant that Kraken had the field advantage. Quinn had done some mental simulations, that is, he had imagined how things would go if he fought the Kraken. In lots of them, he ended up crushed by a kraken's tentacle or eaten by the kraken or being repeatedly smacked into the lakebed till he was broken and dead. I wanted to say that our battle would be legendary, smirked Quinn but sighed while shaking his head. Alas, it won't happen, but, maybe, nah, it won't happen. Quinn stood up and walked into the lake, water climbing up his body as he waded forward. When his feet no longer touched the ground and had swum a distance from the shore, he stopped himself from floating and let himself sink into the water, disappearing from the surface. In the deep blue and somewhat murky green, he closed his eyes and held his breath. Afterward, Quinn brought his hands to the sides of his neck and sunk deeper into the water. Magic flowed in his body and thrummed as it showed its charm. Quinn opened his mouth and let water flow in, and a few seconds later, bubbles emerged from beneath Quinn's hand. He opened his eyes and put away his hands from his neck, which revealed 3 large slits just below his ears, flapping in the cold air. Gills were a respiratory organ found in many aquatic organisms that extracted dissolved oxygen from water and expelled carbon dioxide. Gills were tissues that were like short threads, protein structures called filaments. Each filament contained a blood capillary network that provided a large surface area for exchanging oxygen and carbon dioxide. Human transfiguration was a sub-branch of transfiguration and a kind of transformation where one transfigures human body parts or an entire human being into another form. Human transfiguration on oneself was an arduous process because you added organic parts to the human body that weren't part of the original human physiology. If not performed correctly and carefully, then the caster would be in a world of complications. Adding gills to himself for oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange under the water was a simple enough idea that Quinn borrowed from Harry Potter and Victor Crumb's performance in the second task of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry had used gillyweed, a magical plant, to achieve underwater breathing. When eaten, it gave the consumer gills, allowing them to breathe underwater and webbing between the fingers and toes, allowing them to swim underwater with ease. Victor Crumb chose to attempt human transfigure on himself and tried to transform himself into a shark but managed only to transfigure his head. Still, it worked well enough for him to reach the merpeople village because the shark head had gills that allowed him to breathe underwater. So Quinn combined both of those examples and gave him a pair of gills without turning into another species. He studied the anatomy of the gills from multiple aquatic species before he was able to clearly understand how the gills worked. At novel bin at. From there on, Quinn had to transfigure gill structures with filaments that had a blood capillary network. He connected those capillaries to his own natural blood vessel network. Finally, he blocked his windpipe so that the water wouldn't go in his lungs and diverted to the gills, completing an artificial aquatic respiratory system in his body. The first gulp of icy lake water felt like the breath of life. He took another swallow of water and felt it pass smoothly through his gills, sending oxygen back to his brain. The oxygen circulation was established, and Quinn's body got a healthy dose of oxygen from the water. All right, everything seems to be working fine, thought Quinn, intaking more water to suck the oxygen out of the liquid. The gill flaps closed when Quinn took in water, and his mouth shut when the gill flaps opened to let out the water. Good, let's go. Quinn's magic leaked into the surrounding water, causing it to react with a short wave of vibration before it settled down to normalcy, but Quinn knew that it wasn't back to normal. With a single thought, the water reacted and pushed Quinn forward. He left behind a jet of water as Quinn's speed in water increased, and he zoomed across the lake towards the largest resident of the area. If you looked closely, it'd be possible to see Quinn covered in a teardrop-shaped envelope of calm water, as the turbulent water around that stable envelope made Quinn move inside the lake. After practicing for a few weeks, Quinn had learned a lot about using water magic to practice underwater swimming. Quinn had found that he needed to maintain calm water around him, as steady and stable water was ideal for proper oxygen circulation. The turbulent water hindered Quinn's ability to take in water, so to solve that, he tried many options, like covering his face with stable water, but that failed the integrity test and would turn turbulent after a certain speed. After many tests and configurations, Quinn had found that covering his entire body with a teardrop-shaped stable water cover was better, as not only did it pass the integrity test, it also spared Quinn's body from the water resistance he experienced while learning how to use water magic for swimming. Hydrodynamics for the win, smiled Quinn as he exerted more magic, pushing his speed up as he moved towards the kraken. What previously took tens of minutes of physical swimming, now with the help of water magic, it took under 5 minutes for Quinn to start from his usual starting point to where the kraken usually resided. There it is, thought Quinn as a tentacle entered his sight. Quinn stopped at a distance away from the tentacle and took a moment to form his plan. This would be his second encounter with the kraken, although this time his goal was to at least make sure that the kraken didn't touch him. That was all he wanted to accomplish today. Let's start. Quinn cracked his knuckles underwater, and the water once again formed a teardrop around Quinn. Quinn, then, contracted his body before extending it straight and shot himself towards the kraken. Immediately, the kraken's tentacle twitched as it felt a tiny human moving towards him at a faster speed than before. The next second, 2 tentacles rose from the lake floor and shot towards the smaller figure in the water. Quinn, who registered the twin tentacle pincer attack, immediately shot upward to avoid a tentacle. The next second, though, the other tentacle went upon Quinn, ready to grab him. Oh, no, I'm not going to the surface soon, thought Quinn. The water magic showed its maneuverability advantages as the teardrop cover narrowed. Water forces from different directions came into play, and Quinn moved towards the incoming tentacle, intending to escape its grasp with an aggressive approach. Quinn and the tentacle close on to each other, and at the last second, Quinn spun around the cylindrical body of the tentacle, leaving behind coils of water propulsions around the tentacle's body as he zoomed forward. Yes, celebrated Quinn as he put in more magic into speed and zoomed towards the Kraken's main body while intending to see its face. But the thing about tentacles is that they don't work like hands, they weren't single-jointed limbs and could fold and turn at any point of their length. And the Kraken knew it better than anyone else. So when Quinn escaped its first attempt, both tentacles immediately moved, turning towards Quinn and darting with speed to catch up with Quinn like homing missiles. Quinn, who was zooming forward, felt something behind him and saw that the tentacles he dodged were once again on his tail, and they were much faster than Quinn, so the distance was shortening as he watched them. He knew running away wasn't going to work for long, so he decided to use another branch of magic, a magic that had a massive advantage in his current situation. Turning his body towards the tentacles while still moving away from them, Quinn took a deep breath of water and called upon his magic. The magic from his magical core shot out into the water and waited for Quinn to give the command. Quinn waited. He waited for the tentacles to get closer and closer to each other as they moved nearer to Quinn, patiently watching for the right moment. When they were just about the distance Quinn wanted them to be, he dwelled deep into his memories. Ice. That single word brought him the memories of the chilling freeze of the icy vault, all the time he had spent in the area, feeling the cold seep into his bones. Just for the moment, Quinn felt that he was back in the icy vault, working on the snowflake icicle, trying to get inside the vault. Ice. With that thought, the magic got the command it was waiting for, and it made the wish come true in reality. Ice bloomed in the Great Lake. Two giant bands of ice formed around the two tentacles, working as cuffs when the ice from the band shot towards each other, meeting to lock the tentacles with each other, causing them to slow down and snatch against each other. In an environment where water was everywhere, where the base material for making ice was in so much abundance, Quinn's ice magic worked with greater ease. He was able to push it to greater heights than he had ever reached. More and more ice bands formed around the surface of the tentacles, weighing them down as they locked them to each other. With a smirk on his face, Quinn raised an arm up, and a gigantic upward curving ice barrier formed just as a third tentacle tried to capture Quinn from above. Huh? I was expecting that, reveled Quinn as he made a fist with his raised hand. The third tentacle, which collided with the barrier, started to freeze as ice formed on its surface, climbing up at an alarming rate. But the next things Quinn saw wiped the smirk off Quinn's face. The initial two tentacles, sinking down because of the ice, moved and tugged to opposite sides. Immediately, there were cracks and crevices appeared in the ice constraints. Quinn's eyes widened as he saw the cracks in the ice. In response, he concentrated his magic to fill those cracks with more ice. But as he did that, he felt something on his side, and when Quinn moved his eyes to the side, he saw a fourth tentacle darting towards him. Motherfuck dash. Quinn tried to curse as he formed an ice sphere around him, and just as the ice sphere was about to complete, the collision with the fourth tentacle happened, sending the ice sphere with Quinn inside rushing to the opposite direction. Shit, he shouted, but underwater all that did was to create a gurgle. The whirling ice sphere stole Quinn's balance, and he tumbled inside for a good couple of seconds before he exerted magic and dissolved the ice sphere, leaving Quinn's body flailing. It took another few seconds before Quinn could regain balance, but he was still moving uncontrollably. Turning back to the direction he was drifting in an attempt to stop himself, Quinn came into another shock. Crap. Scene break. The Slytherin common room was a dungeon-like room with greenish lamps and chairs. This dungeon extended part way under the lake, giving the light in the room a green tinge. The room had lots of low-backed, black, and dark green, button-tufted, leather sofas, skulls, and dark wood cupboards. One of the wooden tables had a wizard's chess set on it. The common room was decorated with tapestries featuring the adventures of famous medieval Slytherins. It had quite a dignified atmosphere, albeit quite a cold one. Daphne Greengrass, her sister, Astoria Greengrass, and Tracy Davis were sitting in there. Tracy and Astoria were playing a game of wizard's chess while Daphne was reading a book. There was no one else in the spacious area. So except for the occasional crosstalk between Tracy and Astoria, the only sounds in the room were the ticking of a clock, moving of chess pieces, and turning pages. The three occupants were comfortable in the room's tranquility until a heavy thump broke it. All three girls jumped in their chairs and looked at each other before hastily looking towards the source of the shattering thump. The three girls saw a person pressed up flat against the glass panels that showed the underwater view of the Great Lake. Tracy blinked a couple of times, squinted her eyes to thoroughly look at the person, and her eyes opened when she recognized the person. Quinn. The Greengrass sisters' jaw dropped when it clicked in their minds, and now they could see that the man dressed only in shorts was the Ravenclaw, and their friend, Quinn West. What in Slytherin's name is he doing there? Asked Astoria as she moved towards the glass panels. Are those slits on his neck? Pointed out Daphne when she noticed his gills. Tracy and Astoria turned to Daphne and looked at her with a face that said, that is the first thing you notice. Quinn, who was on the other side of the glass, opened his eyes to see his three Slytherin friends. The three girls watched as Quinn's eyes widened when he noticed them. They saw his jaw drop in shock and then the banging of his head against the glass. Quinn slapped his hand against the glass, and they saw the reddish-yellow glowing words form on the glass. Not a word to anyone. After a moment, another line formed below the first line. Not a word. The words stayed there for a few seconds before they disappeared, and the girls saw Quinn push against the glass and swim away. He didn't say goodbye, commented Astoria as Quinn disappeared away from their sights. This time the older girls looked at Astoria and made faces that said, "That is what you say first." Quinn's sudden visit surprised the three girls enough for them not to notice that he didn't have a wand in his hand. At least then, that is. Scene break. Quinn didn't encounter the Kraken during his journey back to the shore. Just before he got out of the water, Quinn's transfigured gills disappeared, and so did other modifications. He brought his face out of the water and took a couple of deep breaths through his mouth till his lungs were once again filled with oxygen-rich air and performing as normal. Walking out of the lake, Quinn laid down on the ground and groaned for a good minute before opening his eyes and sighing. "I just wanted a peaceful year, and now this happens." While he was sure that Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria wouldn't speak about it to anyone else, he didn't want them to know. A secret was strongest when only one person knew about it. Quinn had no plan of telling them anything about the vault or what he was actually doing there, but he was sure that he was going to have a talk with them. "I need to think about what I am going to tell them." Quinn sighed, and then his mind went back to today's encounter with the Kraken. Damn it, that Kraken is a toughie. The number of tentacles is just not fair. "I need to get more practice," sighed Quinn before some other things. "I need to change some things. Yeah, definitely change some things." The second encounter with the Kraken ended up a failure. The thing about the ambience of the A.I.D office was that the room was designed to make the people who came in feel comfortable. The entire room was set up to create a comforting and inviting environment. It had a lot of elbow room to make the clients feel that the room was spacious and not stuffy. At the same time, the number of knickknacks, decor, and paintings gave the illusion of being in a small space that made the room feel cozy and safe. The walls were painted in a light blue to make the clients more agreeable and relaxed. The plants placed in the room were carefully chosen to provide a fresh aspect to the ambience, making the room feel more organic. The room's entire purpose was to make the person who came in feel comfortable enough to open up about their troubles, to provide a safe space that put them at ease. And the things that tied it everything in the room were the main focus in the room: the host, the person who owned and operated the place. And currently, that host was totally focused on maximizing the comfort level of the people sitting in front of him. "Please make yourselves comfortable," stated Quinn with a calm smile on his face. "Do you girls want something to drink? I have butterbeer, gilly water, soda, or milkshakes. I have lots of fruits that you can choose from." The eyes of two of the three girls sitting in front of Quinn shined. They spoke up. "I want a butterbeer," asked Tracy with a shine in her eyes and joy in her voice. She had some butterbeer for the first time at Hogsmeade and enjoyed it very much. So when Quinn offered, she jumped at it. "Gilly water, please," replied Astoria from her chair, looking at the various knickknacks and paintings. The third girl sighed at her two companions before replying. "Nothing, thank you." Quinn stood up from behind his desk and walked to his workshop. When he came out with a bottle each of butterbeer and gilly water. "Daphne, are you sure you don't want anything?" asked Quinn as he put down the chilled bottles on the coasters on the table in front of Tracy and Astoria. "I can brew a pot of tea if you don't want something cold. I have a variety of tea leaves that you can pick from." "I would like to know what were you doing in the Great Lake?" asked Daphne, making clear eye contact with Quinn. "Straight to business." "I can respect that," said Quinn sitting back down on his bar stool. "Ahem, what I was doing in the Great Lake? Well, I was swimming," replied Quinn after clearing his throat, hoping that this would clear every doubt. But Quinn knew that he was kidding himself. "In late January," persisted the blonde green grass, with a tone laced with skepticism. She didn't believe Quinn would go for a simple swim in the icy waters. Quinn matched eyes with Daphne and answered with a straight face. "Yes, one warming charm, and I was all set for a nice swim." "What about the gills beneath your ears? Why were you using magic that isn't taught until the 6th year?" asked Daphne, pushing for more information when she heard the short answer from Quinn. Quinn snorted and scoffed at those words. He bragged with self-confidence laced in his tone, "I'm the smartest student at Hogwarts. Year restrictions have never stopped me and never will. I wanted to go deep diving, so I gave myself a pair of gills, nothing complex." He took out his fake wand with his right hand and waved it to perform magic on his left hand. The digits of his left hand twitched, lengthened a bit, and gained another joint. Flexing his fingers, Quinn showed the girls his fingers with 3 interphalangeal joints and a thumb with 2 joints. "I have enough mastery over magic to perform partial human transfiguration over limited parts of my body," boasted Quinn. Even if he was boasting, Quinn was still holding back what he was capable of. He was more advanced than what he was letting on. "Now that I think about that, I need to improve on that thing," thought Quinn. He needed to make certain changes before he went back for another confrontation with the Kraken. The younger Greengrass was holding the bottle of gilly water with both her hands and was looking at the bottle's label when she asked, "Then why did you crash into the glass?" All 3 girls remembered the shocked expression on his face when he was pressed against the glass. Quinn was clearly not expecting to be there nor wanted them to see him, so something had happened when he was swimming, and with Astoria's question, all 3 stared at Quinn, expecting an answer. The little one knows how to talk. Of course, that would turn in the other direction, thought Quinn with a straight face before speaking. "I kind of got flicked by the giant squid when I was running away from a flurry of Grindylows. The giant squid took me by surprise, so I ended up casting a spell at it, and then it flung me away with its tentacle because of that spell." To keep his story believable, Quinn decided to stick to the facts that he had experienced. He regularly met Grindylows while he practiced his water magic and ran away from them to practice his speed, and the Kraken did push him away because of the ice magic. By spinning his actual experiences into fake explanations, Quinn was making sure to establish a believable story, plus it allowed him to present it believably and confidently. And since this could be seen as dangerous, I asked you three not to tell anyone, finished Quinn, rolling his eyes as he air-quoted the word dangerous. Quinn was handing the girls the initiative, but anything that followed was under control. He waited for any question because that allowed him to answer questions they bothered to ask and not anything extra that he might speak about if he took the lead. Can we also go swimming? That would be fun, suggested Tracy, thinking about playing in the water, having fun. Quinn grabbed the opportunity when he saw it and steered the conversation in the presented direction. Sure, I can teach you a simple bubblehead charm that would allow you to breathe underwater, but whether you're able to learn it, it is up to you. And if you guys do learn it, let's do this when the weather gets warmer. I don't want you guys to get sick. But you went for a swim in the cold. Why not us? Whined Tracy, slightly frowning towards Quinn. It will take you a lot of time to learn the bubblehead charm if you are able to learn it. The spell is a 6th-tier charm, reasoned Quinn, ignoring the glare from Daphne. He knew the glare was because he had just said that year restrictions didn't hinder him, and now he was saying that they wouldn't learn it because it was a higher year spell. If you want to go for a swim at the surface, that doesn't warrant the bubblehead charm. The water is freezing, you know, even with the warming charm, you still feel the cold against the skin. Believe me, most people don't like it. I didn't mind it, but I'm not sure if you'd like it. Quinn wasn't lying about the cold against the skin. He felt the bitter chill against his skin the entire time he was inside the lake. Quinn didn't heat the water envelope around him to make himself comfortable because he just didn't mind the cold and was used to it, but not all could stay in that cold. While saying that, the workshop's door pushed open, and Luna came skipping out with a large sheet of old parchment in her hands. I did it, she exclaimed, looking at Quinn, unrolling the parchment and showing a detailed map drawn on the parchment. It was mud-rue-based ink. It reacted with Pidecurry and a Famag tarring potion. Luna giggled as she pushed the parchment near Quinn, showing it to Quinn. The blonde Ravenclaw wasn't even looking at the three Slytherin girls. Quinn took the map parchment from her and gave it a look over. From Luna's excited reaction, Quinn knew that she had gotten the correct potions and herbs. He still observed the parchment to judge the quality of her brew, as he wanted to determine her progress in potion brewing, and he was pleased to see that she had done a more than decent brew for her first time brewing the potion. Good job, Luna, praised Quinn, smiling at the parchment before smiling at his friend/junior/assistant. And you are right, it was Pidecurry and a Famag tarring potion. It was in the riddle. It was so clear when I finally noticed. You hid it so cleverly, beamed Luna, swinging with joy in her spot. She was so happy that she couldn't contain herself. Quinn handed the map parchment back to Luna and spoke, how about you go and explore with the map? Revealing the map was only step 1, you still have to find the treasure. Really? Exclaimed Luna, but then she looked back at the workshop and spoke. Her voice didn't have as much excitement as before, but I still have to clean up the equipment I used. Quinn chuckled and responded, I will clean it. You go and have fun. Luna squealed and gave Quinn a tight hug before turning to the office entrance. She was about to rush out when she saw that Quinn had company. Hi, greeted Luna when she saw the three girls, immediately following the greeting with, bye. And with that, she rushed to the door. Don't run in the hallways, shouted Quinn just before she exited. Okay, was all Luna said before she was gone. Daphne, who had turned her head to look at Luna, who had rushed out, turned it back towards Quinn and inquired, she was in there the entire time. Oh yeah, she's been spending a lot of time in there, brewing potions, answered Quinn as he walked back to his barstool after closing the workshop door. And why does she brew potions in there and not in the potion wing? Asked Daphne, looking between the workshop door and Quinn. The potion wing in Hogwarts were multiple classrooms with potion workstations where students could practice potion brewing. Oh right, not many people know it, but Luna is my employee. I hired her as my assistant, answered Quinn. He was still smiling because of Luna's progress with the learning quest he made for her. She gets to use the space behind the wall. What is behind the wall? Astoria chirped in, curiosity evident in her eyes as she looked at the workshop's red door. That's a secret, smiled Quinn in response. Many people had asked Quinn about the area behind the wall, and all of them had different ideas about what was behind there. Some thought it was a storage room because Quinn brought out their orders from inside, others assumed it was empty because they never saw Quinn go back there. Now some people like Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria knew that there was at least a potion workstation inside. But no one except Quinn, Luna, Ivy Potter, and whoever she told knew what was inside. Oh, come on, tell us, inquired Tracy. Now that Quinn refused to tell them, it stirred her curiosity. Maybe another day. I'll give you a tour of what is behind the wall. I will say this, though, behind the wall, you'll find something enjoyable and of your liking, grinned Quinn, enjoying himself as he increased the allure of the unknown place behind the glass wall and watching how the three girls became even more curious. Tracy and Astoria shifted in their seats, while Daphne narrowed her eyes at the red door. The three wondered what there was inside and had a mental image of what was behind the wall. Phew, at least now they aren't thinking about what I was doing in the lake, sighed Quinn, feeling relieved that he was successfully able to divert the whole situation. I somehow need to thank Luna and her timing. What does she like? She likes to paint. Okay, then I need to find out what kind of paints and brushes she uses and get a new assortment for her. To make sure that they don't return to yesterday's incident, Quinn shifted the topic of conversation. So Astoria, tell me what Daphne is like at home. The younger sister's eyes shined as she opened her mouth, and things flew out. The older sister was quick on the outtake and tried to stop her sister. Tracy and Quinn sat back and laughed at the sisters. Scene break. In a cursed building that looked like no one had occupied for years, as there were broken windows, stripped paints, exposed bricks, and cracks creeping across the outside, making the building unpleasant to the eye. If the building's facade was in bad shape, then the inside was worse. There were broken tiles, paint falling from every wall, exposed pipes, broken and left behind furniture, mold, and spider webs in every corner. The insides were so dusty and covered with fallen building material that no patch of the floor was empty. It was a building that even the most impoverished squatters would avoid. In that same building lied a man, a dangerously skinny and skeletal-looking man. The man looked sickly and pale like he hadn't eaten properly in months. The man was exceedingly short, no taller than the average 13-year-old child with pale grubby waxy skin, small watery eyes, a pointed nose, sunken cheeks and eyes, yellow teeth, and a balding head of reddish hair. If someone looked at the man at the very moment, they would think that the man was a corpse that had died in the building. But the man was no corpse. This man was the greatest betrayer in recent history. Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew was called by some of his former friends as Wormtail. He began attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 1971 and was sorted into Gryffindor House after the Sorting Hat pondered over which house he belonged in for over 5 minutes, a true hat's tall. During his years at Hogwarts, he became one of the Marauders. He was best friends with Sirius Black, James Potter, and Remus Lupin, and together they created the Marauders map. During the First Wizarding War, Peter was a member of the Order of the Phoenix but became a spy when he got forced into joining Lord Voldemort. He was made the secret keeper for the Potters when they went into hiding with the Fidelius charm. But he betrayed James, his wife Lily, and their children Harry and Ivy to Lord Voldemort, leading this to the death of Euphemia and Fleamont Potter, the parents of James Potter. After Voldemort's fall, he tried to fake his own death and frame Sirius for betraying Fleamont and Euphemia, as well as for his own murder and those of the 12 muggles he killed during his escape. But Sirius Black was sharper and more magically capable than Peter and saw through the deception and caught the rat. Peter was arrested by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and sentenced by Barty Crouch Sr. to life imprisonment in Azkaban. He was charged of 12 crimes of murder with the killing curse and for giving the information about the Potters' whereabouts, which lead to their death by the hands of Lord Voldemort. Peter was placed in solitary confinement at the mercy of the Azkaban guards, the Dementors. But the rat was persistent and had cockroach-like tenacity. That tenacity to live could not be detected by the Dementors but still allowed him to maintain a sense of self and regain enough strength to transform into his animagus form in his cell. Since Dementors have difficulty sensing the less complex emotions of animals, he could remain relatively unaffected as a rat. It was not trouble at all to the Amortal guards, though, since they thought it meant he was losing his mind like every other convict in their custody, including Bellatrix and some of her fellow Death Eaters. Peter spent 12 years living in his animagus form in Azkaban. Just a few months ago, he seized an opportunity and became the only known person to escape the prison unassisted. He did it by transforming into his animagus form of a rat. The decision to escape after 12 years of imprisonment was the news he had heard from the guards. A new terrorist group had been causing chaos outside in the real world. The group had caused stress on the Auror's office to deploy Aurors to patrol Muggle areas to guard the unaware Muggle population from any surprise attacks. For the first time in a long time, Wormtail mustered whatever courage he had and decided to escape the hell of the place he was living. The motivation of that escape wasn't to better his own life but to make someone else's life miserable. In his 12-year incarceration, his former friend Sirius Black had regularly visited him to gloat and give him regular news about how great his and his other friends' lives were. Peter couldn't help but hear what Black would tell him about the fame, prestige, and happiness they had gotten after the war. He bragged about how everyone knew about them while he was dumped there in filth, forgotten by everyone. In 12 years, Peter developed an obsession and hateful loathing towards his former friends. He hated Sirius because of his regular visits and hated James and Lupin because they didn't even bother to visit him. He thought that the latter two couldn't even be bothered to visit him because of their glamorous lives. Obsession wasn't something that Dementors could detect, and that was why he kept his sanity even when the Dementors sucked everything worth living for out of him. So for the first time, Peter took action without knowing what laid in his future. He escaped Azkaban to get back his former master to the top so that Voldemort would burn down his former friends to the ground and he could be there as Voldemort did it. At novel bin at. He didn't know if Voldemort was even alive, but spending a lot of time in Azkaban with nothing but his thoughts made him convinced that Voldemort was still alive. The sole aim of his life became to see the Black, Potter, Lupin, and therefore the Order of Phoenix to be destroyed. He wanted anyone who opposed Voldemort to suffer because it was their fault that Voldemort had fallen and robbed him of a glorious future. In the broken-down building, Peter Pettigrew opened his gaunt eyes and in them was a strong fire of hatred. After spending a few hours every day underwater for months inside the Great Lake, Quinn had gotten used to the water so much he felt it was just another part of his life. Everything, from moving his body underwater to how to breathe with gills, had become natural to Quinn. He no longer felt that water was outside of his comfort zone. Just 2 weeks ago, he had been smacked by the Kraken and had ended up revealing himself to Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria. But with some work and luck, he had been able to put that incident behind him. Now Quinn was ready to get another dig against the Kraken. Within 2 weeks, Quinn had done more practice with water magic and human transfiguration, and he had become better at both fields. His progress with human transfiguration was clearly visible in his body. Previously Quinn had had 3 pairs of gills that allowed him to breathe underwater on his neck and underneath his ears. But now he had a more complex underwater respiratory system. Instead of the 3-neck pair of gills, Quinn had made himself a more extensive system, with another 6 pairs of gills on his chest placed between the opening of the bones in the rib cage, connecting them to his lungs. Inside his body, Quinn had opened up his windpipe to let water in and had layered his lungs to prevent them from getting irritated and protected both the bronchus, bronchioles network, and alveoli branches from getting in contact with water. He had transformed his lungs into a water chamber where water could enter from his windpipe, reach the lungs, and exit through the gills, leaving behind oxygen in his blood. What prompted this change was that Quinn's body was large and needed more oxygen. Quinn had noticed that when he tussled with the Kraken he was getting out of breath, as he moved rigorously in the water and used a lot of magic. Even though Quinn was using water magic to move around, there was still a physical aspect to his underwater swimming. During his skirmish with the Kraken, Quinn had to make lots of movements quickly in a short amount of time, which left him feeling out of breath. That induced him to gulp down a lot of water to gain the sufficient amount of oxygen. It took some practice and reading, but Quinn managed to get it done, and even after performing crazy moves underwater, he didn't feel the lack of oxygen in his body. And now that he was ready, Quinn cruised towards the Kraken's primary location, while speeding at a velocity faster than the last time he had tried to get past the Kraken. This time, I need to find a sign of the area where the third vault is kept, thought Quinn as he pumped more magic to increase his speed. It's going to be different this time. And things turned out to be different. Just as Quinn was about to reach the point where he could usually see the Kraken's tentacle, instead of seeing a tentacle laying on the lake bed, Quinn saw 2 tentacles moving directly towards him. Oh, shit, screamed Quinn in his head as he saw the Kraken taking the initiative in their third meeting. Punching the proverbial brakes, Quinn commanded the water to come to a stop and immediately swam upwards to avoid the 2 tentacles. That was Clawstash. His thoughts of relief shattered when Quinn saw 5 more tentacles appear in his zone visibility and zoom towards him. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Quinn's magic thrummed into life as more and more of it was released into the water, bringing the water under his control. With the water at his service, Quinn swam at faster and faster speeds, making tight breaks in water and maneuvering sharp direction changes on the dime, all in the attempts to stay away from the grasp of the Kraken. Damn, I wasn't expecting, thought Quinn, dodging another tentacle jab. Such aggression and momentum from the Kraken. As 7 tentacles wriggled and moved in the water, trying to catch something much smaller and weaker than them, Quinn was getting more confident in his ability because he wasn't feeling the pressure like the last time. Let's drop some freeze in here, thought Quinn as ice magic made another appearance, and walls of ice manifested from the freezing of the lake water, held in place by Quinn to deflect and block the tentacles that were getting a little too close for comfort. But because of the speedy casting of magic while evading the continuous and tenacious attack of the tentacles, Quinn could only create ice walls that could stop a tentacle once, and a second hit would cause them to crack and break. I need to find an opening to dive in closer, planned Quinn as he shifted to his left, avoiding an incoming tentacle, simultaneously creating 2 ice walls to block 2 tentacles. 1 ice blockade for the tentacle coming from the left and the second wall for the tentacle that he had just dodged, which was coming back from his back. Quinn swam up before the ice walls broke and alertly looked for an opening while still keeping an eye on the tentacles because while he was successfully evading the Kraken's grasp, Quinn didn't know when the tables could turn. At novel bin at. There it is, yelled Quinn as he saw an opening straight ahead. All the tentacles were far enough for Quinn to sprint full speed and without getting caught by them. Just to be sure, he barraged a near 100 ice spheres in all directions in an attempt to stall the tentacles. Go! With a mental yell, Quinn zapped forwards, but not even 3 seconds in his full-speed swim sprint, 2 new tentacles appeared in front of Quinn. Hell no. Quinn had enough and clapped his hand in front of himself, and immediately the surrounding water with Quinn in the center turned black. Waves and waves of black erupted, covering everything in inky black. He had released so much magic in a low-costing color change spell that it was slightly visible on the Great Lake's surface if someone was paying attention. To make sure that he didn't get in contact with tentacles by accident, Quinn dropped down to the lake bed and started to swim close to the surface. The damn Kraken took me by surprise. Quinn wasn't a great fan of his current situation. He had been avoiding both of the actions he had just taken because of the disadvantage that they put him in. Turning the water into a color that reduced visibility did provide Quinn cover from the Kraken, but it also heavily reduced away his own ability to see in the water. Plus, Quinn wasn't sure if the Kraken had some form of water perception. If it did, then his effort was a waste. Second, Quinn avoided swimming close to the lake bed because it took away his ability to move downwards. He had been staying a good distance above the lake bed because that allowed him to move in any direction, a 360-degree movement possibility. But now, with him swimming so close to the lake bed, Quinn had lost a variety of evading options. Don't let it find me. Don't let it find me. Don't let it find me, repeatedly chanted Quinn in his mind as he carefully and silently swam forward. 3 tentacles suddenly came from above and stabbed the ground behind Quinn. Did it find me? Did it find me? Did it find me? Did it find me? Shit. He didn't know if Kraken had locked onto his position, so Quinn did what he felt right in the moment and kicked up the speed and darted forward, throwing zigzags every few meters. Quinn could hear the sounds of the stabbing of the ground by the tentacles. This told Quinn that Kraken had a vague idea of his location, but that piece of information wasn't favorable to Quinn, so he kept going, and finally Kraken's body. This was the first time in his months of starting his dives that Quinn had seen the Kraken's main body. It remarkably looked like a squid with an elongated tube-shaped body, large yellow eyes, skin that certainly didn't match a typical squid's skin. It had that hard and rough texture, unlike the squid's soft outer layer. There were so many tentacles coming out of the Kraken's body that Quinn couldn't tell how many did it have. One thing that Quinn did notice was, it wasn't going serious against me. Even though Quinn couldn't count or even see the number of tentacle bases, he knew that there were far more than the Kraken had used on him. Kraken's eyes met with Quinn's, and at that moment, he studied Kraken's eyes. In those eyes, Quinn saw no hostility or anger of any kind. All he could discern in the holy yellow eyes was curiosity and interest towards Quinn. The Kraken saw in Quinn's eyes fascination, interest, and slight concern. The Kraken clearly had an idea of what the tiny human wanted. The tiny human child clearly wanted to get to the place that it was hiding. It knew that this human child knew of the place that it hid beneath its body. The Kraken knew of the vault because it knew everything about its home. The Kraken was the oldest of all living inside the Great Lake. The Kraken could be the apex predator if it wanted to be and wipe every being in the lake, but it didn't. All it wanted to do was to live its life peacefully. Even the colony of militant merpeople avoided the Kraken because of fear and respect. Decades ago, it had come through the waterway connecting the Great Lake to the ocean and ever since lived inside the lake. During its time here, it found about the place that he now guarded. The vault wasn't much to someone as great as itself, but to the little human children that came to the castle every year, it was dangerous. It had taken upon himself from getting humans inside there. It wanted to protect human children. So when this little child was clearly trying to get inside the dangerous place, it stopped the child twice, but here he was coming for the 3rd time, and he had almost slipped away this time. The beast and the human stared at each other for a moment of peace and stillness before the game of cat and mouse started again as tentacles rose to catch Quinn and Quinn took off with water magic. Quinn, who had gotten so close to the Kraken, looked for a gate or entrance of some kind. He had gotten so close and wasn't going to let this opportunity pass away. It doesn't matter if the Kraken likes it or not, but I am going in there, thought Quinn as he dodged tentacles that seemed to increase in number and increasing the difficulty by another level. Where is it? Where is it? Quinn swam at top speeds around the Kraken, trying to find the vault and avoiding the tentacles at the same time when he came across a clearly carved design into the lake bed. Upon a closer look, Quinn was that it was some kind of tunnel partially blocked by the Kraken's tentacle. That is it? That must be it, smiled Quinn and immediately shot towards it in an attempt to get inside. Yes, celebrated Quinn when he saw within touching distance of the tunnel. But then his body snapped to stop, and Quinn clearly felt something wrap around his leg and pull him back. The Kraken had got Quinn's legs with one of its tentacles. No, yelled Quinn into the water, but no voice came out. All he could do was see the tunnel getting distant from him as the Kraken's tentacle pulled him away. Scene break. On the lakeside, Quinn laid on the ground watching the afternoon sky. The Kraken had dropped him on the shore immediately after his capture. Quinn had been caught inches away from the tunnel and dragged away from the prize he was seeking. For the 3rd time, Quinn had been bested by the Kraken. Both parties didn't want the other to get hurt and had taken the lethality out of their moves. And in that playing field, Quinn had been defeated thrice. Currently, Quinn was feeling a deep sense of failure. The goal line was in front of him, and he was about to reach it, but then he literally was thrown out of the race. The reason for that unusual sense of deep failure was because of the last year's events. Last year, Quinn had been taken over by the sin curse and taken for a ride that he clearly didn't sign up for. Even though Quinn had come out stronger on the other side, but the truth was that the second vault had utterly defeated him without even giving Quinn a fighting chance. He was defeated before he even knew the fight had started. So to make up for that humiliating defeat, Quinn wanted to cruise through the 3rd vault and show that the results of the last vault were not his top ability and that the icy vault wasn't a fluke. He wanted to crush the 3rd vault without breaking a sweat. But even before entering the vault, Quinn had been thwarted thrice. No, a barely audible whisper escaped Quinn. Quinn got up from the ground and stood up straight, looking at the lake with a straight expression, but there was a fire in his eyes. Failure isn't the opposite of success, spat out Quinn with heat in his voice. He turned away from the lake and walked some steps away before turning back to face the lake and cracked his neck. It's a part of success. He ran towards the lake, and as he ran, gills appeared on his neck and sides of his chest. Quinn jumped into the lake, and the second his body was fully inside the water, he opened his eyes, and the water surrounding him heard the command of magic. A calm envelope of water formed around Quinn, but outside of that water envelope, the water roared with energy. With a single thought from Quinn, he shot forward with full speed towards the Kraken. Not towards the Kraken, thought Quinn. He wasn't going towards the Kraken. The Kraken is a stepping stone. I am going towards that tunnel. I am going towards success. Within a few minutes, Quinn reached the Kraken's tentacles, and instead of going straight for the tunnel, Quinn landed on the lake bed, closed his eyes, and raised his hands. Failure he was feeling. Determination to get past the Kraken. Anger of failing to get past the Kraken thrice. Serenity he felt in the current moment as he focused on his magic. Resentment towards the Kraken, who blocked his path. Excitement of having his goal so close. Every emotion Quinn felt mixed together and touched his magic. The failure of the second vault wasn't a worthless experience. It was one of the most important events of Quinn's life. And right now, Quinn was going to use what he had learned in that failure. All sound vanished for Quinn as he opened his eyes and cast the magic. The Kraken, who had just sent the human child away, frowned when he felt the child return and was about to once again throw him out of his house when it felt a tingle through the water. It felt magic. A lot of magic coursing through the water. The Kraken could tell that the magic was from the human child, and the second that thought flashed through its mind, the Kraken saw. The mighty beast of water watched as the water around its skin turned to ice, covering his body in ice. Within a blink of an eye, the front side of the Kraken was covered in thick ice. The Kraken was confused because it felt no pain or discomfort from the ice. All the ice did was cover his body. But then the Kraken understood the reason for the ice as the blanket of ice suddenly pushed against its body and dislodged its body from the lake floor, pushing him up to make him tumble. The tiny human child was pushing with ice so that he could get inside the dangerous place. It wasn't going to let him go in so easily. The Kraken tried to break the ice, but another layer of ice would replace the cracked layer. No matter what the Kraken tried, the ice reappeared thicker than before, and eventually, he was pushed and tumbled over to his side, leaving the tunnel to the dangerous wide open. Quinn lowered his hands with a deep exhale of water before jumping with water magic his movements, and in one leap, he was beside the tunnel with the carvings around the edges of the entrance of the tunnel. He gave the fallen Kraken one final look and saw that one of the tentacles had risen and was making its way towards Quinn. A smirk appeared on Quinn as he waved the tentacle goodbye while jumping down the tunnel, leaving behind the fallen Kraken. The tunnel leading to the third vault was a long one. While falling through the tunnel, Quinn estimated that the depth was at least 30 meters. He could see light at the end of the tunnel, but the passage to that light was dark, making it hard for Quinn to see anything other than the end he was swimming towards. Thus, the second Quinn entered the tunnel, he lit up his surroundings to observe, not because he wanted to have some light as he was half falling half swimming to increase his falling speed, but in case there was something of interest and importance on the tunnel's walls. The result he was able to glean at, as he passed the stone walls, was that the tunnel walls were smooth and clean. There were no signs of any markings or etchings that gave any information about what was to come. Quinn felt relieved and worried while swimming through the tunnel. He was relieved because there was no extra information that needed to be memorized on the fly before exiting the tunnel, and he was worried because he was once again stepping into the unknown with no idea of what would come. He was sure that whatever came was related to water because it was what he had interpreted from Friar's riddle. So he ramped up the water magic around him and got himself ready as he closed in towards the light at the end. The thing at the end of the tunnel wasn't what he was expecting. Quinn was expecting there to be water when he exited the tunnel, but the reality was 180 degrees different. The moment his head exited the tunnel, his breathing hitched because there was no water outside the tunnel. He couldn't get any more water inside his body through his mouth. The second he came out of the tunnel, Quinn's pupils narrowed because of the sudden cut from an oxygen source. His respiratory system was magically transformed to work inside water, but that also meant that his natural respiratory system was reshaped and, thus, he couldn't exchange gases from the air. Quinn gasped for a solid 2 to 3 seconds before his mind caught up to what was happening, prompting him to reverse all the transfigurations in his body and went back to his human respiratory system. The water from his lung cavity was immediately gathered up and vanished so that there wasn't any fluid buildup, and when everything was cleared, Quinn took deep breaths through his mouth to get the airflow going. The erratic gasping subsided, and Quinn went back to breathing through his nose. Recovering from the sudden surprise, Quinn noticed something unnatural in his current position. His eyes widened when he saw that his arms were resting on the rim of the tunnel. "I was swimming down, right?" asked Quinn to himself. Quinn had swum into the tunnel down from the lake bed and expected to emerge from the other end, like falling down from a ceiling vent. But instead, he climbed up from a manhole in a road. He stretched his hand to push himself back and looked below to see that he could still see the lake end of the tunnel. "Okay, this is freaky and really interesting," commented Quinn. He then decided to get out of the tunnel. He placed his hands on the rim of the tunnel and pushed himself up out of the water. Standing on the edge of the tunnel, Quinn looked down, and even now, he could see the other side of the tunnel that opened up in the Great Lake. Quinn just needed to jump in the tunnel and sink or swim down to come out of the lake bed of the Great Lake. "How did they do this?" remarked Quinn, looking at the dull stone cave, briefly looking for signs. "This cave is upside down. So cool. Did gravity somehow switch without me knowing? Water does mess up with gravity perception." Holding his chin with his hand, Quinn speculated, "Or is the tunnel some kind of portal, and I am in a separate dimension? Ho, I will need to see what this is all about." Quinn wasn't planning to research further this topic before completing the vault, because if the tunnel was indeed a portal, then messing with it could end up damaging the portal, and in turn, destroying the only known way to the third vault. After admiring the magical phenomenon, Quinn roamed his eyes all over the cave. Starting from the tunnel, Quinn noticed that not a single drop of water from the tunnel made its way into the stone cave itself. The tunnel was filled with water to the brim, but not a single drop had splashed into the cave after Quinn had pulled himself into the stone cave. There is some kind of anti-water ward in here, observed Quinn as he looked at the dry cave floor and then looked down at his body. Not a single drop of water could be seen on Quinn's body. Combing a hand through his hair told him that even his hair was dry as if he had never swum his way into the cave. Yup, a version of anti-water ward, confirmed Quinn as he examined the credibility of his speculation by dunking his hand into the tunnel and pulling it back to see that not a single drop of water had made its way into the cave on his hand. Does it mean I can't sweat in here, or do the hydrophobic properties only extend to the lake water? Scanning the other parts of the cave, Quinn looked up and examined the light source that illuminated the entire stone cave. It was a load of crystal sticking out of the roof, scattering soft water blue light all around the stone cave. A natural luminescent mineral crystal and a blue one at that. Blue ones are so rare, slightly gasped Quinn. He had seen luminescent mineral crystals in his travels but had never seen the particular shade of blue like the one he was looking at right now. The luminescent mineral crystal could be replicated with alchemy, but because the alchemists were rare, artificial crystals weren't widely available. The people who hired alchemists didn't ask for glowing crystals when they could have an alchemist produce other, more significant things. Maybe I could make some of them for the living hall, murmured Quinn, thinking about how the living hall would look like in the light of a luminescent mineral crystal. Nah, I should make runic lights for the entire manor. At least that way, they could be turned off when not needed. Strolling away from the tunnel, Quinn wandered towards the part of the cave that had a room-wide, 3-step short staircase. The stone steps on the floor acted as a divider inside the cave. The cave before the steps was like any stone cave you could find in the wild, but the area after the steps was definitely man-made. Instead of the rough walls and ceiling of the first part of the cave, the second part of the cave had no partition between the walls and ceiling. All the surface part floors were melded together to form a dome. And at the furthest end of the dome, there was a triangular opening in the dome wall. Similar to the tunnel, it, too, was filled entirely with water. And just like the tunnel, there wasn't a drop of water spilled out of the triangular opening, despite the triangular opening standing vertically to the floor. Slowly descending the short steps, Quinn came across some movement because of the triangular entrance. The second Quinn stepped down for the last time, the stone sunk at some places to form engraved words in the wall. Large engraved words formed above the entrance to form the words. Poseidon's wrath. Words appeared on the left side of the entrance. Beware, challenger. Enter the entrance and you shall feel the wrath of God. This is not for the soft-hearted and weak. Think before entering because God's fury doesn't have eyes. Another set of words appeared on the right side of the wall that said, the trials are long and arduous. To understand the law, you, brave challenger, will need some aid. Wish it upon the water, and you will return to the safety, away from peril. Fluidly an orb of water came out of the water inside the triangular entrance and gently floated towards Quinn. It stopped a short distance away from him. The orb of water emitted faint magic. Quinn noticed that the words were on the right side of the wall. In addition, he could tell that this orb of water was the aid he was told that he'd have in the words engraved on the right side of the wall. He walked around the water orb, observing it and carefully casting some magic to see what kind of magic was used inside the water. After some deliberation and internal debate, Quinn confirmed that the water orb wasn't harmful to him. No harm in giving it some help, shrugged Quinn as he stepped closer to the orb and gracefully lifted his right hand towards the water orb and gently touched the water orb with his index finger. The water orb shone faint blue before the water rippled and went inside Quinn through his finger. Whoa, hey, whoa, flippin' hell, exclaimed Quinn as he watched the water get sucked into his body, followed by a brief spike of light on his inner forearm. In a surprise, Quinn withdrew his hand and turned it over to see that his previously unmarked forearm now had a navy blue symbol on it. Quinn could feel that if he channeled magic into the emblem on his skin, it would trigger whatever magic present in the water that went inside Quinn's body. Not cool. I hope this isn't permanent, sighed Quinn as he rubbed his marked skin. This design isn't what I want my first tattoo to be. Hell, I don't even want a tattoo, exclaimed Quinn while shaking his head. Quinn closed his eyes while heavily exhaling, but when he opened them, Quinn had changed to a focused expression as he stared at the triangular entrance filled with water. Let's do this. He walked to the triangular opening, held his breath, closed his eyes, and dived into the water without hesitation. Feeling the lukewarm water against his skin, which was much warmer than the cold Great Lake, Quinn primed his magic to change his body through transfiguration. After submerging his entire body, Quinn opened his eyes and noticed that the water was cleaner than the lake water, and, because of that, he could see better in that water. Quinn was about to transfigure his body to add the underwater respiratory system with transfiguration, when he felt the familiar feeling that he had felt many times in his life, especially during this past summer break. There was a tug on his entire body and the momentary lack of sensory input. He had felt the similar tug at least twice every day while he went back and forth between the West Manor and Koyupadung Gym. I'm being teleported, thought Quinn, and just then, he re-emerged into a completely different place. He didn't appear in the water anymore, but somewhere he was least expecting to be. A wide-eyed Quinn stared down from a height of 5 meters down a humongous raging whirlpool. Watching the gigantic sinkhole sucking and spitting out water, something that was formed because of opposing forces meeting each other to create a chaotic maelstrom, a fierce force of nature. Oh, shit, yelled Quinn as he fell. The 5-meter fall went very quickly. Between the shock of being teleported and the stunning surprise at seeing that monstrous water vortex, Quinn didn't have time or the initiative to make any magic work. Splashing heavily, Quinn entered the turbulent water and was immediately swept into the stormy waves. The strong waves blasted against Quinn's entire body as he quickly was pulled deeper into the brutal maelstrom. For a full 10 seconds, that became the longest 10 seconds of Quinn's life, as his entire body was being pulled apart from all directions by the might from the revolving water waves. It took him 10 seconds, an amount of time that was a critical time inside these conditions to get his mind back on track to difficulty pulling his body into a fetal position. Every ounce of water magic he knew was used to barely being able to pull himself together and attain a position with minimal surface area for the whirlpool water to work on. He had gone from using water magic to swimming in calm water, to using it to decrease his injury chances. With his eyes closed, Quinn concentrated his magic to transfigure himself a gill system. He already had water inside his body because of the suddenness of his fall, which caused Quinn to swallow a lot of water that went straight to his lungs. Transfiguring with water continuously slamming into his body was difficult, and he even failed once before he was able to get the aquatic respiratory system working. But the situation gave him another twist when water entered his body through the gill flaps, and the second Quinn felt it, he pulled the plug. The turbulent water could critically damage his insides if he didn't leave now. He channeled magic into the insignia on his arm, and it glowed for a split second before Quinn disappeared from the whirlpool. Scene break. The water inside the triangle entrance rippled for a second before Quinn came out with a calm water sphere surrounding him. The water sphere floated a distance from the entrance before gently setting Quinn on the ground before vanishing like it was never there. For a few seconds, Quinn laid on the floor, showing no movements except for the furrow before his chest throbbed, and he coughed out some water inside his body that was promptly vanished by the cave ward the second it came outside Quinn's body. Quinn rolled over and his elbow to lift his chest up and used his other hand to pound his chest while coughing. He had just vanished the backlog of water that was not expelled from the previous cough. He collapsed back on the floor, rolled over to his back, and took deep breaths through his mouth as his chest heaved up and down. There was no cursing externally or internally as Quinn regained his mental facilities and showed it by lifting his right arm to observe it. The mark is gone, noticed Quinn, entering full analysis mode. One-time usage, thought Quinn, and then raised his head to see in the entrance's direction and saw another water orb floating there as if waiting for Quinn to touch it and take its place in his arm. A portkaya type of magic? At least something similar with additional magic, theorized Quinn, thinking back to his experience. I went from turbulent water to the calm water at the entrance. I was definitely teleported and then brought out here. He sat up and stared past the water orb at the triangular entrance. Quinn couldn't see anything inside, but the words Poseidon's wrath were staring him in the eye, telling him that the entrance was the gate to the chaotic waters. Quinn got up and started pacing back and forth under the dome-shaped part of the cave. A big-ass maelstrom. That wasn't natural. Not at all, dismissed Quinn with a shake of his head. Natural water whirlpools aren't that powerful. That was definitely maintained deliberately to perform with that level of rotational force. I barely have any information. Was it a real place on Earth, or was it an expanded dimension? I couldn't see the sky or else I would have known. Quinn clicked his tongue because of the extremity of the conditions and the short time he had spent inside. If it was an expanded dimension Quinn's guess between a place on Earth or a magically created dimension was the latter. Then how big was the place? Is there a limit to the depth? Would I have reached depth if I had stayed in there? There were a lot of questions related to the properties of the magical maelstrom in his mind. But the biggest question in his mind was, what do I have to accomplish in there? What's the goal? The end line. Quinn sighed as he stretched his body and felt the dull ache erupting in his limbs and joints. Arg, I took some beating in there, groaned Quinn. His chest, back, and limbs hurt from being pulled apart inside the whirlpool. I need to fix that before tomorrow. The injuries weren't serious, and he could fix them in a jiffy, but he wasn't looking forward to getting this beat up every day. Just need to get better at water magic to make myself comfortable there. Oh gosh, look at me. My first thought is to get comfortable instead of avoiding that. How far I have come, smiled Quinn, completely oblivious that he was on the empath. At novel bin at. Baby steps, sighed Quinn and looked at the words etched in the stone walls. Even though the first attempt was a total failure, Quinn had a smile on his face because it was a start. After healing himself off the dull ache in his body, Quinn decided to leave the vault for the day. He felt saturated from the day's work, between dodging the kraken to get inside the vault, and swirling inside the maelstrom. Quinn felt that he had his fill of adventure and action for today. Quinn walked to the tunnel and peered down into the water, and saw the lake end opening. He made a face between annoyance and fatigue and sighed, I don't want to fight the kraken. Not right now. He looked back around at the stone cave and wondered, should I take a short nap in here before I go back? Nah, let's just get this over with. The kraken will just throw me out, which is what I want now, grumbled Quinn. He squatted down, and slipped down into the tunnel, head first. While swimming inside the tunnel, Quinn tried to feel the magic behind the tunnel, but it escaped his natural senses. He had no idea how the switch from up and down was done. I would need to actively try to cast magic to see what is behind the cover, thought Quinn as he came up from the tunnel. The first thing that he saw when he exited the tunnel were big solid yellow eyes staring down at him intently. Whoa, exclaimed Quinn, and even though no sound came out, Quinn gulped in a fresh batch of lake water. The Kraken's tentacles immediately surrounded him. Unlike their previous encounters, the tentacles didn't coil around Quinn, but instead, one of the tentacles came near Quinn and poked him with its tip. The tentacle's tip was so large that it pushed against almost half of his entire body, pushing him to the ground. Quinn, who fell to the lake bed, looked up at the Kraken, who kept staring at him with big yellow eyes. Then, at that moment, he finally realized how enormous the Kraken really was. In the past, the biggest thing Quinn had seen was a mountain troll, but the Kraken was on another level. What? What does it want? Thought Quinn as he stared back at the Kraken. Does it want to eat me? I'm tired, but bring it on. He revved up his magic and readied for another bout. Quinn hoped for the Kraken to give him a ride to the shore. But if it wanted to fight, Quinn was going to give it one. It turned out that Kraken didn't want to fight because it withdrew its enormous body and assumed a comfortable position. One tentacle wrapped around the tunnel entrance, forming a coiled wall around the tunnel entrance, but didn't block it from above. Huh? What? Wondered Quinn bewilderedly. He had no idea why the Kraken backed off after some staring and a poke. At novel bin at. Quinn didn't know that the reason the Kraken had stared him down was because it was checking if Quinn was alright. It wanted to check if Quinn happened to be fine after going inside the dangerous place. After it confirmed that Quinn was uninjured, it backed off and went back to his chill lake life. The Kraken didn't block the entrance as a show of his intentions. It was going to continue to guard the dangerous place in case another tiny human came looking. But if Quinn wanted to go in, he could go in because as far as the Kraken was concerned, Quinn had made it back alive after going in, so he probably would be fine if Quinn went in again. Plus, the Kraken was prideful and considered Quinn to be capable. Quinn had successfully made the Kraken move, and that in the Kraken's eyes was a sign of strength. As far as the Kraken was concerned, Quinn was strong and could handle himself. Quinn stared at the Kraken for a while before swimming away, still not knowing the reason behind the Kraken's actions. Scene break. Why are you here again? Asked Quinn, stretching his body for his morning run and workout. Quinn looked to Eddie as both stood at the starting point of Quinn's daily run route. Yesterday after dinner, Eddie had informed Quinn that he would like to join him for his morning exercises. Quinn, who had been lost in thought, thinking about the third vault, had heard Eddie's words and had absent-mindedly nodded and hadn't asked for the reason. About that? The Quidditch tryouts are in 2 months, and I was thinking about joining the team, spoke Eddie as he awkwardly tried to copy Quinn's stretching movements. I want to pass the tryouts so that I can make the bench this year and then play on the field next year. Eddie knew that Quinn went for a run every morning and decided to follow him to get fit for the coming tryouts so that he could have an extra edge. I see. Quidditch, huh? I know you followed the sport but never knew that you wanted to play for the team, asked Quinn. He was happy that Eddie decided to do exercise to get fit. I wasn't planning on joining the team before, but I decided to give it a try this year. It would be fun to play Quidditch for the house. Everybody would be looking while I play, replied Eddie, a bright smile on his face. So what you mean to say is that you want to play so that you can get popular and get a girlfriend, said Quinn, reading between the lines and finding out the real reason behind his friend's sudden interest in playing Quidditch. Eddie unabashedly put a hand over Quinn's shoulder and gave him a lopsided grin. You know me so well. No wonder we are so close. Quinn shook his head with a small smile before asking, but are you sure you want to join the team? We have the O.W.L.S next year, you know? Will you be able to balance Quidditch and studies? I'll be fine. If I see my grades slipping, I'll have you tutor me. With you helping me out, I'll probably do better than I do now, responded Eddie and gave Quinn a thumbs up as if saying thank you in advance. I'll help you out if you need it, but I'm going to only help you out with the practical side. I'm not good at explaining the theory, said Quinn, agreeing to help his friend. Eddie gave Quinn a silent stare before speaking. So what you are implying is that you get frustrated when we don't understand things after you explain them once. In times like those, you probably think of us as monkeys, don't you? This time Quinn put his hand on Eddie's shoulder, beamed, and unabashedly spoke, you're right. We're close? Come on, give me a hug. But Eddie pushed Quinn away with a FKU, stay away face. All right, let's get started, said Quinn with a clap. I usually run before doing push-ups, squats, and crunches. I finish by skipping rope. He pointed at Eddie and advised, you should run a kilometer today and increase the length as you progress. Aim for a comfortable 3 kilometers before the tryouts. I would suggest that you focus more on your upper body because there are a lot of upper body movements while being on a broom. So I'd advise sit-ups, push-ups, and pull-ups. Later on, we can add planks and leg raises. Also, what position are you planning to play? Asked Quinn after he was done suggesting an exercise plan. Chaser, replied Eddie. Great, now, I would suggest that you run at your pace. Don't try a full-on sprint. If you sprint, you'll build up fatigue quicker, and that won't do you any good, warned Quinn. Afterward, he told Eddie how much he needed to run to complete a kilometer. He then slapped Eddie on his back and ran away. Quinn still ran a 5-kilometer route every day. He hadn't tried to increase the distance because he did more things now, so he just tried to reduce his time and had been slowly getting faster with time. He usually ran a route that would be exactly 5 kilometers when he returned to the starting line. But today, Quinn decided to run a route that would have him pass nearby where Eddie was running so that Quinn could see how he was doing. When Quinn came around the first time, he saw Eddie standing with his hands on his knees, so he raised his voice and called out to Eddie, Eddie, don't stop. If you can't run, walk. Just don't stop. Eddie looked up and saw Quinn waving at him as he ran a distance away from him. He groaned and started running because he was embarrassed that Quinn had seen him stop. When Quinn returned from completing his run, he saw Eddie sitting on the ground, pulling away at the grass. "Are you done?" asked Quinn. He hadn't chosen to run Eddie's route 5 times because he was sure that Eddie would try to keep up with him despite his warning. And as much as fun it would have been to say "on your left," as he passed him by, Quinn wanted Eddie to relax and have a positive first day. He would return the next day and keep up till the tryouts and after. Eddie looked up and nodded as he stood up. "Yeah, what's next?" "You will start with push-ups," instructed Quinn before asking, "Can you do a couple of push-ups, or are you a complete beginner?" "I can do 5, replied Eddie, looking offended that Quinn would even think that he was a complete beginner who couldn't do 1 push-up. "Don't give me that face. I was just asking a question," grinned Quinn before continuing. "Do 3 sets of 5. Keep your back straight and properly go down. I don't want to see sloppy push-ups." Eddie nodded and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'll be doing burpees. They are basically the combination of a squat, kick back feet to get into a push-up stance, high plank positions, a push-up, return to a squatting position, stand, and end with a jump." Quinn showed Eddie how to execute a burpee before both of them started to do their stuff. Eddie did his 3 sets of 5, while Quinn did his 3 sets of 12. At first, Quinn hated burpees because they were tough, but as time went on, they got easier to execute and complete, but that wasn't why he stopped hating them. The results of the burpees made him like doing burpees. After he was half a month in, doing burpees every day, Quinn noticed that his running had improved. He started running faster without consciously ramping up my speed. His lungs felt clear, and he found him coasting through the miles. A month after adding burpees into his routine, Quinn felt that his strides felt stronger and felt that his breathing was more composed than at the start of the month. To Quinn, who ran every day, seeing noticeable improvement was enough for him to keep doing burpees. Quinn was done with 2 sets of 12 when Eddie called to him, "Hey, I'm done. What do I have to do next?" Quinn laid down on the ground, completely flat on his back with his legs bent at knees with feet planted firmly on the ground, about shoulder width apart. "I want you to raise your head and shoulders from the floor and feel your abdominal muscles contract. You don't have to fully sit up, just lift enough till you feel your abdominal muscles contract," instructed Quinn as he showed Eddie how to do a crunch. "Try to avoid pulling your head forward, as it may strain your neck. Lower your head and shoulders back towards your starting position. Remember to exhale as you raise your head and shoulders, then inhale as you lower them." Getting up from the ground, Quinn explained, "That is called a crunch. It will target your ABS, and if you maybe work really hard and eat right, run a lot, you might show some ABS later." "Do you have ABS?" asked Eddie, looking down at Quinn's stomach area. Quinn raised his shirt and showed Eddie his stomach. He had a 4-pack, but they were faint and not toned enough to see sharp squares and lacked definition. But Quinn did have visible oblique ABS on his side and a faint V-cut near on his lower waist from practicing Muay Thai every day in the evening. "Holy shit! When did you get those?" exclaimed Eddie as he stared at Quinn's ABS before looking up and suggesting, "How about we find a way for you to walk around shirtless? That way, you can showcase the goods, and I can take advantage of the pact when you get a girlfriend." Quinn stared at his friend and thought about how much Eddie had been thinking about getting a girlfriend. He could see gears turning inside Eddie's head, probably thinking about how to use him to get a girlfriend. "What if I don't get a girlfriend?" asked Quinn, a bit interested in the answer that Eddie would give him. "Even if you don't get a girlfriend, there is an excellent, near 100% chance that a lot of girls would flirt with you," said Eddie as he crossed his hands and smiled. "Like a moth to a flame, they will gather around you, and I will be standing there with my net of charisma to trap them under my spell." Quinn blinked a couple of times before speaking. "Cool, cool, cool, but I'd really suggest you change the terminology. No, how about we don't talk about this ever again?" "Yeah, that would be good for both of us." "Huh? Sure, whatever, let me think more about this plan," said Eddie distractedly, thinking about how to exploit Quinn for his future dating life. Ever since Quinn had known Eddie, his friend took action when he got motivated to accomplish something. Last year, Eddie had gotten the news that his family cat, which had been with his family before Eddie was born, had died because of old age. The cat had been very close to Eddie, and he hadn't taken the news well. Eddie had gone into a mourning state for a while after he had gotten the news. During that time, there had been an older Ravenclaw student who was a dickhead and major a-hole. When he found out that Eddie's cat had died, he decided to grace Eddie with his awful presence. Every time the bully had a chance, he would sit near Eddie and loudly talk about how funny it was that Eddie's cat had died. The older bully would regularly corner Eddie when he was alone and urged him to cry. "Are you going to cry? Are you going to cry about it? Like a big baby? Big baby cry over your stupid cat? Everyone's going to see you cry. You're about to cry, aren't you?" And more similar things. At that time, Quinn, who was under the influence of the sin curse, had wanted to rip the bully apart so much that it would haunt him for a lifetime. Eddie had stopped Quinn from brutalizing the dipshit and had shaken his head with a resolute face while clutching Quinn's arm. Eddie's refusal had been firm enough for then Quinn to back off. But after a month, Eddie had approached Quinn and had asked for his help to teach the older Ravenclaw shitstain a lesson. "I was grieving for my cat. Now I'm done, and I'm feeling angry. Plus, I didn't want you to do something without me," was what Eddie had replied when Quinn had asked about the sudden change in heart. The piece of shit had tried to make Eddie cry, so Eddie decided to turn it the other way. "I've found this potion recipe that will make a person cry," has spoken Eddie as he dropped a heavy tome in front of Quinn. "I can't brew this, but I think you can, so brew this for me. That guy wants to see me crying, but I will be the one who's going to see him crying." Quinn still recalled how he had given a smirk that had promised humiliation. He had spent many hours on that project. He had improved the recipe to make it more potent and last longer. After Quinn finished, the recipe he had devised would induce someone to cry like a baby, snot with a constantly runny nose, and make them sweat heavily. Eddie had taken the new potion and had slipped it to the target, sat back, and saw the show unfold. The shithead took the potion and it took maybe an hour before the crying started. Eddie had slipped in the potion during breakfast, so the crying started during a class. McGonagall had to send the crying boy with a runny nose so bad that his handkerchief and sleeves were dripping wet to the hospital wing to get him fixed. Madame Pomfrey had tried to give the snot baby a counter potion that she had concocted. But Quinn's potion was a modified recipe that had taken the counter potion for the original recipe into account. The counter potion failed, and the bully was told to stay in the hospital wing until she could brew a flushing potion that would flush out every potion inside the body. When Eddie got the news that the potion had worked, he went with Quinn to the hospital wing. Quinn made sure that Madame Pomfrey was away and gave Eddie the nod. Eddie had taken one of his potion gloves with him, so when they reached the hospital wing, Eddie was wearing the glove. He then walked to the boy who had made the grieving process so much harder. "Hey, dipshit. You wanted to see me crying, satisfied now," said Eddie as he stood by the bedside. The still crying Ravenclaw's eyes widened when he realized that Eddie was the one who had caused what he was going through right now. "You dash." He tried to speak up, but Eddie tightly clutched his face with his gloved hand, cutting him off. "Everybody saw you, bawling like a baby, and I'm going to spread that you're a crybaby and make sure it sticks, so even when you graduate from Hogwarts, people will still remember your new nickname," threatened Eddie with a scathing tone. "If you don't want things to get worse, stay away from me, don't talk to me, don't even look at me. If I'm walking towards you, turn the other way round. I don't want to see your ugly mug ever again." Eddie jerked his hand from his face and wiped it off on the stunned bully's hair before adding, "It seems Madame Pomfrey doesn't have the counter potion. It takes 3 days to brew a flushing potion, so get ready to face the snot fest for 3 days because you aren't going anywhere else." He smirked and added one last bit. "When someone drinks a flushing potion, the person goes through hours of vomiting and violent diarrhea. I'm sure you'll enjoy the experience. Good luck." Eddie turned back and walked out of the hospital wing without turning around. Quinn, who was still standing inside the hospital wing, waited until Eddie was out to take a picture of the boy in the bed from a borrowed camera the second the subject looked his way. After clicking the photo, Quinn spoke with gestures, "Talk, and this goes out to everyone." He gave a wide smile with a wave before exiting the hospital wing. Eddie, who was coming back to the real world after thinking about exploiting Quinn to get himself a girlfriend, noticed a smile on Quinn's face. "Why are you smiling?" Quinn looked at Eddie with the smile still on his face and replied, "I was remembering the crybaby incident. That day at the hospital wing was fun. Eddie's eyes shined in remembrance. He nodded with a small smile. "Yeah, that was a fun day. I was so cool that day." Quinn nodded before jutting his chin towards the ground and said, "Enough chit-chat. Drop and give me 3 sets of 10. I'm worried about you. I'll make you work hard and sweat away all that pent-up horny energy you have inside you." "You don't have to say it like that," complained Eddie, causing Quinn to laugh. The two buddies continued to have fun first thing in the morning. Quinn sighed as he rubbed the insignia from the third vault safety mechanism. He really wanted to know how this tattoo could teleport the bearer. Assuming that no person was casting a portkaya or a similar spell, then there was an enchantment that could produce teleportation magic without human or any magical species help. Both the first and this vault had complex runic and warding magic, noted Quinn as he looked into the triangular entrance to the whirlpool. Just how much planning and execution went into creating the vaults. The people who created them must have given all of it a lot of thought when creating them. Quinn still usually went inside the first vault to do research and learn more about the mechanism. He would collect the energy from Absolute Zero for his engraver and make observations for an upcoming project that he was working on. At novel bin at. But all the time, including last year, when Quinn had become greedy towards a lot of things, and one of them was Absolute Zero. He had tried hard to figure out a way to get the Absolute Zero out of the vault. But Quinn still didn't know a way to create a portable containment system that would allow him to carry the Absolute Zero without dead freezing everything around and causing a long-term climate change that would plunge Hogwarts into an ice age for decades to come. Whoever built the first vault knew what they were doing. The builder had used the energy from the Absolute Zero to trap itself. A self-sustained system that wouldn't degrade as long as the prisoner itself stayed strong. It was clear that the builder who had made the rune cluster knew how Absolute Zero worked because without an understanding of the alchemic material that was being contained, without the proper knowledge of the power source and runes, the containment arrangement would have collapsed a long time ago because of the corrosive, cold energy from Absolute Zero. Standing inside the third vault, Quinn went into thinking about the first vault, the icy vault, for several minutes, before taking a sharp breath and shaking his head. Not the right time or place. Quinn, berated Quinn himself, looked at the ceiling of the cave, and said, "Sorry about that." Quinn talked to the third vault as if it was a girl, apologizing because he was thinking about another girl while on a date. "Let's effin' go," said Quinn to hype himself as he looked at the triangular entrance. Quinn loosened his body, wriggled his arms and legs, and made sure he was ready before running towards the triangular water-filled entrance where was Poseidon's wrath. He felt the water cover his body, immediately followed by a tug on his body, and with a ripple in the water, Quinn was gone. Scene break. After a momentary loss of his sensation, Quinn's senses returned. His eyes showed him the raging water, his ears made him hear the loud and continuous splashes of water, he could feel the moisture in the air against his skin, his sense of smell detected the heavy scent of water. Finally, even his tongue sent a signal of a nearby presence of water. This time, though, Quinn wasn't surprised and was ready for the sudden teleportation. He turned upside down, away from the water, faced upwards, and immediately used one of the spells he had come to look forward to. The second the magic triggered, Quinn stopped dead in the air, the charm slowed his body's velocity to 0, to the point he was no longer falling and stayed in a spot in the air. Arresto Momentum was a fascinating spell that was capable of slowing the velocity of the target. If used properly, it could also stop the target completely. Of course, there were limitations to the Arresto Momentum spell. First, the difficulty of slowing down objects was directly proportional to the initial velocity of the object. The faster the speed of the target, the more magic and skill from the user it would take to slow down the target. Factors like mass, surface area, and acceleration of the target all added to the spell's difficulty. For example, an object dropping at its terminal speed would be much tougher to slow down than an object thrown from the top of a short building. Second, if an object was brought to a complete stop, it would get harder to keep it stationary if the object moves while it's held stationary with magic. Any external force that wasn't in work before the complete stop would be against the nature of the magic and would break the spell after certain limits. If Quinn wriggled his body in the situation he was currently in, he would break the spell and he would continue to fall. A turn of the head, curl of his wrist, or anything minor wouldn't threaten to break the spell. Anything greater than some minor movements would exponentially increase the difficulty of keeping himself stationary in the air. So Quinn had to make sure he didn't make any excessive movements. As such, he first turned his backside to the vortex so that his front body would be facing upwards. Quinn could have used the levitation spell, Wingardium Leviosa, on his clothes to anchor himself in the air, just like the creator, Jarlath Hobart, had done in the first public use of the charm, even though at that time Hobart himself didn't understand what he had created. Nonetheless, that wasn't possible because Quinn only had a pair of trunks on him and those weren't enough to anchor himself in the air. "Well, I could have transfigured clothes to provide more support," considered Quinn before lightly shrugging. "Whatever, I like this spell better." Quinn looked up above and smiled because his conjecture was correct. "I knew I was right, this is an expanded dimension," chuckled Quinn, watching the pure white ceiling and walls of the place he was currently in. The white walls were telltale signs that this was a created dimension like the one in his suitcase. "Okay, you can do it." "No pressure," reassured Quinn as he took in several deep breaths before taking an extra deep breath and stored it inside his lungs and eked out without breathing out. "Here I come." The magic stopping his fall disappeared, and Quinn began falling. In the short few seconds of his fall, Quinn crossed his hands over his chest and made sure that he would enter the whirlpool feet first. Quinn entered the water vortex with a loud splash and immediately sank inside the raging water. Inside the water, Quinn held his breath as he allowed the turbulent flow to pull him. He kept his body flat as a board and seized his body straight in order to not get hurt from the water. He hadn't transfigured the gill respiratory system that allowed him to breathe underwater because it didn't work inside chaotic water. Even while in the Great Lake, Quinn maintained a calm water envelope to allow a stable water flow because he used water magic to push himself to speeds greater than any aquatic species he knew. Plus, the bubblehead charm was also completely out of the race because it was too fragile and would pop the second Quinn entered the raging water. So why was Quinn diving inside the most dangerous waters he had experienced without proper breathing measures? Well, the motive of this dive was to observe the conditions inside the water so he could gather some data. Last time, the sudden teleportation had taken Quinn by surprise, so he didn't get a clear read on the conditions. But this time, he was ready and was getting a feel of the current with his body. Quinn had made a plan to get his transfigured gill respiratory system work in his current conditions, but he needed physical data to verify if his method would work. The flow of the water inside the maelstrom was rough, and the last time, Quinn had experienced water entering his body through the gill side. This wasn't suitable because the water was supposed to enter through his mouth and gently flow over the gill leaves before exiting through the gill flaps. Water entering through his gills with speed could injure his lungs and cause complications that Quinn didn't want to deal with. So before implementing the changes that would allow him to breathe in his current conditions, Quinn needed the physical data that would roughly show that his idea would work. Hence, for 3 minutes, which was his limit for holding his breath, Quinn, with his eyes closed, focused all his attention on his body, feeling the water current, carefully and consciously perceiving the water velocity. When Quinn felt he couldn't hold his breath any longer, he sent magic to the insignia, and at a certain point, he felt the tug of teleportation. Right after, Quinn disappeared from inside the water. Scene break. With a ripple in the water inside the triangular entrance, Quinn came out with water surrounding him as it laid him on the floor before disappearing without a trace. Quinn opened his eyes and immediately took long breaths of air. He laid on the floor for half a minute before sitting up and saying, "Okay, that was good." He got up and started to pace around the room, a look of deep thought evident on his face. Quinn had got the physical data he was looking for, and the results he observed looked positive. Now he just needed to do some calculations and make some decisions before he could get started. All right, I need to increase the thickness. The flow was on the higher end of my safe zone, muttered Quinn and did more calculations in his head. Do I need to have them inside or outside? Nope, not inside. The gills have nerves, and I'll definitely feel pain. Yup. Definitely on the outside. I will need to eject water as usual, but it will take more effort this time around, groaned Quinn with a sigh. If only the gillyweed potion didn't have side effects on repeated consumption. Gillyweed was a magical plant that, when eaten, allowed a human to breathe underwater. It was said to resemble a bundle of slimy, gray-green rat tails. When eaten, it gave the consumer gills, allowing them to breathe underwater, and webbing between the fingers and toes, allowing them to swim underwater with ease. Then, there was the gillyweed potion, which would enhance the effects of the original plant. The gillyweed when brewed into a potion would increase the efficiency of the plant by multiple times and would allow the consumer to breathe underwater for a few hours in the same amount of gillyweed that would only allow 1 hour of underwater breathing. The advantage of consuming gillyweed was that the respiratory system given by the plant was automatic. Quinn had taken the potion while traveling around the world, and at that time, he only had needed to gulp in water, and his work was done. The muscles given by the magical plant took care of everything. Quinn's system was entirely manual, and he needed to direct the water into his lungs and then eject it through the gill openings using water magic. If Quinn wanted the automatic system, then he would either have to research aquatic creatures in more depth than he had done, or he would need to transfigure his body into an aquatic species as Victor Crumb did. Quinn didn't think that doing more research was worth the returns, and changing himself into another animal wasn't something Quinn was thrilled about. But there were the side effects of consuming raw gillyweed or the gillyweed potion when taken regularly. The side effects included developing fish-like features, pale and oily skin, webbing between fingers and toes, and the worst, fishy breath and, similarly, fishy body odor. From the second Quinn confirmed that the third vault was going underwater, he knew gillyweed wouldn't be in his plan. Quinn knew he was going to spend a lot of time in the water. There was no way he was going to keep consuming gillyweed every time he went into the water. Okay, I'm done, declared Quinn, raised both his hands above his head and closed his for a few seconds before opening them. Come on, you can do it. Quinn channeled his magic through his body, and the muscles under the skin of his neck and chest wriggled violently before his skin split apart and grew into gill flaps. From the outside, there was nothing different from before, but Quinn could feel the changes inside. He immediately walked towards the triangular entrance and touched the safety water orb. The orb got sucked in, and once again, Quinn had the royal blue teleportation insignia on his arm. As Quinn's upper body immersed in the water, he felt the breath of life return to him. He gulped in more water. All right, it's working in calm water, affirmed Quinn as he flexed his gill muscles and felt the new addition working on his commands. Let's hope it will work in the vortex. Quinn teleported with a ripple in the water and a tug on his body. The second the water teleported him into the air, Quinn conjured a pair of swimming goggles over his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. Quinn said out loud his last words before plunging into the water. Let's go. The water swept him away, and with a prayer to the water gods, Quinn took a couple of big gulps of water into his body. He felt the water travel through his body. Some water diverged to his neck gills while the majority went to his lungs. Quinn patiently waited for the water to cover the gills and spread over the blood vessels inside the gill leaves. The oxygen moved from the oxygen-rich water to the oxygen-deficient blood inside the blood vessels. Now came the main event, the climax of Quinn's motive today. The problem with his respiratory system was that the turbulent water would rush into his restructured lungs through the gill openings. Thus, in order to fix that problem, Quinn turned to biology to find a solution. And Quinn didn't have to travel far because the answer was inside the human body all along. The human heart consisted of 4 chambers, 2 upper chambers and 2 lower chambers. There was a valve through which blood passed before leaving each heart chamber. These valves prevented blood from flowing backwards. These valves were actual flaps located on each end of the 2 lower heart chambers. They acted as one-way inlets of blood on one side of a ventricle and one-way outlets of blood on the other side of a ventricle. As the heart muscle contracted and relaxed, the valves opened and shut, letting blood flow into the lower chamber and upper chamber at alternate times. Quinn realized that his water problem was somehow similar to how the water rushed from the wrong direction. He needed to stop that backflow, so he decided to copy the heart valve system. Quinn increased, first of all, the size of the valves and made them more sturdy than the heart valves because the pressure of water from the undertow was much higher than the pressure created by a human heart. He devised a layer in these valves that would sit under the gill flaps and above the actual gill leaves that held the blood vessels, so after the water was done with the gas exchange, Quinn would guide it towards the valve layer. When the gill flaps would open to let the water out, the valve layer would stop the water from rushing in. And then Quinn would loosen the valve muscles and push out the water with water magic. He would have the initiative as the valve openings were small enough to give Quinn the advantage and eject the water like jet streams, opposing the backflowing water at the same time. This was all theory, and now came the time to see if the system would work in real-life conditions. The batch of water went through the gills, and, as it moved on for ejection, Quinn opened the gill flap. Immediately, he felt the water from outside trying to rush in, but in times of need, Quinn's new valve cover held strong against the water. That observation and success brought a smile to Quinn's face as he confidently moved on to the next stage, which was loosening the valves for ejection. Quinn readied his water magic and covered the water inside with his magic while simultaneously slowly loosening the new gill valves. When the valves opened up, Quinn commanded the water to shoot out, and it obeyed and went out, flowing against the water flow outside. Inside Quinn's body, the water had formed a blob with Quinn's water magic in control of every droplet. As the water went out, it acted as a seal that didn't let water inside, emptying out Quinn's reconstructed lung cavity for the next batch of fresh water. The process was successful, and the blood had fresh oxygen circulating around Quinn's body. Quinn, who felt the success, raised both his hands on instinct above and kicked his legs. Immediately, he lost his balance, which made him tumble and rotate inside the vortex. "Shit!" screamed Quinn as he triggered the safety insignia for the second time and disappeared away. Scene break. In the stone chamber, Quinn had a big smile on his face. He was happy even though he had to deploy his safety measure. "I definitely need more practice on the valve system to make sure that I can do it more easily," smiled Quinn and laughed as he joked. "I'm coming for you, Aquaman. One day, I will rule Atlantis." "Wait, is Atlantis a city here? Oh, another thing I have to check out." Goody. Quinn West had found a way to safely breathe in turbulent water, which was a first step in his exploration of the third vault. Healing magic is used to restore any biological beings to their optimal health, as it cures damaged or withered organisms, wounds, broken bones, low vitality, and diseases or poisoning. Though a healer may potentially heal any form of body damage, the patient must be alive, even if hanging by a thin thread, to be healed. Poppy Pomfrey picked up her cup of tea after giving a concise description of the magic she had spent most of her professional life practicing. She was crisply dressed in her Medihealer's uniform. She was clad very similarly to the uniforms worn by Victorian and Edwardian nurses. She wore the typical nurse's uniform, which consisted of a maroon dress, white pinafore apron, and a white nurse's cap. On her apron was a brooch that showed her status as a trained Medihealer. Currently, the matron was sitting in her office with Quinn. Both healer and student were enjoying a cup of afternoon tea. Of course, Quinn was the one who had approached the Hogwarts matron. He had invited her to have a conversation over a cup of tea. Poppy had realized a long time ago that when Quinn entered the hospital wing, it would be because he wanted to talk to her and not because of some injury or disease as every other student did. She knew that if she tried to ignore Quinn, the Ravenclaw would just hang in the hospital wing and keep on talking to her. It didn't matter if she was tending to another patient, brewing potions, cleaning, or preparing an inventory, as Quinn would keep up a one-sided conversation, and somehow every time, he would be successful in making her talk. Every single time, she would be roped into a conversation, and before Poppy knew it, she would have talked to Quinn for nearly an hour. After months of that, Poppy had realized that if Quinn entered the hospital wing when she wasn't terribly busy and could afford to talk as she worked, then she would have to talk to Quinn. So at times like now, when there were no patients in the hospital wing, she would have tea with Quinn. She had come to console herself that at least Quinn didn't visit her injured. Things could always be worse. "We have been doing this for a while, and I have yet to see you drink tea." "Why is that?" asked Poppy after sipping her tea, looking at the beverage in front of Quinn. "I don't like tea," replied Quinn as he picked up his non-alcoholic ginger beer glass mug. "I don't like the taste, even with milk added to it." Poppy looked at Quinn with mock apprehension and commented, "And you call yourself an Englishman? How can you not like tea?" Quinn rolled his eyes at the quip before asking, "When you heal an injury such as a lesion or broken bone, is the healing process the same as the natural healing process?" In his second year at Hogwarts, Friar had introduced the cursed vaults to Quinn, and Quinn had spent a majority of that school year solving the first icy vault. But after he was done, Quinn realized that he had spent most of his time with the vault. The exploration had disrupted his magic learning and researching plan that Quinn had set up before knowing about the existence of the vaults. So Quinn had made a resolution that he would give ample enough time to learn magic that he had planned to learn before he knew the existence of the vaults. Last year, Quinn had started strong and started upon illusion magic while researching the second vaults. But after that, Quinn had been inflicted by the sin curse. Because of the influence of the sin curse, Quinn had not given the second vault a second glance and had spent a lot of time in the library. That had pushed Quinn to gain a lot of knowledge, which was great for Quinn as he had learned more than he had estimated at the start of the year. But this year, Quinn was working on the third vault, which resulted in the vault taking a chunk of his time. So in order to fulfill his resolution, Quinn started strong and looked for a branch of magic that wasn't directly related to the vault and that would be advantageous to learn. The branch he chose to research in earnest was healing magic, and no better place to start than his favorite faculty, Matron Poppy Pomfrey. "I presume you are talking about the traditional wound healing without magic?" inquired Poppy and got a nod from Quinn. The healing process of a wound consists in replacing destroyed or damaged tissue with newly produced tissue. When someone is injured, a regulated sequence of biochemical events is set into motion to repair the damage. This process is divided into predictable phases: blood clotting, inflammation, tissue growth, and tissue remodeling. The wound healing process is not only complex but also fragile, and it is susceptible to interruption or failure, leading to the formation of non-healing chronic wounds. A serious expression crossed the matron's face as she warned. Therefore, under inexperienced hands, healing magic can do more harm than good. That is why healers have harsher N.E.W.T grade requirements than any other mainstream field. Healing magic replaces the 4 steps and semi-replaces them to the point that you can see the regenerative process progressing with the naked eye. Poppy cut a forkful of cake and ate it before explaining how healing of wounds worked. For example, if a patient comes with a cut in their arm, I would first replace the natural blood clotting stage by magically slowing down the flow of blood and making sure that it doesn't ooze outside the body to avoid death by blood loss. Next, magic would similarly replace the inflammation process, ensuring no infection in the wound and damage, and it clears out dead and damaged cells to make space for the new cells. The final step of that process is to trigger cell division and then accelerate the healing process till the wound is completely healed. She smiled and asked Quinn a question about the thing that she explained. What is the thing you will never see in magical healing that is always seen during natural healing? Is it the presence of scabbing? Replied Quinn in a questioning tone before explaining. Scab is formed to separate the wound from the outside environment. Because it takes time for wounds to heal, scabbing is necessary to prevent infections from outside. Poppy nodded with a smile. Correct. The presence of a scab is not needed with healing magic. So healing spells make sure that scabs aren't formed by the body. But what about wounds that are more critical than small cuts? The wounds that can't be healed in one go, do they also don't need scabbing? Asked Quinn as he thought about wounds that could potentially kill a person within a minute. No, they don't need scabbing. A wound, no matter how severe, and as long as it isn't cursed, can be healed within a day or two, even if a person's entire body was heavily injured. Poppy stared intently at Quinn as she continued. Like someone who doused themselves into a high-grade freezing potion and caused damage to their internal organs, could be stabilized until we heal their injuries to the point that they aren't life-threatening. Quinn cleared his throat and picked up his mug of ginger beer to drink from it. The injury from entering the icy vault without blood magic had caused too much damage to Quinn. At that time, Poppy had to work hard and move quickly to stabilize Quinn's situation from deteriorating. She was lucky that Quinn's magic had taken care of the critical part, and she just needed to make sure that he didn't relapse. If Quinn's magic hadn't helped out, Poppy would have transferred Quinn to St. Mungo to be handled by healers who had experience with that level of critical injuries. Then it means that magical healing is an accelerated version of natural healing, concluded Quinn from the information given to him by Poppy. Poppy hummed in response before speaking. We in the healing community like to call it regenerative medicine. When Quinn tilted his head in confusion, Poppy explained. Regenerative medicine deals with the process of replacing, engineering or regenerating cells, tissues, or organs, to restore or establish their normal function. Normally, our bodies aren't naturally able to heal organs that are badly injured or are under the risk of failing. But with healing magic, we can make those previously impossible things possible. You know that as long as your limbs aren't cursed off by dark magic, we can even regrow them. Such is the power of magic. Quinn nodded deeply in agreement that healing magic transcended normal healing and wasn't just accelerated natural healing. Plus, that is just healing wounds. Healing magic also cures diseases of both magical and muggle kinds. The possibilities are endless. As long as it isn't too late, healing magic has the power to heal any illness, diseases, and mutations. Dragonpox, Black Death, Spattergroit, Scrofungulus, and other diseases were once incurable. But with advancement in healing magic, they now don't pose a threat to wizardkind if taken care of properly. How did you start on your training with healing magic? Asked Quinn, wondering how to get some practice. I'm sure that you didn't directly start on humans, right? That would be just inviting trouble. Poppy nodded in agreement with a smile and recalled the time she was doing her apprenticeship at St. Mungo's. There were less experienced trainee healers who messed up healing humans, even after they were trained off humans. You start with small animals like rats, mice, and fish. After you have a good handle on them, we move you on to bigger animals like pigs, goats, and cows. I personally also trained on birds and rabbits, as recommended by my mentor. After some time training on animals, the trainee, then, is moved on to humans. Of course, people who weren't training to be healers and just wanted to learn some healing spells didn't go through this gradual stage of progress. They simply learned spells and hoped they would work when coming across some minor injuries. An example that came to mind was Gilderoy Lockhart using a healing spell that mended bones, but instead, Lockhart ended up vanishing all bones in the arm. That is why trainee healers had to go through a gradual off-human process before they were allowed to operate on humans. So when they finally operated on humans, they would have confidence and experience backing them. Poppy looked at Quinn and asked, "Why do you ask?" "Wait, let me guess, are you thinking about learning healing magic?" "Actually, yes, I am thinking about learning healing magic," admitted Quinn before asking, "Will you teach me? I think having a guide will help me out." Quinn had books on healing magic, spells, charms, herbology, and potions. He had it all, and Quinn didn't necessarily need guidance. But Quinn felt that having a guide or someone who would specify a learning plan would help him immensely. Poppy was Quinn's favorite faculty member, and that's the reason why Quinn decided to ask Poppy if she would teach him. If there hadn't been any relation between the two, Quinn would have learned healing magic on his own, even if that meant it would take him more time. The Hogwarts healer studied Quinn for a while and contemplated what he had said. Healing magic was an extensive subject and required a considerable amount of skill and knowledge. Poppy knew Quinn was knowledgeable and smart from their conversations. She also knew that Quinn scored high grades from the passing talks she had with the professors. Finally, she knew Quinn's skill in potion brewing from the potions he regularly dropped off. She was just worried if it was too soon to teach Quinn healing magic, because if she was to teach him like she was taught, then it would take a lot of time, and it might affect his performance in classes. "If I were to teach you, do you promise you won't let your grades fall?" asked Poppy in seriousness. "Grades? Yeah, why would they fall?" asked Quinn in confusion. "My grades never fall. If I'm going to teach you, I want you to be serious about it, meaning that you will have to devote time to healing magic. If that affects your class performance, then we'll stop immediately," warned Poppy as she looked into Quinn's eyes. "One dip, and we stop. If you want to learn healing magic after that, wait until after Hogwarts to study. I'm fine with that. If my grades dip, we stop," acknowledged Quinn. It was a no-brainer for him because his grades wouldn't dip even if he slept through every class all year long. "Okay, then. We'll start next week. 2 lessons every week, when you have free periods." Quinn thought about his class schedule and his other commitments before coming up with a reply: "Thursday and Saturday mornings." "Then it's decided. You'll come here on Thursdays and Saturdays," said Poppy with a smile, before demanding, "You aren't to tell anyone about these lessons. I don't want other students coming to me and asking for lessons. This is just between you and me, understood?" Quinn gave a thumbs up with a beaming smile, happy to have gotten a healing mentor. The two fell into a comfortable silence before Quinn decided to change the topic of the conversation. "So, do you think we'll cure lycanthropy in the future?" asked Quinn, nonchalantly, not giving any indication that he knew something. Poppy twitched at the naming of lycanthropy. The mere mention of the illness made her remember that there was a lycanthrope in the castle right now. Remus Lupin, the new Defense Against Dark Arts professor, was an unwilling victim of the illness that had been with him through most of his life. A werewolf, also known as a lycanthrope, was a human being who, upon the complete rising of the full moon, became an uncontrollable, fearsome, and deadly humanoid wolf. This condition was caused by infection with lycanthropy, also known as werewolfry. Werewolves appeared in the form of wolves, but there were distinctions between them and regular wolves. A mixture of powdered silver and ditany applied to a fresh bite would seal the wound and allow the victim to live on as a werewolf. Although tragic tales were told of knowing victims begging for death rather than becoming werewolves. "Why do you ask about lycanthropy?" asked Poppy. She wanted to probe Quinn in case he knew about Remus Lupin's condition. 2 students in Hogwarts knew about Lupin's lycanthropy condition. Harry Potter and Ivy Potter were aware of Lupin's condition before Lupin took the job, so they knew not to spread the news about Lupin being a werewolf/lycanthrope. If Quinn knew, then she would instruct him not to spread the news. Things spread fast in Hogwarts through the infamous rumor mill, and if Lupin's condition was to become known, it would incite panic in the student body. "Oh, I happen to know someone connected to lycanthropy and werewolves," smiled Quinn as he looked at Poppy. "And they are in the school at this moment." The matron's heart skipped a beat when she heard Quinn's words. "Oh, no, he knows," thought Poppy worriedly. There was only one person who was connected to lycanthropy, and that was Remus Lupin. "My friend, Marcus Belby," grinned Quinn, leaving Poppy stunned and confused. "What?" "Yeah, it turns out that his uncle, Damocles Belby, is the inventor of the Wolfsbane potion," revealed Quinn, a fact that was closely related to lycanthropy. The Wolfsbane potion was an innovative and complex potion that relieved but did not cure the symptoms of lycanthropy. But even though it wasn't a cure, it was the only medicine that provided some relief to lycanthropes. The way one had to imbibe it was unique among potions, in that a goblet full of Wolfsbane potion must have to be taken each day for a week preceding the full moon. Quinn had the recipe for the Wolfsbane potion, and, after reading about it in depth, he had to admit that Damocles Belby must have put in immense effort on his part to create the potion. "Haha, her expression is so much fun," thought Quinn as he looked at Poppy's slightly open mouth as she stared at Quinn. Poppy was right in suspecting that Quinn knew about Remus Lupin's conditions. He knew about the Dark Against Defense Arts professor's furry little problem, but in no way was he going to tell anyone that he knew. It would bring the faculty's eyes upon him, and that was something he didn't want, even if it might not be that much of a problem. But that didn't mean that Quinn couldn't have some fun without anyone knowing. When Poppy brought out the topic of illness and disease, Quinn recognized the opportunity to spook Poppy a little and see her startled/confused expression. Even if Quinn didn't have the knowledge from the books, he still would have figured out the truth because of the person who substituted for Lupin when he retreated into isolation during the full moon. Severus Snape, as the substitute professor of Defense Against Dark Arts, had tried to teach students about werewolves. The spiteful man, who wanted the position but had been denied it time after time, and over that had to brew the Wolfsbane potion for the man who was in the position Snape wanted. From what Quinn had gathered through his network of students, Snape had brought up werewolves in his substitute classes as a revision topic every year from 4th to 7th so that they could get anyone to recognize that Lupin was a lycanthrope. Quinn still recalled the Defense Against Dark Arts lesson he had had with Snape and how in that lesson Snape had been repeatedly looking at Quinn. "Man, that day was so awkward. I had to keep an oblivious face for the entire lesson," recalled Quinn, remembering the day he had to spend an hour ignoring Snape's looks. Is that so? That is an interesting fact. I didn't know that," stuttered Poppy and kept the conversation going. She felt relieved that Quinn didn't know about Lupin and the secret was still with the least amount of people and with the same amount of people at the start of the year. Poppy looked at Quinn, who was applying jam and cream on his scone with gleaming eyes, silently took out her wand. When Quinn was done bringing it near his mouth, the scone floated out of his hands and drifted towards Poppy. The matron picked the scone out of the air and ate it in front of Quinn. "Wadash!" exclaimed Quinn at the sight of food being snatched from his hands just before he was about to eat it. "Why?" he asked in astonishment. "Sometimes you can be too much of a hassle," came Poppy's reply as she enjoyed the scone that Quinn had prepared for himself. "What did I do?" asked Quinn, confused. "Be a lamb and make another scone and put more jam this time," ordered Poppy, not answering Quinn's question. "Okay," responded Quinn in confusion before shrugging and complying with the order. One scone with cream and extra jam coming up. It was a clear, sunny day. White fluffy clouds drifted across the clear blue sky. The sun shone brightly. Feeling the grass tickle his feet, Quinn tilted his back to behold a field of blue that stretched far beyond what his eyes could track and where small birds cut across the air as they swooped, spinned, spiraled, and dived. Quinn was lying on a corner on the ground of the Quidditch field, relaxing as he read a book. He once again turned to his side and looked towards one of the goalposts and saw his two friends on brooms, flying alone in the field, playing a game of quaffle hoop as practice for Eddie. Quaffle hoop consisted simply of one player trying to get a quaffle through the hoops while the second player played as keeper, that is, trying to defend against the quaffle going through the goal hoops. Eddie was the one trying to score, while Marcus tried to defend against him. Quinn, on the other hand, was not playing with them. He was simply lying on the green ground, showing his silent support through his presence. Eddie was training to get into the Ravenclaw Quidditch team as a chaser. Chaser was a position in Quidditch. There were 3 chasers per team. The chasers controlled the quaffle and attempted to put it through the goal hoops and make it past the keeper. Each goal was worth 10 points. This made the chaser position similar to the forward in football. The game generally started when the referee released the quaffle into the air and the chasers claimed possession of the quaffle. Chasers were generally considered the most exhilarating players to watch by spectators during a Quidditch game, at least until the golden snitch had been spotted. While the seeker attracted short bursts of attention from the spectators, chasers were always the center of attention, competing against the other team, trying to score as many points as possible so that even if the opposite team's seeker caught the golden snitch it wouldn't matter, as they would have outscored the other team by a wide margin. "Man, he is really putting in the effort," thought Quinn as he stared at Eddie, who was trying to hurl the quaffle in a curve shot. "If I didn't know what his real motivation was, I probably would have thought that he was interested in Quidditch." Eddie's motive to get on the team was to get popular and hope that would increase his chances to get a girlfriend, but the amount of effort he was putting in was like he was trying to be the best chaser in Hogwarts. Quinn shrugged and turned to the opposite side to go back to reading on medical potions. The healing magic system in this world was half spells and half potions. Every healer needed to know his potions to be effective and be prepared for the job. An unknown amount of time passed as Quinn continued to read. However, something broke his concentration. He heard some people talking in the distance. Listening to the chatter, Quinn identified it to be coming from his back, so he turned to look and found that Eddie and Marcus were talking to some people. "Isn't that the Gryffindor team?" noticed Quinn after giving the group a closer look. Deciding to see why there was a commotion, Quinn stood up from the ground and started to walk towards his friends. Scene break. "Look, I don't see what the problem is," said Eddie as he pointed at the other side of the field with his arm. "I don't see why you people can't practice on one half of the field. You aren't playing a game, so why do you need the entire field?" Eddie was talking to the Gryffindor team captain, 7th-year student, Oliver Wood. "You ain't a lion, so we can't let you witness our practice. We are at the top this year, and Ravenclaw is trailing in 2nd place," replied Oliver as he eyed the 2 Ravenclaws. "As such, we can't risk our tactics getting exposed to you two, who are from Ravenclaw. I'll have to ask you to leave." Eddie didn't like the reason Oliver was giving one bit and crossed his arms over his chest. "Not my problem, you can't make me leave. I was here first. Look, why don't we make some sort of arrangement? I'm sure we can come up with some sort of deal," offered Oliver, trying not to sound confrontational and aggressive. This year was his last year at Hogwarts, and he didn't want any mishaps that would somehow debar him or his team from playing Quidditch. But it turned out that luck wasn't at his side, and his wish for a peaceful confrontation was crushed when his seeker started to speak. "Let's just ignore them and play," voiced Harry, intervening in the conversation. He looked at the 2 Ravenclaws and shrugged. "Don't blame us if you get hit by a bludger. It won't be our problem if you spend a night in the hospital wing." Marcus gulped in slight fear of getting hit by a bludger, but the statement did not scare Eddie. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, "Calm down, Eddie. Don't get riled up. Remember what Mom said, count to 9, and everything will be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what the hell is with that smile?" Eddie saw Harry smirking and his attempts to calm himself down went down the gutter. He scoffed and retorted, "Of course you would know about hospital wings, don't you, Potter? Seeing that you practically live there." The Weasley twins in the background laughed as they put their hands on their faces. Harry frowned and gave Eddie the stink eye. "What? Are you going to complain to your mom? Go on, mama's boy, I don't mind," smirked Eddie, delighted to see that his words did damage as he punched in another taunt. Harry growled and stepped forward towards Eddie but was held back by Oliver, who could already feel a headache coming up. "Let's not fight. Harry, back off," Oliver warned Harry and pulled him back with a jerk. He turned back to Eddie and said, "Listen, mate, we really want to practice. We need the field." He made a hand gesture regarding the brooms and quaffle in the duo's hands and commented, "You can play your little game elsewhere. There are other free spaces, I'm sure you'll be able to find one where you can play, but we are a team and need to practice on the field." "Hey, I'm not playing a game," grunted Eddie. He didn't like the tone in which Oliver just spoke. "I have to practice to get on the team. You don't want to get on my bad side because if I make the team, I'll go extra hard against you, guys." "Yeah, right," scoffed Harry in response and smirked at Eddie. "Did you say something? Crash and burns every game, Potter," mocked Eddie and put a hand next to his ear. Harry wanted to say something but stopped when Oliver raised his hand. Look, started Oliver but was cut off. Oh, indeed. The voices of the Weasley twins gathered everyone's attention and everyone looked at them. "What?" asked Alicia Spinnet, one of the 3 Gryffindor chasers. The twins pointed in a direction behind them and spoke in unison. "Little Lord West is coming." Fred and George had come to call Quinn Little Lord West because of his mannerisms and their interactions with Quinn inside the A.I.D office. Both the twins felt that inside the A.I.D room, everything was in Quinn's control. Despite Quinn's effort to make the office welcoming and comforting for the visitors, to the twins, the office was Quinn's territory, and he was its lord, who ruled every single thing that happened. Everybody looked in the direction the twins were pointing and saw Quinn walking towards them. And it seemed that Quinn had seen them looking at him because he waved with a small smile on his face. "Good afternoon, people. What a great day we are having today," greeted Quinn as he walked to Eddie's side. "What seems to be the problem here?" "They want us to get out of here," replied Eddie, looking bored as he couldn't see why he was wasting his time here. "I see," began Quinn before turning to Oliver. He asked, "Do you have a written permission that states you can use the field exclusively?" No," replied Oliver, looking uncomfortable. He wasn't expecting Quinn to get straight to the point to ask whether they had permission. This training session was a spur-of-the-moment thing and was set this morning after Oliver had seen that the weather was clear and no other team had booked it. So he jumped at the chance and gathered his team for practice. He didn't get permission that would grant him exclusive possession of the field. "Then, Wood, you can't kick us out," shrugged Quinn. Wood had no authoritative power to kick Eddie and Marcus out of the field. "Also, why do you need the entire field? Just give us this scoring area, and you can take the rest of the field," suggested Quinn. "No, they need the entire field," responded Eddie with a roll of his eyes. "They're scared we'll leak their tactics to the Ravenclaw team." Quinn gave the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team a look and started. He pointed at the Weasley twins and spoke, "Doppelbeater defense and bludger backbeat for the beaters. Checking in power play for the chasers," continued Quinn as he pointed at the 3 chasers, Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet. He turned to the captain and gave him a thumbs up, double 8 loop and starfish and stick for the keeper. "Those 2 are tough to pull off." Finally, Quinn addressed Harry, "No hands and less than decent attempts at Renski feint for the seeker." The Gryffindor team stood still, their jaws on the floor as Quinn rapidly fired the tactics they had been preparing for the second stretch of this year's Quidditch season. Those things were a secret, and no one except the team was supposed to know. Even if someone knew a partial part of the tactics they wouldn't be happy, but it wasn't impossible for that to happen. But here they stood, watching a guy with an innocent smile on his face revealing their entire bag of tricks and tactics. "How?" stuttered Katie in shock. She asked a question that everyone on the Gryffindor team wanted to ask. "How do you know all that?" Quinn raised his arm and flicked his wrist for an A.I.D card to appear in his previously empty hand. Everybody there recognized the card as they had seen it at least a couple of times in their school years. "Information is my bread and butter. I know what is going on inside Hogwarts, and that includes Quidditch knowledge," informed Quinn and then proudly smiled. "I was also hired permanently as the commentator for the Quidditch games, so I had to know what all 4 teams were planning to do for better commentary experience." "You aren't going to reveal this knowledge to anyone, will you?" asked Oliver, sounding apprehensive. The card in Quinn's hand burned to ashes, and all of them suddenly became aware that Quinn had his wand in hand. None of them had seen when Quinn had taken out his wand. One moment both his hands were empty, the next second, he had a card in one and a wand in the other. And while this was happening, he kept a friendly smile on his face. "Of course not. I'm not mad," snorted Quinn derisively. He humphed and pointed at the castle. "If it became known that I leaked information to a team, the entire student body would pelt me with spells. There wouldn't be any safe space for me inside Hogwarts. Plus, that would be bad for business, and I don't want that." Harry looked at Quinn, a scowl prominent on his face. Harry and Ivy Potter, the Potter twins, had spent a lot of time together since birth, as the majority of twins did. Both were their automatic best friends, study buddies, competitors, and confidants. There was never any worry about being alone. Both had spent way too much time together and knew way too much about each other. When Ivy hid something, Harry knew that Ivy wasn't saying something and vice versa. So whenever Ivy showed signs of unusual behavior, Harry noticed and knew that something had happened with Ivy that he didn't know about. As time passed, Harry observed her sister and came to realize that those unusual signs only showed up when Quinn West was nearby. At first, Harry thought her sister liked Quinn, but after further observation, he noticed Ivy didn't show signs of liking Quinn but instead showed slight discomfort when Quinn was nearby. Ivy had a problem with Quinn, was what Harry concluded. He decided to confront Ivy about the subject, but Ivy denied having any problems with Quinn. She didn't fess up even after he pestered for an entire day. After seeing she didn't want to reveal anything, Harry decided to wait for the day she would tell him about the matter. Until that day, Harry would always have his sister's back. When Harry saw Quinn, he decided not to talk to him because he didn't know what happened between Quinn and his sister. But after Quinn rapid-fired his team's tactics, some of the dislike he had developed for Quinn slipped out. "Yeah, you better not," harumphed Harry, slightly scowling at Quinn. Quinn tilted his head as he turned towards Harry, straightened his back, smiled, and was about to speak, but Eddie spoke up before him. "Huh? What did you say? Speak up louder. Mr. coming to school in a flying car and once again crashing and burning Potter," thundered Eddie, a mocking smirk plastered on his face. "He is so annoying," thought Harry as he gritted his teeth and glared at Eddie. He was starting to dislike Eddie more than Quinn. Quinn looked at Eddie with a surprised expression. He wanted to know what had happened between Harry and Eddie. Eddie was in full-on aggressive mode and Harry was somehow on the back foot. He took out his pocket watch and glanced at the time. Turning to Eddie, he said, "You have been here for a while. Why don't we go back to the castle? Don't you have a charms assignment to complete?" Eddie looked at Quinn's pocket watch and saw that they indeed had been practicing for a while, more than he had planned to practice. Glancing at the Gryffindor team, Eddie clicked his tongue before speaking to Quinn. "Yeah, let's go back." As they walked past the Gryffindor team, Eddie pulled on his best delinquent punk face towards Harry. Marcus politely nodded in their direction, while trying to end the conversation in a calm way. Quinn, on the other hand, smiled and waved towards Katie as he walked away. Katie waved back with an apologetic smile. After they were at a distance, Marcus spoke up, "Didn't you want to just get popular? Why would you pick a fight with them?" Marcus was a member of the trio that didn't like confrontation and fights. Eddie stomped on the ground and hollered, "Screw that, I have decided it, I'm going to join the team as soon as possible. And when I'm on the team, I am going to play against that arrogant prick and score so many points that a snitch will not help." He was feeling pissed because of the Gryffindor team. Quinn wrapped his arm around Eddie's shoulders and added, "I'm surprised that you didn't back off and give them the field." "Huh? Why in the world would I do that?" spat out Eddie. "I won't lay down and let them walk over me." Quinn nodded and then explained his statement. "What I meant was that I was surprised that you didn't take the chance to leave a good impression on Katie. I remember you asked me to introduce her to you, so I thought you were interested, and wouldn't this be a perfect chance to establish an impression? Instead, you clashed against her team, so I was just wondering." Eddie's entire motivation was to get a girlfriend, so it surprised Quinn that he didn't jump on a good opportunity. Eddie blinked a couple of times and suddenly squatted on the floor. "Dangummit," groaned Eddie with his hands clutching his hair. "How could I let the opportunity get past my grasp? How? That damn four-eyed Potter screwed me over." He looked up at Quinn and Marcus and hissed, "Why did I have to get all riled up?" "No," howled Eddie towards the sky. Marcus shook his head with a hand on his temple, while Quinn cackled. "Sound worked differently when you were inside water. It wasn't possible to tell from what direction it was coming or how far away it was. You probably would hear high-pitched sounds miss on land, and suddenly turn deaf to low rumbles that one would typically hear. When on dry land, sound traveled in waves through the air. When those waves reached the ear, they vibrated the tiny audio bones in the inner ear. But while underwater, the sound waves didn't move through the air, they moved through the water. Underwater, those sound waves didn't vibrate the audio bones in the inner ear. They went straight to the skull bones and vibrated that heavy bone that was behind the ear. Because of that, one would hear higher frequencies underwater but lose lower ones and would get a disrupted sense of direction and depth. And that entire experience turned chaotic when swimming inside turbulent, moving waters. The water sounds were so loud that nothing else was audible. At that moment, Quinn was experiencing all that, as he was frowning through his swimming goggles. He was looking towards the center of the vortex and in spite of the moving water that reduced visibility, Quinn knew that the center of the vortex was the place he had to go. But getting there was what Quinn was working towards. And it was the one thing he had been working on for close to 2 weeks. After getting comfortable and Quinn used the word in the loosest way possible in the vortex, Quinn realized that the water whirlpool wasn't the typical whirlpool formed in sea and oceans. Typical maelstroms would suck a person or objects down and towards the center, where the pulling force was maximum. But this vortex wasn't like that. After going there every day, Quinn realized that the vortex was a thick water ring and not a swirl that sucked water. Quinn realized this when he tried to stay in the vortex for a long continuous stretch. In that long stretch, Quinn realized he was going around in circles, not moving inside or outside from where he was dropped into the water. In the following few days after that revelation, Quinn tried to move towards the center of the ring, but soon found that to move laterally in the vortex was the true challenge. The resistance inside the water due to the high speeds was so harsh that Quinn couldn't move side to side, and for a few days, all he could do was an experiment with water magic to move to the other side. But today, Quinn had come prepared with an approach that would help him move laterally inside the water. "Okay, let's start the test," thought Quinn as he looked to his front and all he could see was water just like he did every time. The shades of blue were all Quinn saw when he was inside the water maelstrom. Train tracks were the source of Quinn's inspiration, train track shifters, to be exact. A train track switch was a mechanical installation that enabled railway trains to be guided from one track to another, such as at a railway junction or where a spur or siding branches off. Quinn was treating the circular ring he was swimming in as a closed circular train track. Quinn wanted to create a temporary switch that would forcibly shift him to another track closer to the vortex's center. The flow of water was pushing Quinn forward, and he wanted to create an external force that would shortly alter the flow of the water, so he could create a relay from his track to another track to his side. Come on, water magic. Calling upon his magic from the depth of his magic core, he gathered more and more magic. The magic within him rolled in waves as it got stronger and stronger. When Quinn thought it was enough, he released it in a single burst in front of him in the water. An arctic blue burst of magic came out of Quinn and shot forward. The magic was supposed to push the water flow to the side so that Quinn could simply flow into that altered flow and inch closer to the center. Quinn widened his eyes when he saw that instead of signs of water flowing sideways, the water in front of him blew up. Oh, shit, screamed Quinn, immediately curled his body into a ball and braced for impact. Quinn knew what was about to come. He knew that he wasn't going to be blasted back. Oh, no, the circular flow of the water ring mixed with the disturbance he caused had created a random flow of water. He entered the disturbed zone and was immediately spinned in random directions. It was like a ball spinning on multiple axes. Quinn lost control over his body as the water currents spun him at high speed. I am getting dizzy, stuttered Quinn after trying to regain balance, but the pressure around his body was too much for him to open up. He injected magic into the safety insignia and teleported away from the whirlpool. At novel bin at. In the main room, Quinn stumbled as he tried to stand up. Oh, my heavens, come on, world, stop moving, said Quinn as he closed his eyes, laying on the floor. He put a hand on his mouth and croaked, don't vomit. Don't vomit, just don't. After calming down, Quinn stood up, staying still for a second before taking a deep breath. I'm going to pee in there, muttered Quinn as he entered the water entrance. Scene break. For an entire week, Quinn struggled to form an altered flow that would allow him to create a shift and move closer to the center. Every day, Quinn would go inside the water vortex at least 24 times and repeatedly fail time and time again. Hundreds of bursts of water magic, each different from the last, were tested inside the harsh conditions of the vortex. A lot of them blew up in his face. Many of the attempts caused him to slam into walls of water resulting from the magic reacting with the water. Some didn't phase the water, even a single bit. Others caused him to spin around so much that he was on the urge to vomit out his stomach's contents. But after those hundreds of tests, Quinn slowly collected data and experience using water magic to control the turbulent water maintained by magic. In a way, this is similar to the first vault, thought Quinn. He recalled the snowflake icicle that had blocked his way for months. The ice was resisting my magic, and now, this water's strong flow is resisting my magic. Breakthroughs came naturally after many attempts. It was just a matter of time before Quinn could figure out how to alter the flow that would move him closer to the center. Come on, make way for me, magic, said Quinn as he collected magic and changed its nature into water magic. The arctic blue magic emerged in front of Quinn and grew brighter as it expanded in size before contracting into a tiny sphere. It shot forward and, after a bright flash, the water that was following its intended path suddenly shifted at an angle. Let's go, exclaimed Quinn, and with a high swimming speed, he flowed into the altered flow and moved closer to the center. Yes, celebrated his success Quinn. That was a solid 3-meter shift. Quinn always dropped at 60 meters from the center, so he needed to create around 20 shifts to get to the center. Gulping in a bottle full of water, Quinn felt the breath return to him and closed his eyes to focus. This is going to take time. Let's see if I can get to the center today. He wasn't able to get it done that day. Quinn spent around 2 to 3 hours every day inside the vault. Any more than that would take time out of his daily schedule. He had to attend classes, spend time in the A.I.D office and complete requests, his 2 daily workout sessions, study magic in the library, practice using magic inside the room of requirements, and spend time eating and socializing. If he spent more time in the vault, he would be reverting back to his second year, where he was spending too much time on other things. Scene break. It took another 2 days until Quinn was fast enough to cover the 60 meters in 3-meter shifts before time ran out. One more shift and I'll be inside the center, noted Quinn as he looked to the side. He could faintly see the boundary where the water ended. The circular water whirlpool had a 5-meter waterless wide center. Quinn saw it every time he fell into the water. In fact, in the beginning, which was a few days ago, Quinn would try to get into the center without entering the water. He would try to use the Seize pull spell to fasten himself to a wall or the ceiling, but they were too far away for Quinn to get any use out of them. Transfiguring an object underneath while riding it using levitation also didn't work. The transfigured material would glow red and immediately vanish, and Quinn would drop into the water. He had even tried to get a broom inside, but it wouldn't take flight no matter what, and once again, Quinn would drop inside the water. Because of that, he had lost the broom he had used since he was 8 years old. The wood brutally snapped because of the turbulent flow, and the pieces flew away before Quinn could get to them. The ward administration inside the expanded place was so extensive that Quinn didn't have a choice but to get to the center via the water. One last time, thought Quinn, gathering his magic and shooting it for the final time. The water flow changed and was now aimed towards the center. Quinn naturally swam with the flow, and in a moment, his head emerged from the water. I did it, exclaimed Quinn, but his eyes widened when he realized that with his exit speed, his body was going to enter the water from the opposite side. Oh, hell, no, yelled Quinn and immediately killed his fall with arresto momentum. He stopped right in the middle of the center of the vortex. He looked down and saw another triangular entrance on the floor, although this one also was filled with water. As he dropped, Quinn saw words appear above an edge of a triangle. T-Hum's delight. Quinn stopped just above the entrance and stared at the words etched on the floor. There's another place after this. But then the words at the first gate flashed in his mind. The trials are long and arduous. Ah, it was trials, plural. All right, that checks it out, nodded Quinn. Then his eyes went to the name of the next trial. T-Hum's delight. Quinn tilted his head in cluelessness. Who the hell is T-Hum? Damn, another god or someone. But that wasn't the thing that Quinn was mainly concerned about. The other word was more concerning to him. Delight? Yeah, no way this is anything good or delightful. Quinn didn't for a second believe that the positive-sounding words in the title were anything but negative. That just screams trouble, scoffed Quinn and shook his head. He went silent and stared at the water inside the entrance. Should I go in? Contemplated Quinn. He had just spent a lot of time slowly shifting 60 meters, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to drop down into another trial. Should I research T-Hum before going in? Or should I just go and see what's inside? He felt the insignia on his arm and was reminded of its existence. I have the teleportation insignia. I can always pull out at any moment, mused Quinn. It was the safety mechanism that would pull him out immediately the moment he activated it. Yeah, I should check it out. With a sharp exhale, Quinn released the magic holding him in place and sunk into the water. He felt the same tug as the last entrance and the momentary loss of sensation. But this time, his sense of sight didn't return. He could feel the water against his skin, his ears picked up sounds, he could smell some scent of water and taste the water as he gulped it down. But he couldn't see anything through his eyes. Darkness dominated his vision as he turned in the water, trying to see anything. Quinn felt fear grip his heart as he looked around. Suddenly losing your sight wasn't a pleasant feeling. Quinn could feel his heart racing as, no matter what direction he turned, he didn't manage to see anything. Okay, this is freaking me out. I need to get out. I need to get out, right now, thundered Quinn and activated the safety insignia. The next second, he was back in the stone cave, and to Quinn's relief, his sight was back along with all his other senses. Oh, colors, pretty colors, and light, smiled Quinn as he stared at the crystal light sticking out of the ceiling. Oh, I love sight. Quinn placed his hand on his beating heart and took deep breaths to calm himself down. Yeah, what could go wrong, indeed. Even though Quinn hadn't gotten injured, he would have ended up extremely scared if his vision didn't return after he was teleported. At that moment, Quinn didn't think it would be another trial, he was just worried about his eyes. Delight, my ass, spat out Quinn in displeasure. He looked back to check something and saw that the triangular entrance in the dome's wall still had the words Poseidon's Wrath etched into the stone above it. Ah, don't tell me I have to go through the Poseidon's Wrath before I reach the T-Hum's delight, complained Quinn. He had completed the first trial, so he was expecting the door to change, but it didn't. Will I have to go through every trial to get to the one at the end of the line? That sucks. Quinn only had completed the first of many trials. Nonetheless, Poseidon's Wrath had been overcome. T-Hum, literally the deep or abyss, read Quinn from another old tome in the Hogwarts library. After having a scare of a lifetime inside the second trial, T-Hum's delight, Quinn's first course of action was to see who or what T-Hum in the title was. Refers to the great deep of the primordial waters of creation in the Bible, hummed Quinn as he summarized the information he had been able to get on T-Hum. An entity from the Christian pantheon mentioned in the Old Testament Bible, Book of Genesis, Genesis 1:2 at novel bin at. Tapping his finger on the table, Quinn thought about his experience of no sight in the second trial room. The complete darkness had taken him by surprise. Being robbed of the sense that he used the most was something deeply unsettling. The entire vault is revolving around water, and then there was the word law in the text. The trials are definitely based on something that can be found in water. Quinn glanced down at the word T-Hum on the parchment of the tome. There is no light in the depth of an ocean, and T-Hum symbolizes deep or abyss. Having no light must be the reason I wasn't able to see anything but darkness, theorized Quinn. That meant that my sense of sight was okay, but there was no light. Thus, I couldn't see. Ah, that is just plain annoying. I respect that. Another thing that Quinn focused on was the ambience of the second trial room. I was inside a water-filled region with no surface beneath my feet, remembered Quinn, while closing his eyes to relieve that moment. Calm water with no violent, turbulent flow like the first room. The temperature, slightly cold. Even though he had been only inside the second trial room for less than 30 seconds, Quinn ended up having some questions. What's the aim of the second trial? Do I need to find another entrance? How do I navigate there? Is there something in there other than me? What danger there is? But spending mere seconds inside the second trial room wasn't enough to answer any of the questions. If Quinn wanted to get answers, then he would need to dive in there and get the lay of the land. Then his thoughts went further beyond the second trial room. How many trials are in the third vault? The third vault was still covered in mystery because Quinn couldn't see the end, and that unknown element slightly excited Quinn. Mystery creates wonder, and wonder was the basis of man's desire to understand the world. And Quinn wanted to understand everything. It was in his nature. Scene break. Alchemy was a branch of magic, an ancient discipline that involved studying the secrets of composition, structure, and magical properties of the 4 classical elements, as well as the transmutation and transfiguration of substances and, thus, it was connected intimately with potion brewing, charms and transfiguration. Of course, Quinn didn't believe in the 4 classical elements because of the atomic theory, but he did believe in the 5th element, which he considered to be magic itself. Back to alchemy. The branch of magic was a beautiful conjugation of various magics, transfiguration, transmutation, potions, herbology, metallurgy, charms, and other magics used to supplement it according to its needs. Alchemy was said to be the ultimate transformation magic. Alchemic counterparts were many times more potent than their potion counterparts. Properties could be permanently added to objects, something that was extremely difficult with charms. It could convert materials into completely different states from their initial forms, something that could only be a work of transfiguration but permanent. Today, inside the room of requirement, Quinn was in the middle of performing alchemy. The young alchemist was in the midst of one of his long-term projects. The project was still in its initial stages, but Quinn was making some progress. Project Sub-Zero. Series 1, Formula number 27, announced Quinn, reading from a sheet of paper that had S1F#19 written on it. Project Sub-Zero. Absolute Zero was the alchemic material that Quinn had found inside the first vault, the Icy Vault. It was an alchemic material that was at a perpetual temperature of 0 Kelvin, 0 K. The paradoxical material contained cold energy capable of dropping the temperature of anything it came in direct contact with to 0 Kelvin, 0 K. It was the physical incarnation of infinite cold. And while Quinn couldn't get it out yet, he wasn't going to miss the chance to research it. So twice or thrice a month, Quinn would go down into the vault and collect samples of the cold energy for research. There was no information on Absolute Zero except the description. Quinn had scoured the room of requirement library to find any information on Absolute Zero but couldn't find a creation methodology or a clue to get started. It was a magic lost to the world. Project Sub-Zero was Quinn's attempt to study Absolute Zero, so that one day, he could create the alchemic marvel himself. It was an experimental approach where Quinn began at 273 Kelvin, 273 K, and made his way down to 0 Kelvin, 0 K. He had divided the project into 6 stages. Stage 1, S1, 273 K, 224 K. Stage 2, S2, 223.99 K, 175 K. Stage 3, S3, 174.99 K, 126 K. Stage 4, S4, 125.99 K, 77 K. Stage 5, S5, 76.99 K, 28 K. Stage 6, S6, 27.99 K, 0 K. The first 5 stages had a 49 Kelvin, 49 K, range, the square of the most magical number, 7. But in the last stage, S6 had the remaining 22 Kelvin, 28 K, which was in a 7 times 4, 7x4, range. It had the power of 7 and a stable foundation of 4. The 6th stage signified that, after 6 stages, Quinn would reach the perfect 7th stage and obtain the paradoxical yet stable Absolute Zero. Quinn chose the above stages as each would be a milestone in his quest to create Absolute Zero. Seeing that Quinn was operating on S1F#19 meant that he was still in the initial leg of the project. F#18 showed the temperature of 209 K/-63.15 degrees Celsius. 5 degrees lower than F#17, recited Quinn as he took notes under S1F#19 paper. But, F#18 was unstable and broke down in under 10 minutes, 10 minutes. F#19 is the attempt to solve the instability of F#18 and create a stable formula with the temperature of 209 K/-63.15 degrees Celsius or below. Quinn lit up a fire and placed a potion cauldron on it. Alchemy, or at least the alchemy Quinn knew, closely resembled potion brewing as it required a cauldron. Slowly Quinn added the ingredients into the cauldrons according to the formula. There were a lot of processed ingredients, like liquid essence extracted from plants, magically treated plant roots, frozen animal organs, transfigured filings of metal, and other ingredients that Quinn had chosen for S1F#19. After adjusting the heat and stirring at predefined times to activate the ingredients, came some steps that set apart alchemy from potion brewing. When the mixture inside the cauldron was at the optimal state for the next step, Quinn took a deep breath and raised his hands over the cauldron, and magic flowed. Potion brewing didn't have a place for spells because they could incite instability in the influx mixtures brewing inside the cauldron. But alchemy did precisely that and introduced external magic into the mix. Quinn, with the utmost caution, injected his magic through alchemic transformation spells. His eyes observed the mixture for any signs of deviation. Any signs of trouble could cause the mixture to deteriorate into instability. The worst outcome would result in the cauldron exploding, which would heavily harm Quinn in the process. This was the reason such a small number of people pursued alchemy. There was a risk in every alchemic brew. A mistimed decision due to a lapse in concentration could cause injuries. That is why, even among those who did pursue alchemy, many didn't proceed further because their spell work wasn't good enough to safely perform alchemy. Of course, not all failed attempts exploded and caused drastic injuries. If one didn't make any major mistakes, the outcome would be a failed cauldron full of sludge. But why tempt fate and attempt a magic that had such high standards? With an observant gaze and a tight hold on his magic, Quinn injected property-adding charms, state-changing transmutations, and stabilizing flashes of transfiguration. The initially yellow mixture turned brown, which indicated it was time for the next step. He immediately picked up a bronze metal disc from the ground and carefully covered the cauldron. He used the disc as a lid cover. The second the disc covered the cauldron, Quinn dimmed the heat to a simmer. Quinn relaxed his body as he exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. He walked to the desk at a distance from the cauldron and took the inactive downtime to note his observation. Quinn picked up a pen and started writing. S1F#19 has passed both the ingredient activation stage and active magic injection stage. There were no noted anomalies, though the magically treated cold-resistant aluminum gave the initial mixture a yellow color. The cured brown color shows that there was a resonance between the elements, showing signs of binding and stability. Quinn raised his head and looked at the cauldron before looking back at the table and continuing. Estimated binding time is 15 minutes with an error margin of 3 minutes. The required temperature is 300 degrees C. After writing down the notes, Quinn didn't sit down and relax for the next 15 minutes but got up and moved to another table with a white cloth covering the tabletop. On the tabletop, there was a cloth-covered cage and a small potion vial. Quinn removed the cloth from the cage and, immediately, 3 rats squeaked from the sudden exposure to light. Quinn looked at the rats and magically held 2 rats down as the third rat floated outside the now opened gate. The 3 rats were provided to him by Poppy for healing practice. The one he took out was a perfectly healthy rat in which Quinn would perform wound healing. The other 2 rats were sick rats with diseases that Quinn practiced cure healing magic on. He had no idea what the diseases were, and needed to first identify the illness from their symptoms and, then, cure them with healing spells or healing potions. "You 2 will come later," said Quinn to the 2 sick-looking rats. "So sit tight because the doctor will see you in a bit." Quinn again covered the cage with a cloth and floated off the table to the floor. He looked at the squealing rat pinned to the white table. With a twitch of his magic, all the hair from the rat disappeared and turned into an ugly hairless rat. Quinn picked up the potion vial and, after uncapping the lid, a drop of potion flew out of the vial and entered the rat's mouth. The squealing rat slowly turned quiet and fell unconscious. The potion was a magic anesthetic with a sleeping component attached to it. "Don't worry, buddy, this won't hurt at all," muttered Quinn as he looked at the unconscious rat. A small cut appeared on the rat's hairless skin with trace amounts of blood leaking from the wound. Quinn stared at the cut wound as he funneled magic onto the cut wound. Like magic, the blood stopped leaking, the cut knitted back, joining the 2 sides of the cut together, healing the rat's body like the cut never existed. "Success," smiled Quinn and shot a diagnostic charm at the rat to see the overall condition. The results came back positive as the rat was at full health, albeit with a slight blood loss. "Nothing dangerous. Let's try the bones," said Quinn to himself and broke the rat's leg bone with magic. By now, Quinn was used to harming unconscious rats, and breaking bones or detaching limbs elicited nothing out of Quinn. Once again, Quinn molded his magic as he knitted back the broken bones and healed the muscles, blood vessels, nerves back to normal. The heal was performed phenomenally, and when the rat eventually woke up, he won't notice a difference. Snip snip, clicked Quinn with his tongue as the rat's tail came off from its body. Operation Tail Reattachment. Beginning now. Without moving his hand or arms, Quinn's magic held the detached tail of the rat's body and used healing magic to reattach it. The muscle and skin from both wriggled as they knitted back together. When the outer layer was reattached, the thin bones set themselves together and clicked back together with magic. After that, Quinn continued to perform the list of activities on the unconscious rats given to him by Poppy. When 10 minutes passed, Quinn stopped harming and healing the rat and moved back to the cauldron before the time was up. He used a spell to check the internal temperature, and the result showed that it was about to get to the desired level. Quinn wore his protective gloves and safety goggles and removed the bronze metal lid from the top after the temperature reached the optimal level. "Excellent," grinned Quinn when he saw the change in the downtime. The brown boiling mixture had turned into transparent bubbling viscous liquid. The brown had a heavy sour smell, but the transparent liquid was scent-free. "Time to remove it from heat," said Quinn as he cut the heat at the bottom of the cauldron, and then Quinn's eyes shined with focus because it was now time for the last stretch of the process. Quinn's magic flowed out of his body and assaulted every drop of the transparent liquid with chilling cold. Ice magic came in contact and bled inside the potion, and reached everywhere inside the thick viscous liquid. The ice magic thrummed with activity as an icy blue light started to taint the transparent liquid. Quinn kept on dropping the internal temperature and the icy blue color deepened. After a minute of channeling magic, the liquid lit up with a brilliant light. The ethereal light reflected inside Quinn's eyes as he cut the supply of ice magic and stepped back a couple of steps. A smile lengthened on his lips as he saw the condensation appear on the cauldrons outside and froze into a white cover of ice. Quinn waited till the blue light dimmed to a level that it was faintly present before raising his hand and, with his rising hand, the contents inside the cauldron were levitated outside. The faintly shining liquid floated in the air as Quinn did a temperature and pumped his hands up and celebrated, 207 K, 2 Kelvin less than expected. Quinn danced around the floating S1F#19 in celebration. But after celebrating the initial celebration, Quinn conjured an iron rod in his hand. Flame on, grinned Quinn and bombarded the conjured rod with powerful heat magic, focusing his magic so that it would be concentrated on the other end. Come on, get nice and hot, so Papa can hear some sizzling goodness. The moment the quarter of the rod was red hot, Quinn gestured with his fingers, and half of the liquid broke from the floating blob and flew towards Quinn. Quinn brought it so that it was floating at his knee level. He held the iron rod in a reverse grip before stabbing it inside the viscous liquid. Immediately, there was intense sizzling as the iron rod cooled down rapidly, and within seconds, the iron rod had lost all the heat. Quinn removed the rod and threw it away. The rod vanished mid-flight. Wasting no time, Quinn checked the temperature of the cold liquid in front of him, and the spell showed him the temperature 210K. The temperature had risen 3 Kelvin. Wait. Quinn raised his hand as if quieting a crowd around him. He watched as, within seconds, the temperature went back to 207K. Quinn threw his arms up and announced, "We've done it, people. It has enough energy to recover. It is stable, it is beautiful, and finally, it is cold." It is Quinn made. Not really thinking that the only ones who could hear his celebration announcements were 2 rats with hair and 1 hairless rat who had woken up from the potion's effects. The 2 halves merged back together, and they floated to a container that Quinn had prepared for it. The containers were also a progressive project because these containers also got stronger as Quinn continued to improve on Project Sub-Zero. Plus, as Quinn had been working on containment longer than Project Sub-Zero, he was way ahead in containment technology. Quinn hummed in pleasure and joy to the table to make notes, and after that, his day continued to get better because that day, none of his 3 rats died. This only happened maybe thrice a week because Quinn usually ended up killing the healthy rat after failing to heal a critical injury quick enough. I need to get faster. I'm not going to make any progress otherwise, sighed Quinn, as he stopped himself above the triangular entrance to the second trail area. If I keep going at this rate, I'm going to use most of my time just to get past the vortex. The third vault, or as Quinn had come to call it, the aquatic vault, was set up such that if Quinn wanted to progress and make it to the next trial area, he would need to successively get past the previous trials. The vortex in Poseidon's wrath was very turbulent. Every time he plunged into the violent water, it would take at least half an hour to get to the center of the vortex. To Quinn, that half an hour was time wasted, time in which he could be making progress in the second trial. T-Hum's delight. Well, practice makes perfect, so I have to keep coming here every day. I'll eventually get faster, sighed Quinn before releasing the arresto momentum, which was holding him in his place. The water engulfed Quinn as he was pulled into the waters leading to the second trial. T-Hum's delight. Like before, Quinn opened his eyes to see nothing. Complete darkness, with only a sensation of slightly cold water covering him from all sides. He felt that visually and orally. Quinn wasn't able to see his hand pass in front of his face. The only way Quinn could tell that his eyes were open was through blinking consciously. The only sounds Quinn could hear came from himself, like when he wildly moved his limbs to create some sound, but even then the noise died immediately, and every sound that Quinn made from floating inside water sounded strange. T-Hum's delight was hauntingly still and silent. After the first minute or so, he shifted slightly and experienced a sudden revelation. Oh, my shoulder makes a sound when I move it, apparently. A couple of minutes in, Quinn was able to experience a nothingness he had never felt before, with his mind startlingly clear. And just like that, within minutes, Quinn's calm mind slipped into nothingness, and he lost himself inside T-Hum's delight. With a clear, yet blank mind, Quinn closed his eyes in the dark, and sunk into a state of emptiness. Scene break. After an unidentified amount of time, Quinn's empty mind suddenly sparked with activity. He wasn't seeing anything and had to consciously blink his eyes to assure him that his eyes were open. Damn it! I did it again, yelled Quinn in his mind, berating himself. He channeled the magic in the teleportation insignia that was on his hand, and soundlessly, he disappeared from T-Hum's delight. Quinn came out of the water from the triangular entrance and entered the front stone cave. Not a drop of water could be seen on his body because of the wards. The second he stepped on the floor, Quinn furiously looked towards the waterproof bag he had been bringing with him for a week, and it snapped open. A pocket watch flew out. The pocket watch stopped in front of Quinn, and the lid opened to show the watch's face to him. He saw it had already been 1.5 hours since he had arrived in the vault. This is great. Just $#King great, cursed Quinn, his face twisted by anger. He got angry with himself, though. $%at. I only have 2 hours today. Arg, with a throaty roar, Quinn stumped on the ground. A wave of magic traveled through his legs down into the ground. The ground beneath Quinn got transfigured and suddenly sunk down in a dent. And because he wasn't careful, Quinn stumbled and fell down on his butt. As he sat on the ground, Quinn thought about why he disliked T-Hum's delight. The reason was simple, he liked it a bit too much. If he didn't move and just stayed still, he felt the perfect stillness and serenity of the second trial room. Quinn heard nothing, saw nothing. He began to feel as though he was stretching in all directions, that his being was filling the void. Of course, it was all in his head, but he loved every instant of it. The feeling was absolutely transcendent. It was addicting. After the events of last year, Quinn had developed a strong desire to be in control. He craved it and rigorously sought it after. The feeling of being in control hadn't drastically changed his life. Even before the events of the Sin Vault, Quinn still had some tendencies in which he liked to be in control. Presently, these tendencies were considerably stronger than before, but nothing life-altering. Usually, that desire became fulfilled when he was in complete control of his magic, with day-to-day activities, and when he controlled his speech and behavior. He exercised Muay Thai every day without fail because it gave him a sense of control over his body. The interior design of the A.I.D office was specifically designed to put Quinn in control. Quinn had also decided the place of everything inside the workshop. Luna, the other user of the workshop, wasn't allowed to change anything. But then there was T-Hum's delight. It cleared Quinn's mind to an unnatural level and made him feel that losing control was fine, that he could relax, that he didn't have to worry about anything. He had purposely allotted 2 to 3 hours every day to the aquatic vault, although in his initial few visits Quinn had exceeded that time by at least an hour because he would lose himself inside the vault. Lately, he had gotten it under control and didn't lose himself as much, but there were times like this when he slipped up and let the ambience of the second trial lull him into total blankness. The time he spent inside T-Hum's delight felt great to Quinn, but when he exited T-Hum's delight, the realization that he had lost self-control struck him, and that didn't feel well to Quinn. The delight in T-Hum's delight truly made sense, but as Quinn had thought when he learned the trial's name for the first time, it was pure trouble. $$ and carat @ email protected, *plus, $%, hashtag and, $% hashtag $, cursed Quinn. He usually didn't curse, but when he rarely did, he didn't stop in the middle. It was quite clear how pissed T-Hum's delight made him. Quinn got up, packed up his bag, threw it to the side, and turned back to the triangular entrance of Poseidon's wrath. Even though he only had half an hour remaining, Quinn wouldn't let that time go to waste. Hashtag $% carat and *. Scene break. Quinn was sitting behind his office desk while reading a book on magical pathologies. It introduced the effects of magical diseases on the human body. To properly learn healing magic, one needed to read up on loads and loads of books. The amounts of subjects that needed to be covered were vast and extensive. These days, Quinn had been studying anatomy, physiology, and pathology. He was balancing healing magic, his own studies, and the vaults. It will take some time to make them accessible memory books, muttered Quinn, turning the pages. He read every word while trying to understand the anomalies that were written in the tome. Should I try a different method to connect concepts? The Josh Kaufman method seems interesting. Storing knowledge inside his mindscape that he gained from books, or tomes, was more complicated than storing daily events. Recalling every word in a book only from his memory was simple enough. The problem came when he needed to comprehend the concepts and information. Truly retaining information took more time, and it also took more time to create the memory book immersion that increased the time and complexity of the process. Quinn connected concepts to other concepts and then compiled the concept net into a memory book. After that, numerous concept memory books needed to be linked to fasten his recall speed. Quinn wasn't new to concept retention, as he had been doing it before he came to Hogwarts. It was one of the things that enabled Quinn to go through information quickly and keep uniform progress in multiple disciplines of magic without leaving anyone behind. And because he was taking on more magic as he grew up, Quinn actively researched efficiency aspect occlumency, as he was interested in that field. Efficiency aspect occlumency was Quinn's most advanced magic. It was more advanced than any other magic he had learned since coming to this world. Take the present example. Healing magic was an extensive subject, and even though at start Poppy had set a pace that she thought wouldn't interfere with his general school studies, Quinn had thrown that pace away the moment he received it. He studied at his own pace, and that pace was much faster than what Poppy had imagined. Quinn's learning pace made Poppy think that he was just studying healing magic, as he was learning very fast. She thought that Quinn was slacking in his general school studies, but Quinn had squashed that line of thought by performing all the magic a fourth-year student needed to know to Poppy, which showed her that she didn't need to worry about anything. As he continued to read, Quinn heard a knock followed by the ring of the door chime. Quinn looked up from his book to see who was visiting, and his eyes slightly widened when he saw the person who had entered the office. With shoulder-length red hair, almond-shaped green eyes clad with a forest green robe, the professor of Muggle Studies entered the A.I.D office with a slight smile on her face. "Professor Potter, what a surprise. I wasn't expecting your visit," greeted Quinn. He then stood up from his barstool while closing his book. "Good evening, Mr. West," replied Lily as she admired the interior of the room, which had changed since her last visit. She looked at the paintings on the walls and asked while looking at the paintings, "Mr. West, I have to ask, is there a reason you don't have magical paintings?" Magical paintings, unlike their non-magical counterparts, moved. The painting's subject, background, and foreground were all animated to move in a lifelike manner. "I'm not a fan of magical paintings, Professor. I like my paintings when they don't move. I think they are more beautiful that way. It leaves more to the imagination," replied Quinn, observing the professor as she appraised the art. Lily turned towards Quinn, and the host gestured to the visitor to take a seat. "What can I do for you today, Professor?" asked Quinn as both of them took their seats. He couldn't think of any reason why Lily Potter had come to the office. From her expression, it doesn't seem like she knows about my interactions with her daughter, speculated Quinn. Quinn didn't launch a legilimency probe because, first, he wanted to try the spoken means of communication before snooping inside Lily's mind. I have been thinking of new ways to introduce the Muggle culture to my students, but I haven't been able to think of a way that would engage the students and not leave them confused and feeling detached, sighed Lily as she introduced her reason for her visit. She looked up at Quinn and suggested, I came here to see if you would be able to help me find a solution. And as she said that, Lily pulled out an A.I.D card and showed it to Quinn. Now that is a unique problem that you have brought me, Professor, hummed Quinn thinking about the problem. Something that would engage us, the students. Yes, I'm thinking something they could use in their daily lives, added Lily, watching Quinn, who now had a thoughtful solution on his face. After half a minute of thinking, Quinn broke the silence. From the top of my head, I can think of one thing that would engage your students. What is it? Asked Lily, excited for the idea. Quinn smiled as he replied, Isn't it obvious, Professor? All of your students are teenagers, and teenagers, or children in general, love games. Games? Asked Lily in confusion. She wasn't sure if games would help her students who came from wizarding households. I understand your skepticism, chuckled Quinn as he noticed the expression on the redhead's face. Games might not be the thing you were looking for, but I assure you that it is the thing you need. But, how? How would a game help? Lily wasn't feeling positive about the idea because she had already tried it. I tried to introduce football and cricket to the students, but they didn't seem interested in either of the two. None of the students from wizarding households asked me if they could play the sports. Ah, now I understand your reluctance, nodded Quinn at the failed attempt to introduce non-magical sports. I think the reason why your attempts failed is that the students from magical households weren't able to connect to both of the sports. With a thrilling game as Quidditch being part of their lives, games like football and cricket might not seem that interesting. But Professor, I'm not talking about sports, grinned Quinn. Oh no, he wasn't thinking about sports, nope. He was thinking about something else. Something that would be mighty fun to create, thought Quinn as he told Lily of his plan. Scene break. The first thing the students heard as they entered the Muggle Studies classroom was Professor Lily's jubilant voice. Good afternoon, students. Please step in and gather around the table in the center. When they looked around the classroom, they saw that the desks and tables had been removed. Instead, there were 6 square tables around the classroom, with a 7th square table in the center of the room. They noticed something on every table, but they couldn't recognize the object on the table because a sheet covered it. The third-year Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students slowly arrived at the classroom in batches, and Lily waited near the door with an excited smile on her face while greeting them pleasantly. She was looking forward to today's lesson. Hermione bumped Ivy's shoulder and whispered while looking at the covered center table, Hey, do you have any idea what's all this? Ivy looked at all 7 tables before glancing at her mother. No, I have no clue about what is all of this. I mean, Professor Potter didn't tell me about this, replied Ivy with a whisper back to Hermione. Lily had instructed both Potter twins to call her Professor Potter when they were in public at the school. I wonder what the professor has planned for today, whispered Hermione as he narrowed her eyes, trying to figure out what was below the cloth. All the students had arrived and were chatting to each other, discussing what would happen today. Now that everyone is here, let's get started, announced Lily as he made her way across the crowd of students to the center table. Today, we are going to do something fun. She looked at her students with a smile and continued, We are going to play a Muggle game today. A game that I played when I was a child, and I am sure that the Muggle-born students would recognize the game. The students from the wizarding household looked uninterested. Some half-blood students who were familiar with the non-magical side seemed moderately interested, while the Muggle-born students looked at the center table, trying to figure out the game's identity. Today, we are going to play Dash, announced Lily as she pulled the cloth off the table and revealed the game, Monopoly. All Muggle-borns recognized the game at once because of its popularity. Some half-blood students recognized the game, and the pure-blood students studied the board game. Hermione recognized the game instantly. The game wasn't played in the Potter household, but Ivy recognized the game from the times she had gone to the house of some of her non-magical friends. Monopoly is a board game. In this game, players have to roll 2 6-sided dice and move around this game board with their tokens, buy and trade properties, and develop them with houses and hotels. Players collect rent from their opponents. The goal is to drive them to the point that they have no money or properties, explained Lily with nostalgia and an ever-present smile on her face. By the time she was finished explaining the rules, the class's opinion was divided into 2. Half of the class seemed interested, while the other half didn't look particularly excited about the game. But then Lily introduced something that changed the entire class's opinion to positive. But we aren't going to play this one because a lot of students here don't feel attached to the properties on the board. She took out her wand, and with a wave, the Monopoly board folded and packed itself in the game box. The box flew away to the teacher's table. We are going to play Dash, beamed Lily as she waved her wand, and another box flew from beneath the table and set itself on the table. Monopoly, Hogwarts version. All the students suddenly became fully interested in the game as they stared at the box with an animated image of Hogwarts Castle as the night and the day alternated in the background. Murmurs and chatter broke out in the classroom as everyone spoke to everyone. Hogwarts version, blinked Hermione as she watched as the box opened itself and a board slid out to show why it was called the Hogwarts version. A moving Hogwarts coat of arms in the middle of the board with a miniature Albus Dumbledore sticking its torso out of the letter O of Hogwarts. All the properties were changed to suit the theme: Hagrid's hut, all 4 house common rooms, the Great Hall, Ollery, kitchen, Quidditch Stadium, greenhouses, hospital wing, Whooping Willow, headmaster's office, the Great Lake, and many other Hogwarts hotspots. The game started at platform 9 3/4. Instead of jail, there was Azkaban and detention. The community cards and chance cards were renamed potions and spells. The tokens were in the form of brooms, the sorting hat, a wand, a golden snitch, a quaffle, a bludger, quills, cauldrons, and others. Houses were turned into huts, and the hotels were turned into castles. The money was still in the paper currency form to teach the students about Muggle currency. Other than that, everything on the board was animated and truly looked like a part of the wizarding community. To make sure that even those who aren't familiar with Muggle places, I've made this special version so that you all can enjoy the game, smiled Lily as she looked around the classroom, happy to see activity among her students. Quinn had told her that if she could make the children like the game, she would be able to improve their view of the Muggle world. Quinn reasoned that if she could connect the Muggle world to something fun, the students would keep their minds open when introduced to other Muggle things. If you can make them interested in trying new things, then you have already passed the most difficult part of the problem, Quinn had said when pitching the idea for using a board game as a way to get students interested. You want to make them think that if something fun like this is from the non-magical world, then what other fun things are out there? You have to work up curiosity within them, a curiosity that they would try to fulfill on their own. After listening to Quinn, she realized that something as simple as a board game could help the students get interested in the Muggle world. She waved her wand, and the covers from the rest of the table flew away, revealing 6 more game sets. Please take seats around the tables and start playing. There will be no studying today. Today we're going to play the game and have fun, announced Lily with a bright smile on her face. Other than making her students interested in the Muggle worlds, Lily also agreed to this idea for personal reasons. Monopoly reminded Lily of the times before Hogwarts. It reminded her of the time when Lily and her sister, Petunia, were still on good terms and played the game together with their parents as a family. Those were simpler and happy times, and she wanted her students to experience that. Maybe with this, I can reduce house rivalry a little bit, thought Lily as she saw Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students mingling together. Ivy Potter marveled at the Hogwarts-themed Monopoly game when she felt a tug on her arm and distractedly looked towards her side. Yeah, what is it? Ivy asked Hermione, who was staring at the game board. Look in the bottom right corner of the board, whispered Hermione and pointed at the game board with her eyes. Ivy's eyes returned to the game board and went to the bottom right corner of the board. Her eyes widened when she saw the small logo that silently sat there. A.I.D. The small logo of A.I.D. Productions on the board meant that her mother had gone to that person, and that the new game was his work. Quinn West made this, uttered Ivy as she continued to stare at the board. It made her wonder about Quinn. He had neither approached her nor Hermione to claim the debt they owed him. Forget approaching them, Quinn didn't even look at them when they passed each other in the hallways. Sometimes she felt relieved that he ignored her because if he looked at her regularly, she would automatically think that he wanted something and that was stressful for her. On the other hand, whenever she thought about Quinn, it made her nervous because she wanted to be free of the debt, and him not acting on it just made her wonder when the day would come when he would ask them to do something and free them of their debt. Scene break. The creator's question was amid drafting instruction documentation and building models to send home. The reason Quinn had thought Lily's request was going to be fun was because he saw a business opportunity in it. And not just an A.I.D. business opportunity, but a West business opportunity. He had made a simple Hogwarts version of Monopoly, and that was just something that Lily Potter could use in her class. On another note, Quinn had created a better Hogwarts version with more charms and features. The version that he had built had tokens and pieces that moved on their own, like wizarding chess. 3-dimensional animations were applied on the boards for a more immersive feel. Quinn knew that not all people wanted to play the Hogwarts version of Monopoly, so he also designed another version, a Magical Britain version. This version featured properties from all across Magical Britain and was much more expensive than the Hogwarts one. He was especially proud of how the miniature goblins handled the banking for the players so that they could enjoy the game without the additional responsibility of the banker. The money was in the standard wizarding currency with an additional platinum coin. This is going to make money, chuckled Quinn as he transmuted and charmed a piece of quartz to take the shape of the player. Once this hits the market, children are going to pester their parents to dish out money. This time, I'm going to fill a bathtub with galleons instead of sickles. Quinn laughed alone in his workshop as he continued to build a model that he was going to send home for demonstration purposes. Money. Oh, sweet money. A small, lonely single-story wood cabin built with logs notched at the ends laid one upon another with the spaces filled with mortar, stood in a small clearing inside a dense forest. The log cabin was traditional in its design, a sloping, single-gabled timbered roof and small windows. Inside the forest trees surrounding the log cabin stood men and women in various attires, although all of their clothes had one thing in common, all wore some kind of overcoat. Are you sure the intel is solid? Asked a tall, well-built, fair-skinned, handsome man who had lustrous black hair. The man had an air of casual elegance with a tinge of mischievousness. It's legit information. Conebush and Clocks saw them gathering inside the cabin, answered a tall, thin man with hazel-colored eyes and untidy black hair that stuck up at the back. The man was well-groomed and had an indefinable air of confidence. Potter, Black, come on, the hit wizards are ready, called out Captain Aura Gawain Roberts. It's time to infiltrate the site. Senior Aurors, James Potter, and Sirius Black turned to face their captain and nodded in response. An Auror was a magic user who acted as a highly trained law enforcement official for magical governments. Auror training was immensely difficult and intensive, so there were few qualified applicants. Aurors of different countries dealt with different high-risk situations that were most prominent to them. Their training and areas of responsibility varied greatly depending on the type of threats for which they were prepared for and the magical education they had received beforehand. The hierarchy within the British Auror's office went as follows: Trainee Auror, Junior Auror, Senior Auror, Captain Auror, Head Auror. James Potter and Sirius Black were senior Aurors with a considerable amount of experience. On the other hand, Gawain Roberts was a Captain Auror with excellent leadership skills. In charge of his own squad of 2 senior Aurors and 5 junior Aurors. Gawain Roberts was one of the few Captain Auror in the Auror office and reported to the head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour, who was in charge of the entire Auror office. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement had squads of trained hit wizards and witches, whose job was to move out in dire and dangerous situations at a moment's notice, either to disperse a crowd during riots or to apprehend dangerous wizarding criminals once they had been located. While hit wizards were trained to fight dark wizards, just like the Aurors, Aurors were more of an elite force whose abilities went far beyond simply arresting suspects, such as investigation, concealment, disguise, stealth, tracking, poisons and antidotes. Hit wizards seemed to be primarily a fighting and controlling force and did high-risk arrests, riot controls, and hostage situations and weren't trained to investigate crime. In non-magical terms, the distinction would be roughly comparable to that of the Homicide and Major Crimes Command and the Specialist Firearms Officers of the Metropolitan Police. In the United States, the equivalent of this would be the differing roles of elite paramilitary units, example, SWAT, compared to National Criminal Investigative Bodies, example, FBI. In the current situation where Aurors were going to a potentially dangerous situation, they would call upon hit wizards, who had superior offensive training and capabilities. Many Aurors and hit wizards gathered for the final briefing before they started the operation. According to the information we have, the log cabin you see there is the meeting place of the Novellus Oxyonites. Currently, multiple members are in the cabin. We're going to apprehend them, stated Gawain as he addressed the gathered team. We all know this is an important mission. Some issues between the higher UPS have delayed this mission. We should have been deployed to deal with this situation a long time ago. The conflict between the Department of Magical Law Enforcement head, Madame Amelia Bones, and the Cornelius Fudge's minister faction had finally been put aside because of the looming threat from the Novellus Oxyonites. This operation is going to be the first of many. As such, we need to obtain success so that the higher UPS get off our backs and let us do our work. Failure isn't an option, so don't mess up. Black and Buttonwood are going to be at the front. Check for charms and wards, make sure we aren't detected. I want the element of surprise with us, ordered Gawain, looking at Sirius and Junior Auror Shelley Buttonwood. Both Aurors and hit wizards were trained in stealth and detection. Sirius Black and Shelley Buttonwood were his 2 best ward charms experts, so he chose them to make sure they went inside undetected. He turned to the 4 hit wizards that had been assigned to him for this operation and commanded, I want 2 of you to be behind Black and Buttonwood. We will provide cover for you too, so do crowd control and put them into the back foot. The other 2 will be at the back in case of an ambush and will provide further cover. James, you take your 2 and apprehend as many as you see. Act as a 3-man team and handle the hostiles, Gawain instructed James and the 2 junior Aurors under him. He then turned to the remaining 2 junior Aurors and ordered, you 2 will be with me. We'll be in the center and we will act according to the situation. Looking at the entire team, Gawain finished with, take care of yourselves, cover for your teammates, don't be hasty, trust your partners and work as a squad. Now, let's get in. Black, cast the group disillusionment spell. Let's move in formation. The team moved in formation as Sirius raised his wand and cast an enchantment that turned a group of people invisible, while the people disillusioned could still see each other. It was a spell used by the more talented Aurors and hit wizards that were talented in the field of charms. Dull, silvery light was emitted from Sirius's wand tip in a circular wave, and as it passed through the Aurors and hit wizards, they turned invisible to the world. Let's go, commanded Gawain, and the team silently moved towards the log cabin. With Sirius Black and Shelley Buttonwood in the lead, the group moved forward as the 2 in front continuously cast to check the presence of wards. The 2 didn't find any ward until they reached the threshold of the cabin, where they found a detection ward. Shelley Buttonwood raised her hand in a fist, which caused everybody to stop. She looked at Sirius, and the senior Auror nodded before holding his wand vertically. He waved it in a pattern and, slowly, a red tint appeared in front of them and expanded. Buttonwood opened her fisted hand and moved her wrist forward to motion the team that it was time to move again. Everybody walked ahead and passed through the red tint. The red coloration corresponded to the region whose function had been disabled. As long as everyone passed through the red layer, the detection ward wouldn't pick anyone up. The invisible squad entered the log cabin with a simple unlocking charm, as the door had nothing on it. Dust, cobwebs, sheets on furniture, broken tables, chairs, windows, lamps, gaps in the floorboards, holes in the walls, chandelier with broken strings of crystals, broken glass on the floor, rust, mildew, ripped curtains, and shadows around the room greeted the team. It looked like no one had lived or even visited this place for ages. But the scouts had clearly reported that they had seen people going inside the abandoned log cabin. All sets of eyes looked around the cabin to see the entry point, and one of the hit wizards gained everybody's attention by pointing at the corner of the log cabin. The rest of the team followed the lead and saw crates lined on the floor against the wall. The hit wizard carefully stepped out of formation, stood in front of the second box from the left, and pointed at the wooden crate. It took the rest of the team a couple of seconds to understand what they were looking at before it clicked. The dust pattern on the crate was different from the rest of the boxes, meaning it had been moved. And in the abandoned place, this was the only indication of disturbance. Gawain nodded, giving authorization to the hit wizard, who then used his wand to lift the crate and rotate before setting it down. And immediately, a piece of floorboard disappeared to reveal a flight of stairs going underground. The team had found one of the meeting places of the Novellus Oxyonites. Gawain pointed at one of the hit wizards and James told them to take the lead down the stairs and rearrange the formation to fit the narrow stairs. He also asked 2 of the junior aurors to stay in the cabin for safety and lookout. The group, Part 2 members, moved down the stone stairs. The stair tunnel was lit with fire torches which had a design of a hand holding a torch. The stair tunnel finally opened up in a corridor, and the invisible infiltrators could hear voices from the end of that corridor. James alone walked forward with the leading hit wizard trailing closely, and the rest of the team followed. As he reached the end of the corridor, James raised his wand and stepped out of the corridor. There he discovered the source of the voices. James saw a group of people standing around in small groups talking to each other in an enormous hall. A gathering of men and women who wore the same outfits, talking to each other over wine and confectionaries. The same outfits had the Novellus Oxyonites symbol on them, which clearly provided that this was a gathering full of terrorists and the people who supported them. He had counted that there were around 30 to 35 people in the hall. The mission group had 12 members, and with 2 people above in the log cabin, the current body count was 10 people, 1 captain auror, 2 senior aurors, 3 junior aurors, and 4 hit wizards. James noticed that all the people present looked young, but that didn't give him an idea about their age. Magical kind had slower aging than their non-magical counterparts. Because their lifespan was twice to thrice as long as the non-magical humans, magical humans' aging had become different. First, magical humans usually reached physical maturity earlier than their non-magical counterparts. Most of them reached their physical maturity at 18 or 19 years old, 18 to 19 years. After that, aging slowed down drastically. James, who was 33 years old, this year, didn't look one day over that of the early 20s. He had the same physical appearance for closer than a decade. And people who were gathered here also looked the same age as him. Despite that, James didn't know the actual ages of the people. After getting a clear picture of the gathering, James gestured for everyone to walk into the hall and take positions. The aurors and hit wizards entered the hall while in formation. They moved very slowly, so their disillusionment didn't show any distortions. Gawain had his arm raised and, when everyone was in their position, he brought his arm down. And that was the signal for everyone to open fire. Suddenly, the jolly vibe of the hall changed as spells rained down on the Novellus Oxyonites members. Every single member of the squad rained down stunning spells on unarmed people. Screams filled the hall as the people closest to the squad were hit with stunning spells and, because of the element of surprise and chaos, 10 people immediately hit the ground unconscious. One of the Oxyonites in the back of the hall didn't lose calm in the chaos. She threw a revealing charm toward the group that revealed them to the rest of the party. "Aurors!" yelled someone in the hall, and people who were still conscious got their wands out. The hall turned into a battlefield. Immediately the squad switched their tactics as some of them switched to defense against the incoming spells. Stunning spells were reduced and turned into disarming spells to get rid of their wands. James Potter glanced at the chandeliers on the ceiling, and while being covered by a shield charm, he raised his wand towards the ceiling and cast a transfiguration spell. The spell targeted the glass around the candles and turned them into glass birds with sharp beaks, wings, and talons. The vicious birds descended on a group of Oxyonites and started to cut them. The transfigured glass birds were meant to be a distraction as, when Oxyonites tried to get rid of the birds, one of the squad members stunned or disarmed them. Aurors' training and areas of responsibility varied greatly depending on the type of threats for which they were prepared and the magical education they received beforehand. Transfiguration became easy to James Potter, so he was the type of duelist that heavily utilized transfiguration. Lots of his spell repertoire were material spells, the silver shield spell or arrowhead spells, and other similar spells. That is why when one of the Oxyonites shot a killing curse, James immediately used a silver shield spell to block out the green light from reaching his team. The state of the battle changed as half the remaining Oxyonites were getting used to the situation. But the mission squad couldn't let that happen. One of the hit witches stepped forward and showed how they were different from aurors. She swung her wand in a grand gesture and shot a huge explosion charm towards one of the tables, annihilating it into pieces. She didn't stop and continued her aggressive attack and used powerful banishing charms to violently slam Oxyonites into walls, and brutally knock them out. Some of the Oxyonites who noticed their dwindling numbers decided to get out of there. 2 Oxyonites used apparition to get out. But the thing about apparition was that most people didn't use apparition because of the danger of splinching and discomfort, and even those who did use it regularly used it when they were calm. Out of the 2 who apparat, one of them ended up splinching himself because of panic. He left an entire leg behind. Within 3 minutes, 34 Oxyonites were disarmed, stunned, and bound by 10 Aurors and hit wizards. It showed how trained professionals pitted against people who didn't have the same training. 2 escaped, spat Sirius said as he walked towards the splinched leg. He kicked it hard and smirked. At least they will be feeling like hell. We should have set up an anti-apparition ward around the place, one of the hit wizards chimed in as he collected the wand off from the floor. The 10 squad members walked around the room, bounding people and collecting wands for safety reasons. This is good enough, replied Gawain as he looked at the 30-something unconscious/injured bodies. This will get us a task force up and running. The next day, the news about the first successful raid against Novellus Oxyonites hit the Daily Prophet and other news outlets. The papers, who had been bad-mouthing the lack of action from Auror's part, were suddenly raining praises on them. That same week, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement interrogated all the captured members and put them on trial by the end of the week. Unlike the end of the First Wizarding War, the Light faction was strong this time. So in Wisengamot, the trials didn't go in favor of the pure-blood Novellus Oxyontes. Out of the 34 people, 10 of them were sent to low Dementor exposure sections for a few years. 3 people were sent to medium Dementor exposure. And the rest of those who weren't guilty of the murder of Muggleborns and Muggles had their wands taken for a year. To people who heavily depended on wands to perform magic, this was like taking their magic away from them. The first raid and trials were the start of a fight against Novellus Oxyonites. Working with no light and minimal sensory input was confusing when trying to gain a sense of direction. And when you completely took away sensory stimuli mostly used to navigate in your life, it created a heavy disability. In Quinn's case, it got more difficult because he wasn't even sure what side was up. There was no floor beneath his feet. Floating in the deep waters made Quinn's search area much wider. Quinn consciously blinked his eyes to make sure they were open before creating dozens of light orbs with magic. He used some spells that made bright lights and pushed them away from him at a distance in the water. Whoever made this vault thought things through, thought Quinn, observing the lights in the distance. The light orbs that he had released immediately went dull as they moved away from Quinn. A couple feet away and Quinn could barely see any light. And the problem wasn't in the spell, they were properly functioning. It was just that the water inside T-Hum's delight interfered with the propagation of light. Quinn conjured another light orb between his hands and stared at the very dull light that should have been very bright. Feeling the water around the light orb, Quinn felt that the water had formed a peculiar composition that didn't allow the light to travel through the water. The second trial area had made the use of light useless. Using light inside there to provide any form of usable visibility wasn't a viable option. The lights were dulled to the point that any light source was barely visible. This is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Admired Quinn the water, even though it made his work there difficult. Not sure where I can use this, though. Quinn dispelled the lights and concentrated on his magic to use another approach to navigate. A very brief burst of water magic emitted from Quinn, and a circular wave traveled outwards. Quinn couldn't see his magic, but vibrations were clearly detectable to him. Human echolocation was the human ability to actively create sound and detect objects in their environment by sensing the echoes those objects made. People trained to orient with echolocation could interpret the sound waves reflected by nearby objects and accurately identify their location and size. Visually impaired humans mostly used it to navigate their surroundings by tapping their canes, lightly stomping their feet, snapping their fingers, or making clicking noises with their mouths. They interpreted the sound echo from the objects in their surroundings. What Quinn used was a highly advanced form of echolocation, made possible through water magic. By immersing himself in water, Quinn attempted to feel and see even the most minute aquatic vibrations in the earth. But instead of using sound waves, Quinn used aquatic vibrations, and instead of using his sense of hearing, he used his sense of touch. By sending pulses of water into his surroundings, Quinn hoped that his sense of touch, or more specifically, the mechanoreceptors in his skin that responded to mechanical pressure or distortions, would give him some clues about the area drowned in complete darkness. No returns again, thought Quinn. He had been doing this for 2 weeks, but not once had he gotten a hit. Time to switch frequency. Quinn started practicing this method of detection in the Great Lake. There he had gotten great results within days and, within a week, Quinn ended up developing the skill that allowed him to have a rough position of the objects that were nearby him. He was recalling the time when he used his version of an underwater sonar against the best target practice. Scene break. Quinn was standing inside the waters of the Great Lake as he looked down at the Kraken. If he had to be honest, Quinn wasn't sure about his relationship with the Kraken. Quinn had tussled against the Kraken 4 times, but only once he had been able to get past the titanic creature. And that was because he had taken the Kraken by surprise. Quinn wasn't sure if he would win a 5th round against a fully alert and ready Kraken. One thing was for sure, though. Which was, if the Kraken and Quinn had played cat and mouse every time Quinn visited the 3rd vault, then, at least 50% of the times, Quinn would have been thrown out of the lake. Thank God, that isn't the case. I can't afford to fight the Kraken every day, thought Quinn as he stared at the Kraken's main body. The cephalopod had its eyes closed and looked like it was sleeping. So Quinn did the only sensible thing, raised his hand and shot a powerful cannon blast of water towards the Kraken. The second the water blast hit the Kraken, it opened its yellow eyes and stared at Quinn with confusion and slight annoyance. Yeah, you get up. Now isn't the time to sleep, smirked Quinn and immediately sent 2 more water cannon blasts towards the Kraken. The reason behind his actions was that every time Quinn exited the third vault after a session of exploration, the Kraken would push Quinn down to the lake bed and then proceed to ignore him. The Kraken would throw seaweed in his face before he entered the tunnel and then proceed to ignore him. And that confused the heck out of Quinn. He couldn't understand why the Kraken was messing with him. Quinn had tried to stop it, but the Kraken only stopped for a day before messing with Quinn again. So Quinn decided to channel his annoyance and irritation to productivity, and picked a fight with the Kraken. "Come on, you big squid bully. Let's get some use out of you," smirked Quinn as he continued to shoot blunt water blasts that wouldn't injure the Kraken but had enough to push its body around. Just like what the Kraken did to Quinn. The Kraken felt irritated from being awakened from its nap and from the continuous body blows from Quinn. It raised its two tentacles, and both moved towards Quinn, bringing a smile to the target's face. "Now we are talking," grinned Quinn and clapped his hand in front of himself, and immediately the surrounding water with Quinn in the center turned black. Waves and waves of black erupted, covering everything in inky black. Now both the Kraken and Quinn had their vision impaired by the opacity of black water. Practical learning was what suited Quinn. So that's why he had decided to learn aquatic sonar detection. As Quinn personally learned better with stress and pressure, he picked up a fight with the Kraken, rather than just sitting around and just detect the Grindylows hiding in the weeds. Activating sonar. Test 1, burst frequency, 40 kHz. One spherical wave of water exuded outwards with Quinn as the source. Then, Quinn waited for a response from the Kraken's incoming tentacles. Quinn had trust in the method. He was sure that the special water wave created from his water magic would return to him before the Kraken's tentacle. And it did. Quinn felt vibrations with traces of magic come back to him. The traces of magic marking the vibrations in the water told him that these vibrations were from the water wave he had exuded. "Ah, so this is how it feels when something is rushing at you. The haptics are amazing," wondered Quinn with a smile blooming his face as he waved his hand to his right, and a wall of ice manifested moments before a tentacle came swimming towards Quinn. "Oh, Kraken? It's time to play," laughed Quinn and immediately moved from his spot and once again started sending water waves out. Test 2, burst frequency, 47 kHz. Test 3, burst frequency, 51 kHz. Test 15, burst frequency, 93 kHz. Spherical waves upon waves with different speeds and amplitudes rolled out from Quinn and spread out in the water. Every different frequency of the water wave sent back distinct vibrations, so when Quinn's haptic sense sensed them, he saw something miraculous. Quinn received tons and tons of vibrations that he would feel against his skin. Usually, his haptic sense wouldn't be able to differentiate these vibrations independently. But with his magic marking the vibrations, he ended up having the skill to discern them, which was, as Quinn thought, a mix of haptic and magical. His occlumency-aided brain was able to handle the mass information coming to him and quickly interpret it into understandable information for him to perceive. "I can see it. I can see it all," gasped Quinn as he looked to his front, and even with his eyes showing inky blackness, he could even see the enormous body of the Kraken and the 5 tentacles racing towards him. It was like another world had been opened to him. Quinn could see his surroundings in all directions instead of just the normal span in front of him. The ability to observe both in the front and the back was an amazing and novel experience that Quinn absolutely loved. He detected every tentacle and could see them as they closed on him. Quinn readied his magic. He didn't use ice magic to block the tentacles, but decided to go with the riskier option and evade the tentacles by swimming through the incoming entanglement of tentacles. The water magic, which struggled against the Kraken's tentacles' speed, had been tempered against the chaos of Poseidon's wrath, so it was no longer the same. All the time Quinn had spent working out on harsh waters made swimming inside water much easier. Water undulated around Quinn as he darted in faster than any creature inside the Great Lake. The water magic user swam quicker than the fastest non-magical fish, the black marlin, which had a top speed of 129 km per hour 80 miles per hour. He swam at a pace of over 200 km per hour 124.27 miles per hour. With abnormal dexterity and speed, Quinn, twisted and turned around by the 5 tentacles, avoided every single of them by inches. With every passing second, Quinn's mind ran at a faster speed than before. It computed and calculated, and he made micro-decisions as the frequency, speed, amplitude, density of the waves that changed. With every adjustment, Quinn's vision became better and sharper, which allowed him to truly see. It was instinct. It was intuition. It was magic. The Kraken, who had been trying to get back at Quinn for waking him up, felt a little frustrated because of the black water. The black water didn't hinder it that much, but the Kraken was sure that this was why it wasn't able to catch the tiny human. Otherwise, it would have smacked the tiny human, pushed him around a little, before throwing him out of his home. But then, the Kraken saw that the black water returned to normal. Finally, it was able to see the tiny human floating at a distance away, and he had his eyes closed. The Kraken didn't think much of it and sent 7 of its tentacles after the tiny human. But what the Kraken saw surprised it because the tiny human seemed to control water much better than before, and even with its 7 tentacles, the tiny human seemed relaxed as he dodged all of them. 8, 9, 10 tentacles were sent after the tiny human, but the tiny human dodged every one of them without a problem. Even when it increased the speed, the tiny human continued to swim around its tentacle and refused to come into its grasp. It was at that time that the Kraken's 5 hearts started to beat faster. It had been a while since the mighty beast of the water had felt this way, even though it liked to live harmoniously and spend its time in peace. The titanic creature was, as its name suggested, a kraken. It was the legendary creature that was famous for sinking ships. Now seeing something that it couldn't catch, the kraken became excited, and the natural, primal instincts came up to the surface. The kraken wanted to go all out. It wanted to face the challenge of the tiny human. No, the special human. Yellow eyes shined with rigor, and the lake shook uncountable tall, massive tentacles fully came out and raised themselves, fully showcasing the legitimate size of the titanic creature. The grindylows all around scurried into their weed homes because of the tremors in the lake. The fishes panicked as they ran to find places to hide. In the distance, the merpeople in their village looked in the kraken's direction with fear. Quinn, who was now exclusively using the water sonar vision to perceive his surroundings, felt the tremors from the kraken and had to adjust his magic to work in the great disturbance, and what Quinn saw shocked him. Before, he had thought that the kraken was already a giant. But now, with it standing tall with all of its tentacles out, Quinn finally understood that the creature in front of him was a titan on a different level. It was so shocking that Quinn opened his eyes to actually see the kraken, and he wasn't disappointed because the kraken was absolutely massive. Instead of feeling scared and regretful about his decision of provoking the kraken, Quinn's heart pumped hard as an enthusiastic grin stretched on his face. The water around Quinn erupted with energy as he laughed in the water and felt the rush of excitement. He closed his eyes as waves of water restarted going out. The sonar vision returned as Quinn yelled, "Yeah, come on." That day, the Great Lakes residents spent the day in anxiousness, as tentacles, masses of ice, and undulations of water shook the entire lake. Scene break. The day Quinn battled the kraken while the legendary beast tried to catch him for over an hour was definitely one of the highlights of his year. The progress he had made that day was so extensive that Quinn felt he hadn't learned something so quickly in his entire life. The only thing that he could compare it with was the month Quinn spent regaining his magic. But right now, even that progress wasn't enough, as Quinn was struggling inside T-Hum's delight. The vibrations ain't returning, sighed Quinn as he kept on sending more and more waves out. The waters in T-Hum's delight were eerie still, and unlike the Great Lake, Quinn couldn't sense any ambient vibrations that weren't traced by him. The natural water vibrations gave Quinn a passive aquatic sensory vision, while his marked vibrations gave him the specifics and increased his perception to another level. But there was nothing in T-Hum's delight. No vibrations at all, nothing that would give him any clue about his situation. Even the feedback vibrations that were caused by his water magic didn't return to him. "I'm so lost," murmured Quinn as he crossed his legs in lotus position and sat down. Quinn tried to swim in one direction to see if he could reach some kind of edge, but after spending a 3-hour session swimming that way, Quinn ended up without finding any sort of edge or boundary. Maybe I should send out stronger waves, theorized Quinn as he thought about how to clear this room. But how do I keep them stable? Stronger and larger waves collapse into themselves. T-Hum's delight made people clear their heads, let go of all thoughts and relax. And that was a feature of this trial that Quinn despised because of how it affected him. But the same feature was great when one wanted to think about problems. If one could concentrate, then the no external stimulation environment heightened the ability to analyze and meditate upon problems. At novel bin at. And that showed, as Quinn arrived at a solution after thinking about the problem inside T-Hum's delight. I need to increase the wavelength and amplitude of my waves for extra stability. Yeah, what was it? Yes, large amplitude ocean waves with certain shapes can propagate unchanged. Quinn had read about ocean waves while he was studying water magic and, in there, it was written that certain oceanic waves could retain their shapes for a long time and travel enormous distances without losing their form. Without getting up, Quinn regulated his water magic and created a wave of water with a large wavelength and amplitude so that the waves would have deep and long crests and troughs. He sent multiple spherical waves at regular intervals for half a minute before kicking back and waiting for the feedback. Quinn waited for a minute for the feedback and sighed in disappointment when nothing returned. I need to think something out. This isn't working. Quinn's thoughts were cut off when he felt a very faint of his magic returned as feedback and caused his eyes to widen like saucers. Holy shit, they came back. Every single wave he sent came back with a very faint feedback, but Quinn concentrated hard to catch all those faint signals. Immediately afterward, Quinn used occlumency to increase his immersion in the memory and increased his connection with the memory. This was something Quinn did every time he thought something was very important that he needed to be at his fingertips. After several minutes, Quinn was finally able to get the level of recall that he wanted on a few seconds of memories. I know what I want to do. Quinn took a big gulp of water for oxygen before extending both of his hands. Quinn readied the water magic and used his hands as sources of the waves. He started to send out simultaneous waves. The two waves matched each other, creating a unified wave with the help of a nifty little concept known as constructive interference. The resulting waves were stronger than the individual ones and were much more stable. After a while, feedback returned, relatively louder than before but still weaker than he would have liked. I found it? Yes, I found it, celebrated Quinn, turning towards his back as that was the direction from where he sensed something. There is nothing in here, so that must be the exit. He kept on sending waves to get a continuous sense of the direction because Quinn was sure that T-Hum's delight messed up with his directional perception. After swimming for a mere minute at full speed, Quinn arrived at the place, and now that he was so close to the anomaly he detected, things were much clearer. The sonar vision was showing him a clear triangular entrance. It wasn't a traditional entrance in the sense that there wasn't any door frame, or anything that showed that it was an entrance of some sort. Quinn's sonar vision, nonetheless, demonstrated there was a triangular spot of water reacting differently. No text of any kind, noticed Quinn. He wondered whether to enter then or not. After some thinking, Quinn decided to get in there and stepped into the triangular water. He immediately disappeared from T-Hum's delight, leaving behind a representation of ocean depths where no light ever reached. After another water teleportation, Quinn arrived at an appropriately lit area, and immediately his eyes hurt, causing him to wince. Ugh, should have seen that coming, grunted Quinn and squinted his eyes to let them adjust to the new lighting. After a few seconds, when his eyes adjusted to the light, he opened them up and looked around. Much better. Looking at his surroundings, Quinn found he was standing on a white marbled floor and was inside a cylindrical room with walls that matched the white marble floor. When he looked up, Quinn saw that the ceiling of the room was around 20 feet high. In the walls of the cylindrical room were crystals, inlaid in a grid pattern that went up to the ceiling, bathing the room in bright white light. The next feature of the room that caught Quinn's eyes was the circular hole in the marbled floor. Quinn measured with his eyes and guessed that the circular floor had a 15 feet diameter, while the hole in the middle of the floor was of a 10 feet diameter. Quinn walked closer to the hole and squatted near the edge. More water, huh? Quinn breathed out and touched the water with his hand, and at first touch, nothing stood out to him. What is the deal with this one? Asked Quinn to himself, and he got the answer when Quinn turned his head and looked at the wall behind. Ah, there it is. Let's see. Hadal encumbrance Hadal encumbrance, now what in the name of T-Hum does that mean? Sighed Quinn as he moved closer to the words etched on the wall with a bold and grand font. Encumbrance, now that is a big boy word, chuckled Quinn and crossed his arms as he stared at the wall. An impediment or burden. Yeah, that checks out. At least it isn't something like delight. This gives me so much relief. And, there is Hadal. What does that mean? Pretty sure a mythological reference. He turned back to the well filled with water and wondered, now, what is the impediment or burden inside there? He walked to the edge and looked down to see if he could see the bottom of the water-filled hole, and surprisingly, Quinn could see the end clearly. Oh, there is the exit. Oh my, what a pleasant surprise, spoke Quinn as he stared down into the water. There saw the triangular exit on the floor of the cylindrical well. I am getting weird. Why can't I just feel safe when I see positive signs? The side effects of being a veteran are so stressful. Quinn squinted to read the wording of the next door, but the text was too far away for him to make out the words. I guess I would just have to dive inside to see the words clearly, hummed Quinn and then rubbed the royal blue insignia on his arm, wondering about his next plan of action. Well, let's start slow, decided Quinn, and dipped his legs inside the water before slipping down into the blue waters. From the second his body submerged into the water, Quinn put himself on full alert and very slowly let himself slip down the water. This. Immediately, Quinn felt something off. As Quinn continued to sink inch by inch, the pressure around his body started to increase at an accelerated rate. The density of water causes ambient pressures that increase dramatically with depth. But right now, Quinn could feel that same pressure increasing unnaturally, something that wouldn't happen at the shallow depth Quinn was currently at. Underwater atmospheric pressure is increasing, thought Quinn, and he understood what the trial titles meant. So this is the encumbrance, huh? Certainly, this is a burden. He looked at the distance he had sunk and then at the depth that Quinn had to sink to get to the bottom. He had barely sunk down 5% of the total depth, and already Quinn could feel a considerable amount of pressure. The pressure at the bottom must be incredible, huh? Thought Quinn, but then a smirk appeared on his face. But this is not that serious, is it? Quinn cast magic, and water magic showed its charm to create a sphere of water around him. The pressure that Quinn was feeling disappeared completely. It was like he was swimming at the base sea level. I can use water magic to adjust the water pressure, smirked Quinn before a serious expression appeared on his face. Now, let's see how deep I can go. Quinn had observed the increase in the pressure in his 5% descent, and if the development in water pressure was linear, then with Quinn's calculations, he didn't believe that he could cancel out it after a certain point. At least I would get some data to work with. Quinn gulped in some water and restarted his descent. 10% mark, Quinn didn't break a sweat and continued on. What did the ocean say to the shore? Nothing. It just waved. Then it became salty because the land didn't wave back. 20% mark, Quinn had to put in some conscious effort to cancel out the pressure. A cube of ice flexed on a glass of water by saying, I was water before it was cool. 30% mark, Quinn began feeling some difficulty in canceling out the pressure. The hipster fish didn't swim in the river because it was too mainstream. 40% mark, Quinn had his eyes closed to concentrate and was solely focused on resisting the pressure. How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it. 50% mark, the water sphere around Quinn maintained at normal atmospheric pressure and started to ripple at the boundaries. R.I.P. boiled water, you will be missed. 60% mark, the protective sphere around Quinn had reduced to half the size it was in the 50% mark and was rippling wildly at the boundaries, and it looked like it was going to collapse. Quinn didn't descend beyond the 60% mark, deciding to stay at the spot. Any more than that and Quinn wouldn't be able to keep normal atmospheric pressure. It would start to slip, and the pressure would increase. Some slippage wasn't bad, but it turned out that while the increment in pressure was linear, the slope on the graph was too steep. If Quinn went down from his current spot, the pressure would start to slip too quickly and cause complications inside his body. Nitrogen narcosis, the narcs, starts with the perception of euphoria and overconfidence but then leads to numbness and memory impairment similar to alcohol intoxication. Those symptoms were never a good sign and especially not in the current situation. If he took the chance and couldn't handle the pressure and then tried to come up a bit too quickly, Quinn would suffer from decompression sickness, or the bends and excess inert gas left the solution in the blood and tissues forming bubbles. Since bubbles could be developed in or migrated to any part of the body, they produced many symptoms, and its effects may vary from joint pain and rashes to paralysis and death. His body could suffer from bone degeneration and could injure while he was inside the water. Those injuries might cause him to lose control of the pressure sphere and cause further complications. At novel bin at. And above all of that, there was a danger of oxygen toxicity resulting from the harmful effects of breathing molecular oxygen at increased partial pressures. Severe cases could result in cell damage and death, with effects most often seen in the central nervous system, lungs, and eyes, which would be fatal in his current environment. Immediately Quinn swam back up, and because he was at normal atmospheric pressure, he was able to come out quickly without complications that deep divers needed to look out when emerging from deep down below. 60% cleared, not bad for the first try. I was totally expecting to escape using teleportation, laughed Quinn after taking deep breaths to recover from the relatively heavy magic exertion that was used to hold back the pressure. How much was that? 600 times the normal atmospheric pressure? How much is that? It is definitely more than the sperm whale can handle, shrugged Quinn because he didn't know the exact pressure values. I need to see how much pressure is that in terms of underwater depth levels. Overall, Quinn was feeling really good because, in a single day, he was able to clear T-Hum's delight and had made substantial progress with Hadal encumbrance. This level of progress was first for Quinn. After the waterwave sonar progress against the Kraken, things are going good for Quinn. Good job, buddy, laughed Quinn as he patted himself on the back before triggering teleportation insignia on his arm. Scene break. Quinn was reading his ass off in the Hogwarts library about how to deal with water pressure. He had books on water magic sprawled in front of him. Quinn had already gone through his own ever-growing collection and the books he could find in the room of requirements. The amount of information he had read on water magic increased by the day, and Quinn enjoyed studying water magic more than any magic he was learning these days. Quinn was so immersed in his reading that he didn't realize that someone had walked near his table. Quinn. The person frowned when Quinn didn't respond and continued to read. Quinn. The person called out again, and once again, Quinn didn't respond. So the person crossed to Quinn's side of the table and tapped him on his shoulder. West. Quinn trembled in his chair at the touch on his shoulder. His concentration snapped, and he returned out of the world of him and the book in front of him to hear someone call him. He turned and raised his head to see the person who called him. "Why would you call me by my last name?" asked Quinn with a frown of confusion of marring his brows. "You didn't seem to respond to your given name. So I thought you forgot it," humphed Daphne Greengrass with her chin raised. "All right, calm down. No need to be snarky," replied Quinn, and gestured her to take a seat. "You just caught me at the wrong time. I wasn't cognizant of my surroundings. Please take a seat." Quinn took out his fake wand, and with a lazy swing, the books closed and set themselves into neat stacks at the side of the table. Another fake wave and a transparent dome manifested around their table, starting from the top, and flowing down to the floor, before stabilizing and no longer visible. "What was that?" asked Daphne as she sat down in the chair opposite Quinn. "The dome that just appeared over us. That was a simple privacy ward," replied Quinn as he placed his fake wand back into the wand holster. To be more accurate, it was a sound-isolating ward. Any sound that is made inside the cover of the dome won't get out. "We are going to talk, and I don't want Madame Pants hounding at us because we were making too much noise." "All sound?" inquired Daphne as he put some books on the table. "All sounds," nodded Quinn before elaborating. "Well, if we go above a certain limit, the ward will break, and sound will go out. But I don't think it is humanly possible for two of us to produce the decibels to break the ward I cast. At least without magic, that is. I can teach it to you. It is actually simple," offered Quinn with a simple smile on his face. Daphne stared at him but didn't give responded. And Quinn didn't notice the look in Daphne's eyes because he was looking at her books. "Oh my, that book has potion recipes for that are on the level of 5th year and 6th year students," commented Quinn when he recognized the book. He had referenced that book in his first year of Hogwarts. "Now that is some advanced reading. I have read it, so ask me if you have any problems. You probably think that I won't be able to understand without your help, don't you?" asked Daphne with her eyes narrowing a fraction. Quinn, who had just offered help, stopped and stared at Daphne, confused at her words. But he could tell that Daphne wasn't happy with him. "I am sorry? What do you mean by that?" "Bubblehead charm, 6th year charm, do you remember?" answered Daphne, her words to the point and concise. The stone gray-eyed boy thought about the keywords, and it took him a moment, but he recalled what Daphne was talking about. "The day you girls came to my office after you saw me in the lake," spoke Quinn. He remembered that he ended up implying that the girls wouldn't be able to learn the 6th year spell as they were in the 3rd year. But he only said that to dissuade them from going into the lake and move away from the lake topic. Daphne didn't say anything and just stared at Quinn, making full eye contact. Well, I am sorry if I ended up offending you. It was wrong of me to imply that, apologized Quinn, because if he was, to be honest, anyone with decent enough magic knowledge could cast charms above their grade level with a focus. And now that Quinn thought about it, to him, who liked magic a bit too much, that sounded like a pretty intense insult. I did think about what I said after you left, and from I know about you, I was pretty sure that you won't forget about it and thought you would prove me wrong. Quinn pointed at the books that Daphne had brought and continued. And looks like I was right. You proved me wrong by learning outside of what they learn in the classroom. Not many people study ahead of the year material, and you taking the initiative, learning more about magic, impresses me a lot. Quinn smiled broadly and wholeheartedly praised her. So, Daphne Greengrass, I was wrong, and you can accomplish anything you want. A small smile surfaced on Daphne's face. Good thing you understand. It's a good thing, indeed, nodded Quinn in agreement. A distance away from Quinn and Daphne's table, two people were looking at the pair. Both of them are smiling, said Tracy Davis, looking at the pair. Yeah, they are, nodded Astoria Greengrass as she stared at her sister. Daph smiling in public. Now, that is rare. What do you think they are talking about? Asked Tracy, curious about what her best friend and her favorite Ravenclaw were talking about. Astoria shrugged before asking, does my sister like Quinn? You know, as in like. The sudden question surprised Tracy, but then gave it some thought before answering. I am not sure. But between like and dislike, I will say that she definitely likes Quinn, but that is obvious. As for if she likes Quinn, that is a difficult question. She hasn't talked to me about any of that stuff. Astoria nodded, and the two continued to watch as Quinn chuckled, and Daphne still had a small smile on her face, but things changed quickly. Oh, why is Daphne pulling out her wand? She isn't smiling anymore, Tracy asked at the sudden change. Quinn is raising his hand in surrender but is still smiling. What did he say? I might have told him about the time when Daphne sneaked into the kitchen at night for ice cream and got caught, replied Astoria, and then immediately froze when she saw Quinn raise his arm to point in their direction. Crap, she saw me. Try to slow her down for me, asked Astoria before running away to escape her angry sister, who had gotten up from her chair and was looking mad with anger. People came into the room with their problems. They sat in the chairs, talked about what troubled them, opened up, and poured their worries onto the man behind the table. When they were done, the young man behind the table would give a solution, and the people would leave happier than when they entered. Not all problems were memorable, and the man behind the table encountered the same types of problems every day. So when people came with unique questions, the man became happy because it made his job fun and interesting. And it turned out that today was the day that he was going to get to talk to a person with quite the memorable issue. Quinn was standing in front of a potion cauldron watching the Fanta orange liquid simmering slowly over medium heat. There was a sheet of paper floating with a clip on it. A pen was levitating above the paper, which was controlled by Quinn. Its purpose was to write notes about the potion. Walking over to a nearby wall-side table, Quinn looked down at a long brown worm with red veins all over its body. Braid wigglers. My god, these things are gross, said Quinn, disgust clear in his voice. Nonetheless, despite the heavy disgust in his voice, Quinn put on himself a thin white cloth glove. And without hesitation, he picked a very thin scalpel and started to cut the body of the worm. Blood spilled onto the wooden board. But because of charms on the wood beneath, the blood beaded up on the surface of the wooden board. Quinn had charmed the surface of the wood to be hydrophobic. Any liquid that made contact with the wood wouldn't get absorbed but would end up beading on the top. The beaded up blood slid to the side of the board and drained out the board through a small outlet pipe built into the wood board into a container for later experimentation. Gross, so gross, thought Quinn, even though he was enthusiastically cutting the worm and poking the magical worm's internal organs. Yuck, to think that something this gross worm would grow inside a person and at maturity would try to escape through the rectum, gagged Quinn and recalled what he learned about the braid wigglers. Holy crap, look at these claws, these would surely rupture the inner lining of the colon as it wriggles out of the anus. Haha, so gross. The braid wigglers was just one of the many parasitic creatures that used a magical human's body as the host. Quinn had been reading about all kinds of these creatures as a part of his healing magic education. The Fanta orange-colored liquid brewing inside the cauldron was a potion that killed the braid wiggler and dissolved its remains into something more suitable for passing out of the body naturally. I would like even more to operate on a person who has a fully matured braid wiggler inside their body, though. Those need to be taken out through surgery, muttered Quinn as he beckoned the clipboard and operated the pen through magic to take notes on the dissected braid wiggler. As Quinn continued to take biological observations on the dissected braid wiggler and kept an eye on the cauldron brewing potion, he heard the door chime ring. Now, groaned Quinn as he looked at the glass wall as if trying to look through it before looking at the bloody braid wiggler. I'll be back, you wait here. A tender green pyramid-shaped ward manifested around the bloody carcass of the centipede-like creature for temporary preservation purposes. He walked towards the workshop door and gave a cursory glance to the potion, checking the progress. Another half hour of simmering before I need to touch it. That would be enough, noted Quinn as he walked past the cauldron. Quinn was about to put a hand on the door's handle when he noticed that he was still wearing the bloody gloves. Oops, blinked Quinn. He removed the gloves and tossed them into the cleaning hamper with other dirty gloves. That would have been bad, if I went out wearing those. Just before opening the door, in a second, Quinn fixed his clothes with magic. He opened the door and entered his office with what he called a TV host's smile on his face. "Pardon the wait," Quinn said, greeting the person that was in the room as he closed the door to the workshop. When he looked up at the client, he trailed off, "Thank you for your patience." In his office stood Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the one with the scar, and other titles that people used to refer to the boy who had been credited with vanquishing the latest Dark Lord. "Mr. Potter, welcome to A.I.D," said Quinn as he sat down on his bar stool, turning into the man behind the table. "How may I help you today? Please take a seat, make yourself comfortable." Harry silently sat down on the chair while keeping his gaze on Quinn. Ever since he could remember, Harry recalled the way people looked at him. Anyone who wasn't a friend or family would immediately look at his forehead to glance at the infamous scar. And, because of that, Harry had been conscious of how people looked at him. Over time, he had come to judge people depending on where their eyes went while talking to him. Harry was fine with people glancing at the scar once and had become used to it. To Harry, it was the norm. If they glanced at the scar from time to time during their talk, Harry's view of that person would drop considerably. But if they spend their entire time looking at the scar, Harry would deem them as someone who wasn't worth talking to. In the very few meetings Harry had with Quinn West, he had noticed that Quinn hadn't looked at his scar even once. Not a single time had Harry seen Quinn look at his scar. He didn't show any interest whatsoever. Even now, Quinn hadn't looked at his forehead scar once. And that only happened with family members or the people whom he had spent a lot of time with. When he entered the room, Quinn gave him a look over him before maintaining firm eye contact. So even before talking to Quinn West, Harry's impression of him had improved considerably. "I'm here to get answers to some questions," started Harry after making himself comfortable in his chair. "Of course, if you've questions, we at A.I.D will do everything possible to answer them," nodded Quinn, internally interested in what Harry Potter had in his mind. "What can you tell me about Peter Pettigrew?" asked Harry bluntly while watching Quinn's reaction, trying to see if he could glean something out of his expression. But Quinn had been subtly using his occlumency to control his expression. The summer vacation had taught him lots of things, and one of those was to fake facial expressions when he had to detach from real emotions using emotional occlumency. There were 3 levels of emotional detachment provided by emotional occlumency. 1. Detaching emotions from your face. 2. Detaching emotions so that they would become a buzz in the back of the head, reducing the bluntness of said emotions in the judgment-making process. The third and last level was to completely cut off emotions from magic. One had to activate the previous levels to activate the next level. And currently, Quinn was only using level 1 of emotional detachment, which he usually did when he was cautious. Before the sin curse, Quinn wouldn't use level 2 much. He didn't use level 3 at all. But, after the sin curse, Quinn had developed a dislike for levels 2 and 3 because detaching his emotions didn't feel good. He only proceeded to level 2 when he was at a heavy disadvantage. Using emotional occlumency to control facial expressions drained every emotion from the user. And that was just parading the fact that someone was using occlumency to hide their emotions. But that could be bypassed by simply faking the facial expression, which was what Quinn was doing. It surprised Quinn that Harry asked him about Peter Pettigrew, but he didn't show that surprise on his face. "You would have to be more precise with your questions, Mr. Potter." The first rule that Quinn abided by when giving out information was to not answer vague or broad questions. Quinn wanted the requester to ask precise questions so that they only got the information that they asked for. It was just something Quinn did to make them think they were getting more information because they would ask multiple questions. There were exceptions to this rule, but currently, those exceptions didn't apply because the inquiry from Harry raised some questions in Quinn's mind. Harry took a moment in silence to think of a more well-defined question. He knew that Peter Pettigrew was a Death Eater. The problem was that before returning to Hogwarts this year, he had heard a talk between his father, James Potter, and his godfather, Sirius Black, and from what he was able to eavesdrop, they were having a pretty heated discussion. At that time, Harry had thought little of that conversation and believed that the two Aurors were talking about a Death Eater's escape. Then, he would occasionally hear conversations about Peter Pettigrew from multiple individuals across the year: his mother, Lily Potter, Uncle/Professor Remus Lupin, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Flitwick all had talked about him sometimes. After hearing so much about that person, Harry got interested in Peter Pettigrew. He asked multiple people about the Death Eater, but no matter who he asked, the people would invariably change the subject without telling him anything. The only thing he knew about Peter Pettigrew was that the man was a Death Eater, and that had been in Azkaban for 12 years before breaking out this year. "What did Peter Pettigrew do to end up in Azkaban?" asked Harry. Quinn, who had been sitting on his bar stool, nodded at the question. The second the words Peter Pettigrew came out of Harry Potter's mouth, Quinn made an executive decision to use legilimency to infiltrate Harry's mind. His shield is weaker than his sister's, thought Quinn as he broke in without the bespectacled Potter's knowledge. And as Harry was thinking about what to ask, Quinn snooped around and found the entire backstory about why Harry came asking about the question. He doesn't know the details about the night he got the scar. His parents and family haven't told him about Peter Pettigrew's involvement. Quinn saw some memories that showed some major decisions from James Potter and Lily Potter, or Marauders in general. Quinn was able to make a quick glance of a photo wall in the Potter cottage. They erased Pettigrew from all the photos. They erased every evidence that Pettigrew ever existed as their friend while in Hogwarts. That didn't surprise Quinn. Given what they lost that day, it's no wonder that they didn't want to have any memories of Peter Pettigrew. This Harry Potter is insightful, thought Quinn when he heard Harry's surface thoughts. He knows how most of the Death Eaters escaped imprisonment because of the Imperious Curse defense. Not surprising given that his father is an Auror. Harry realized that the only Death Eaters who went to Azkaban were outspoken and fanatic supporters of Voldemort. 12 Death Eaters had gone to Azkaban after the war: Bellatrix Lestrange, Robustan Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, Barty Crouch Jr., Augustus Rookwood, Antonin Dolohov, Thorfinn Roll, Gibbon, Jugson, Mulciber, Traverse, and, finally, Peter Pettigrew. Except Peter Pettigrew, all of those were avid supporters of Voldemort and didn't or couldn't use the Imperious Curse defense, thought Quinn as he stared at Harry. He knows that and realizes that Peter Pettigrew must have done something outrageous to end up in Azkaban. Mr. Potter, I know about Peter Pettigrew. But are you sure that you want to know? Asked Quinn. You might not like what I'll tell you. Harry frowned at the question. He didn't give it a second thought before nodding. It's related to you and your family. There is a reason why your parents haven't told you about Peter Pettigrew, once again asked Quinn, making sure that Harry really wanted to know. Harry's frown deepened. It surprised him a little that it was related to his family. However, most of the Death Eater-related activities could be connected to his family. Yes, I want to know. No need to continue asking, he said while nodding firmly, wanting to get the point. All right, you asked for it, said Quinn before dropping the truth bomb on Harry Potter's head. During the First Wizarding War, Peter Pettigrew was a member of the Order of the Phoenix but became a spy when he was coerced into joining the Dark Lord. He was made the secret keeper for the Potters when they went into hiding with the use of the Fidelio's charm. He ended up betraying the Potter family. Quinn stared straight into Harry's as he revealed the hidden facts. He personally led the Dark Lord to the Potter residence that was the secret keeper to, and that day the Potters lost Fleamont and Euphemia Potter. That was the day when you got the scar, and the Dark Lord was defeated. He also killed 12 non-magicals in an attempt to escape the Aurors. Quinn went silent after he finished speaking and closed his eyes. He gave Harry time to absorb the information. Harry Potter was close to his father, James Potter, and his godfather, Sirius Black. And to them, Fleamont and Euphemia Potter had been an extremely influential part of their lives. For James Potter, they had been his parents, the ones who had given birth to him and raised him to be the man he was today. He had had an excellent relationship with his parents, who loved him very much, and he loved them back with all his heart. Before he got married and started his own family, his parents had been his only family. For Sirius Black, they were the parental figure he never had. The nature of Sirius' relationship with his family during his early childhood was unknown, but at the age of 11, Sirius earned severe disappointment and disapproval from his family by being sorted into the Gryffindor house. Sirius, in turn, became increasingly rebellious, flaunting his house affiliation and disdain for his family's pure-blood values. When Sirius ran away from home at age 16, the Potters took him in and treated him as their own family. Harry Potter had grown up listening to stories about his paternal grandparents from both his father and godfather. When they talked about their death, he had been told that they had died in the war against Voldemort, but not that they had been killed by Voldemort himself, or that they were there on the day he got his scar. What is the Fidelio's charm, and what do you mean by secret keeper? Asked Harry after a long pause and with pain evident in his eyes. It's an immensely complex spell which involves the magical concealment of a secret inside a single living soul. The information is hidden inside the chosen person or secret keeper and is henceforth impossible to know, unless, of course, the secret keeper chooses to divulge the secret, explained Quinn. If a dwelling is protected by this spell, it will then become invisible, intangible, unpalatable, and soundproof. An extremely old spell, one of the most ancient there are. After another pause, Harry asked, Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, and our house was the secret? And he gave the secret away to Voldemort. Yes, said Quinn shortly. Why? Asked Harry, licking his dry lips. Why was Peter Pettigrew made the secret keeper? Why did my parents trust him so much? He wanted to know. Harry desperately wanted to know. Mr. Potter, do you know about the Marauders map? Asked Quinn, as that was the only thing he could think of to answer that question. Harry, who was looking down, raised his head to look at Quinn and asked in surprise. How do you know about that? The map was a secret known to him, Ivy, Hermione, Ron, and the Weasley twins. The Marauders and his mum knew, but he wasn't counting them. At novel bin at. It is my job to know, Mr. Potter, replied Quinn before giving a short reason. And I have communications with the Weasley twins. He omitted the part about Ivy Potter because Harry didn't know about it. And Quinn was okay with it staying that way. Mr. Potter, there are 4 Marauders. You know 3 of them, and we are talking about the 4th. Harry's eyes widened to the size of saucers. He didn't know the identity of the 4th because he was told that the 4th Marauder was no longer with them. Harry just assumed that he was dead, and the other 3 didn't want to talk about it. Pettigrew had been trusted, and he broke that trust. Another long pause ensued as Harry stared in the distance, thinking about what he had just heard. He hadn't even noticed that Quinn had gotten up from his seat, had gone to the workshop, and quickly continued to work on the potion, and came back to take his stool. How do you all know of this? Asked Harry, his eyes focused on Quinn. I keep track of general happenings, Mr. Potter, replied Quinn as he took out a sheet of paper and started writing with a fountain pen. Do you read the newspaper, Mr. Potter? Newspaper? No, why do you ask? Replied Harry and then immediately asked. Was it printed in the newspaper? Then Ivy or Hermione would have known. Both of them read the newspaper. Hearing that Harry didn't read the newspaper wasn't surprising. There weren't many pre-teens, even teens, that thought of picking up a newspaper. No, detailed information about Peter Pettigrew isn't published in the Daily Prophet, answered Quinn, continuing to write on the paper from his memory. The only thing present in the Daily Prophet is that Peter Pettigrew escaped from Azkaban and that he was a heinous Death Eater who killed 12 non-magicals. Huh? Are you implying that the Prophet didn't write the entire story? Yes, but not really, said Quinn as he turned the paper he was writing on upside down and capped his pen. He was done writing. They did write about Peter Pettigrew's entire story, but not this year. What do you mean? Asked Harry in confusion. When they caught Pettigrew, the newspaper covered his story, but not to the sufficient extent. Quinn pointed at Harry as he continued. Their main story at the time was about how you, the boy who lived, vanquished the Dark Lord. No one was actually paying attention to Peter Pettigrew. Wizarding Britain was in an after-war celebration, and no one really cared about Peter Pettigrew. Unlike the Inner Circle Death Eaters, he wasn't from an influential background or famous in any way. Those days, the Daily Prophet, which was the mainstream media, had been suffering from the oppression of the Dark Lord's regime. They found themselves free and wrote about the most famous of the Death Eaters. The unknown Peter Pettigrew slipped away from the public eye. Of course, many people knew about him killing 12 muggles. The papers had covered that when they wrote about his trial, but that wasn't nearly enough to trump what the others were being charged. Peter Pettigrew's contributions and deeds went unnoticed at that time because the media focused on the inner circle of Death Eaters. Of course, that doesn't mean that what he did wasn't published, it wasn't visible enough to anyone who wasn't particularly looking for it. Quinn stopped talking for a second before continuing. It has been over a decade since the end of the war. A decade is a long time. It isn't weird that people have forgotten about Peter Pettigrew. Even though he played an important part in the course of events, it was never brought to light. But why didn't they write about it now? Asked Harry, baffled. Pettigrew might not have been well known back then, but he was now. Pettigrew is the first to ever successfully break out of Azkaban, a momentous event. That is a huge deal? Why didn't they write about him now? The answer is easy, Mr. Potter, replied Quinn with ease and flow. Censorship is the cause why Peter Pettigrew's deeds haven't been brought to light. Quinn didn't give Harry a chance to respond with a question, as he continued. As you know, there is a new radical group active. The Novellus Oxyonites, who support the Dark Lord's ideology and work in his name. The Ministry has tried to downplay the Novellus Oxyonites' activities because of their ideology. They don't want the public to think of this group as the new Death Eaters. So what do you think will happen when they find that the person betrayed the Potters to lead the Dark Lord to the boy who lived escaped Azkaban at the same time a group is flouting the Dark Lord's name? Everybody would think that Novellus Oxyonites are the Death Eaters as they would think that Pettigrew started the group? Is this why? Answered Harry after some consideration. Correct, Mr. Potter. The Ministry is actively trying to suppress anything related to the Dark Lord. Recently they have started arresting the Oxyonites and putting their members on trial. The Ministry really wants this to be over. Hence, they are keeping a tight leash on what is written about Peter Pettigrew. It helps that he hasn't made any appearances and has completely disappeared after his escape. How do you know all of this? Asked Harry after Quinn finished speaking. From where he sat, Quinn looked like an expert on this topic. You said that people don't know much about Pettigrew, so how do you know so much about him? Quinn smiled peacefully. He then answered the question. I said that people who weren't looking for what happened wouldn't be able to find the truth. However, Mr. Potter, I was looking for the truth. I've actively looked for the story behind Peter Pettigrew. I wanted to know about the first man that broke out of Azkaban, which led me to all kinds of information. Everything is out there, you just need for someone good to go looking. Quinn then pointed around the room as he continued. And, as you know, it is my job to know about things. I wouldn't be able to solve problems quickly if I didn't know enough. Quinn had been surprised when Harry asked about Peter Pettigrew, even though Quinn hadn't been surprised that Harry came to him. AID had a reputation that had been built upon real results. Quinn had a very high completion rate that spoke for itself. So Quinn didn't think of it as anything other than obvious that if a Hogwarts student wanted to know something, they would come to him for answers. As such, Harry Potter coming to him wouldn't be something difficult to imagine. There is an archive of old Daily Prophet and other newspapers in the library. I just went there and spent some time finding information about Pettigrew. No matter how close-knit the Order of Phoenix was, people talked, and at that time, lots of people had been interested in listening to what was said. I found about the Fidelius charm from a niche monthly magazine that discussed interesting magic, and there was an issue where they talked about nothing else other than that charm because of its involvement with you. I see, spoke Harry, taking a breath before looking at Quinn and saying, I don't want anyone to know that I was here. Especially my mum. She mustn't know that I know about Pettigrew. I need time to take things in. That's fine, Mr. Potter. I don't want anyone to know that I'm the one who told you this. If you reveal what I told you this to anyone, then I'll say that you found it on your own, said Quinn as he slid the paper he was writing on towards Harry. These are the names of the newspapers and magazines I went looking into with the edition number and date. Quinn also passed Harry an inkpot and a parchment. Copy everything down on that paper to this parchment in your handwriting. I will burn that paper after you're done. Harry and Quinn had the same wish, and that was to not let anybody know about their involvement. They smoothly reached an agreement. What do I need to pay for this and the information? Said Harry, pointing at the thin roll of parchment. Oh, nothing, you don't need to pay me anything. Just, as I helped you out, help me out if I ever ask, replied Quinn, trying to establish a connection with the golden boy, a golden opportunity. All right, I'll help you out, said Harry as he stared at the parchment in his hands. His mind was too preoccupied to think about Quinn's words and readily agreed to what sounded to him like a fair deal. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Potter, said Quinn as he walked to the door while Harry exited. Harry briefly looked up from the parchment and nodded. When the door closed, Harry once again looked up at the closed door. When he had entered the room, Harry had two things he wanted to ask, but in the end, the first topic had turned out to be too much for him. I'll ask him some other day, thought Harry as he walked away. Maybe she will tell me before that day comes. After his talk with Harry, Quinn went back to study the butchered-up braid wiggle. He was wearing a fresh pair of white cloth gloves and used his magic to separate the guts, but then stopped even before his fresh gloves were stained with blood or bodily fluids. He once again cast the tender green pyramid-shaped short-term preservation field before taking a seat. He thought about the conversation. That was unexpected, sighed Quinn. Quinn still thought that the AID had developed into a place where students would bring their problems more than they brought to the professors. But he never would think that Harry Potter would come to him, given his close connection to the professors. Remus Lupin, Rubeus Hagrid, and Albus Dumbledore were part of the Order of Phoenix in the First Wizarding War, and Harry had grown up with plenty of contact with the above members. Lily Potter, his own mother, was a professor and another viable option. Even though Minerva McGonagall wasn't part of the Order of Phoenix, she was Gryffindor's head of house and had good relations with Harry's parents. Ivy's case was different from Harry's, and her interactions with Quinn had started with purely academic purposes. But because of several series of events, their interactions had increased beyond that point. If those events hadn't taken place, Quinn imagined that his interactions with Ivy would have been limited to the annual purchase of study notes. I wonder how he will proceed with the knowledge he has now, wondered Quinn as he tapped his finger on the tabletop. Quinn had read Harry's thoughts when he was exiting the room, and in those thoughts, he had seen impulses of confronting his mother, but from where Quinn was reading, they weren't strong enough for Harry to react on. He would definitely share the new information with his sister. That one is inevitable. The first thought in his mind was to share that information with her, murmured Quinn as he continued to tap on the table. At least he has no intention of telling her the source of information. Let's just hope he does his due diligence before talking to anyone about it. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this entire thing turns out, smiled Quinn. He then thought about asking some people some sleeper favors inside Gryffindor. Scene break, dash. Quinn took a deep breath in Hogsmeade. The air's free of something, and with that, Quinn took another deep breath with a smile on his face. What? Uttered Eddie, a confused furrow in his brow. Ignore him, said Marcus, eyeing Quinn, who had a confident expression on his face. He started intending to say something cool and wise-sounding but very quickly realized that he doesn't have anything fitting to say. Marcus sharply pointed at Quinn and continued, look at him. Always plastering that confident look on his face, expecting us to buy it, which is complete bullcrap. Quinn clicked his tongue as he gave Marcus a side look. You're getting too smart for your own good. Nope, we are spending too much time with you. Marcus shook his head as he responded. Quinn queried a brow as he said, so you're saying that my presence is making you smarter? Huh, never thought it like that. That is good to hear. A soft yet wide smile made its way to Quinn's face as if he was feeling fulfilled after doing a good deed. No, that isn't what I mean, dash, rebuked Marcus but stopped and sighed, shaking his head. You know what, leave it. Marcus narrowed his eyes at Quinn and complained, you know how annoying it is when you lead the conversations that way. Don't do that. Eddie chuckled at the side as the three amigos moved across the streets of Hogsmeade. What are we going to do today? Asked Marcus as he and Eddie followed Quinn. I have got to pick something from Scrivenshafts. Then we'll have fun, answered Quinn as he led the group towards the West family-owned business. He had gotten a Magifax message from home in which it said that there was a package for him at the shop and that he should pick it up today. When he wrote back for more details, all he got back was that it was a surprise. They could have just shrunk it and sent it to me via an owl, thought Quinn, and that made him wonder what was it about the package that it couldn't be sent directly to him. Eddie and Marcus looked at each other and shrugged. They knew that Quinn's family owned the Scrivenshafts quill shop in Hogsmeade. Quinn never talked about his family, so they didn't know much about it. Both of them knew that Quinn's family was loaded, but neither of them knew about the true extent of Quinn's family wealth. Quinn, Eddie, and Marcus entered the door as the door chime above the door rang to announce their entry. There were a substantial number of customers inside the store, which were mostly students browsing through school supplies. Good morning, Gary, greeted Quinn as he walked towards the counter. At once, he saw something different in the shop manager of Scrivenshafts quill shop. Whenever Quinn saw the lanky man, he would dress casually and, most of the time, he would have a work apron on and would have ink stains all over his fingers and clothes, uncombed clothes, and overall, no personal grooming. But today, Gary was wearing a pressed checkered shirt and a new set of pants with no ink stain on any part of his body. He also had very neatly combed his hair, clean shaved, and had cleaned up quite well. Gary, you look great. What's up? Asked Quinn, smiling at the man he met whenever he came out to Hogsmeade. Good morning, Mr. West, greeted Gary nervously, trying to do a proper greeting, fumbling as he tried. Okay, something is wrong, thought Quinn as Gary didn't call him Mr. West. Quinn had asked Gary to call him by his first name, so the sudden name change was suspicious. Gary, you are acting weird. What is wrong? Tell me, and I'll solve it, said Quinn, trying to reassure his acquaintance. Also, he was part of the family business, so if Gary had a problem, Quinn would try to make it disappear. Nothing is wrong with me. The package is waiting for you in the back room, replied Gary stiffly, clearly looking nervous and anxious. I see, said Quinn and glanced at the door that led to the back room. He turned to look at Eddie and Marcus and said, You guys wait. I will be back. He glanced at Gary as he walked to the back door, and he could see that sweat was beading on Gary's forehead. Just behind the door was the staircase that went up to the second floor. Quinn climbed the steps. With each step, the stair beneath him would creak because of his weight. There was a single corridor on the second floor, and on that corridor were 3 rooms, 2 on the sides and 1 straight ahead. The 2 rooms at the sides of the corridor were storage rooms filled with shop merchandise and raw materials. Quinn stared at the white door straight ahead. He had been into the room before, and that was why Gary hadn't specified the room and had just said the back room. It was the door to the same room in which Quinn had told his secrets to his grandfather, George West. Quinn opened the door and entered the room. He already knew what was waiting for him inside. In the room, which had been completely fixed from the last time Quinn's magic had gone hem on it, sat a woman in front of a table, looking over some books. She had been peacefully reading and looked up from the books, which looked like ledges. Oh, you're here. Good morning, Quinn, greeted the woman when she looked at Quinn. What the hell, Leah? You could have just told me you were coming. For a second, I thought I was going to get jumped and get kidnapped, sighed Quinn as he closed the door and walked towards. The woman, Leah West, Quinn's sister, smiled as she got up from her chair, walked towards Quinn, and hugged him. It is called a surprise, dummy, said Leah as she broke the hug. Aren't you surprised? There was a mischievous look in her eyes and a playful smile on her face. Of course, I am surprised. If I didn't peek into Gary's mind, I would have bombarded this room with spells, said exasperatedly Quinn. He had used a light legilimency probe on the shop manager's mind and extracted Leah's face and name in the few seconds Quinn maintained the probe. He sighed as he then asked, What did you do to Gary? He was all jittery and stiff in his shoes. I haven't seen him dressed properly before this. I didn't do anything to him. I just asked him to bring me the shop account books. I thought I would audit them as I passed the time while waiting for you. And for his clothes, I am not sure how he usually dresses. This is my first time visiting this particular shop, answered Leah as she and Quinn sat down. I see, he was getting audited. That is why he addressed me by our family name, sighed Quinn and reached for a biscuit from a platter on the side of the table. I didn't say anything to him, and his accounts are all fine. I can't see any discrepancies, and the shop is pulling good profits. He shouldn't be nervous if he knows that his shop is working properly, talked Leah as she studied her brother. Anyone would be nervous if the owner popped one day and asked for the ledger, said Quinn as he cleaned his hands with magic. So why are you here? Isn't that obvious, dumb baby brother of mine? I'm here to see you. I was in the country, and I was talking to grandfather one day when he mentioned you had what is it called? Oh, yeah, Hogsmeade weekend, so I decided to visit. Quinn sighed once more before another smile made its way to his face. He was happy to see Leah while at school. How have you been? He asked while observing Leah. As he was studying healing, Quinn's eyes automatically looked for signs about her health. He didn't use magic, but he could tell that she was healthy. I'm great. I went to Peru for a week with my friends, started Leah, telling Quinn about her vacation. Oh, did you? How was it? Asked Quinn. He was interested because he hadn't been to Peru while traveling. It's a beautiful country. We had lots of fun. I brought you some souvenirs. They are at home. Bought a company in Thailand, informed Leah with a proud smile on her face. Wait, did we have holdings in Thailand? No, we didn't. This is the first one, and I took care of all of it. Grandfather handed me the project. It will be my biggest project to date. I have already submitted a 10-year development plan for Thailand. Congratulations, cheered Quinn, happy for a clearly prominent occasion for Leah's career. Thanks. What else I did? Thought Leah with a finger on her chin before her eyes sparkled and she spoke with a brag in her tone. I entered a flying horse tourney in Greece and won the entire event. Seriously? Whoa, that is awesome. Did you get a trophy? Asked Quinn, clearly impressed by this event. I did. It's at home. What else did you do? Oh, this one is my favorite. Listen to this. I found an old Oakshift 79 broomstick, but not any Oakshift 79, no, it was Joconda Sykes's Oakshift 79 that she used for the first ever flight across the Atlantic. Joconda Sykes was a woman who was famous for flying across the Atlantic Ocean, the first magical to do so. The broomstick that she used for the historical event would be absolutely priceless. No way, how did you manage that? Where is it? Is it also at home? Exclaimed Quinn. At home, no, I sold it, smiled Leah. At novel bin at. Huh, blinked Quinn, confused by the sudden reversal. Why would you do that? That thing is really priceless. I found 2 bottles of Dignosebel, Leah said as a very wide smirk made its way towards her face. No, you didn't, said Quinn with a face full of disbelief. From 1905? Are they from 1905? Yes, the 1905 Dignosable, nodded Leah smugly. And I found 2 of those. I traded the broom for 2 of those bottles. The guy I traded was a big broom collector, and he didn't even blink when I put down the offer. She raised her hand and showed 2 fingers. 2? I found 2. Haha. Dignosable was a type of magical wine enjoyed by people who like to indulge in wine. And Dignosable, 1905 was an edition of Dignosable, coveted by wine collectors. An edition that, with time, had become increasingly difficult to procure. Dignosable, 1905, had become a collector and wine lover's dream. But the reason Quinn and Leah were so animated about this wine was that their grandfather, George West, loved this wine. George only ever had a tasting pour of said wine. A tasting pour was half a regular serving. And after that single pour, George West had proclaimed that Dignosable, 1905, was the best wine he ever had. After that day, George tried to buy a bottle of Dignosable, 1905, but was unsuccessful in acquiring a bottle because it had become increasingly rare, and no collector was willing to part from their bottles. Another reason that this wine held a special place in George's heart was because the wine was as old as him. George West was born in 1905, and so was Dignosable, 1905. It seems this year I will be winning the birthday gift contest as well, smirked Leah smugly. If you asked Quinn, she was too damn smugly. Every year, both siblings would compete on who could get a better gift for their grandfather, and even though both George never told them whose gift he liked more, both grandchildren compared gifts and decided who got the better gift. In that competition, Leah, who literally traveled almost all the time, got gifts from around the world and had the edge over Quinn, whereas Quinn's reach was limited. But Quinn didn't give up. Even if he couldn't find exotic items like Leah, Quinn explored the non-magical and found items that would be unfamiliar yet interesting items that would work inside a magical home. But Dignosable, 1905 was just another level. This was something that Quinn couldn't top. Even if he found something amazingly interesting, there wasn't anything George had tried so hard to find. This year, I'm going to make grandfather say that he likes my gift, smirked Leah as she giggled at the defeated sight of her brother. Oh Quinn, you won't be beating me this year. Quinn groaned because things weren't looking good. This competition was an annual affair that both he and Leah took seriously, and neither of the siblings liked to lose. You came here to rub this in my face, didn't you? Leah laughed louder and nodded. Yeah, I was so excited today, and I am not disappointed. This feels good. Damn it, I will remember this humiliation, grumbled Quinn as he put his head in his hands. I'm going to destroy you next year. I am going to utterly leave you in the dust. Yeah, we will see about that, you squirt, scoffed Leah, smugness oozing out of her. After the West siblings got back to normal from their competition-crazy state, Quinn suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot." He looked at Leah and said, "You wait here. I will be right back." Leah watched as Quinn ran out of the room, and she waited for around 2 minutes before Quinn returned. Quinn wasn't alone when he returned and had 2 other people in tow. "Leah, meet my friends and roommates, Eddie Carmichael and Marcus Belby," introduced Quinn as he presented his 2 best friends to his sister. He turned to Eddie and Marcus and introduced the other way, "Eddie, Marcus, this is my older sister, Leah West." Eddie and Marcus, who were shocked, stood still as they stared at Leah. When Quinn had come running to them in the store to find them, all Quinn had said was that he wanted to show them something. He didn't tell them what he wanted to show. He just hurried them to follow him. He practically dragged them to the room. So when the 2 entered the room, they had no idea that they would come across a stunningly beautiful woman. The 2 froze in their spots as heat rushed to their faces as they stared at the woman who was just introduced to them as Quinn's sister, Leah. "Hello, it is nice to meet you two. I have heard a lot about you too," smiled Leah brightly as she stood up and from her chair. "Thank you for taking care of my troublesome baby brother. And no, it is fine. He isn't trouble." Eddie and Marcus stuttered as they replied to Leah. The 2 couldn't look away from Leah, partially because she was just too pretty, but primarily because the thought of looking away wasn't anywhere in their adolescent heads. Quinn smiled widely because Leah always teased him by saying that Eddie and Marcus weren't real and that Quinn had made them up because he didn't have any male friends. "Take that. They are real," humped Quinn at Leah before looking at Eddie and Marcus. He had to do a double take when he saw the slightly open jaws of his friends. "Seriously," said Quinn in disbelief before sending harsh pinching hexes towards both of them. Both Eddie and Marcus felt excruciating pinching pain on the sides of their waist as they squealed and snapped out of their dazed state. The 2 realized what they were doing, and their cheeks burned up for different reasons as they turned their faces towards Quinn, who was making an expression that promised pain afterward. "Hello, I'm Marcus. Nice to meet you. We didn't know that Quinn had a sister." "This is surprising," said Marcus, turning his attention to Leah and this time talking to her properly. He still found Leah very beautiful, but that feeling was overridden by the death stare from the guy who slept in the same room as him for most of the year. Leah turned towards Quinn and pouted. "You don't talk about me." "Don't start," sighed Quinn, shaking his head. Eddie and Marcus talked to Leah for a short while before leaving the West siblings alone to catch up. Leah and Quinn remained in the room, talking, trading stories. Leah told him about the places she went, the people she met, the things she had experienced. Quinn would talk about the magics he learned, the students he had had contact with and fun tidbits about his school life. The 2 siblings talked for an hour or so before Leah had to leave. "Do you have to leave so soon?" asked Quinn. He wanted to hear more from Leah. It was nice to see a family member after so many days, and the short time together felt that it wasn't enough. I have a portkaya arranged for travel. I would have stayed longer, but the Thailand ministry requires that the people entering the country come at a time they specify. As such, I need to leave now to prepare for the trip. I see, nodded Quinn before his eyes shined, and he spoke, buy me books related to body magic. Thailand has a rich culture of body magic, and I would like to enrich myself with it. The books I have aren't that advanced, and I would like to have more information with me. One of the reasons why Quinn practiced Muay Thai, which wasn't widespread in Britain instead of kickboxing, was because the few books that Quinn had on body magic referenced the use of Muay Thai for developing a base physique before starting learning body magic. Quinn had been slowly and consistently building his body by exercising every day because he wanted to study body magic one day. So when Leah mentioned Thailand, he immediately thought of getting more books, and Leah going to Thailand was perfect. Alright, I will hire a local who knows about body magic to pick out a selection, nodded Leah. I want everything on the subjects, so instruct the one you hire to get books that have extensive knowledge. I don't want books that describe things easily. I want the real deal that goes into depth. Leah ruffled Quinn's hair and said, I know, you don't have to repeat it every time I go abroad. I already know what kinds of books you want. Then don't try to filter the books you hand to me. I want every one of them. Don't take out books you think are dangerous, said Quinn as he narrowed his eyes on his sister. I did that one time. Sorry for being a good sister and looking out for her brother, humped Leah and ruffled Quinn's rougher than before. If I don't say it every time, you'll do it again, retorted Quinn and removed Leah's hand from his head. See you later, all right, said Leah. The two stood near the flue fireplace inside the shop. Yeah, see you later, replied Quinn and watched Leah as she threw in the flue powder and vanished inside the green flames. Quinn looked behind to see Gary almost lying on his chair. The man looked like he had the most tiring day of his life. Don't worry, Leah said that your accounts are fine, and she was satisfied with the way you run the shop, said Quinn, giving Gary the good news to relieve him of his worries. You don't have to worry about anything. Really? Asked Gary feebly but with hope. Yeah, I want to close the shop early today. Of course. Scene break. The same day, Quinn was back in his dorm room reading a book on spell damage to muscles when Eddie suddenly sat on his bed with a jump. You know I don't like people on my bed, said Quinn without looking up from his book. Do you have any other siblings? Asked Eddie, not getting up from Quinn's bed. Maybe a twin sister or someone near our age. Quinn abruptly looked up from his book and spat. Do you want me to beat you up? No. Then sawed off from my bed. Eddie got up from his bed, and as he did that, he heard Quinn speak up. We'll be waking up an hour early tomorrow. We're going to have an intense workout session. It will be fun. Come on. Not fair? I just asked a question, whined Eddie and groaned. Yeah, whatever. Go to sleep. You have a busy day tomorrow. Eddie walked to his bed with slumped shoulders, but before climbing up his bed, he spoke. You didn't tell me if you have another sister. Quinn closed his book with a snap and got up from his bed. I'm going to beat you up. Wait. I was just kidding. Wait. Ouch. Stop, no, not the nut tap. AFK. Marcus, who stepped out of the bathroom, looked at his two friends as Quinn was trapping Eddie into a head leg lock.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.